In a valley in a land of fire, a waterfall cascades down like a silver thread, and the splashing water scatters around like crystal pearls. Under this waterfall, Hyuga Neji is sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. His body is tightly wrapped and covered by a layer of rich and deep blue chakra, like a transparent shield, indestructible. The water of the waterfall is like a ferocious beast, roaring and rushing towards Neji, but when it touches him, it scatters docilely like a tamed sheep. At this moment, Neji is completely immersed in his own world of practice, as if he has merged with the surrounding environment. A few months ago, because of Neji's outstanding performance in the exam, he was promoted to a Jonin by the 5th-generation Hokage Tsunade. Neji realized his own shortcomings through fighting with other ninja villages in the exam, especially in the fight with Shira. His invincible 8 diagrams, 64 palms, were like a drop in the ocean and were completely blocked by Shira. Even Lee, who was in the same class, showed strength that was not inferior to his when he opened the 8 gates to fight against Shira. Perhaps it was because the grievances between him and his uncle and the main family were eased, or it was possible that the number of tasks was too heavy, which made his own training slack, and his strength did not get a substantial breakthrough, so that he stagnated. Neji secretly vowed in his heart that he must break through the current bottleneck. So he said goodbye to his uncle's family and the Kai class, and came to this valley alone to practice. He recalled the essence of the soft fist and decided to polish his skills from the basics. Once again, he devoted himself to the hard practice. Late at night, Neji built a fire by the stream. While adding wood, he looked at the fire and thought. Neji has 2 main abilities. Point 1 is the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit, the Byakugan. It has a 360 visual angle. The Byakugan of the Hyuga branch has a blind spot of 1 from the first thoracic vertebra to the back, because the cage bird has a blind spot of 1, and has a perspective eye that can see the opponent's meridians, acupuncture points, the flow of human chakra, and can see through things, a clairvoyant eye that can see far away, and a perceptive eye with strong observation. Using chakra to multiply the ability of the eyes can see things within a radius of 1 kilometer, and its insight exceeds that of the Sharingan, which can see through everything in front of it. At the same time, the dynamic vision of the Byakugan is also very powerful. When the Byakugan is activated, everything becomes slow and clear, as if time has been stretched. However, the Byakugan has a more terrifying ability, which is that it can peek into the future that will happen in a few seconds. These few seconds may be insignificant in normal times, but in a life-and-death battle, it is enough to influence the situation and decide life and death. The founder of the Hyuga clan of Konoha, Hyuga Tennin, defeated the first generation of Raikage in one fell swoop with this magical skill, which also made the Cloud Shadow village salivate over the Byakugan. This undoubtedly became the fuse for the untimely death of Neji's father, Hayashi. However, since the Hyuga Tennin, the Hyuga clan has been cursed, and no one can obtain this ability anymore. Perhaps this is the evil result of the Hyuga Tennin's implementation of the main family and branch family regulations. In order to protect the main family with pure Byakugan, how many branch families with extraordinary talents like Neji have fallen like meteors in the long river of history? Neji's second ability is the Hyuga clan's ancestral physical technique, the Hyuga Gentle Fist. The Gentle Fist is a physical technique that injects one's own chakra into the enemy's body, thereby damaging the enemy's chakra pathway meridian system and internal organs. Only with the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit Baigen can its power be exerted. Because the internal organs cannot be trained, no matter how powerful a ninja is, it is often fatal to be hit by the Gentle Fist. Although Neji is from the Hyuga clan, he is not qualified to learn the Hyuga clan's high-level physical techniques because he is a branch family. But he relied on his own talent and unremitting efforts to master the skills that only the branch family could master. Point pressing, Bagua palm return to heaven, Bagua empty palm, and Bagua 64 palms. Point pressing, there are 361 chakra points in the human body's chakra meridian system. Point pressing is a move that relies on pressing these points to block or enhance the flow of chakra at will. Bagua palm return to heaven is a secret technique passed down orally from generation to generation in the Hyuga. Main family Ningxi of the branch family also mastered this technique with his talent. It releases chakra from the chakra points all over the body and quickly rotates the body to form a spherical barrier to rebound all physical attacks. Return to heaven is an absolute defense. Soft fist bawa, 64 palms awa 64 palms, is a secret technique passed down orally from generation to generation in the Hyuga. Main family Ningxi of the branch family also mastered this technique with his talent. Before using it, a huge bawa map will appear under the user's feet. The area within the bawa map is the attack range. By quickly hitting the 64 chakra points on the enemy's body, the enemy's chakra flow is blocked, making it impossible for the enemy to produce and use chakra. Bagua Empty Palma, special long-range physical technique derived from the related ability of the Hyuga clan's Baiyin. Place the opponent in the Bagua formation. Use the Byakugan to perceive the opponent's position, and use the palm to release an air cannon formed by high-intensity and high-density chakra to attack the remote target. Each move has its shortcomings. Kaiten will stop the rotation due to entanglement. Although Bagua 64 Palms is powerful, it will fail when encountering many opponents or opponents using long-range ninjutsu, or like Kidamaru, who can use techniques or blades to block the flow of chakra. There are also opponents like Shira, who can perform super physical techniques and can block them with their techniques. Even if Neji has developed a more powerful Bagua 128 Palms, it is still a drop in the bucket when encountering a strong enemy. Although Bagua Empty Palm makes up for the shortcomings in close combat to a certain extent, its power is also optimistic. But he couldn't cause fatal damage to the enemy. He felt that although the soft fist was powerful, it lacked change and flexibility and could not cope with various complex combat situations. He was thinking hard, and his body seemed to move uncontrollably, practicing the soft fist moves over and over again like flowing water. I don't know how long he practiced, but Ningxi was already panting, and the surroundings were in a mess. Even a genius like him was like being stuck in a quagmire, unable to quickly break through the bottleneck in a short time. Ningxi lay quietly on the grass, looking up at the vast night sky. The stars twinkled like bright gems inlaid on the black sky. The breeze blew gently, bringing a hint of coolness, and also blew the grass around him. A leaf fell from a tree and happened to fall in front of Ningxi. He reached out and picked up the leaf, looking at it carefully. The texture on the leaf was clearly visible, as if recording its growth process. Ningxi couldn't help but think of his past. Those past experiences were like this leaf. Although ordinary, they also had unique meanings. He remembered the days when he was a child in Konoha village, when he was always full of vigor and vitality. He practiced hard, eager to become a powerful ninja and bring glory to his family and village. However, fate played a cruel joke on him and made him bear a heavy yoke. But Ningxi was not defeated by fate. With his own efforts and perseverance, he gradually got rid of the shadow in his heart. He learned tolerance and understanding and understood the true meaning of family and village. At this moment, Ningxi felt the caress of the breeze, and his heart was full of peace and emotion. He knew that life was like this night sky, full of unknowns and challenges. But as long as there was faith in his heart, he would be able to find his own light. He just looked at the leaf in his hand quietly, and Ningxi suddenly noticed the details on the leaf. He found that the petiole of the leaf extended many veins, which intertwined with each other to form a complex network. Ningxi's heart moved, and he thought of the principle of soft fist. Soft fist is to achieve the purpose of attack and defense by concentrating chakra on the palm and then hitting the enemy's acupuncture points at a very fast speed. However, Neji has always used the soft fist in the traditional way, just concentrating the chakra on the palm and then directly hitting the enemy's acupuncture points. He never thought that the soft fist could also be like the veins of a leaf, with many variations and methods of use, rather than being fixed. Just like the kaiten is not performed by the palm, but by releasing chakra through the chakra points in the body and rotating in a circle like a gyroscope to rebound all physical attacks. Combined with its own rotation and the strong observation ability of the Byakugan, it forms an alternative absolute defense. Thinking of this, Neji became excited and started another round of new training. Chapter 2. A taste of skill time rewinds to the present as Neji slowly opens his eyes, straightens his posture, and with a gentle exertion of his legs, leaps gracefully to the riverbank, resembling a delicate swallow in flight. He surveys his surroundings and casually picks up a slender branch from the shore. Focusing his chakra, he infuses it into the branch and swings it casually towards the rocks by the stream, unleashing a sharp air blade that cleaves through the stone with a resounding crack, leaving a deep gash, while the branch in his hand snaps in response. It seems the time has come to return. Glancing at the broken branch, Neji sighs in resignation. Having left the village for training, nearly a year has swiftly passed. During the initial months of his stay here, he diligently explored and practiced, ultimately developing new techniques for his gentle fist style, refining the intricate details along the way. In the subsequent days, he dedicated his primary focus to enhancing his chakra, allowing his abilities to flourish and his techniques to flow with greater ease. The moment has arrived to assess the fruits of his labor. Casting aside the remnants of the broken branch, Neji gazes into the distance, contemplating. I wonder how Naruto and Lord Jiraiya are faring in their training. This thought stirs a surge of excitement within him. Each time he faces adversity, he recalls Uzumaki Naruto, the once formidable adversary who had bested him. A figure who embodies resilience, unwavering determination, and the spirit of growth amidst challenges. Naruto's indomitable spirit profoundly inspires him, from his initial disdain, through their encounters. And after being defeated, he has come to acknowledge Naruto's strength. Consequently, he has also released the resentment towards his clan, no longer feeling victimized by fate. In this moment, Neji's resolve is unyielding. The next time we clash, I shall not succumb to defeat, he declares with conviction. Weeks later, within the expansive courtyard of the Hyuga compound, Hinata and young Hanabi are engaged in practice while Hayashi observes. Suddenly, the main gate swings open, prompting Hinata and Hanabi to pause and turn towards the entrance. There stands Neji, appearing travel-worn yet invigorated. Hinata rushes forward, exclaiming, Brother Neji, you're back. Neji responds warmly, Indeed, Lady Hinata and Lady Hanabi. He then approaches Hayashi, bows respectfully, and states, Lord Hayashi, I have returned. I apologize for any inconvenience caused. Hayashi helps Neji to his feet, chiding him gently. How many times must I remind you? There is no need to call me Lord Hayashi, simply refer to me as Uncle. Hinata and Hanabi echo this sentiment, prompting Neji to reply, Yes, Uncle. Hayashi then instructs Hinata, please prepare some food and fresh clothing for Neji. Hinata nods, Yes, Father. Hayashi continues, Now that you're back, rest well. Tomorrow, we shall practice together, and I wish to see the results of your training. Neji replies respectfully, Understood, Uncle. The following day, Neji and Hayashi venture to the outskirts of Konoha, standing a short distance apart on an open grassy field, with Hinata and Hanabi seated on nearby stones, watching intently. Hayashi addresses Neji, Shall we begin? Neji affirms, Yes, Uncle. Both swiftly form opposing hand signs, and the atmosphere is charged as their duel is about to commence. Hayashi strikes first, his speed noticeably heightened, yet Neji remains composed, effortlessly sidestepping the attack. In a flash, Neji unleashes a new technique of the gentle fist, sending invisible streams of chakra towards Hayashi with astonishing swiftness. Recognizing the impending danger, Hayashi retreats and spins in midair, releasing a powerful wave of chakra to counter Neji's assault. The two engage in a fierce exchange, their combined energies disrupting the surrounding grassland. As the battle unfolds, Neji, concealing his true strength, refrains from employing his new techniques. Finding himself at a disadvantage against Hayashi's seasoned offensives, he occasionally shifts tactics, catching Hayashi off guard momentarily. However, Hayashi, drawing upon his extensive combat experience, deftly counters Neji's unexpected maneuvers. Though Hayashi maintains the upper hand, he finds it challenging to subdue Neji, who has evidently surpassed his expectations. With a sharpened gaze, Hayashi resolves to unveil his true power. Simultaneously, Hayashi unleashes the 8 trigrams empty palm, shouting, Gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams empty wall palm. A formidable air cannon, far mightier than the standard 8 trigrams empty palm, hurtles toward Neji. This technique requires the simultaneous use of both hands to amplify its power, range, and impact, necessitating a significant amount of chakra or teamwork to mitigate chakra expenditure. In response to this overwhelming attack, Neji remains calm, planting his feet firmly on the ground and exclaiming, Gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams empty wall palm. He executes a similar technique, albeit with slightly less power than Hayashi's. Yet, the force is still considerable. Hayashi, taken aback, realizes that Neji, at his age, has already mastered this technique. The 2 air cannons collide, resulting in a violent explosion, enveloping the area in smoke. As the smoke clears, Hayashi remains astonished by Neji and Appo's performance. He relaxes his stance, laughing heartily and expressing his satisfaction. Haha, Neji, your progress is truly remarkable. Neji, bowing respectfully, replies, Thank you for your guidance, Uncle. Hinata and Hanabi rush over, their eyes filled with admiration, exclaiming, Father and Brother Neji are incredible. Indeed, it has been a long time since I witnessed such an exhilarating duel. Thus, this practice session concludes in a draw. Although neither party fought with full intensity, the encounter not only validated Neji's diligent efforts but also allowed Hayashi to glimpse the promising future of their clan. Hayashi, you have truly raised a remarkable son. Hayashi reflects, pondering the potential resolution of past grievances. As dusk falls, Neji and the others return to Hayashi's residence, where they gather indoors. Hayashi recounts the events that transpired in the village and the clan during Neji and Appo's absence, solemnly stating, Neji, there are a few matters I wish to discuss with you. The first concerns your father's passing. At that time, you were still very young, and Danzo, the leader of the root, sought to take you under his wing, intending to cultivate your strength. I refused him, citing your youth and lack of mastery over any clan techniques. After your remarkable displays during the Chunin exams, he approached me several times, all of which I declined for various reasons. However, following your departure for training, he has once again approached me, reiterating his interest in recruiting you. What are your thoughts on this? Listening to Hayashi's account, Neji falls into deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he earnestly replies, Uncle, I do not wish to join Root. There, I would merely become a tool for Danzo, devoid of emotion, executing tasks as a mere assassin. That is not the life I desire. Hayashi nods in satisfaction at Neji's words, saying, You are correct. I too do not wish for you to venture into such a dark place. Now, on to the second matter. The elders of the clan fear your prodigious talent and have refused to lift the caged bird seal, fearing that one day you may rebel against the main house and the Hyuga clan. What is your perspective on this? Neji contemplates before responding. Whether I would rebel is uncertain. If one day the Hyuga clan stands in opposition to the village, I would choose the side that champions peace and stability. Even if it means opposing you, uncle, I would not falter, even if it leads to my demise. Thus, it matters little whether the caged bird seal is lifted or not. Hayashi regards Neji with admiration. Neji, you have truly matured. I respect your decision. But I hope such a day never arrives. I will seek opportunities to help you lift your seal. After a moment of silence, Rizu solemnly declared, There is one final matter. I wish to initiate reforms within the Hinata clan, abolishing the system of the main family and branch families, retaining only the Council of Elders. From now on, there shall no longer be caged birds. Chapter 3. The grievances of the Hyuga clan. The words of Hisashi left Neji and the others utterly astounded, rendering them momentarily speechless. Hinata, upon hearing her father's declaration, exhibited signs of anxiety, while Neji fell into deep contemplation. It was the youthful Hanabi who broke the silence first, exclaiming, Father, have you lost your mind? This is utterly chaotic. Abolishing the main and branch families is something the elders will never agree to. The idea of eliminating the caged birds is even more absurd. What if there are those harboring resentment against the main family? Such a decision would undoubtedly plunge the clan into turmoil. Hisashi disregarded Hanabi's concerns and turned to Neji, inquiring, Neji, what is your perspective on this matter? After a moment of reflection, Neji responded, I believe Hanabi's apprehensions are not unfounded. Firstly, the elders of the main family will never relinquish their power to allow the branch family to operate independently. As for the caged birds, being one of the branch family myself, I understand all too well the feelings of being controlled by them. I have harbored resentment towards the main family, and I am familiar with the desire for vengeance. If there are indeed those with malicious intentions, once they are free from the constraints of the caged birds, they may seize the opportunity to endanger the main family. Should any casualties arise, the animosity between both factions would intensify. In the event of a rebellion, a confrontation between the main and branch families would surely lead to mutual destruction, potentially bringing calamity upon the Hyuga clan. Listening to Neji's analysis, Hisashi said, Your reasoning is sound, and your insights are quite logical. However, I have made my decision. I will find a way to address the elders of the main family. As for the members of the branch family, if there are indeed those who wish to rebel, I will use my own life to eradicate their resentment towards the main family. Father, Hinata and Hanabi interrupted, their expressions filled with concern. Hisashi waved them off and continued. After my death, you must not seek revenge. If anyone from the main family desires retribution, the three of you must prevent such actions. I must put an end to the decades-long inequality between the main and branch families in my generation. However, Father, Hinata began, only to be silenced by Neji, who interjected, Rest assured, Hinata, I will ensure that nothing happens to Uncle. He then addressed Hisashi, saying, Uncle, I understand your determination to bring about change for the clan, and I perceive the readiness with which you would sacrifice yourself for our family. Yet, it is precisely for this reason that you ought to live. If you perish, even if the branch family's rebellion is quelled, the elders of the main family, in their quest for dominance over the Hyuga clan, will undoubtedly reassert their control, perpetuating the very system we seek to dismantle and reinstating the caged birds. Everything will revert to square one. Even if we possess the capability to thwart them once or twice, as long as they remain, the situation will inevitably recur, rendering your sacrifice utterly meaningless. Upon hearing Neji's words, Hisashi fell into contemplation before replying, Have I not considered your points? However, the Council of Elders is indispensable to the Hyuga clan, serving as a necessary counterbalance to the clan leader, akin to the two ends of a scale. Only in this manner can power be prevented from becoming an individual's possession. Thus, the Council of Elders, regardless of its shortcomings, must be preserved. Neji, with a gentle smile, responded calmly, We can reselect the members of the council. We should choose individuals from within the clan who possess strength, reputation, and integrity. Furthermore, unlike before, we ought to include candidates from the current branch family who meet the same criteria. This approach would ensure fairness for both the main and branch families. If we manage to resolve all the issues between the two factions, we could eliminate the distinctions altogether. I propose that the hereditary system be abolished, allowing all members of the Hyuga clan to vote for the selection of the clan leader, enabling capable individuals to lead our family towards a brighter future. Excellent, Hisashi exclaimed, visibly thrilled. Your proposal is highly feasible. Not only does it address the council's excessive power, but it also fosters initial trust from the branch family, laying a solid foundation. Neji, you have truly been a tremendous help. Hisashi praised Neji for providing a solution, while Hinata and Hanabi felt a slight easing of their worries. Later that evening, following dinner, Hisashi advised Neji, you have worked diligently today. Make sure to rest well. Tomorrow, you should report to the 5th Hokage in the office, especially since you have been away for so long. Previously, Might Guy and your other comrades frequently inquired about your situation. There must be much to discuss. Neji bowed respectfully, replying, understood, uncle. I apologize for any trouble I may have caused you today. You should also rest well. Hisashi helped Neji to his feet and said, you have not troubled me, it is I who have burdened you. You have been of great assistance to me today. If Hayashi were alive now, he would surely be proud of your growth. Additionally, I must trouble you with one more matter. Please accompany me to the next clan meeting, as I hope we can finally put an end to the grievances of these past decades. Certainly, Neji affirmed. With that, Neji bid farewell to Hisashi, Hinata, and Hanabi. Upon returning home, he lay in bed, reflecting on the day's training with Hisashi, contemplating which details could be improved, and pondering the issues Hisashi had raised, particularly concerning the dynamics between the main and branch families. Lost in thought, he soon drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Neji resumed his daily practice of gentle fist techniques, which he diligently pursued whenever he was free from missions. After completing his training, he freshened up, donned clean clothes, and had breakfast before setting out to find Tsunade. On his way, he encountered Shikamaru, and after exchanging pleasantries, learned that Shikamaru was organizing this year's Chunin exams and was preparing to welcome the Wind Country's ambassador. After parting ways, Neji suddenly had a thought and turned back to call out to Shikamaru, only to find he had already walked out of earshot. He reassured himself, muttering, it can't be that coincidental, could it? With that, Neji continued on his way to the Hokage's office. Upon entering, he was greeted by a mountain of thick, stacked documents and the sound of Tsunade's complaints. Neji performed a respectful bow, saying, 5th Hokage, I have returned. Hearing his voice, Tsunade peeked out from behind the piles of paperwork and remarked, Neji, you're back. It's been nearly a year since we last saw each other. You seem stronger. Your journey must have been fruitful. Neji replied, thanks to your guidance, I have made some progress. I appreciate your concern, 5th Hokage. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, saying, no need for formalities. You haven't had the chance to see Guy and the others yet. I'm sure you have plenty to discuss. Neji awkwardly responded, actually, I prefer not to see them just yet. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted outside, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Chapter 4. Rock Lee's challenge. The sound of footsteps ceased as the door to the Hokage's office swung open with a loud bang. Neji closed his eyes. A frown etched on his face. In rushed Guy, accompanied by Lee and Tintin. Without hesitation, Guy and Lee enveloped Neji in a tight embrace, their faces pressed against his, rubbing back and forth as tears streamed down their cheeks. Neji, you're finally back. We met Shikamaru on the way, and he told us you returned. So we rushed to find you. We've been inquiring about you from your uncle every day, but there was no word. Now that you're back, we've missed you so much. Tintin, witnessing this scene, covered her face in embarrassment, while Tsunade looked on, speechless. Neji had held onto a glimmer of hope that Shikamaru wouldn't fortuitously encounter Guy and the others, but as fate would have it, his fears came to fruition. At that moment, Tsunade cleared her throat, bringing the enthusiastic duo back to reality. They sheepishly apologized. We're so sorry, Lady Tsunade. We were just too excited and forgot to greet you. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, saying, if there's nothing pressing, you may leave. It's been nearly a year since you last saw each other. Go and enjoy your reunion. After bidding farewell to Tsunade, the group made their way to Ichiraku Ramen, where they indulged in noodles while recounting the events of the past year. Guy and Lee primarily discussed missions with Neji, who had little to share, having dedicated the year solely to training. Suddenly, Neji felt a burning gaze upon him. Neji, let us duel. I challenge you. Lee exclaimed excitedly. Neji, setting down his bowl and chopsticks, thought to himself that the inevitable had arrived. Find a spot. I wish to see how much you've grown this year, he replied. Wait. Tintin interjected, eager to prevent the duel. She knew Lee and Appo's strength had vastly improved over the year, and though Neji had also trained diligently, she worried that he might not be able to contend with Lee. However, before she could voice her concerns, Guy interrupted. Do not impede the fervent spirit of youth. Tintin, noticing the seriousness in Guy's expression, swallowed her words, her face betraying her unease. In the afternoon, the four arrived at their usual training ground. Neji and Lee stood opposite each other, while Guy and Tintin watched from a distance. Lee was the first to speak. Neji, this time, I will surely defeat you. Neji smirked at Lee's declaration, replying, I have lost count of how many times I've heard that. Regardless of how many times you challenge me, The outcome will remain unchanged. You cannot surpass me. Li's expression turned earnest as he took his stance, ready to launch an attack. Hold on, Neji said calmly, pointing to Li's feet. Before we begin, remove your weights. I do not wish for you to make excuses for your defeat. Taken aback by Neji's words, Li turned to Guy, who smiled and gave him a thumbs up, his white teeth gleaming. Encouraged, Li eagerly removed the weights from his feet and tossed them aside. The heavy thud sending up a cloud of dust. Li was now more than ready. Meanwhile, Neji remained composed, unfazed by the unfolding scene. Come, he simply stated. With that, Li launched himself forward like an arrow, closing the distance between them in an instant. Tintin gasped, so fast. Li leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Neji's face, but Neji swiftly crouched to evade. Without giving Neji a moment to breathe, Li followed up with a downward strike. Yet Neji skillfully leaped back to avoid the attack. Li vanished like a phantom before Neji's eyes, prompting Neji to murmur, "The shadow dance leaf, is it?" Suddenly, Li reappeared beneath Neji, kicking upward with the force of a dragon. Neji leaned back once more, narrowly dodging the blow. Li's relentless assault continued like a tempest, providing Neji no respite. Each of Li's strikes came like lightning, his position shifting constantly, leaving only fleeting remnants of his movements before the next blow struck from another angle. Neji moved with fluidity, evading Li's attacks with remarkable agility. Watching the fierce exchange, Tintin clenched her fist in worry, sensing that Neji was being dominated by Li's offensive prowess. However, Guy noticed the subtleties in the fight. He thought to himself, though Li remains on the offensive, Neji is not truly at a disadvantage. He is masterfully controlling the distance. Each evasion is executed with precision, and he has yet to activate his Byakugan. As the battle unfolded, Li's speed intensified, while Neji continued to narrowly avoid each of Li's strikes. At that moment, Li's fist was poised to strike Neji, who leaped back to evade the incoming hit. Yet, Li flashed a confident, mischievous smile and suddenly pulled back, seizing the opportunity as Neji's balance faltered midair. With blinding speed, he appeared behind Neji, shouting, "It's over." He unleashed a thunderous kick aimed at Neji, who found himself with no avenue for escape. Tintin, witnessing the impending impact, instinctively covered her eyes. In that heart-stopping instant, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Just as Li's strike was about to connect, Neji vanished, causing Li's kick to land harmlessly in the air. The onlookers were left in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief as they searched for Neji's figure. "Surely, this is not your full strength. Show me your true abilities, or your victory will be hollow." Neji's voice, like a whispering specter, emerged from behind Li. Stunned by the sudden turn of events, Li struggled to process what had just happened, convinced that Neji could not have evaded that last strike. Quickly regaining his composure, he readied himself for another attack, muttering, "I don't know how you did that, but miracles cannot repeat themselves." He glanced at Guy, who nodded in encouragement. Then, Li raised his arms overhead, crossing his hands as he began to gather chakra, chanting, "The fourth gate, open." Chapter 5, The Challenge of Rock Lee, Part 2. In an instant, a vibrant green chakra enveloped Li, his skin turning crimson. Neji, witnessing this transformation, exclaimed with excitement, "Finally, he and Appos, revealing his true abilities. Is it the 8 gates? Now this is getting interesting." He then closed his eyes, concentrated his chakra, and declared, "Byakugan." In a fleeting moment, the veins around Neji's eyes bulged, and he gestured toward Li, saying, "Proceed." As soon as the words left his lips, Li launched his assault. His speed surged, faster than before, leaving a trail of dust and an overwhelming force in his wake. Just as Li's fist was about to make contact with Neji vanished like a specter, reappearing behind Li like a ghost. He muttered incantations, gentle fist technique, gentle step, soaring dance. "What is this? Body flicker technique?" exclaimed Guy, who was watching intently, clenching his fists in astonishment. "I can't believe he learned the body flicker technique in just a year." "The body flicker technique? ISN and Appos, that the high-speed movement technique used by you and Li?" Tintin questioned. Guy responded, "You and Appos, only half correct. The body flicker technique can be categorized into 2 types. The first involves high-speed movement like ours, while the second is a space-time ninjutsu, akin to the 4th Hokage, Minato, who could teleport without being constrained by terrain or distance. And which category does Neji's technique fall under?" Tintin inquired, puzzled. "I'm not entirely certain. As this is my first encounter with Neji's technique," Guy replied. He continued, "Observe Li's movements. Initially, he tends to have a preparatory or forceful motion, resulting in tangible physical changes such as cracked ground and swirling dust. However, with Neji, there are no such indications. His movements are so elusive that he can teleport elsewhere without a trace, indicating a high probability of space-time ninjutsu." Returning to the battle, Li sought to uncover the secret behind Neji's technique. He assessed the surrounding terrain before driving Neji into the air once more, planning to follow closely if Neji teleported nearby. Ready to attack, every action unfolded as Li intended, forcing Neji into the sky and unleashing a fierce offensive. Neji, as expected, vanished once again. Li swiftly scanned the possible locations where Neji might reappear, but to his astonishment, Neji did not materialize where he anticipated, seemingly vanishing into thin air. Suddenly, Tintin pointed upwards, exclaiming in surprise, "What is that?" Lee followed her gaze and found himself momentarily stunned. "Are you searching for me?" Neji hovered in midair, observing Lee's astonished expression with a mocking grin. "Now it's time for me to attack." In a flash, Neji appeared before Lee, speaking softly. Lee, caught off guard, reacted instinctively, retreating from Neji and Appo's striking range, acutely aware that even a single hit from the gentle fist could be perilous. "Quick on your feet." Neji smirked, a playful smile gracing his lips as he addressed Lee. Meanwhile, Neji subtly gathered chakra with his hands behind his back, suddenly pointing at Lee's foot, chanting, "Gentle fist technique." 8 trigrams air palm. A small air bullet shot towards Lee's foot, its impact seemingly minor, yet enhanced by the Byakugan, it precisely struck Lee's chakra point, instantaneously crippling one of his legs. Caught unawares by Neji's sudden assault, Lee was left defenseless. The speed and stealth of the attack rendered him incapable of responding. Although he had anticipated Neji's 8 trigrams air palm, he had not prepared for this particular maneuver, which lacked the typical telltale sign. In mere moments, Lee found himself at a disadvantage, compounded by the immense energy required to maintain the 8-gate state. It appeared that defeat was imminent. Just then, another air bullet surged towards him, striking the same chakra point, prompting Lee to exclaim in dismay. However, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. Instead of his chakra being disrupted, it flowed freely once more. The previous attack was merely a warm-up. "I've cleared your chakra pathways. Let us start anew," Neji said with an air of nonchalance. Lee's anger ignited at Neji's words. Initially, he had intended to leverage the speed and explosive power of the 8 gates to overwhelm Neji. But Neji had thwarted any chance of a direct confrontation. Instead, Neji's elusive body flicker technique kept Lee at bay, making it nearly impossible for him to land a blow. If it were solely a matter of the body flicker technique, Lee could accept it, as Neji had no significant advantage in their encounter. He thought that as long as they kept their distance, neither could gain the upper hand, provided he remained wary of Neji and Appo's air palm. Little did he know that Neji possessed such covert means of attack that rendered him defenseless. As one of his legs fell incapacitated, Lee recognized the grim reality of his situation. Yet, Neji's alternating between aggression and restraint incited a deep sense of humiliation within him, fueling his fury. "Neji, I will defeat you," Lee roared, his spirit surging dramatically. "Is this a breakthrough?" Guy marveled from the sidelines. Tintin looked on, bewildered. Is this what a breakthrough looks like? With the 6th gate now opened, Lee unleashed a fierce roar. Neji, across from him, wore a satisfied smile. This moment did not escape Guy's keen observation as he suddenly pieced together a realization. Lee prepared to channel his newfound momentum into a renewed offensive against Neji. Chapter 6, Lee's Challenge, Part 3. Little Lee began to accelerate, moving rapidly around Neji, stirring up dust in his wake. Suddenly, he lunged forward, aiming for a surprise attack on Neji. At the moment the attack was about to connect, Neji skillfully executed the body flicker technique to escape. However, as he regained his footing, he was unexpectedly followed by Little Lee. Just as he prepared to vanish again, he felt a sudden force pulling him back. Looking down, he realized that Little Lee had somehow wrapped a cloth band around his waist. With one hand, Little Lee exerted great strength to pull Neji back, while his other hand gathered energy, preparing to strike. Little Lee's strength was formidable, even with Neji's evasive maneuver. He could not break free from the binding. It seemed that there was no escape from Little Lee's impending blow. Just as Little Lee's fist was about to land, Neji utilized the heavenly spin technique midair, deflecting the punch and using the rotational force to break free from Little Lee's grasp. Neji, relieved, remarked to Little Lee, "That was truly dangerous. You almost hit me." Facing the 8 gates is no small feat. The two faced each other, both panting heavily. Nearby, Guy turned to Tintin and said, "It seems the outcome is clear. Lee has no chance left." "That must have been his final strike," Tintin questioned. "But he only missed once, and Neji seems exhausted as well. He should still have a chance, right?" Guy shook his head, responding, "That last attack was the limit of Little Lee's capabilities. The duration of the 8 gates is too long, and his momentum is waning. He has no strength left. In contrast, while Neji has expended some energy, he is still in a significantly better condition and can easily handle Lee's assaults. I suspect Neji still has tricks up his sleeve, with other hidden techniques yet to be revealed." As the two remained locked in their standoff, Neji took the initiative and launched an attack. With his hand sharpened by chakra, he executed a fierce air slash. The gentle fist, 8 trigrams air blade. Little Lee, seeing this, dared not delay and leaped into the air, narrowly evading the blow. However, in that moment of suspension, Neji's second strike followed swiftly, the 8 trigrams air palm. Knowing he could not avoid this attack, Little Lee gritted his teeth and braced himself with both hands to block it. The impact was thunderous, sending Little Lee flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing through multiple trees before finally halting his trajectory. Just as he regained his composure, a hand pressed against his neck from behind. "Lee, you have lost," Neji stated calmly from behind him, having anticipated Little Lee and Appo's landing when he struck him. Neji had used the body flicker technique to position himself behind Little Lee. At that moment, Little Lee, deflated like a punctured ball, released the 8 gates and collapsed to the ground. With a resigned shake of his head, he admitted, "In the end, I succumbed to you. I truly believed I could defeat you this time, yet I fell short. My training is still insufficient. I must strive harder." Neji scoffed dismissively, retorting, "No matter how many times you come at me, the result will always be the same. You will never defeat me." At that moment, Guy and Tintin approached, both offering consolation to Little Lee. "Lee, Neji is a genius. How could you possibly win against him?" Tintin exclaimed. "Oh, weren't you just worried about Neji?" Guy laughed. "Really? I don't recall such a thing." "Lee, from tomorrow, we resume our rigorous training," Guy declared. "All right, teacher Guy." Thus, the duel between Neji and Little Lee concluded with Neji's victory. As they chatted, Tintin suddenly asked curiously, "Neji, that body flicker technique you used earlier, what is it? Can you teach me?" Guy and Little Lee also turned their attention to Neji, with Guy inquiring, "I too wish to understand that technique. How you can vanish and appear elsewhere without a trace. I initially thought it was space-time ninjutsu, but seeing Lee bind you, I dismissed that notion." Neji's expression grew serious as he replied, "I'll explain that later." Then he turned to Guy, saying, "Guy, did you notice?" Guy nodded. "I noticed early on. They have been following us since we left the Hokage's office. However, they do not seem to harbor ill intentions. I simply wonder what their purpose is." Little Lee and Tintin, confused by their conversation, asked, "What? Are we being followed? Who are they?" Neji smiled confidently, "We don't know who they are. Let us just ask them." With that, Neji vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, not far from Neji and the others, 2 individuals wearing animal masks were observing them. Suddenly, as Neji reappeared behind them, he mockingly asked, "Excuse me, gentlemen, is there something you need?" Startled, the 2 turned and immediately retreated, creating distance. They had witnessed Neji's fierce battle with Little Lee and already understood the peculiar nature of Neji's movements. Experiencing it firsthand made them acutely aware of the technique's power. While it may not rival the 2nd or 4th Hokage's space-time body flicker techniques, it was still astonishing. One of them spoke, "Hyuga Neji, we are members of Root. Lord Danzo wishes to speak with you. We request that you come with us." Upon hearing this, Neji's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he cautiously replied, "What if I refuse? If that is the case, then do not blame us for using force." Both men tightened their grips on the short swords hidden behind them. Just then, a strong gust of wind swept through. The 2 turned to face the source of the disturbance, and in an instant, Might Guy rushed toward them, vigilant. He asked Neji, "Neji, who are these 2? "They are from Root," Neji replied. Guy's expression darkened, and he thought, "So Neji has attracted the attention of Root. What could this mean?" He then spoke sternly to the 2 men, "Go back and tell Lord Danzo that we will visit him another day for a discussion." The 2, realizing Neji's speed and deducing that Might Guy's speed was likely comparable, were apprehensive. Given Neji's gentle fist technique, they had already struggled against him. Guy's prowess far exceeded that of Neji. Besides the 5th Hokage, there was hardly anyone in Konoha who could match him. With just Neji, they might have had a chance to coerce him, but with Guy present, the situation had become uncertain. The 2 exchanged glances, reached a silent agreement. And one of them said, "Might Guy, Neji, we hope you will honor your word. We shall await your esteemed presence." With that, they vanished in an instant. Neji and Guy returned to Little Lee and Tintin, who anxiously inquired, "Teacher Guy, what happened with those who were following us?" Neji reassured them, "Do not worry. They are from Konoha and seek me for something. It is resolved now." Guy, still serious, turned to Neji, "When did Root start tracking you?" Neji surveyed his surroundings and stated, "This is not the place for such discussions. We should relocate." Thus, the 4 of them returned to the village. Chapter 7. Shimura Danzo within the estate of the Hyuga clan. Neji and his companions, including Guy, engaged in a discussion regarding the events of the day. Neji conveyed to them Danzo's intention to recruit him into the Root organization. Upon hearing Neji's words, Guy's expression turned grave, while Sakura and Tintin appeared bewildered. "Wait, Teacher Guy, Neji, what is going on? What is Root? Why are they inviting you to join? Isn't Lord Danzo a comrade of the 3rd Hokage? Why do you both look so troubled?" Tintin, unable to suppress her curiosity, inquired. Sakura, "Tintin, the less you know about Root, the better. Just understand that you should keep your distance from this organization and from Danzo. They embody the darkness of Konoha," Guy explained earnestly to Sakura and Tintin. Upon witnessing Guy's demeanor and listening to his words, Sakura and Tintin felt a chilling sense of foreboding regarding Root. Guy then turned to Neji and remarked, "It seems that Danzo's interest in you is not merely about inviting you to join. My intuition suggests he harbors deeper motives. What do you plan to do?" Neji nodded in agreement, stating, "I sense that matters are not so straightforward. He must have ulterior motives. We shall see. I will go find Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and Shino to assist." Sakura proposed from the side. However, Neji promptly rejected her suggestion, saying, "There is no need to involve them. I can handle this alone." "No way. Neji, that is far too reckless," Sakura exclaimed, visibly agitated by Neji's words. "Indeed, Neji, if Root is as terrifying as you say, we should seek some assistance." Tenen chimed in, echoing Sakura's sentiment. We are not going to fight. My presence alone suffices. More people would only complicate matters. As a member of the Hyuga clan, they wouldn't dare harm me, so you needn't follow, Neji asserted resolutely. Neji. Sakura and Tenten expressed their astonishment at his decision, imploring, don't be stubborn. Let us help you. I have made my decision. There is no need for further discussion. I only ask that you grant me one request, Neji interjected, gesturing for silence to prevent Sakura and Tenten from continuing, addressing Guy and the others. What request? Sakura and Tenten inquired. Neji entrusted them with. Though this concerns the internal affairs of the Hyuga clan, should anything happen to me, I wish for you to assist my uncle in resolving the conflicts between the main and branch families. Don't speak such nonsense. You won't come to harm. Once we handle the matter with Root, we will address the issues within the Hyuga clan together. Right, teacher Guy? Sakura responded. Guy, deep in thought, did not reply to Sakura. Suddenly, he instructed, Sakura, Tenten, keep a close watch on Neji. Do not allow him to act recklessly alone. I have matters to attend to. With that, Guy leaped outside and dashed away. As Sakura emerged from the house to inquire about Guy's whereabouts, he had already vanished. At that moment, a commotion erupted within the room, prompting Sakura to rush back inside. She found Tenten collapsed on the ground, unconscious, with Neji nearby. Sakura hurried to assist Tenten, checking her condition while questioning Neji about the situation. Neji, what happened to Tenten? Was she attacked? Sakura asked anxiously. I'm sorry. Huh? Neji, you? Sakura barely heard Neji's words before feeling a sudden pain at the nape of her neck, causing her to lose consciousness. Neji carefully observed the two individuals lying on the ground, confirming their physical well-being before exiting the house and stepping into the courtyard. Could you kindly take me to see Lord Danzo? Neji softly inquired into the darkness outside, patiently awaiting a response from the shadows. From the darkness emerged two figures clad in masks, who replied, Hyuga Neji, please follow us. In an instant, the three figures vanished into the night, deep beneath Konoha. Within the base of Root, the masked members escorted Neji to Danzo's location. Upon reaching a certain point, the two members suddenly knelt on one knee, heads bowed, and addressed the darkness. Lord Danzo, we have brought Hyuga Neji. Thank you for your efforts. An aged voice echoed from the shadows. A figure gradually emerged, revealing a bandaged left eye, shoulder, and hand, a scar on the chin, and leaning on a cane. Lord Danzo, it is good to see you. Neji respectfully greeted the figure. Neji, it has been a long time since your father's passing. You were so young then. I cannot believe so many years have passed. And you still remember this old man. Danzo replied, then motioned for the other two to rise. What matter brings you to summon me, Lord Danzo? Neji inquired with reverence. I have called you here for two main reasons. First, I would like to invite you to join Root. What say you? Danzo earnestly proposed to Neji. Lord Danzo, if you require my assistance, I shall not hesitate. Neji responded after a moment of silence. Danzo narrowed his eyes, listening to Neji and Appo's reply with a satisfied expression. Neji then continued, however, if joining Root means becoming your tool for murder, I must respectfully decline. Hyuga Neji, do you dare show disrespect to Lord Danzo? The two members beside him reprimanded Neji upon hearing his response. Danzo, however, raised a hand to silence them. Neji bowed his head, remaining silent as he awaited Danzo's response. Danzo then spoke to Neji. We shall deliberate on this matter later. Take your time to consider it further. He paused before continuing, now, I wish to discuss the second matter with you. Neji was taken aback by Danzo's unexpected humility, realizing that this ruthless figure was displaying such deference. He promptly clasped his hands and said, My lord, please proceed. Danzo spoke slowly. Neji, I hope you can help me monitor every move of Hisashi. Report anything of significance to me and recount your conversation from the day you return. Neji was astounded by Danzo and Appo's request, realizing this was his true intention. He hurriedly replied, Lord Danzo, you want me to spy on my uncle, the head of the Hyuga clan? I cannot do that. Any misstep could cost me my life. As for my return, my uncle did not discuss anything significant. It was merely casual pleasantries. Please forgive me. Upon hearing Neji's response, Danzo opened his eyes and said, You may proceed without fear. There will be support for you in the shadows, and you will not be in danger. If you agree, I can arrange for someone to lift the burden of the caged bird from you. What? The caged bird? Chapter 8. The faux beast painting. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Neji felt a surge of terror. Release the caged bird? Isn't that a privilege reserved solely for the Hyuga clan leader and the elder of the main house? He had not anticipated that Danzo's influence had extended so far. Danzo continued, Not only can I help you liberate the caged bird, but you can also become a member of the Hyuga main house. Neji did not doubt Danzo's words. He believed in Danzo's capability. Neji replied, I apologize, Lord Danzo. I fear that I lack the ability to take on such a responsibility and would disappoint your expectations. You dare to refuse me? Danzo's tone shifted from gentle to fierce. Neji, sensing this change, quickly denied, No, Lord Danzo. Neji merely feels the weight of the matter and fears that I might jeopardize your plans. Please allow me a few days to contemplate before making a decision. Danzo responded, "Consideration is acceptable, but there is no need to return. You shall remain here. When you have reached a conclusion, provide me with your answer." He then commanded the two individuals beside him, "Take Neji to rest, ensure he is well treated, and do not neglect our guest." Thus, Neji was escorted to the entrance of a modest room. Although not spacious, it contained a bed, a chair, a restroom, and various daily necessities. Upon entering, the door was locked from the outside, and guards were stationed at the entrance. Neji swiftly analyzed the situation. Uncle must have caught Danzo's attention. He must have sensed my uncle's covert actions. There is undoubtedly a mole by my uncle's side. Otherwise, Danzo would not be aware of our private conversation. My primary objective now is to escape and return to the clan. Activating his Byakugan, Neji sought to survey his surroundings. But his hopes were dashed as he discovered a barrier surrounding the door. He muttered, "It seems that escaping is not as simple as I had hoped." As he scrutinized the room, his gaze fell upon a stool next to the wardrobe, which sparked an idea. He concealed the stool beneath the table, summoned a shadow clone, and then struck the wall beside the door, causing it to crumble. Dust erupted, and a guard immediately pursued Neji as he fled the room. Another guard entered to investigate, found nothing amiss, and followed suit. At that moment, the stool beside the wardrobe suddenly emitted wisps of white smoke. Neji dispelled the transformation technique and, upon seeing that the guards had departed, swiftly made his escape. He maneuvered cautiously, avoiding detection as he reached the main hall. After ensuring that the area was deserted, he headed towards the exit. Suddenly, a few creatures resembling stone lions lunged at Neji. Activating his Byakugan once more, he observed that chakra flowed within them. Yet they lacked the biological connective tissue typical of living beings. Neji had never encountered such creatures before and did not dare to underestimate them. He promptly initiated an attack to prevent them from closing in. Soft Fist Technique. 8 trigrams air palm. He unleashed an 8 trigrams air palm towards the creatures. The monsters evaded his strike by leaping aside, roaring as they continued their assault on Neji. They displayed remarkable agility, and seizing the moment when one was about to strike. Neji utilized the swift escape technique to position himself behind the creature and executed another 8 trigrams air palm, successfully vanquishing one. The defeated creature disintegrated into a puddle of black liquid, exuding the scent of ink. Observing this, Neji pondered deeply, but new attacks were imminent. He employed the same strategy, utilizing swift escape while launching surprise attacks with 8 trigrams air palm. However, this time, his efforts were in vain. The creatures, thwarted in their attack, swiftly retreated without affording Neji another chance to strike. Neji furrowed his brow, realizing these monsters possessed cunning. After a moment's contemplation, he began to retreat while evading their advances, eventually finding himself cornered by several creatures. Ceasing his attacks, the monsters charged at him all at once. Just as they were about to reach him, Neji executed the heavenly spin, sending the creatures flying, each dissolving into a pool of black water. Hyuga Neji, this long-haired beast, is indeed formidable. A shadowy figure murmured from the darkness. As Neji dispatched the remaining creatures, he barely had time to catch his breath before a swarm of snakes approached him. The serpents twisted and leaped towards him. After felling a portion with his air palm, the relentless wave of snakes continued to surge forth. As they drew near, Neji ascended into the air using swift escape. Suddenly, several birds swooped towards him. Neji immediately countered with an 8 trigrams air palm, but the birds, swift and small, adeptly evaded his attack and pressed on. Neji deftly maneuvered through the air, dodging their relentless onslaught while analyzing the situation. It appears these creatures are manifestations of ink. Not mere puppets, they possess consciousness. Their diversity is staggering, yet their attack methods are singular and their power average. They seem intent on stalling me. I must conclude this swiftly. Neji focused on the writhing snakes below, searching for their source. Is it there? He spotted a passage from which snakes continued to emerge. Utilizing swift escape, he darted into the tunnel and located the hidden adversary. "Found you," he exclaimed, launching an 8 trigrams air palm. Startled, the enemy was caught off guard by Neji and Appo's speed and could only raise a hand in defense as the force of the palm sent them crashing backward. Neji pressed the advantage, preparing for a second strike. Multiplication technique. Just as his second blow was about to land, a massive palm suddenly intervened, blocking Neji's attack. Chapter 9. Reinforcements. Neji observed the familiar technique and pondered. Is this the jutsu of the Akimichi clan? It seems there is no time to waste. I must depart immediately. Neji realized that the current situation was exceedingly unfavorable for him. He intended to utilize the shifting technique to escape, but suddenly sensed something amiss. To his astonishment, he found himself immobilized. Unbeknownst to him, he had fallen victim to the enemy's binding technique, exclaiming in disbelief. Is this the secret art of the Nara clan? After the Akimichi clan, now it is the Nara clan, coupled with the previous summoning technique. This truly is a land of hidden talents, Neji mused. Ninjutsu, shadow imitation technique. At that moment, another enemy approached Neji slowly. Under the enemy and Appo's control, Neji too began moving toward him. As the enemy drew near, he taunted, "Hyuga Neji, I've got you." Neji, regarding the adversary before him with disdain, replied with a smirk. Oh, is that so? Neji gathered chakra throughout his body. Gentle fist, air sphere. Suddenly, he unleashed a blast of air from the front of his body, propelling it toward the enemy. The foe, caught off guard by Neji's strike, was sent flying. This technique evolved from the 8 trigrams air palm, utilizing various parts of the body to release chakra-generated air blasts to attack the enemy. No longer confined to a single part of the body, any area could now unleash this force. The 8 trigrams air palm and 8 trigrams air blade are just a few of the techniques derived from it, forming the essence of the shifting technique. By emitting air blasts from different body parts, the instantaneous explosive power achieved allows for rapid movement, even in midair, enabling adjustments to one's form. The longer the charge time for a technique, the greater its explosive force and range. Conversely, a shorter charge time diminishes both power and range but enhances release speed and the margin for error between techniques, making them more versatile and conserving chakra, ideal for prolonged battles. A longer charge time, while increasing power and explosive force, also results in greater chakra consumption, suitable for decisive finishing moves. Though Neji's previous strike was not particularly powerful, its close-range execution left the enemy with little choice but to defend clumsily. The shadow imitation technique was subsequently dispelled. Neji, unwilling to linger, immediately employed the shifting technique toward the main hall. Upon re-entering the hall, he couldn't help but chuckle wryly at the sight before him. Is this where it ends? The hall was filled with enemies, all fixated on him. From the shadows above, a voice, deep and aged, inquired, Neji, is this the answer you provide after careful consideration? As the figure emerged, it was none other than Danzo Shimura, the leader of Root. Lord Danzo, please forgive my impudence. I cannot condone sacrificing family for personal gain. I ask for your understanding, Neji said, realizing escape was no longer an option, and spoke with a heavy heart. Very well. I suspect matters are not progressing as smoothly as anticipated. Do not blame me for my subordinate's ruthlessness, Danzo replied coldly, then instructed his men, do not interfere. I shall deal with this personally. With that, Danzo slowly unwrapped the bandage from his right eye. At that moment, a tremendous noise erupted at the entrance of the hall. The great doors burst open, crashing against the walls and raising a cloud of dust. Everyone's attention was drawn to the sound, their gazes fixed on the entrance. As the dust settled, several figures emerged. Danzo focused intently, recognizing the newcomers as Tsunade, Kakashi, Guy, Lee, Tenten, and a host of AMBU shinobi. Tsunadeheim. Danzo glared at her, halting his actions. Kakashi, Lee, Tenten, and the others leaped down to Neji and Appo's side, standing guard against the surrounding foes. Neji, are you alright? Guy inquired with concern. Rest assured, I am fine. But what is happening? Why has the 5th Hokage come? Neji asked, intrigued by the unfolding situation. At that moment, I couldn't think of a solution, so I sought Kakashi. He instructed me to return to find you while he went to locate your uncle regarding Danzo's actions. Your uncle sought the 5th Hokage's assistance. When I arrived at your home, I only found Lee and Tenten unconscious. I deduced you had ventured here alone. So I immediately returned with Kakashi and the others to rescue you, Guy explained while remaining vigilant against the enemies. Meanwhile, Danzo confronted Tsunade, saying, Princess Tsunade, why have you brought so many people here to confront me? Danzo, the head of the Hyuga clan informed me that his nephew accidentally lost his way and ended up here. I was asked to escort him home, so please be accommodating. Also, I apologize for the unintentional damage to your door. I will arrange repairs, Tsunade replied in an almost flippant tone. One of the Root members then asked Danzo, Lord Danzo, what should we do now? Danzo waved his hand, signaling everyone to withdraw, then spoke to Neji. Neji, since your uncle has sent someone to retrieve you, you may leave. Be cautious on your own and do not lose your way again. Upon hearing Danzo's seemingly concerned words, Neji felt a cold sweat break out and responded, Lord Danzo, I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. I hope you can forgive my transgressions. He then bowed respectfully to Danzo. Danzo said nothing further, merely gesturing for everyone to depart. Neji, let us leave for now. We can discuss everything later, Kakashi said, approaching Neji. Neji nodded. Thus, the group exited the Root base. Chapter 10, Kakashi and Appo's solution. After leaving the Root, the group arrived at Hayashi and Appo's residence, where Hayashi, Hinata, and Hanabi awaited their arrival at the entrance. Hayashi graciously invited everyone inside, and they settled into the living room. Neji promptly recounted his conversation with Danzo to Hayashi, informing him of the potential spies within their clan. Tsunade, visibly irate, directed her ire at Neji, demanding to know what he had done to attract the old man's attention. Faced with her inquiry, Neji chose silence, observing his reticence. Tsunade angrily seized Neji by the collar, prompting Kakashi and Guy to intervene, while Lee, Tenten, Hinata, and Hanabi watched in silence, hesitant to interject. Tsunade cast a quick glance at Hayashi, who then spoke up, calmly suggesting, please do not press him, I shall explain the situation. Upon hearing Hayashi's words, Tsunade released her grip on Neji and took a seat. The others followed suit, and Hayashi proceeded to narrate the circumstances. After listening to him, the majority, except for Neji, Hinata, and Hanabi were taken aback by Hayashi's plans. Tsunade analyzed the situation, stating, setting aside whether your plan can be executed successfully, the elders of the Hyuga clan, along with Root, will be your greatest obstacles. Furthermore, even if your plan succeeds and the branch family members are liberated, have you considered the aftermath? Hayashi remained silent. His eyes closed in contemplation. Tsunade continued, if the branch family loses the constraints of the caged bird seal, the Hyuga clan will be exposed to the prying eyes of enemy nations. The Uchiha clan serves as a prime example. Their Sharingan was coveted by ninja from all countries. Moreover, even within our village, Orochimaru once coveted the Sharingan, leading to the manipulation of Sasuke Uchiha and ultimately to the tragic fate of the Uchiha clan at the hands of Itachi. If the branch family relinquishes the caged bird seal, the Hyuga clan may face a similar fate. Have you pondered this? Tsunade further added, should that occur, the risk of exposure will not be limited to the Hyuga clan. It may endanger all of Konoha and even the Fire Country. Tsunade's words resonated with undeniable logic, leaving Hayashi to support his head with a hand, deep in thought. At that moment, Neji's voice broke the silence. Lady Fifth, you may not understand, but from the moment life begins, one is branded with the label of a slave, constantly facing the threat of death without the power to resist. To attain freedom, regardless of the enemy and Appo's identity or the number of adversaries, I would fight fiercely for that freedom. Even if it cost me my eyes, I would not regret it until my last breath. His words left the room in silence, all eyes fixed on Neji, whose tragic past of losing his parents and growing up alone almost led him astray. Only after overcoming his inner turmoil did he release his resentment and, through relentless effort, become a remarkable ninja. Tsunade was moved by Neji's declaration, yet her own powerlessness frustrated her, and she slammed her hand down on the table, shattering it to pieces before sulking to the side. The onlookers were speechless, unable to devise a solution. Then, Kakashi, lazily scratching the back of his head, interjected with a smile, everyone, I believe I may have a solution to the caged bird issue. His words drew the astonished gazes of all present. Hinata quickly inquired, Kakashi-sensei, what is your solution? Kakashi replied, if the concern is merely about the Byakugan being stolen, one could lift the caged bird seal and apply a new sealing technique. The condition would be that the Hyuga clan would voluntarily release or automatically release the Byakugan in the event of dire circumstances or sacrifice. Upon hearing Kakashi's proposal, the room brightened with newfound clarity. Oh, indeed. Applying a new seal is such a straightforward solution. Why did we not think of it before? At this point, Tsunade's frustration intensified, and she grabbed Kakashi by the collar, shaking him while berating, you little brat. If you had a solution, why not tell me quietly? When I was at my wit's end, you easily resolved the issue. Are you trying to embarrass me? Do you think you're clever, you little rascal? I'll make you pay for this. As Tsunade unleashed her fury on Kakashi, Guy fervently defended him, but Tsunade, with a fierce glare, seized Guy and commenced to thrash both him and Kakashi together. Finally, laughter erupted among the group. Hayashi then respectfully addressed Tsunade, Lady Fifth. I kindly request your approval for my plan. Tsunade released her grip on Kakashi and Guy, expressing her exasperation. Since we have reached this point, you may proceed. I will handle the matter of the new seal. It can be completed in a couple of days. Thank you for your assistance, Lady Fifth. Hayashi expressed his gratitude. He then turned to Neji and said, Neji, please come to me tomorrow. I have matters to discuss. Yes, uncle, Neji replied. It appeared the storm clouds were beginning to disperse, and the sun would soon shine once more as things slowly progressed in a positive direction. Hayashi breathed a sigh of relief, addressing Neji, indeed. At that moment, Kakashi leaned closer to Tsunade, saying, Lady Fifth, Don and Appo's. Forget about the door of Root and Hayashi and Appo's table. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Tsunade retaliated with another round of punishment. Laughter echoed throughout Hayashi's home, while outside, a shadow observed the lively scene within. Chapter 11. The Hidden Enemy. After bidding farewell, the group prepared to depart from Hinata's residence. At that moment, Neji called out to Kakashi, and the two exchanged a few hushed words. Kakashi and Appo's expression turned serious, as if he had made a promise to Neji. Subsequently, they parted ways in different directions. As Neji walked home alone, he ventured into a secluded area and suddenly whispered, Come out. Following me is futile in the presence of these eyes. At that moment, a figure emerged slowly from the corner of the alley. Neji turned to gaze intently. Is it you? The newcomer remained silent and charged directly at Neji. Observing the lack of words from his opponent, Neji assumed a defensive stance, Byakugan. Immediately, the adversary thrust their fingers toward Neji's chest. Neji sidestepped the attack, deflecting his opponent's hand, and retaliated with the same technique, only to have it blocked by the opponent's left hand. Their strengths were evenly matched, and in a brief span, they exchanged numerous blows at a rapid pace. Neji sternly inquired, Why have you betrayed Lord Izashi? The opponent, as if oblivious to Neji's words, continued their assault. Neji then noticed a peculiar change in his adversary. What is this? The opponent and Appo's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, targeting Neji and Appo's vital points. In response, Neji tempered his offensive, evading the onslaught as the opponent began to falter. At that moment, Neji executed a swift maneuver, darting behind his opponent to launch a sneak attack with the 8 trigrams air palm. However, the adversary seemed to possess an uncanny awareness and leaped aside, avoiding the strike. Realizing his ambush had failed, Neji lamented, "Indeed, a surprise attack is ineffective before the Byakugan." Undeterred, Neji pressed on with his assault, utilizing the air palm technique several times. But each effort was deftly evaded by the opponent. As the adversary closed the distance, Neji utilized the gentle step technique to create space. The opponent swung a hand through the air as Neji gathered chakra in his palm, forming a transparent energy sphere reminiscent of a Rasengan. The sphere floated slowly in the air, swaying with Neji's fingers. With a flick of his hand, he sent the energy sphere flying toward the opponent. Soft fist technique. 8 trigrams palm, control sphere. Seeing the projectile hurtling towards him at high speed, the opponent chose not to confront it directly, instead sidestepping. Just as he thought he had evaded the attack and was about to charge at Neji, the sphere returned, forcing him to dodge once more. Neji's technique allowed him to sense the chakra within the sphere, enabling him to control it remotely. Although the attack lacked power, its ability to ensnare and disrupt was formidable, keeping the adversary entangled. As time passed, the adversary began to show signs of fatigue, their breaths growing labored, and their agility diminished. After being struck several times by Neji and Appo's energy sphere, the opponent finally relinquished their struggle and attempted to retreat. Observing the retreat, Neji refrained from pursuing, allowing the energy sphere to dissipate as the enemy distanced themselves. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Earth release, Earth flow wall." A massive earthen wall rose in the path of the fleeing adversary, adorned with grotesque dog heads. Standing atop the wall was Kakashi, silver-haired and vigilant. The earlier exchange between Neji and Kakashi had been a strategic ploy to lure out the enemies surrounding Hisashi, with the intention of capturing them. While Neji engaged the opponent, Kakashi had surveyed the surroundings, confirming the absence of additional foes. He had initially intended to assist Neji, but, seeing him handle the situation adeptly, opted to remain an observer until the enemy attempted to flee. Kakashi inwardly mused, "Neji has grown considerably stronger since the Nin exams. I wonder what has become of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura." The brilliance of this young prodigy reminded him of his own beloved students. Kakashi's attention shifted to the adversary before him. "Is that Hiashi?" he queried, addressing the figure with braided hair and the Byakugan. The adversary ignored his question and bolted in another direction. Kakashi, perplexed, wondered, "Is he under a Jinjutsu?" He quickly formed hand seals. Ninjutsu, summoning technique, pursuing form. A cloud of white smoke erupted, and several ninja hounds dashed after the fleeing figure. In no time, they apprehended him. The adversary struggled against the hound's grip, desperate to escape. Kakashi and Neji approached the captured individual, and Neji gestured to Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi understood Neji's intent and nodded, allowing him to handle the situation with the captured foe. A fellow branch member. Neji formed a hand seal and chanted, "Release." Instantly, the adversary lost consciousness. Neji then turned to Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, I shall take him to see Lord Hisashi. Will you accompany me?" Kakashi retrieved a book from his pocket, casually reading as he replied, "Sure, I have no other engagements. Let us return together to see Lord Hisashi." Before long, Neji and Kakashi, with the unconscious adversary in tow, arrived back at Hisashi's residence. Upon seeing Neji, Kakashi, and the subdued foe, Hisashi inquired about the events that transpired. Neji recounted the details of the encounter. Listening intently, Hisashi directed his attention to the unconscious individual and formed hand seals. The adversary stirred, rubbing his forehead as his eyes gradually opened. Confused, he gazed around and asked, "Lord Hisashi, Kakashi-sensei, Neji, what has happened? How did I end up here?" Hisashi responded, "Hiashi, do you have no recollection of what transpired earlier?" The adversary pondered, rubbing his head, before stating, "I believe I encountered Danzo on my way home, but beyond that, I cannot recall anything." "Very well, rest now," Hisashi instructed. His fists clenched tightly as he uttered, "Danzo." Elsewhere, in the shadows, Danzo sat in meditation, suddenly opening his eyes, murmuring, "Have I been discovered?" He then closed his eyes once more, as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 12. The Caged Bird. On the following morning, Neji awoke from his slumber, tidied himself, and prepared to greet Hisashi. The night before, he had returned with Kakashi and Hiashi to the Hyuga residence, where he was graciously invited to stay overnight. Kakashi, however, had politely declined the invitation and departed alone. As Neji pushed open his door, he discovered Hinata standing at the entrance. Upon seeing Neji, Hinata spoke, "Lord Neji, Lord Hiashi has instructed me to wait for your awakening and escort you to him." Neji nodded in acknowledgement and followed her to find Hiashi. They arrived at the training room's entrance, where Hinata opened the door. Inside, Neji noticed not only Hiashi and Hinata, but also Hayashi's brother, Hisashi, and Firegate. Upon seeing Neji, they all greeted him with nods. Hiashi then instructed Neji and Hinata to take their seats. Hiashi turned to Hisashi and the others, stating, "Hisashi, Irika, Firegate, and Hinata, I have a matter of great importance that I wish to discuss with you all. It pertains to the future of the Hyuga clan. He proceeded to unveil his plans. And upon hearing them, the four exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe their ears. Hisashi then knelt before Hayashi, pleading, "Lord Hayashi, please retract your orders. Do not place yourself in danger for our sake." Irika echoed Hisashi's sentiments, stating, "Indeed, Lord Hayashi, we are willing to serve you, even unto death." With that, all four bowed deeply, beseeching him to reconsider. Hayashi, hearing their words, replied, "You may rise." The four stood upright, and Hayashi continued. "Each of your lives belongs to you alone, not to be sacrificed for another. You will each have families of your own. Learn to cherish your lives and live for yourselves." Despite Hayashi's words, they once again bowed, urging him to withdraw his command. Hayashi, firm in his stance, asserted, "If you still heed my words, then rise. I do not require your sacrifices on my behalf." The four, silenced by his resolve, expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Hayashi. We shall not forget your kindness." Hayashi then commanded them to stand, proclaiming, "From this day forth, I shall impart the clan's secret techniques to you. Study diligently, and in time, you will pass them on to the other clan members. Neji, Hinata, and Hanabi, you two will bear the weight of the Hyuga clan's future." Having spoken, Hayashi led everyone outside to the courtyard, where he demonstrated the 8 trigrams empty palm for them to learn. Soon, they all dispersed to practice individually. After some time, Hayashi gathered them once more and announced, "Shortly, I shall lift the caged bird seal from Neji. The rest of you shall maintain vigilance." Everyone nodded in agreement. Though Neji appeared somewhat apprehensive, for countless days and nights, he had longed for the removal of the caged bird seal, yet now that the moment had arrived, he found it difficult to believe. Following Hayashi into the training room, he began to arrange the unsealing formation. He then instructed Hinata, Hanabi, and Summer, "Take positions at the door to stand guard. Hisashi, Irika, and Firegate, you will restrain Neji during the procedure to prevent him from moving excessively." Guiding Neji to remove his shirt, Hayashi advised, "You may experience significant pain. The process may be prolonged, but you must endure." Neji responded, "Understood, uncle," and closed his eyes. Hayashi began forming hand seals, channeling chakra, and suddenly directed his energy towards Neji's caged bird seal, exclaiming, "Release." A surge of chakra flooded Neji's mind, and he was instantly engulfed in a searing agony, as if his brain were being torn apart, piercing every nerve like 1,000 needles. He screamed in torment, sweat pouring from his body. Hisashi and the others strained to hold him down, struggling against his attempts to break free. As the strange characters began to emerge from the seal on his forehead and flowed down to the ground, Neji could no longer withstand the pain. His eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. In that moment, his spirit seemed to enter another realm, surrounded by an expanse of white, devoid of any form. Just as confusion set in, a voice resonated, "Ah, so someone has finally arrived here." Neji turned towards the voice, and a figure materialized, a middle-aged man clad in a white robe, with long black hair, a strikingly handsome face, and eyes that were unmistakably Byakugan. His features bore a resemblance to Neji and Appo's, yet he was unfamiliar. Neji respectfully inquired, "Greetings, esteemed elder. Might I ask where this is and why I am here?" The mysterious man did not answer Neji's question, but instead launched an attack. With a swift motion, he unleashed an 8 trigrams empty palm towards Neji. Caught off guard, Neji instinctively leaped sideways, narrowly evading the blow. Undeterred, the stranger continued his assault, unleashing a flurry of 8 trigrams empty palms. Neji found himself forced to dodge and evade, demanding, "Who are you, and why are you attacking me?" The figure finally replied, "Is this all the skill the young ones of the Hyuga clan possess?" With that, he struck again. Determined not to hold back any longer, Neji executed the free-spirited dance, appearing behind the assailant and countering with his own 8 trigrams empty palm. The man was momentarily startled by Neji's speed, but quickly employed heavenly spin to deflect the attack. Inquiring, "What technique is this? When did the Hyuga clan acquire such a skill?" Neji, emboldened, retorted, curious to know, "You and Appo's LL have to prove your worth first." In response to Neji and Appo's challenge, the man laughed heartily. "Aha, quite the spirited lad." He then began to gather chakra for another strike. Observing the man and Appo's actions, Neji scoffed, "Elder, is that all you can do? Just the empty palm? No other techniques?" The mysterious man smirked, "Oh, is that so?" With that, he unleashed a powerful air cannon that surged towards Neji. It was at that moment Neji realized the gravity of the situation. This was not an empty palm. This was the empty arm palm. Chapter 13, The Identity of the Mysterious Man. Neji, caught in a moment of uncertainty, swiftly employed his technique of carefree movement to evade to another location. However, just as he prepared to land, he observed yet another air cannon hurtling towards him, now merely inches away. Utterly astonished, he hastily utilized his technique once more to escape, his body drenched in cold sweat, for he had never encountered such a scenario before. The mysterious figure mockingly remarked, "Ah, your technique is indeed impressive. I thought that last strike would surely hit you. Let me see the limits of your skill." With that, the enigmatic individual launched another assault on Ningxi, another air cannon racing towards him. having felt the formidable power of his opponent after the previous strike. Ningxi realized that this adversary not only could release a single-handed air cannon with force comparable to the air wall palm, but also seemed capable of anticipating his movements. With renewed focus, he dared not slacken his efforts. He employed his technique of carefree movement once more to evade the attack. However, given the opponent and Oppo's broad attack range, he increased his speed and distance, yet the same situation repeated itself as another air cannon was directed at him. With no other option, he had to dodge again. After several cycles of this relentless pursuit, he confirmed his suspicions. The opponent could indeed predict his actions, consistently striking at the location where he would move. Ningxi's carefree movement relied on the explosive airflow generated from various parts of his body to execute instantaneous movement, and it required the powerful dynamic vision of his Byakugan to be effective under normal circumstances. The mechanics of human motion and perception follow a sequence from sensory input to brain processing, culminating in physical response. 1. Sensory input. The 5 senses, sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, gather information from the external environment. 2. Neural signal transmission. These sensory inputs are converted into neural signals and transmitted to the spinal cord and brain via sensory nerves, a process that occurs swiftly, ensuring immediacy. 3. Brain processing. Multiple regions of the brain engage in processing these signals, not only analyzing current information, but also integrating memory, emotions, and attention for comprehensive evaluation. 4. Decision-making and planning. The brain formulates decisions and plans responses based on processed information. 5. Command issuance. Once decisions are made, the brain sends commands through motor neurons to the muscles via the spinal cord or direct neural pathways. 6. Muscle response. Upon receiving the neural signals, muscles contract to produce movement. For instance, if the brain decides to move an arm, it sends signals to the relevant muscle groups, triggering the corresponding contractions to execute the action. 7. Feedback mechanism. During action execution, the body also provides sensory feedback to the brain, creating a closed feedback loop that enables the brain to adjust movements for precision and adaptability. With the enhancement of Byakugan's dynamic vision, Ningxi and Oppo's technique of carefree movement could leap directly from brain decision-making to the final execution step, bypassing the delay of muscle response to commands. In simpler terms, while dynamic vision allows the world before him to slow down, the body remains in its actual state. Even if the eyes perceive movement, the body's response may falter. However, by directly releasing chakra, this issue is resolved, eliminating reliance on bodily movements. When the eyes see a target, explosive airflow generated by chakra can propel him directly to that point, allowing for trajectory alteration even while airborne or in motion. Thus, Ningxi's reliance on carefree movement afforded him remarkable speed and made his actions exceedingly elusive. Typically, only those with equal or superior ocular prowess or exceptional sensory abilities could hope to track Ningxi's movements. Clearly, his opponent belonged to the former category, possessing ocular power that surpassed his own. Ningxi could only continue to employ carefree movement to evade the onslaught of attacks. The mysterious figure taunted, "You little brat, merely evading won't lead you to victory." With that, he intensified his offensive, the pace of his attacks escalating rapidly. Ningxi found himself unable to counterattack, gradually succumbing to the relentless barrage. A sense of confusion arose within Ningxi. The mysterious man, despite employing such potent techniques so frequently, exhibited no signs of fatigue. Just as his mind wandered in contemplation, his momentary distraction caused his movements to slow. Upon regaining focus, he found the opponent's attack closing in on him. This time, even with carefree movement, he could not entirely evade the blow. He had no choice but to resort to the technique of returning heaven to deflect the strike. The mysterious figure, upon witnessing this, remarked, "Returning heaven, is it? I hadn't Oppo's. He anticipated that a branch family member like you, aside from the 8 trigrams air palm, would also have mastered a secret technique reserved for the main family. Did you learn it through clandestine means?" Ignoring the taunt, Ningxi centered his thoughts, contemplating his next move. The mysterious man, noticing Ningxi and Oppo's silence, continued, "Little brat, to alleviate your pressure, I shall offer you an opportunity. If you can land a single hit on me, I will divulge the information you seek." Once again, Ningxi refrained from responding, calmly analyzing his situation. Since the opponent could anticipate his movements, ambush tactics would be futile. The technique he had in mind might prove ineffective, and prolonging the standoff would ultimately be disadvantageous. To defeat his adversary, he would need to employ an unexpected strategy, launching a frontal assault while seeking a flaw in the opponent's defenses. Having concluded his analysis, he sprang into action, evading the opponent's strikes while simultaneously releasing energy orbs. The mysterious figure, sensing Ningxi's intentions, circled around him, unleashing peculiar energy spheres. However, Ningxi refrained from attacking, leaving the opponent curious about his intentions. As Ningxi continued to evade while releasing energy orbs, he circled the mysterious man. When he deemed the moment ripe, he prepared to strike. The mysterious figure, now realizing the shift in dynamics, found himself unwittingly surrounded by these strange energy spheres. Gentle fist technique. Energy orb. Stars in the sky. Ningxi waved his hands, sending dozens of energy orbs hurtling towards the mysterious man. Faced with this onslaught, the mysterious figure was compelled to halt his offensive, immediately activating Returning Heaven to defend against the attack. Unlike ordinary energy orbs, the sheer number of stars in the sky made them difficult to control due to their density. Upon contact with a target, they would detonate, causing a localized explosion. Their purpose was to entrap or mislead the adversary, characterized by their abundance and delay. Caught off guard by this maneuver, the mysterious man, despite his predictive abilities, found himself overwhelmed by the barrage of attacks. Even though he anticipated Ningxi and Appo's next move, it was too late to react appropriately. After executing Returning Heaven, he predicted that Ningxi would attempt to strike from behind. Ningxi's palm surged towards him, an attack mere inches away. He evaded the first strike by sidestepping, but Ningxi's second blow followed swiftly. With no means of escape, he deflected Ningxi and Appo's attack with one hand while using the other to forcefully repel him. Ningxi could only block with both hands, being pushed back several meters. Then flashed a sly smile and declared, "Lord Tenrin, you have lost." Chapter 14. Hyuga Tenrin, the enigmatic figure, ceased his assault and settled down. Addressing Neji, "I am astonished that anyone still remembers my name. Young one, how did you discern my identity?" Neji replied, "I possess the ability to foresee the future. Among the entire Hyuga clan, only you, Hyuga Tenrin, possess such a gift." Tenrin nodded in acknowledgement, commending Neji. "You are quite impressive, young one. You must have an excellent teacher. The techniques you employed earlier, along with your body flicker technique, are truly remarkable." Neji, with a hint of self-deprecation, responded, "Lord Tenrin, I merely learned some fundamentals of gentle fist from my father during my childhood. After his untimely passing, I have practiced alone. The techniques I demonstrated earlier are my own creations and are insignificant compared to your prowess. I exerted my utmost effort, while you merely used one hand." Tenrin was taken aback by Neji and Appo's words, contemplating, "I never anticipated that this young lad would possess such talent." He then turned to Neji and remarked, "Indeed, my martial arts are unparalleled. However, your youth and ability to reach such a level surpass that of my own in my younger days." After a brief pause, he inquired, "So, you learned my 8 trigrams empty palm and reversal techniques on your own?" Neji nodded, responding, "I once witnessed my uncle utilize the empty palm technique, analyzed its principles, and after several attempts, I managed to master it. As for reversal and the 64 palms, I learned from observing other clan members and then deduced it myself." "You taught yourself the 64 palms. You are indeed impressive." Tenrin praised Neji's talent before continuing with another question, "Young one, what is your name?" "Lord Tenrin, I am Neji." Neji replied respectfully, "Hyuga Neji, is it? Very well, Neji. Do you have any inquiries for me? Feel free to ask," Tenrin encouraged. Neji nodded and, filled with curiosity, asked, "Lord Tenrin, where exactly is this place, and how did I suddenly arrive here?" Tenrin responded, "This is the spiritual realm formed by the caged bird seal. Only the first descendant of the branch family who unseals the caged bird curse mark, possessing my bloodline, may enter this world. After you, no other branch family members, even if they unseal the caged bird, will find their way here." Neji, realizing the implications, eagerly inquired, "So, my curse mark has been lifted?" Tenrin confirmed with a nod. "Indeed, your caged bird curse mark has been undone." Overwhelmed with emotion, Neji felt the psychological burdens that had shackled him for years finally dissipate. Observing Neji and Appo's expression, Tenrin felt a twinge of guilt and then spoke, "Neji, please recount the current state of the era, the Leaf Village, and the Hyuga clan to me." Thus, Neji shared his knowledge of the Leaf Village's history, the current condition of the Hyuga clan, the plans of Hisashi, and the prevailing situation in the ninja world. After listening, Tenrin marveled, "The Uchiha clan has been exterminated? I had no idea so much had transpired in the village and clan over the decades." He fell into contemplation before continuing. "When I established the system between the main and branch families, my intention was to prevent the Hyuga clan from suffering the same fate as the Uchiha, with their Byakugan being stolen. I never anticipated that this decision would stifle the development of our clan, burying talents like your father." Neji replied, "What has happened is in the past. Discussing it further serves little purpose." Tenrin gazed at Neji, feeling a sense of remorse for his actions. After a moment, he said, "Neji, please demonstrate the techniques you have mastered for me." Without hesitation, Neji showcased all the techniques he had learned. After observing Neji and Appo's display, Tenrin exclaimed in astonishment, "You possess so many techniques. Why did you not utilize them earlier?" Neji explained, "Lord Tenrin, given your ability to foresee the future, even if I had used them, they would have had no effect on you and would have merely wasted my energy." Tenrin acknowledged Neji and Appo's reasoning, saying, "You speak the truth. My ocular techniques are unmatched. However, I am but a remnant of my spirit tethered to this world, unable to bestow my power upon you. I have attempted to pass this power to my descendants in the past, but to no avail. Yet, I believe you have the potential to inherit my strength." With that, Tenrin rose and addressed Neji. Neji, you have nearly mastered my techniques, but there is one that I have yet to see you employ, the gentle step twin lion fist. Have you heard of it? Neji shook his head, replying, I am aware of its existence as a secret technique of the main family, but I have never had the opportunity to witness its application. Upon hearing this, Tenrin said, while your uncle may eventually teach you this technique, I wish to express my apologies by imparting it to you now. With that, Tenrin gathered chakra in his hands, transforming it into the form of two lions, larger than himself. This technique shares the same properties as Gentle Fist, amplifying its power and range, though it cannot match the distance of the 8 trigrams empty palm. Once it strikes an opponent, it will inflict significant damage. After releasing the chakra form, Tenrin continued, you may practice it and see how much you can master. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to seek my guidance. Neji nodded and began to concentrate chakra in his hands, gradually attempting to shape it into 2 small lions. Observing the result, he felt puzzled and increased the chakra intensity. However, the lions did not change significantly. After a few experimental gestures, he inquired, Lord Tenrin, am I doing something incorrectly? Why are my lions so much smaller than yours? Tenrin, taken aback by Neji and Appo's actions, exclaimed, wait, what is this? Chapter 15. An unexpected guest. Neji's actions once again challenged Tennin's understanding. A bit flustered, Neji addressed Tennin. The twin lion fists indeed possess remarkable power and a broader attack range, yet I feel that its effective distance remains limited given my current strength. Moreover, this technique consumes a substantial amount of chakra. I believe that if one cannot land a hit effectively, even the strongest power is rendered useless. The damage from the standard gentle fist suffices for my needs. Therefore, I wish to explore other methods to optimize this technique, ensuring its maximum efficacy. Is there an issue with this? Tennin pondered Neji and Appo's words quietly. This poses a significant problem. The transformation of chakra is not easily achieved. It requires exceptional control, typically mastered only by puppet masters and medical ninjas. I never anticipated that this young man would possess such profound understanding of chakra control at his age. Truly astonishing. Having contemplated this, Tennin replied to Neji, there is no issue. Your thoughts are commendable. You may continue to explore this avenue. At that moment, Tennin sensed something and continued. Neji, my time to depart draws near. There remains a moment. I have one technique to impart to you. One that plays a crucial role concerning the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan. As for its application, that decision rests with you. Tennin then demonstrated the technique for Neji. After some time, Tennin remarked, all right, Neji, you have practiced this technique sufficiently. It is time for me to bid you farewell. Feeling reluctant, Neji asked, Lord Tennin, must you leave so soon? Tennin responded, yes, I do not belong to this world any longer. I must return to my own realm. Neji, it is your duty to elevate the Hyuga name. Your future is undoubtedly bright. Until we meet again in that world. As Tennin spoke, his form began to fade slowly. Just before their parting, Tennin added, Neji, you are exceptional. Your father would be proud of you. With those final words, he vanished without a trace. Returning to the realm of reality, Neji opened his eyes and awakened. Sitting by his bedside, Hinata approached with concern, Neji and you are finally awake. The caged bird's seal has been lifted. Do you feel any discomfort? Neji replied in a steady tone, I feel well for now. He then turned his gaze towards the window and inquired, Hinata, how long have I been asleep? Hinata responded, Neji and you have been unconscious for a whole day. Upon hearing Hinata's words, Neji felt fortunate to not have missed the day of the clan meeting. He then asked, what of the others in the Hyuga family? Hinata replied, Takuma and the other 3 have freed themselves from the caged bird and Appo's constraints, but they remain in a state of unconsciousness. Father is resting due to chakra depletion, and Hanabi is taking care of him. Neji rose, adjusting his clothes as he said to Hinata, let us check on uncle and see if there is any way we can assist. Together, they approached Hayashi, who was resting quietly with Hanabi by his side. Upon hearing their approach, Hayashi opened his eyes and smiled upon seeing Neji. He attempted to rise, and Hanabi quickly assisted him to sit up slowly. Hayashi then instructed Hinata and Hanabi to check on Takuma and the others. He gestured for Neji to sit beside him, saying, Neji, do you feel better? You should rest more. Why have you come to see me so soon? Neji settled beside Hayashi and replied, Uncle, you need not worry about me. I have no issues. How are you faring? Hayashi answered, I am not in grave condition. I merely exhausted my chakra, and with some rest, I shall be fine. It should not impact the meeting the day after tomorrow. You should return to rest as well. Your assistance will be invaluable at the gathering. Neji nodded. I have just awoken and feel quite well, so rest is not necessary for me at this moment. Please do not worry, uncle. Hayashi contemplated for a moment, puzzled, and said to Neji, it is curious. While performing the techniques for you all, I noticed a peculiar reaction from you. You required the combined effort of Takuma and the others to restrain you, which consumed a significant amount of chakra and time. In contrast, Takuma and the others were able to endure more swiftly with less intensity. I wonder why this is. Neji considered Hayashi's words and suddenly thought, could it be due to Lord Tennin? Just as he intended to share his experience of meeting Tennin in the spiritual realm, Hanabi rushed back,
interrupting their conversation. Hanabi informed Hayashi, "Father, the clan elders have sent someone to see you regarding some changes to the meeting. I have arranged for them to wait in the hall." Hayashi expressed mild surprise, pondering, why would they send someone at this time? He then instructed Hinata and Hanabi to prepare for the guests and requested Neji to accompany them. In the hall, Hinata and Hanabi sat across from two boys of similar age with Byakugan. As Hayashi and Neji entered, the two boys respectfully stood to greet Hayashi but ignored Neji, displaying an air of disdain. Hayashi took his place at the center of the room, and only after he was seated did Neji join Hinata beside him. At that moment, one of the Byakugan boys provocatively questioned Hayashi, "Lord Hayashi, when will the branch family members be treated equally before the main family?" Neji chose to ignore the taunt, while Hayashi, seeking to ease the tension, asked, "What brings you here?" The leading boy responded, "In light of recent events and the absence of significant matters, the elders have decided to advance the meeting to tomorrow. We kindly request that you and the two ladies prepare accordingly." Hayashi was taken aback, internally speculating, why such a sudden change? Had they discovered something and wished to deny us a chance to rest? After a moment of reflection, he calmly replied to the boy, "Please inform the elders that we will attend as scheduled, and they need not worry." He then directed Hinata and Hanabi to politely see the guests out. Once the two boys had departed, Hayashi promptly instructed Neji to return and rest, preparing for the meeting the following day. Chapter 16. The Hyuga Assembly the following day. After a night of rest, Hizashi and several others arrived at the assembly grounds of the Hyuga clan. At that moment, the square was filled with members of the Hyuga clan, all standing in a circular formation. The outermost circle comprised the members of the branch family, who typically positioned themselves behind their direct clan family members. The inner circle consisted of the ordinary clan members, descendants of the ancestors who, alongside Hinata Tenjin, laid the foundations of the Hyuga clan in Konoha, embodying the lineage and glory of their family. Deeper within, there was a designated area, with the highest seat symbolizing the authority and wisdom of the clan leader at its core. Flanking the clan leader were the seats of the 10 elders, representing the core team responsible for decision-making. Following them were the seats of other clan heads, clearly delineating the hierarchy and traditions of the family. This arrangement not only emphasized the continuity of family history but also clarified the power structure. The system established by Tenjin ensured the preservation of family traditions. He, along with the founding 10 elders and his companions, were the cornerstones of the clan. The descendants of the clan leader must meet several conditions to maintain their status. The clan leader has the authority to designate an heir, often choosing a member from the main family, unless the original heir is missing or deceased. Once the successor is determined, other offspring are designated as members of the branch family. Typically, the eldest son inherits the position of the clan member, signifying that the leadership and the purest bloodline are passed to the direct eldest son. Clan members not only enjoy the family's prestige and power, but are also responsible for safeguarding and passing down the highest ninjutsu of the Hyuga clan, such as the secret techniques of Kaiten. Meanwhile, non-eldest children, including all younger sons and subsequent offspring, are categorized as branch family members. From a young age, branch family members are subjected to the caged bird curse seal, serving both as protection and restriction, ensuring their loyalty to the main family while preventing the misuse of the Byakugan. Although they also undergo ninjutsu training, their learning and career development face certain limitations. As for the descendants of the 10 elders, their conditions for becoming a clan member differ from those of the clan leader and ordinary clan members. Each generation typically has only one heir, who can directly inherit the position of an elder. If an elder's heir, like the clan leader and Appo's heir, encounters misfortune, such as disappearance or death, the elder may choose to have another child or select a new heir from the ordinary clan members, ensuring continuity of inheritance. The obligation of the 10 elders is to assist the clan leader in managing the Hyuga clan, ensuring strict adherence to Tenjin's system, and balancing the power of the clan leader. In some respects, the influence of the 10 elders can rival that of the clan leader. They refrain from overstepping their bounds due to the backing and recognition of Konoha, reflecting the delicate balance of power. Ultimately, the Hyuga clan system aims to avert internal power struggles, ensuring the purity and safety of the Byakugan. However, it inadvertently leads to inequality among family members, limiting the potential development of branch family members. The case of Neji exemplifies the limitations and tragedies of this system. Although the design of the system was intended for the stability of the family and the protection of their bloodline limit, it has also become a constraint on the clan's development. As Hizashi and his companions arrived, all eyes turned towards them. Neji remained acutely vigilant, keenly sensing something amiss. He quietly whispered to Hizashi, "Uncle, there is a problem." Hizashi responded, "I have noticed it as well. Let us disregard them for now." He then proceeded to take his seat, with Neji and the others standing behind him. Hizashi subsequently addressed several of the elders beside him, stating, "Let us commence." The leading elder replied, "Hizashi, wait a moment, we have other guests." Another seat was arranged beside Hizashi. Shortly after, 3 figures entered, prompting a flurry of whispers among the crowd. "Why has that esteemed individual come here?" As the trio approached the center of the assembly, the leading elder addressed Hizashi, saying, "Hizashi, I hope you do not mind my intrusion at your gathering." Hizashi replied, "Since you are a guest invited by the elders, Danzo, there is no need for such modesty." The man standing before Hizashi was indeed Shimura Danzo. Hizashi and Neji had already sensed his arrival. Thus it did not come as a surprise to them. Neji pondered. As expected, Danzo has arrived. Hizashi gestured for Danzo to take a seat beside him. At that moment, the leading elder spoke, announcing, "Now that everyone is present, let our meeting officially begin. The first order of business is to determine the heir to the Hyuga clan leadership. Hizashi, you must decide between Hinata and Hanabi." Upon hearing the elder's words, Hizashi responded, "I have made my decision. Neither of them is suitable to be the clan leader." A murmur of astonishment spread among the assembly. Did Hizashi just say what I think he said? It seems he has not chosen either Hinata or Hanabi as his heir. Indeed, he believes neither is fit to take on the mantle of leadership. Is he not pushing his own daughter into a perilous situation? This implied he was relinquishing his direct lineage. Truly perplexing. The elders, astonished, continued to press Hizashi, asking, "Have you selected an heir among the younger generation of the main family?" Hizashi replied, "I do indeed have a suitable candidate." Upon hearing this, the leading elder promptly inquired, "If you have a candidate, please reveal who it is." Hizashi then declared, "My choice is my nephew, Neji Hyuga." What? Chapter 17, The Hyuga Gathering, Part 2. Hinata Hizashi's speech reverberated throughout the hall, leaving even Neji himself in a state of profound shock. The square erupted into a flurry of discussions. Isin and Appos. T. Neji a member of the branch family? What could Lord Hizashi be implying? This seems to contravene the family rules. At that moment, a young man who had visited the Hizashi household the previous day stepped forward, directly questioning Hizashi. "Lord Hizashi, have you lost your senses? Neji Hyuga is merely a member of the branch family. What qualifications does he have to inherit the position of clan leader?" His remarks were met with a stern reprimand from an elder. "How dare you? When the clan elders are in discussion, when have you had the right to interject?" With that, though the elder's son was filled with resentment, he could only shut his mouth in discontent. The leading elder, visibly displeased, confronted Hizashi. "Hizashi, what do you mean by your earlier statement? Are you jesting with me and the other elders?" Hizashi replied, "I harbor no intentions of jesting. This is merely my personal opinion. In terms of talent, ability, and character, I suspect that few among the younger generation of the main family can rival him." At this juncture, the elder's son stood up once more, already discontent with Hizashi's inclination towards Neji as a successor. Hearing Hizashi declare that the main family's youth were inferior to Neji only fueled his ire. He shouted at Neji, "Neji Hyuga, come forth. You are merely regarded as a genius in the eyes of outsiders. Having defeated Lady Hinata, you have no idea of your own limitations. I will show you the true strength of the main family and make you realize that your reputation as a genius is insignificant before us." The elder, about to chastise his son for his impulsiveness, was interrupted by Hizashi, who calmly suggested, "Since Shi wishes to spar with Neji, why not let him try?" He then turned to Neji and instructed, "Neji, engage with Shi." Neji respectfully replied, "Yes, uncle." Stepping into the center of the arena, Hyuga Shi, brimming with confidence, addressed Hizashi with a hint of provocation. "Lord Hizashi, fists have no eyes. If I accidentally injure your dear nephew, you cannot hold it against me." Hizashi nonchalantly replied, "Of course, we shall keep it within reasonable limits. Our Hyuga clan values harmony in combat." He then cautioned Neji, "Remember to show mercy and avoid hurting Shi." As both parties assumed their stances, Shi taunted Neji, "What nonsense about showing mercy? Today, Neji Hyuga, I shall make you aware of the brutality of battle." With that, he lunged at Neji like the wind. Shi initiated a fierce barrage of attacks, each strike laced with ferocity, yet Neji remained remarkably composed, refraining from retaliation. Utilizing his keen insight and agility, he effortlessly evaded Shi's onslaught. Seeing Neji persistently dodge his attacks only fueled Shi's arrogance further. He mocked, "What is this talk of genius from the Hyuga clan? Before me, you stand no chance to even counter." His words dripped with disdain, and his movements intensified as he aimed to penetrate Neji and Appos' defenses. Among the spectators, astute observers began to discern Neji and Appos' hidden prowess. Shi and Appos' father, standing at the sidelines, furrowed his brow, fully aware of his son's recklessness. Despite multiple attempts to guide him, he could only watch helplessly as events unfolded. As time wore on, Shi's offensive began to wane, his breaths growing labored, and his stamina visibly depleting. Meanwhile, Neji remained unfazed, maintaining his prior demeanor. Shi, frustrated by his inability to land a hit, grew increasingly irate. He shouted at Neji, "What is this evasiveness? If you have any guts, come and fight me." In the face of Shi's provocation, Neji maintained his composure, replying coolly, "Very well." In an instant, he maneuvered behind Shi and gently tapped the pressure point at the back of his neck. Taken by surprise, Shi's body trembled, and he collapsed, unconscious. Shi's father rushed to assess his son, relieved to find that he was merely unconscious and unharmed. He turned his ire towards Neji, intending to question him, but was promptly halted by Hisashi, who reminded him of Shii's earlier remark regarding the unpredictability of combat. I hope you will refrain from anger, Hisashi advised. Upon hearing Hisashi and Appo's words, Shi and Appo's father suddenly lost his temper, retreating to a disgruntled silence. Meanwhile, Danzo, having observed Neji and Appo's performance, pondered, if only Neji Hyuga could be of service to me. Such a pity. Across the hall, a clan head quietly inquired of a young man beside him. Xiao, what are your thoughts on Neji's recent display? The young man replied, Father, Neji is formidable, but if this is all he possesses, he is not invincible. Hearing this, his father pressed further, if it were you, do you believe you could defeat him? The young man responded, it has been some time since I last sparred with him. I would like the opportunity to test myself. As time progressed, Neji continued to best several offspring of the elders, his exceptional performance astonishing the assembly. These young heirs, who often wielded their status to dominate within the Hyuga clan, had disregarded not only the branch family members, but even the ordinary members of the main family. Many within the clan had long harbored grievances towards their behavior, stifled by the weight of status. However, witnessing Neji's triumph over them provided a sense of vindication and comfort. Hisashi called out to the members of the main family, who else wishes to challenge Neji? A profound silence enveloped the hall. After witnessing the earlier contests, the attendees were hesitant to step forward, wary of a humiliating defeat. Suddenly, a voice broke the stillness. Elder brother, my son, Hyuga Xiao, wishes to spar with Neji. I hope for your consent. Hisashi turned to see the speaker was none other than Hyuga Hiku, who had earlier conversed with his son. His ancestor was a brother to Hyuga Tenin, placing him in close kinship with Hisashi. Hence, the young man named Hyuga Xiao was also a cousin to Neji. Upon recognizing the challenger as Xiao, Hisashi's expression grew serious. Xiao was a notable member of the younger generation of the main family and a jonin of Konoha, often mentioned alongside Hinata and Hanabi as a potential heir to the Hyuga clan leadership. Hyuga Xiao approached Hisashi and respectfully bowed. Uncle, I apologize for the trouble, but I humbly request your permission to spar with Neji. I would be immensely grateful. Having grown up under Hisashi's watchful eye, Xiao shared childhood memories with Neji and Hinata. Hisashi held Xiao in high regard, recognizing his character and talent. Deep down, had it not been for his lingering guilt towards Neji, Xiao would have been the ideal candidate for the next clan leader. Hisashi found himself in a dilemma, turning to Neji with sincere eyes, seeking his opinion. Neji, displaying maturity and understanding, responded, Uncle, it has been a while since I last saw Xiao. Let us take this opportunity to spar. Hisashi, with a resigned tone, replied. Then you both must exercise restraint and avoid injuring each other. In unison, Neji and Xiao expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Uncle. With that, the stage was set for an imminent clash. Chapter 18, The Hyuga Assembly Part 3. Neji Hyuga and Takashi Hyuga found themselves at the center of the arena, both poised for action. In previous encounters with the Elder's progeny, Neji had often initiated counterattacks after his opponent struck first. However, this time, neither combatant made the first move as they engaged in a cautious exchange of feints, hesitant to launch into an attack. The audience began to stir restlessly, urging them to engage. After a brief moment, Neji took the initiative, channeling energy into his right hand and launching a strike toward Takashi and Appo's chest. Takashi swiftly raised his left hand to deflect the blow while delivering a counterstrike with his right. Neji instinctively parried the attack, utilizing the Byakugan's enhanced perception. Both fighters quickly analyzed each other's movements, searching for weaknesses to exploit in their offensive and defensive maneuvers. Thus commenced a rapid exchange of offense and defense. Neji's attacks were unpredictable, constantly shifting in style as he anticipated Takashi's defensive strategies. Through a series of feints, he sought to provoke Takashi into a habitual defensive response, aiming to unravel Takashi and Appo's rhythm. Takashi, however, remained steadfast, relying on his solid foundational skills to convert each defensive action into a counterattack, all the while aiming to capitalize on Neji and Appo's fleeting errors. His fundamental techniques were so refined that they seemed to meld seamlessly with the air around him. His defenses impenetrable and his counterattacks precise and lethal. As the battle progressed, Takashi gradually began to grasp the rhythm of the fight. By observing the subtle variations in Neji's techniques, he identified minute openings in Neji's onslaught. Seizing the opportunities between Neji's relentless attacks, he executed simple yet precise counterstrikes. Though less flamboyant than Neji's assaults, each blow was expertly aimed, compelling Neji to adopt a more cautious approach and recalibrate his combat tempo. Recognizing that he could not gain an advantage in close quarters, Neji distanced himself from Takashi, opting to refrain from further close combat. In past battles, he had utilized techniques such as the 8 trigrams empty palm to control his opponents, but with so many spectators present, he was wary of collateral damage should he miscalculate. Thus, he avoided employing such powerful moves. As Neji retreated, he discreetly unleashed an almost imperceptible 8 trigrams empty finger, intending to launch a surprise assault on Takashi. Yet Takashi, maintaining acute vigilance amidst the fray, sensed Neji's movement. Just as the air projectile was about to reach him, he swiftly released chakra, successfully intercepting the stealthy attack. These details did not escape the keen observations of the clan members, who murmured amongst themselves about the exchange. What was that last move? It resembled the 8 trigrams empty palm, but with notable differences. It appears similar, but the power is diminished while its stealth is significantly enhanced. How could the branch family Neji master such profound techniques from the main family? Perhaps it is a skill deliberately imparted by Lord Hizashi. Or maybe he has been secretly learning it. Hizashi, witnessing Neji and Appo's technique for the first time, marveled internally, reflecting on the rapidity with which Neji had acquired such skill in just 1 year. Unlike the astonished audience, Takashi remained remarkably composed. He had always held Neji's talent in high regard, believing that mastering all clan techniques was merely a matter of time. To him, Neji's deployment of extraordinary skills was entirely expected. He teased Neji, saying, "That was close. You almost hit me. You're still as unpredictable as ever." Neji, dismissive of Takashi's banter, retorted, "Spare me the theatrics. You must have noticed my movements long before. I never anticipated that attack would connect with you." Takashi, having been exposed, showed no signs of concealment and continued to jest. "I didn't expect you to catch on so quickly." Neji, uninterested in further repartee, replied, "Enough chatter. Let us continue. Allow me to show you this." With that, Neji focused chakra into one hand, manipulating the chakra sphere to launch an assault on Takashi. Faced with this unprecedented technique, Takashi refrained from a direct confrontation, skillfully sidestepping the attack. Neji adjusted the sphere's trajectory with a flick of his finger, but Takashi dodged again. After several exchanges, Takashi deduced that the chakra sphere was purely physical in nature and ceased to evade it, choosing instead to counter with a gentle fist, shattering the sphere upon impact. Takashi then challenged Neji, "Is that all you have?" Neji ignored the taunt, leaping into the air to unleash another chakra sphere directed at Takashi below. Anticipating the same attack, Takashi prepared to strike the sphere with a gentle fist. However, just as he was about to make contact, a realization struck him. He withdrew his attack and evaded the incoming chakra sphere, which crashed to the ground, resulting in a localized explosion. Neji had been confident that this attack would inflict damage, but he was taken aback by Takashi's perceptiveness. Curiously, he inquired, "How did you figure that out?" Takashi responded, "Your peculiar technique seems controllable. If it were a standard attack, there would be no need for you to launch it from the air. The way you moved led me to believe that this attack was not fully under your control. You likely feared that a ground attack might allow me to evade, potentially harming others in the vicinity, which is why you opted for an aerial strike." Neji sighed, conceding, "You truly are not easy to deal with." Observing this exchange, the crowd erupted into speculation once more. What was that technique? I've never seen it before. Could it be a family technique unknown to us? Conversations buzzed among the spectators. Hizashi took great pride in his son's performance, while Lord Hizashi also affirmed the capabilities of his 2 nephews, muttering to himself, "One is exceptionally gifted, and the other has been rigorously trained." Back in the arena, Takashi addressed Neji, "You are already quite strong. One day, you will surpass me, but that day is not today. I intend to defeat you here." With that, Takashi began to gather chakra in both hands. Observing this transformation, Lord Hizashi contemplated, "Is this where it ends?" Suddenly, Takashi's chakra began to morph, taking the shape of 2 lions. He then lunged forward, wielding the colossal lion-shaped chakra toward Neji. Is that the gentle step twin lion fist? Neji recognized the familiar technique. As Takashi's punch approached, Neji swiftly retreated, creating distance. The lion-shaped chakra grazed Neji's collar, and just as he believed he had evaded the attack, a tear appeared in his clothing. Neji gazed at the rip in his attire, exclaiming, "This technique is indeed perilous. Let's see how you handle this." He promptly focused chakra into one hand. At that moment, Takashi launched his second strike toward Neji. Just as the onlookers believed Neji was on the brink of defeat, he was unexpectedly repelled by a dragon-shaped manifestation of chakra. Soft step, flowing dragon play. Chapter 19, The Hinata Gathering, Part 4. Hinata Takumi steadied the dragon's head with both hands, leaning back as his toes gripped the ground tightly, forcefully halting the dragon's momentum. He then exerted strength, pushing the dragon aside with a sudden motion. Swiftly, he nimbly withdrew from beside the dragon. The audience gasped in astonishment. What was that? It looked like a dragon, albeit smaller in size. How could he possess such an array of peculiar techniques? Perhaps it was yet another secret art unknown to us. As Hinata gradually regained consciousness from his faint, his father, noticing, immediately inquired with concern, "Shchi, you're awake. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Hinata gently shook his head and replied, "I'm fine, Dad." He then questioned the reason for his fainting. "Why did I lose consciousness?" His father explained, "You were inadvertently struck during your spar with Hinata Neji." Upon learning from his father that he had fainted due to a mishap in his duel with Neji, a surge of anger welled up within Shchi. He rapidly stood, intent on confronting Neji, only to be stunned by the ongoing battle between Neji and Takumi, leaving him frozen in place. Meanwhile, Hinata Jiku approached Hinata Jizu, asking, "Brother, did you teach Neji that technique?" Jizu shook his head, replying, "This is the first time I've seen it. Neji must have comprehended it on his own." Upon hearing Jizu's words, both Jiku and the watching Tenzu were taken aback. Tenzu's subordinates quietly inquired whether action should be taken against Neji. Cautiously, Tenzu responded, "There are many Hinata clan members present. Using the technique would be easily discovered. Let us observe the situation. It's unwise to act unless absolutely necessary." Back in the arena, Neji skillfully manipulated the chakra dragon, one hand maintaining its form while the other directed its movements, continuing his assault on Takumi. As Takumi noticed the dragon pursuing him, he devised a plan to counterattack using Neji's chakra dragon, rapidly closing in on Neji, with the dragon closely following. Just as he approached Neji, he swiftly turned, intending to redirect the dragon to attack Neji. However, Neji's reflexes were sharp. With a mere flick of his right hand, he commanded the chakra dragon to agilely turn and charge at Takumi once more. Having experienced the technique firsthand, Takumi understood its potency. The principle seemed akin to the twin lion fists, possessing the characteristics of gentle fist techniques, where even the slightest contact could inflict harm. Consequently, he astutely adjusted his strategy, rapidly distancing himself from Neji and moving in the opposite direction. As the distance widened, the dragon came to a halt. Neji looked at Takumi, his words laden with meaning. "Have you sensed it?" Takumi replied, "Though I am unaware of how you acquired this technique, its essence resembles the twin lion fists. Even slight contact can inflict injury. Furthermore, regardless of how this technique transforms, it stems from the quintessence of the twin lion fists. It cannot detach from your body. As long as I estimate the dragon's size and maintain a safe distance, your attack shall not reach me." Neji admired Takumi's keen insight. Indeed remarkable. You discern the crux after just one clash. While sustaining the dragon's stability, he deftly maneuvered his other hand to guide the dragon's body, charging towards Takumi. Seeing Neji approach, Takumi quickly widened the distance, pondering his strategy. "This is futile. No matter how close you come, as long as I maintain the safe distance, your attacks cannot land. Since close combat is unfeasible, I must utilize ranged techniques to seek an opportunity." He then prepared to unleash a certain technique, aiming to break the stalemate. Focusing his energy, Takumi gathered chakra in one hand, meticulously channeling the energy to his fingertips. He contemplated, "It seems like this. Let us give it a try and see if it works." In an instant, he launched an invisible air bullet towards Neji while evading his assault. To Takumi and Appo's surprise, Neji appeared unprepared. The attack struck him squarely, rendering him unable to move. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams air palm. Though still inexperienced, Takumi had effectively executed the technique. This was a testament to his rigorous training and profound understanding of the gentle fist, allowing him to grasp the technique swiftly. If Neji represented creation, then Takumi epitomized inheritance. Struck by Takumi's air palm technique, Neji found himself immobilized and could only remotely command the dragon to continue its assault. Takumi deftly dodged, maintaining a safe distance from the dragon's onslaught. Drawing from his recent success, Takumi sought to capitalize on the momentum. He once again concentrated chakra at his fingertips and aimed it at Neji. Unexpectedly, the dragon before him transformed and charged directly at him. Gentle step, poison scorpion. Caught off guard by the sudden shift, Takumi was unable to evade swiftly after executing his attack, resulting in a heavy blow that sent him crashing to the ground. In a critical moment, Neji released chakra, blocking Takumi's attack before reverting to his normal stance. He approached the fallen Takumi, extended a hand to help him up, and calmly stated, "You have lost." As Takumi slowly regained his footing, he reflected on the events that transpired and gradually asked Neji, "When did you begin planning that strike?" Neji smiled and explained, "From the moment you executed the twin lion fists, I anticipated that with your profound understanding of the gentle fist, you would discern the characteristics of my technique. I intentionally maintained a specific form of attack to lead you into a fixed mindset, making you believe it wouldn't change. When you relaxed even slightly, I exploited that opportunity to deliver a decisive blow." Takumi then inquired, "So, your charge towards me was to instill unwavering confidence in your judgment? Even being struck by me was intentional?" Neji affirmed, "Exactly. I have observed similar battles before. All attacks serve as groundwork for the final blow." Takumi sighed upon hearing this, genuinely acknowledging, "Hinata Neji, I concede, you have emerged victorious." The spectators erupted in astonishment. The victory of the Branch family was utterly unexpected. Who could have anticipated that the Branch family would triumph over the main family? Nonetheless, the duel was indeed thrilling. Both participants had left a lasting impression. Below, Hinata, and Hanabi were also discussing, "I can't believe Brother Neji actually defeated Brother Takumi." Meanwhile, the elders wore grim expressions, unprepared for this outcome. Jizu addressed the elders, "Esteemed elders, do you still have any objections to my words? Or is there anyone else who can step forward to compete with Neji?" The leading elder refrained from directly confronting Jizu's assertion, instead responding, "You make a valid point. He is indeed a standout among the younger generation of the Hinata clan. However, he still lacks the qualifications to inherit the position of clan leader, as he is a member of the Branch family. Moreover, Jizu, your unilateral teaching of secret techniques, to him, raises questions that require your explanation." Jizu resolutely replied, I have never taught Neji any secret techniques. All techniques he has mastered were learned through his own understanding. Hearing this, Hinata Shi erupted in fury. In his eyes, Neji's defeat to the branch family was already disgraceful. And the notion that Neji's techniques were self-taught was even harder for him to accept. He vehemently retorted, what nonsense. Claiming self-discovery is a lie. If you didn't teach him, then he must have stolen the secret techniques of the main family, and he should be punished for that. With that, Hinata Shi prepared to confront Neji. He was determined to vent his rage, his expression twisted with fury. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Things did not progress as he had anticipated. Neji remained composed, standing there unscathed. Hinata Shi, astonished, exclaimed, how can you be unharmed? Chapter 20, The Hyuga Assembly, Part 5. Hinata Shi gazed at Neji in disbelief, exclaiming, I have clearly employed the caged bird technique on you. Why do you show no signs of its effect? Neji, however, disregarded his words and turned his attention towards Hisashi, who nodded in understanding. Neji comprehended the implication and slowly removed his forehead protector. As he did so, the onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. One elder, perplexed, inquired, what is happening? His cursed seal has vanished. Yet, his question went unacknowledged. Hisashi then gestured for the members of the branch family to remove their forehead protectors, and upon witnessing their appearances, the crowd was plunged into greater shock, unable to believe their own eyes. Such an occurrence had not transpired in decades. The leading elder, previously composed, now erupted with anger. Demanding of Hisashi, what on earth is going on? Calmly, Hisashi replied, I have liberated these individuals from the caged bird curse. The elder and Appo's fury intensified as he retorted, have you lost your mind? What are you attempting to achieve? Hisashi answered, this is the matter I wish to announce at today's assembly. At that moment, all eyes turned to Hisashi. With a commanding voice, Hisashi addressed the assembly, effective immediately, the Hyuga clan shall abolish the system of the main house and branch family. And all branch family members shall be freed from the caged bird curse. The proclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Did you hear what Lord Hisashi just said? He intends to dismantle the main house and branch family system, as well as the caged bird curse. Surely, I cannot be dreaming. Is he serious? This is utterly insane. Nearby, Danzo was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure, remarking, Hisashi, so this is your plan. The leading elder, upon hearing Hisashi's declaration, could hardly believe his ears. With fervor, he exclaimed, Hisashi, you truly are mad. Do you understand the implications of your actions? Once the curse is lifted, the branch family will no longer be under the main house and Appo's control. The Hyuga clan could descend into chaos at any moment. Hisashi countered, if there were no oppression from the main house, what reason would the branch family have to revolt? The elders, however, failed to recognize any wrongdoing in their customary practices. Since the establishment of Konoha, the clan rules dictated that the branch family existed to protect the main house. The words of the main house were absolute, and the branch family was obliged to obey. The discord between the main and branch families stemmed from inequitable treatment. Although parents loved their children equally, the system favored the eldest son, leading to dissatisfaction among the younger siblings. Consequently, those born into the branch family were deemed inferior even before birth, fostering resentment. Hinata Shi served as the prime example. Ultimately, due to their status, branch family members lived perpetually under the shadow of the caged bird, afraid to resist. When confronted by main house members like Hinata Shi, they were often treated as less than human, tortured with the caged bird curse at the slightest provocation, leaving them to suffer in silence. The leading elder gravely questioned Hisashi, if the branch family were to rebel, could you bear the responsibility? Hisashi refrained from answering and instead addressed the assembly once more. To the members of the branch family, I acknowledge the years of unequal treatment you have endured, the injustices and humiliations, as well as the immense pressure you have faced. I implore you to release your resentment towards the main house. If you cannot, I ask that you direct your anger towards me. I will accept your judgment. Should you have suffered any bullying or inhumane treatment, I shall assist you in exacting punishment upon the perpetrators. This is the burden and responsibility of a clan leader. As these words left his lips, the crowd erupted in fervor, with some members of the main house beginning to resist Hisashi's declarations. The main house elders stepped forward to halt Hisashi. The leading elder proclaimed, attention, members of the Hyuga clan. Clan leader Hisashi is experiencing a mental lapse and is temporarily unfit to manage clan affairs. From this moment, the matters of the Hyuga clan will be administered by us 10 elders until Hisashi regains his faculties or until we appoint a new heir. Someone escort the clan leader to rest. However, once the elder finished his orders, no one moved to carry them out. Hinata Shi, noticing this, barked at the branch family members. Are you all deaf? Did you not hear the elder's command? His words fell on deaf ears, as the branch members glared at him menacingly, as if ready to devour him. Feeling a flicker of fear at their expressions, he feigned calmness. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to revolt? Upon hearing his words, the branch family members remained indifferent. No longer willing to persist, he merely threatened, once I deal with this matter, I will take care of you later. He then turned to a few main house members he was close with, discussing plans to suppress Hizashi. As they approached Hizashi with intent, he emanated a formidable aura, deterring them from advancing. Simultaneously, Neji and others positioned themselves protectively at Hizashi and Appo's side. The leading elder, observing this, immediately addressed Hizashi. Will you continue to be obstinate and resist? Even with the support of the branch family, the village will not condone the lifting of the caged bird curse. You will lose their backing. He then glanced at Danzo, seeking his assistance. Danzo, taking note, slowly remarked to Hizashi, normally, I would have no reason to interfere in your clan's internal matters. But your unilateral decision regarding the caged bird is no longer merely a clan issue. It concerns the safety of the entire village of Konoha. Forgive me, but I cannot remain indifferent. At this moment, a group entered from outside, and the leader addressed Danzo. Old man, the affairs of Konoha are not for you to dictate. There is no need for your concern. The newcomers were Tsunade, Kakashi, and Guy, among others. Chapter 21. Nirvana. Upon the arrival of Tsunade, Danzo coldly remarked, Princess Tsunade, you are here. I assume you are aware of the recent events. Even you cannot bear the weight of the consequences brought forth by the liberation of the caged birds. Tsunade, undeterred by Danzo's words, responded, I have come specifically regarding the matter of the caged birds. After conveying Kakashi's plan to Danzo, she continued, I have already discussed this issue with the higher-ups in the daimyo. They have consented to this approach. I am here merely to inform you that the caged bird issue has been resolved. As for the clan's internal matters, it is up to the Hyuga clan to address them. Neither you nor I shall interfere. She gazed at Danzo with a sense of triumph. Danzo, upon hearing Tsunade and Appo's words, chose to remain silent. The elders, however, felt as if struck by lightning, urging Hizashi, you must reconsider. You cannot abolish the Hyuga system. You are pushing the clan into a pit of flames. Your actions could destroy decades of their legacy. In response to the elders, Hizashi retorted angrily, enough. You speak of the clan's legacy, but this is merely a guise for your own selfish desires and your unwillingness to relinquish power. Look at your descendants. They know nothing but to indulge and oppress. When have they ever considered the future of the Hyuga clan? Today, I shall shatter this cycle. Following Hizashi's declaration, the members of the main house divided into factions. Firstly, those led by Hayashi supported Hizashi's decision to abolish the main and branch family system. A few members chose to remain silent, observing the unfolding events before deciding. Lastly, a more numerous faction, akin to the obstinate Shin, resolutely opposed the abolition, preferring to fight to the bitter end. At this moment, Shin exclaimed frantically, the branch family scum wish to stand on equal footing with me? Perhaps in their next life. Ignoring his father's counsel, Shin and his fellow hardliners indiscriminately employed the jutsu to control the caged birds, intent on exterminating all branch family members. The square erupted with anguished cries. Outnumbered, Hizashi and Hayashi were powerless to intervene, and despite the elders' fervent pleas, the hardliners remained unyielding. Hizashi disdainfully remarked, this is the consequence of your blind indulgence. At that moment, the elders were overcome with a profound sense of helplessness. Before long, numerous branch family members succumbed to the pain and collapsed. Kakashi turned to Tsunade, inquiring, Lady Tsunade, do we need to assist? Tsunade replied, this is ultimately a matter for the Hyuga clan. We have done our part, the rest is in Hizashi's hands. Our primary task now is to keep a close watch on that individual, ensuring he has no opportunity to exploit. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A peculiar formation materialized in the arena. At its center, a colossal bird of chakra emerged, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky like a phoenix. Witnessing this spectacle, all were left bewildered. Returning to the previous day, in Neji's mental realm, Tenjin queried, how is it? With your aptitude, you should have grasped it by now. Neji responded, I have a general understanding, but its efficacy remains to be tested. With that, Neji began to form hand seals and struck the ground with one hand, revealing a circular formation. He then channeled chakra into the formation, which evenly spread across its surface. The formation began to glow, and a giant bird gradually took shape at its center. Seeing this, Tenjin expressed satisfaction. Yes, this is precisely it. A few more attempts, and you shall master it. Neji inquired, Tenjin, what technique is this? It resembles summoning, yet has elements of a sealing formation. Tenjin explained, this technique is called Nirvana, a sealing formation designed to release the caged bird and Appo's curse mark. Neji, taken aback, immediately questioned, Tenjin, I recall the sealing formation for the caged bird. It feels somewhat different from yours. Tenjin clarified, the previous sealing formation had a flaw. It took too long, and the subject would experience considerable discomfort. It could only be used on one subject at a time, which was quite inconvenient. This technique was developed in that world. It takes less time to execute, causes minimal sensation for the subject, and can be applied to all within the formation. However, a larger range consumes more chakra from the user, so caution is advised. Now, back in the present, Neji was employing Nirvana. The extensive formation taxed him significantly, leaving him drenched in sweat. Hayashi and the others stood by his side. Earlier, When Shin and his faction attacked the branch family members, their overwhelming numbers left everyone feeling powerless. At that moment, Neji suddenly proposed a solution, asking Hayashi and the others to buy him time. With no other option, they reluctantly agreed to Neji's plan, leading to the recent events. Gradually, the branch family members began to break free from the control of the caged birds, their suffering alleviated. Strange characters floated from their foreheads, rising into the air and coalescing around the giant bird, creating a breathtaking scene. Simultaneously, Shin and his group noticed something amiss. Their control over the branch family members was weakening. They sought the cause, and Shin immediately exclaimed to his companions, "It must be the formation. Someone is performing a technique to release the caged birds. Quickly, we must find out." Upon hearing Shin's words, his companions began to scan for the source of the disturbance. A keen-eyed individual spotted Neji and alerted the others. Without hesitation, Shin and his group rushed toward Neji, cursing, "Neji Hyuga, it is you again. Everything that has transpired today is your doing, and I will not let you escape." Chapter 22, Nirvana, Part 2. Hinata Shikaku and his associates swiftly encircled Neji and his companions, launching an offensive. Initially, Hyo and his comrades managed to exchange blows with Hinata Shikaku, holding their ground. However, it wasn't long before their numerical disadvantage began to manifest. The relentless onslaught from Hinata Shikaku's team became overwhelming. Gradually, Hyo and the others began to tire. Hyo turned to Neji and inquired, "How much longer do you need?" Neji responded with difficulty, "Just a little longer. I still require some time." Realizing that Hyo and his group were merely stalling for Neji, Hinata Shikaku quickly adjusted his tactics, instructing his companions, "Leave those few to you. Help us hold them off while we deal with Hinata Neji." With that, they charged toward Neji. Dejian and his comrades immediately warned, "Lady Hinata, Lady Hanabi, they're coming." Hinata and Hanabi, the last line of defense for Neji, stepped forward to confront the advancing foes. However, within mere exchanges, both were swiftly defeated. With no obstacles remaining, Hinata Shikaku approached Neji, smirking as he proclaimed, "Hinata Neji, this is the end for you. I shall repay the humiliation you inflicted upon me 100-fold." He then struck Neji squarely in the chest. Neji took the blow, blood gushing from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Hinata Shikaku reveled in his triumph. A smug expression plastered across his face as he gazed down at the fallen Neji. To everyone's astonishment, Neji, with great effort, began to rise from the ground, disregarding Hinata Shikaku and continuing to channel chakra into the formation. Seeing this, one of Hinata Shikaku and Appo's allies urged, "Let me finish him off." But Hinata Shikaku intervened, stating, "Killing him now would be too merciful. I wish to savor his torment." With that, he delivered another blow to Neji's abdomen, causing him to cough up more blood and collapse to his knees in agony. Hinata Shikaku ordered two of his companions to assist Neji back to his feet, then proceeded to unleash a series of attacks upon him. The pained cries of Neji echoed through the air. Hyo and his companions, witnessing Neji and Appo's plight, longed to assist, but found themselves unable to break free. At this point, Neji was in a pitiful state, bloodied and battered, having been mercilessly thrown to the ground by Hinata Shikaku and his comrades. Yet, they continued their ruthless assault, showing no signs of relent. Having grown weary of the torment, Hinata Shikaku knelt down, grasping Neji's hair and yanking him up from the ground. He prepared for a final farewell, declaring, "Hinata Neji, remember this, you will forever be a dog bred by our clan. It is time for you to die in agony." He then fixed his gaze on Neji, waiting for a plea for mercy. However, Neji did not yield as anticipated. Instead, a glimmer of joy crossed his face, as if mocking Hinata Shikaku. His expression one of disdain. Enraged by Neji and Appo's reaction, Hinata Shikaku raised his hand to deliver a fatal strike. Just then, a series of anguished cries erupted around him. He turned to see his companions being overwhelmed by a multitude of branch family members, alongside Kyo and Dejian. Realizing the perilous situation, he exclaimed, "What? The caged birds have been freed." As he reflected on Neji's earlier demeanor, he turned to face Neji in disbelief, realizing that he had completed the technique despite the circumstances. He marveled at Neji and Appo's unwavering willpower, which had brought him this far, causing him to break into a cold sweat. At that moment, everyone began to converge upon them. Sensing the impending danger, Hinata Shikaku's companions urged him to take heed. He quickly contemplated using Neji as leverage against the crowd. Grasping Neji's throat, he shouted, "Do not approach any closer, or I shall strangle him." At that moment, Hinata Jitsu approached, stating, "If you release Neji, I will spare your lives." Hearing this, Hinata Shikaku's companions exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to retreat, leaving Hinata Shikaku to struggle alone. At that juncture, Hinata Shikaku's father emerged from the crowd, pleading with his son to let go. However, Hinata Shikaku remained obstinate, unwilling to bow to the branch family. He retorted, "Father, they are the ones who have overstepped. Why should I be the one to apologize?" Seeing his son's defiance, Hinata Shikaku's father turned to the enraged crowd, positioning himself before Hinata Shikaku and beseeching them to spare his son. He then knelt down, humbly admitting fault. Witnessing the scene, Hinata Shikaku was moved, tears streaming down his face as he finally relinquished his hold on Neji and knelt beside his father. Chapter 23, S-Class Mission. Upon seeing Izashi, Hayashi and the others immediately approached to assess Neji's condition. At that moment, Neji lay gravely injured and unconscious. Hayashi promptly sought Tsunade's assistance. Tsunade advanced to examine Neji and observed multiple internal injuries. She immediately began administering treatment. After a brief intervention, Neji's condition gradually improved. Subsequently, Tsunade directed Might to take Neji to the Konoha hospital for further care. Seeing that Neji was no longer in critical condition, Hayashi summoned the members of the Hyuga clan to convene. He first dealt with the participants from the main family who had engaged in rebellious actions. Hizashi and others were confined in a special detention facility designated for the Hyuga clan. Then, Hayashi announced the second matter. Any member of the main or branch families who had oppressed or insulted others would be apprehended upon verification of their actions. Upon hearing these two announcements, the crowd erupted in cheers, having finally found liberation from years of oppression. Hayashi then proceeded to declare a third matter, the dismissal of all 10 current elders of the Hyuga clan. This declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly, as murmurs of disbelief spread. A leading elder shouted, "Hayashi, is this truly your intention? Abolishing the main and branch family system is merely the first step. The second step is to remove us elders. The third step will enable you to seize absolute power, controlling the Hyuga clan single-handedly." How ruthless. Upon hearing the elders' words, the assembly began to harbor doubts about Hayashi's motives. However, Hayashi chose to disregard the elders' remarks and continued, "The system of the 10 elders will remain, but the positions will no longer be inherited through bloodlines. From now on, the selection of the 10 elders will be determined by elections among all members of the Hyuga clan, using a voting system where each individual casts one vote. Everyone can select capable, esteemed, and morally upright individuals to assume the role of elder. Both main and branch family members are eligible to run, and elections will be held every 4 years, allowing outstanding candidates to serve consecutive terms based on votes." Upon hearing this, the doubts of the crowd dissipated. The 10 elders appeared deflated, their voices reduced to impotent protests. Then, regarding the fourth matter, Hayashi informed everyone of Kakashi's proposal for a new sealing technique. Weighing its advantages and disadvantages, he emphasized its significance for the Hyuga clan's legacy and Konoha's safety. All members of the Hyuga clan, regardless of their status, whether from the main or branch families, would be required to accept the implementation of this new seal. At first, there were objections from both main and branch family members. But after Tsunade explained that the technique posed no harm to their bodies and merely served as a safeguard for the Byakugan in times of crisis, consensus was achieved. Seeing the lack of opposition, Hayashi then presented the final matter. From this point forward, the position of clan leader would also be determined by a vote among all members of the Hyuga clan, with elections held every 4 years, allowing exceptional candidates to be re-elected based on votes. The venue erupted in chatter. No one had anticipated that Hayashi would relinquish his direct line of succession to the position of clan leader. A sense of admiration for Hayashi's magnanimity filled the room. With this, Hayashi formally announced his decision to step down as the clan leader of the Hyuga clan. As he spoke, a hush fell over the assembly. After a moment, a voice broke the silence, expressing, "I hope Lord Hayashi will continue to lead us as our clan leader and guide us forward." With this initial encouragement, more voices arose in support of Hayashi continuing as clan leader. Observing the affirmative gazes of his fellow Hyuga clan members, Hayashi decided against further delay and declared, "Very well. Since you all endorse it, I shall continue as the leader of the Hyuga clan. From this day forth, there shall be no distinctions of class within the Hyuga clan, and we will undoubtedly thrive." With this proclamation, the hall erupted in cheers. The long-standing grievances within the Hyuga clan reached a temporary resolution, and observing this turn of events, Danzo and others silently withdrew. Days later, in Konoha Hospital, Neji slowly awakened from his stupor, attempting to rise. Hinata, noticing this, rushed to assist him. Neji inquired, "Hinata, what is the outcome of the Hyuga clan's matters?" Hinata then relayed the final results to Neji, who, upon hearing them, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Gazing out at the birds soaring outside. Before long, a month had passed. Neji's injuries had completely healed, and he resumed his daily life. Upon returning to Konoha with Gai's team after completing a mission, they prepared to report to Tsunade's office. Seeing them, Shizen exclaimed excitedly, "You're back. Lady Tsunade is looking for you. I'll go fetch her. Please wait in this office." Not long after, Tsunade's voice, laced with exasperation, echoed from outside as she chastised Shizen. "Why didn't you tell me which office Guy and the others were in? I ended up in the wrong place and let those little brats laugh at me." Shizen replied helplessly, "I was just about to remind you. But you didn't wait for me to speak before barging in." As they conversed, they pushed open the door to Gai's office and announced, "I have an S-Class mission for you." Guy and his companions were momentarily taken aback, but then Guy and Lee immediately embraced in excitement, while Neji and Tintin exchanged bemused glances. Eagerly, Guy asked Tsunade, "What is the mission, Lady Tsunade?" Tsunade responded, "Gara, the Kazakage of Sunagakure, has been abducted by the Akatsuki organization, and they have requested our assistance. Kakashi's team has already departed. Tintin asked, Kakashi's team? Isn't it just Kakashi-sensei and Sakura? Shizune interjected, Naruto returned a few days ago, and is currently on a mission with Kakashi. Upon hearing this, Neji and Lee perked up, with Neji clenching his fist in excitement, exclaiming, that guy has finally returned. Meanwhile, Tintin remained indifferent to Naruto's return and continued her inquiry. Who is the Akatsuki organization, and why did they abduct Gaara? Shizune then shared information regarding the Akatsuki with them. Afterward, aside from Tintin, the remaining three were filled with fervor, with Neji proclaiming, this truly is an exhilarating mission. Chapter 24. The Akatsuki organization at the gates of Konoha village. Tsunade formally assigned a mission to Neji and his companions. She stated solemnly, I require you to undertake the same task as Kakashi's team. Proceeding to Sunagakure to collaborate with Kakashi and the others in the completion of this mission. Do you comprehend? The members of Team Guy promptly prepared for departure. Guy raised his thumb and responded enthusiastically, yes. Following him, Lee, while adjusting his shoes, declared, leave it to us. Then Tintin adjusted her straps and affirmed, understood. Finally, Neji replied composedly, I see. Tsunade expressed her satisfaction with their readiness, saying, excellent. Guy then proclaimed loudly, Team Guy is setting off. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly sneezed. Tsunade, with concern, inquired, are you catching a cold? Guy rubbed his nose and replied, no, I've just been experiencing some pollen allergies. Ha. He then addressed Neji and the others. All right, everyone, let us reach Sunagakure within a day. Listening to Guy, Lee had a different thought and suggested, let us make it in half a day. Neji and Tintin exchanged glances, speechless, as Neji disdainfully remarked, no matter how you look at it. We need at least 3 days. Tintin chimed in, stop saying such unrealistic things. However, Guy disregarded their comments and exclaimed, let us go, everyone follow me. And unleash your youth. Upon hearing Guy's words, Lee immediately responded, yes, Guy-sensei. With that, the two dashed off without a backward glance. Tintin, seeing this, sighed in exasperation. How embarrassing. Neji consoled her, saying, just let it go, Tintin. After watching Guy and the others depart, Tsunade turned to Shizune and remarked, just like always. A bunch of high-spirited individuals. Shizune smiled in agreement with Tsunade's observation. As Team Guy traversed the path to Sunagakure, they leaped through the dense forest, engaging in conversation. Neji remarked, it's been a while since I last saw Naruto. Lee responded, I'm eager to see how much he has grown. Tintin added, indeed. As time passed, they approached the border of the Land of Rivers. Due to their overnight journey, Tintin appeared fatigued, lagging behind the others. She complained, wait up. You're all moving too fast. We've been running nonstop. Can't we take a short break? Lee, who was ahead, turned back and said, Tintin, your training is lacking. At that moment, Neji noticed a ninja hound approaching them and promptly alerted Lee, look ahead. Upon hearing Neji's warning, the group turned their gaze forward. The ninja hound rushed towards them, and they halted. Upon seeing them, the hound also stopped and called out to Guy, wait, Guy. Guy recognized the hound and exclaimed, Pakken? Pakken explained, on Kakashi and Appo's orders, we, the 8 ninja hounds, have split up to track the Akatsuki and Appo's scent. We discovered that they have already moved to the Land of Rivers between Konoha and Sunagakure. The Land of Rivers? Neji inquired with curiosity. Pakken nodded, indeed. You are the closest to the Akatsuki at this moment, traveling from Konoha to Sunagakure. Upon hearing this news, the expressions of the group turned serious. Lee responded with excitement. I see. Pakken then redirected, saying, please follow me. We can discuss the details as we walk. Guy eagerly replied, all right, everyone, let us move. Tintin sighed heavily at the thought of more travel. Just as they were about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared on a nearby tree, shrouded in 2 large leaves. With skin that was black on one side and white on the other, creating an eerie appearance, the figure quietly observed the departing group. The scene shifted to a cave, where a ritual seemed to be underway. Inside, a colossal stone statue opened its gaping mouth, releasing an enormous amount of chakra that enveloped an individual. As this person revealed their face, it was none other than Gaara, who wailed in agony as red chakra was drawn from his eyes and mouth into the statue. The statue's 10 eyes gradually opened. Around Gaara, several shadowy figures could be discerned, including Deidara and Sasori, who had previously defeated Gaara and Kankuro. The remaining figures appeared as mere phantoms, their eyes and outlines barely visible, representing the legendary and formidable Akatsuki organization. One figure stood out distinctly, but their face was obscured. They were wrapped in the same leaves as the one who had spied on Team Guy. This figure spoke, the enemy is approaching our gathering place. Deidara, puzzled, asked, the enemy? The leaf-wrapped figure replied, yes, and they are formidable opponents, namely Might Guy. After hearing this, the leader of the Akatsuki inquired, who is he? Just then, a familiar voice resonated. Though the speaker's appearance was concealed, the vivid red Sharingan eyes left a lasting impression. It was Itachi Uchiha. Itachi responded slowly. He is a jonin from Konoha, skilled in taijutsu, and possesses considerable strength. You should not underestimate him. As soon as Itachi finished speaking, a figure beside him, wielding a large sword, excitedly remarked, "So, it's that rare beast." The Akatsuki leader promptly decided, "Which technique shall we use?" Another member asked, "Then let me go." I've been eagerly searching for the Jinchuriki. However, one of Itachi's companions opposed, "No, let me handle it. I have a personal score to settle with him." This individual revealed a mouth full of sharp teeth, and it was Kisame Hashigaki, who had once been repelled by Guy and Konoha and had since held a grudge. Upon hearing Kisame's suggestion, the leader affirmed, "Indeed, even among the Akatsuki, you possess the most abundant chakra, making you the most suitable for this task, Kisame." Kisame, not one to be polite, responded, "Yes." The leader then cautioned Kisame, "Even so, you will expend 30 of your chakra." Just as he finished speaking, in the blink of an eye, Kisame appeared atop a rock, exclaiming, "Finally, I can avenge that kick from that day." Chapter 25. Kisame Hashigaki. As Kai and his companions journeyed onward, the leader, Parker, detected a foreign presence. Noticing this, Kai inquired, "What is it?" Parker replied, "Someone is approaching." Instantly, the group heightened their vigilance. Neji activated his Byakugan and scanned the surroundings, quickly spotting an individual advancing from behind. He alerted the others, "Behind us." A massive blade, swathed in fabric, surged forth like a shark, cleaving through the earth. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, sending clouds of dust into the air. Neji and the others evaded the enemy's assault, leaping onto the adjacent rocks. As the dust settled, they beheld a figure clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds. Wielding a large sword, none other than Kisame Hashigaki. Upon recognizing Kisame, Kai seemed to understand the identity of their visitor and addressed him, "You are." Before Kai could finish, Lee interjected, "Do you know him, sensei?" However, Kai unexpectedly responded, "Who are you?" Tian, standing beside Kai, gazed at him in disbelief, unsure of how to react. Kisame, perturbed by Kai's apparent forgetfulness, displayed visible annoyance. At that moment, Neji, peering through his Byakugan, assessed Kisame's chakra and cautioned the group. "This guy possesses an astounding amount of chakra. Aside from Naruto, I have never encountered anyone with such immense reserves." Upon hearing Neji's warning, Lee asked, "Is it really that impressive?" Kisame then posed a question to Kai. "Truly, you do not remember me?" Kai seemed to recall something and replied, "You. Could it be?" Believing Kai was finally recognizing him, Kisame smugly remarked, "It seems you are starting to remember." Yet, Kai unexpectedly stated, "Have we met before?" Kisame, irritated by Kai's response, retorted with a hint of sarcasm, "It appears that even your intellect is lacking, creature. No matter, I will help jog your memory." He then began to gather chakra, which Neji observed intensifying through his Byakugan. Neji exclaimed, "So this is Akatsuki." With a sinister grin, Kisame hurled his sword, Samahata, into the air before forming a series of hand seals. Water style, water burst wave. Kisame concentrated chakra in his abdomen and unleashed a torrent of water from his mouth, instantly inundating the previously parched rocky terrain. Kai shouted, "Here it comes." Lee responded affirmatively. As Kisame expelled a massive wave of water, the ground transformed into a vast flood. He seized Samahata, resting it on his shoulder as he gazed at Neji and the others with a malevolent smile. "I'm coming at you," he declared, propelling himself through the surging waters towards them. The group swiftly leaped aside, finding refuge on separate rocks. Seeing his first strike fail, Kisame launched a second offensive, targeting Kai and Tian. They narrowly evaded the onslaught, but Kisame's attack thoroughly disrupted their formation. Tian called out to her companions, "Neji, Lee." Kisame taunted, "How about now? Still not remembering?" He initiated a third assault against Kai, who once again leaped to avoid the attack, which further separated him from the others. Tian exclaimed in astonishment, "He can unleash such a volume of water." Neji replied, "Such techniques can only be wielded by those with an extraordinary chakra reserve." The area, once rocky, had transformed into a colossal river. At that moment, Kisame vanished from sight. Lee, vigilant, asked Neji, "Where did he go?" Suddenly, another wave surged towards them, prompting the group to leap once more. In midair, they spotted Kisame descending upon Kai with his sword raised. Kai swiftly sidestepped the attack, retaliating with a kick aimed at Kisame's head, only for his adversary to dissolve into a puddle of water upon contact. Puzzled, Kai remarked, "A water clone?" Kisame, casually hoisting Samahata onto his shoulder, retorted, "It seems you are too preoccupied to recall who I am." He then launched a series of slashes at Kai, who deftly dodged across the water's surface. In that moment, Lee stealthily maneuvered behind Kisame. Kai shouted, "Lee now." Responding to the command, Lee executed a kick towards Kisame's hand, sending Samahata flying. Kisame, taken aback, exclaimed, "What?" Before he could recover, Neji's attack struck, delivering a powerful 8 trigrams palms to Kisame, sending him tumbling backward uncontrollably. As he stumbled, he noticed the fallen Samahata and retrieved it, driving the blade into the water's surface to regain his footing. Just as he stabilized himself, a spiked iron ball hurtled towards him. Reflexively, he raised his sword to block, only to regret it upon noticing the explosive tag affixed to the ball. With a resounding explosion, thick smoke enveloped the area. From the rocks, Tian lamented, realizing Kisame had narrowly escaped. Damn it, he got away. Kisame submerged beneath the water, prompting the group to resume their search for him. Gazing at the vast expanse of water, Kai solemnly questioned, where could that guy have gone? Tion turned to Neji, asking, Neji, what is the enemy's position? Neji replied, straight ahead, he is approaching. At that moment, Lee exclaimed, I see him. Kisame slowly emerged from the water, internally grumbling. What a bothersome bunch of small fry. Spotting Kisame's reappearance, Kai adopted a tone of discovery, water-style ninjutsu, along with that great sword, you are. Hearing Kai's words, Kisame assumed Kai had finally remembered and responded, it seems you have finally recalled. However, Kai coolly replied, I feel as though I've encountered you somewhere before. The atmosphere became awkward as Tion hung her head once more, muttering, still no recollection. Kisame, visibly displeased, remarked, it appears you have a knack for provoking others. Before you remember, allow me to enlighten you. He chuckled menacingly. Chapter 26, The Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark, Part 2. After numerous unsuccessful assaults, the ghost shark began to devise his next offensive strategy. Meanwhile, Kai made adjustments on his side and declared, now, we shall commence our counterattack. First, I will force this fellow to reveal a flaw. Once a gap appears, do not hesitate to strike immediately. The others responded in unison, understood. Upon hearing Kai's words, the ghost shark scoffed, so you believe it will be that easy to uncover my weaknesses? I shall swiftly change that notion. With that, the ghost shark brandished his blade and charged towards Kai, who met him head-on. The ghost shark swung his sword horizontally at Kai, who leaped into the air and evaded the attack. Just as the ghost shark was about to pursue, Neji used the shifting wind technique to instantaneously appear before him, delivering a palm strike. The ghost shark instinctively blocked with his sword, but Neji sensed something amiss and utilized the technique once more to retreat, creating distance between himself and the ghost shark. In that moment, Lee sought to continue Neji's offensive, wielding his staff as he advanced on the ghost shark. Seeing this, the ghost shark countered with a powerful swing of his sword. Lee immediately attempted to block with his staff, yet the overwhelming force of the ghost shark's strike shattered it, sending both Lee and his weapon flying. The ghost shark revealed a smug grin, looking down at Lee with a sinister smile. Lee quickly regained his footing and, glancing at the broken staff in his hands, felt a pang of frustration. He tossed the remnants aside and remarked, I see now. Wielding such a massive blade indeed makes it difficult to find a flaw. Tintin recognized the issue as well and pondered, if close combat is ineffective, then allow me to handle it. She unfurled a scroll, summoning several shurikens equipped with explosive tags that flew toward the ghost shark. Unfazed by Tintin's assault, the ghost shark made a single, sweeping motion with his sword as the shurikens approached, causing them to explode in a cloud of smoke. Believing this strike would inflict damage, Tintin boasted, how about that? Now you realize my power, don't you? However, as the smoke cleared, the ghost shark stood unharmed, still wearing his characteristic smirk. He then taunted Tintin, hee, did you just attempt to attack me? Tintin, incensed by his mockery, retorted, what a troublesome blade. At that moment, Kai seemed to recall something and said, so that's it, that sword. The ghost shark, assuming Kai had made a significant realization, remarked, have you finally remembered? Yet, Kai unexpectedly replied, so that blade is your weapon? Neji, unable to contain himself, interjected, well, that was evident, wasn't he it? Kai explained, however, there is a vast difference between mere recognition and true understanding. Upon hearing Kai's words, Lee displayed an expression of admiration, stating, as expected of you, Teacher Kai. Every word you utter is laden with profound wisdom. Tintin, witnessing the fervor of the duo, voiced her exasperation. What use is this now? Why does this scenario always arise? Neji sighed and said, give it up, Tintin. The ghost shark then chimed in, I retract my earlier statement. Your intellect appears to be inferior to that of a beast. At this juncture, Kai, uninterested in further banter, issued the command to launch another attack. He leaped into the air, executing a somersault before delivering a powerful kick toward the ghost shark. The ghost shark raised his sword to block. The impact was tremendous, forcing him to transfer the force into the water. Seizing the moment, Kai stepped onto the sword and leaped again, but the ghost shark ducked to evade. The ghost shark retaliated with a swing of his sword, yet Kai likewise ducked to avoid the strike and charged at the ghost shark, delivering a fierce punch that the ghost shark managed to block with one hand. Without pausing, Kai executed an upward kick aimed at the ghost shark's chin, prompting the latter to instinctively lean back in evasion. At that moment, Kai seized the opportunity to hook his foot around the ghost shark's weapon, disarming him of the shark's skin. He then directed his comrades, now is our chance. Neji and the others, heeding the command, launched a close-quarters attack on the ghost shark. The ghost shark, sensing the urgency, abandoned his previous composure, his expression turning serious as he formed hand signs. Water clone technique. The ghost shark summoned 3 water clones, which swiftly intervened to thwart Neji and the others' assault. Continuing his hand signs, he prepared to counterattack. Water prison technique. The 3 clones unleashed torrents of water, aiming to ensnare Neji and his companions. This is bad, Kai exclaimed, realizing the peril and rushing to assist his friends, brandishing the shark's skin against the ghost shark. Just then, a sharp pain coursed through his hand as the hilt of the shark's skin sprouted serrated teeth, piercing his palms and causing him to relinquish his grip. Neji and the others were similarly ensnared by the ghost shark's water prison technique, rendered immobile and unable to breathe due to their watery confinement. Kai could only helplessly shout, "Lee, Neji, Tenten." From behind a rock wall, Pakken observed the dire situation and felt the weight of the circumstances. He thought, how could this happen? Though I wish to assist, in this situation, my involvement would only hinder them. I hope they endure. The ghost shark, finally exhaling in relief, remarked, "You are more formidable than I anticipated. Truly surprising, these little brats. Now, there is no one to disturb us." After speaking, he assumed a combat stance. At that moment, he noticed a movement beside him and turned to see the shark's skin swiftly swimming back to him like a shark, returning to his grasp. The ghost shark explained to Kai, "This blade, known as shark skin, recognizes only me as its master." Upon hearing this, Kai understood the earlier transformation of the weapon. He reflected, "I see. I should never underestimate the use of another's weapon. Therefore I too." With that, Kai reached into his bag, seemingly retrieving something. Tenten, witnessing what emerged, gasped, "Is that nunchaku?" Lee was equally astonished, contemplating, Teacher Kai has been compelled to utilize nunchaku. This demonstrates the enemy's formidable strength. Only Neji maintained his composure, methodically analyzing the situation and formulating strategies. This technique is constructed from chakra. Conventional methods will likely prove ineffective, but utilizing the Aiki sphere or a decisive strike should suffice. I shall observe for now. Engaging this opponent without a solid plan may not yield favorable results. Kai brandished the nunchaku, twirling them with grace, emanating a powerful aura from his presence. The ghost shark, sensing the pressure, slowly remarked, "Ah, I see. This is becoming quite interesting. Well then, let us begin." Chapter 27. The Dry Persimmon Ghost Shark, Part 3. The ghost shark unleashed a series of water-style attacks upon Chiron, who adeptly cleaved through the torrents with his nunchaku, retaliating with a strike aimed at the ghost shark's head. In response, the ghost shark swiftly raised his hand to block with his blade, the collision resulting in a dramatic splash of water. Chiron persisted in his assault, sweeping a kick towards the ghost shark, who ducked to evade. However, Chiron pivoted and launched another kick, which was once again intercepted by the ghost shark's weapon. Observing this, Chiron thrust one end of his nunchaku toward the ghost shark's head. The ghost shark leaned aside to avoid it, only for Chiron to follow up with a punch, which the ghost shark narrowly sidestepped. Chiron continued his relentless barrage with the nunchaku, but each attack was deftly evaded by the ghost shark. In a sudden twist, Chiron executed a flip in midair, aiming a downward kick at the ghost shark, who promptly utilized his blade to block, the weapon entangling with the nunchaku and revealing its sharp edge. Chiron, quick to react, retracted his leg just in time to avoid injury. The two combatants then distanced themselves, racing across the water's surface, each seeking an opening in the other's defense. The ghost shark, seizing Chiron's blind spot, attempted a surprise attack with a water clone, but Chiron detected the ruse and swiftly struck, causing the clone to dissolve into a puddle. As the pair continued their intricate dance of attack and defense, others observed from a distance. Due to their inability to breathe, Tian was nearing her limit. Chiron glanced towards his companions, noting Tian's precarious condition. The ghost shark, noticing Chiron's distraction, hurled him into the air and began forming hand seals. Water style, water shark bomb technique. Suddenly, a chakra-shaped shark surged from the water, charging at Chiron, who retaliated with a powerful punch, dispersing the creature. The ghost shark, reclaiming his fallen blade, leaped towards Chiron, who raised his nunchaku to parry the blow, sending a torrent of water spraying in all directions. Chiron gritted his teeth, enduring the force of the ghost shark's formidable strength, and mused aloud, "Wait, you are." The ghost shark, uninterested in further conversation, retorted, "Even if you remember now, it is too late." With that, he swung his fist down upon Chiron, sending him crashing into the water. Little Lee, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of anxiety and called out for his teacher. Meanwhile, Tian, struggling to breathe, found herself in a dire predicament, her thoughts racing. Is Chiron really going to lose? Yet little Lee remained steadfast in his faith, believing that if Chiron were to be defeated, he would no longer be Chiron. Neji shared this sentiment. Although he found Chiron's antics peculiar, he trusted in his strength. Submerged in the water, Chiron reflected, "I have seen that man somewhere before." Meanwhile, the ghost shark reveled in his triumph, exclaiming, "Do not think that this mere injury has settled our score." With that, he began forming seals once more. Water style, 5 shark technique. He placed a hand upon the water's surface, releasing a torrent of chakra that transformed into 5 formidable sharks, charging toward Chiron. The ghost shark chanted, "One bite." The first shark lunged at Chiron, who swiftly rolled aside and swam towards the surface. 2 bites. The second shark attacked, and due to Chiron's limited mobility in the water, he was caught off guard, barely escaping injury. 3 bites. The third shark clamped its jaws around Chiron, who summoned all his strength to resist. Delivering a punch that crushed the shark's mouth, allowing him to escape. However, in the blink of an eye, the shark's jaws repaired themselves. For bites. The fourth shark ambushed Chiron from behind, sending him hurtling through the water, blood spilling from his mouth as he slowly sank to the bottom. 5 bites. All 5 sharks converged on Chiron, attacking relentlessly. No matter how fiercely he fought back, the sharks would merely regenerate. The ghost shark, watching Chiron's plight with glee, taunted. "I will ensure my sharks devour you down to the bone." At that moment, Neji observed Chiron struggle, while Tian was on the verge of collapse. He prepared to act, but suddenly noted Chiron making a move. Chiron, sinking deeper, resolved to unleash his full potential, thinking, "I can no longer afford to waste time." Having made up his mind, Chiron crossed his hands. The ghost shark, sensing Chiron's shift, mused aloud, "What are you planning?" Beneath the water, Chiron began to gather chakra. 8 gates. First gate, open. Second gate, rest gate, open. Third gate, life gate, open. Chiron's physique began to transform. His skin flushed a deep crimson. Veins pulsing on his forehead. But he was not finished. Fourth gate, wound gate, open. The ghost shark gazed in astonishment at Chiron's transformation, exclaiming, "What is this extraordinary recovery of physical strength?" Fifth gate, limit gate, open. As the fifth gate burst open, an overwhelming surge of green chakra radiated from Chiron, causing the 5 sharks to evaporate and erupting 5 columns of water from the lake's surface. Little Lee, witnessing this spectacle, was left in awe. The columns are releasing astonishing chakra. Parker, hidden behind the cliff, realized what Chiron was about to do and exclaimed excitedly, "Is he really going to use that technique?" At this moment, Neji kept a close watch on Chiron, ready to spring into action. 8 gates. Sixth gate, view gate, open. With the 6th gate opened, green chakra exploded from the water's surface, evaporating the water within Chiron's radius, making him the vortex's epicenter. The ghost shark, seeing the chakra rushing toward him, leaped aside, astonished at Chiron's newfound power beneath the water. Neji, sensing the opportune moment, sprang into action. Gentle fist, one strike to the body. With just one blow, he shattered the water prison, leaving Tian and Little Lee momentarily stunned by Chiron's condition. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Neji's second strike followed. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. In an instant, he obliterated all of the ghost shark's clones, liberating Tian and Little Lee. Neji turned to Tian, inquiring, "Are you all right, Tian?" "Thank you, Neji, I'm fine," she replied. Little Lee added gratefully, "Thank you, Neji, we've finally been saved." With that, his gaze shifted back to the battle, where Chiron charged at the ghost shark. Faced with Chiron's current state, the ghost shark opted to retreat. However, Chiron's speed had now transcended human limits, and in an instant, he stood before the ghost shark, arms spread wide, poised for an attack. Little Lee, witnessing Chiron's stance, exclaimed in astonishment, "That stance is..." Chapter 28, The Peacock Dance upon encountering Kai. The formidable Kisame was taken aback and promptly swung his blade towards him. However, Kai's reflexes were astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, he evaded Kisame's strike and retaliated with a powerful kick. The speed was such that Kisame had no time to react, and he was sent soaring into the air from the force of the blow. Observing this turn of events, Neji and the others had already anticipated the outcome of the clash between Kai and Kisame. Kai, relentless in his assault, charged towards Kisame once more. Upon reaching his adversary, he unleashed a flurry of fiery shockwaves from his fists, striking Kisame with an awe-inspiring display akin to the resplendent fan of a peacock. As the final blow landed, Kai's fist crashed into Kisame, engulfing him in flames and plunging him into the water below. Kai, panting and returning to his normal state, appeared visibly fatigued, indicating that the 8 gates technique had taken a considerable toll on him. He remained vigilant, fixating on the spot where Kisame had fallen, unwilling to let his guard down. Kai's onslaught had completely evaporated the lake water conjured by Kisame's chakra, reverting the landscape back to its original rocky terrain. At that moment, Pakken arrived atop the rocks to survey the scene and remarked, "It seems to be over." Upon seeing a figure sprawled on the ground, Kai finally relaxed and, along with Neji and the others, approached to assess Kisame's condition. He spoke softly, "It certainly feels as though a battle took place here. Do you really not remember?" asked Lee. Before Kai could respond, Tintin interjected, "It seems the opponent was quite familiar with you, sensei." At that moment, Neji noticed something amiss and exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" Following Neji's gaze, the others turned to the fallen figure, and Kai gasped in astonishment, This person is..." His expression reflected sheer disbelief. Lee, equally incredulous, queried, "What is going on?" The form of the foe they had just battled had inexplicably transformed into another's likeness, leaving them utterly bewildered. Kai admitted, "I do not know, but I can affirm that I have never seen this man before." The scene shifted. On a distant rock, 2 figures sat, Kisame and Itachi Uchiha. Itachi slowly opened his eyes, appearing weary, prompting Kisame to inquire with concern, "It seems your battle has concluded as well." "It has. My chakra is depleted," Itachi replied. Kisame continued, "I see. The chakra used on the sacrifices was about 30%. Although the technique allows us to create replicas, The amount of chakra distributed is limited, consequently restricting our power and the jutsu we can employ. Itachi responded, nonetheless, this has been sufficient for delaying them. With that, both closed their eyes, their phantoms reappearing at the Akatsuki's rendezvous point. Upon their return, the leader commented, the technique has been released. However, we have delayed them significantly. Which is more than adequate. Well done, Itachi and Kisame. At this juncture, Sasori interjected with irritation, it's easy for you to say. The two who were used as sacrifices in your jutsu were my subordinates. The leader scoffed, they ought to be grateful to me. It is through my technique that they temporarily became part of the Akatsuki. They should feel honored. He then glanced at the unconscious Gaara and excitedly noted, it is nearly time. Subsequently, he assigned tasks to the other members, instructing the one with 2 leaves, Zetsu, take care of the 2 individuals used in the technique, ensuring no traces are left behind. Zetsu responded, understood. Turning to Itachi, the leader asked, Itachi, tell me about their numbers and characteristics. Itachi replied, a 4-person team consisting of Kakashi Hatake, Sakura Haruno, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki, and the Sand Village advisor, Chiyo. Hearing this, Sasori appeared contemplative, muttering, Chiyo is also involved. Back with Neji and the others, they continued their journey towards the Akatsuki assembly point, weaving through the forest. Kai, having exhausted himself using the 8 gates, was visibly fatigued. Pakin, leading the group, reflected, indeed, reaching the 6th gate is quite tiring. Lee, trailing behind, expressed concern, Sensei, are you all right? Feigning composure, Kai responded, yes. It's nothing. I've always been full of energy. He then struck a victorious pose and laughed heartily. However, his mirth was short-lived, distracted by conversation. He collided with a tree and fell to the ground. Lee and the others rushed to check on him, while Tintin quipped, how is that nothing? Neji remarked, considering you just used the peacock dance, it would be wise to find a place to rest. Thus, they searched for a nearby spot, set up a simple camp, and began to rest. Exhausted from days of travel and combat, they quickly succumbed to slumber, leaving only Neji awake to remain vigilant. He pondered how he would confront a powerful foe like Kisame if left alone. The peacock dance, perhaps? He mused. After some time, Kai abruptly awakened and sat up, declaring, all right, rest is over. Lee, hearing this, also awoke and asked, Sensei, are you feeling all right now? Kai gave a thumbs up in response, exclaiming, I feel invigorated. What a refreshing awakening. Pakin turned to Neji and inquired, what about you, Neji? I am fine. My recovery speed is astounding, Neji replied. A testament to his prior solitary training. Satisfied to hear that Neji was well, Pakin turned to Tintin, and you? After a restorative rest, Tintin affirmed, I'm also fine. With everyone in good condition, Kai proclaimed, to make up for lost time during our rest, we must advance at double the speed. Tintin sighed, before she could finish. Lee interjected, no, let us increase our pace to 3 times the normal speed. That way, we can arrive ahead of schedule. Kai, pleased with Lee's suggestion, responded, very well. Everyone, let us seize this opportunity and proceed at 4 times the speed. Pakin, Neji, and Tintin simultaneously grimaced in dismay, utterly exasperated. Noticing their expressions, Kai questioned, what is the matter with you all? Neji retorted, no matter how you look at it, that is impossible. Tintin agreed, I've mentioned this numerous times. Please refrain from such antics. Lee also chimed in, Sensei, I merely suggested 3 times the speed. Hearing Lee's comment, Pakin quipped, Lee, what we proposed is not the same as your suggestion. Thus, the group engaged in light-hearted banter as they resumed their journey to rescue Gaara. Chapter 29. Gaara within the cavern of the Akatsuki gathering. The ritual to extract Shikaku, the one-tail, from Gaara was still underway. The eyes of the stone statue at the cave's entrance had nearly fully opened. The leader of the Akatsuki addressed the other members, stating that they were now entering the final phase. Kisame inquired about how to deal with the troublesome flies. After his question, Haiden added that their speed had exceeded expectations. The leader, however, remained unconcerned, asserting that their strategy of stalling was effective and that there was no need to worry about them for now, as they had a backup plan. At that moment, Deidara, who was genuinely present in the cave, remarked that it would ultimately be up to them to clean up the aftermath. Scorpion, impatient, urged Deidara to wrap things up quickly, as they still had guests to welcome and needed a brief respite beforehand. Deidara acknowledged the necessity of preparation for their guests. Kisame muttered his frustrations, expressing how troublesome the situation was. A member with slicked back hair appeared somewhat disheartened, lamenting the missed opportunity to confront a Jinchuriki. His companion, Haiden, encouraged him not to complain and to focus on locating their assigned target. The leader then interrupted the discussion, commanding everyone to cease their chatter and concentrate, emphasizing that any mistakes were unacceptable. Meanwhile, Neji and the others continued their journey. Neji suddenly voiced his discomfort, prompting Lee to ask what was wrong. While Tintin inquired if they sensed an enemy, Neji responded that, on the contrary, he felt no trace of an enemy presence, which puzzled him greatly given their use of such jutsu to delay them. Lee, sensing the unease, speculated whether Gaara was in danger, causing their expressions to grow serious. In a white, desolate realm, Gaara opened his eyes to see a hand before him, questioning its origin. realizing it was his own. He pondered whether he had become someone whom others needed. Clenching his fist, he was startled to see a shadowy figure before him, incredulously asking what it was. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the figure as himself, leading him to reflect on his desire to be needed by others and the reasons behind such yearning. He questioned his identity, feeling merely a fleeting sensation before he began to fade away. Back in the cave, the ritual to extract Shikaku's chakra concluded, and the statue's eyes fully opened, revealing a terrifying visage. The leader of the Akatsuki proclaimed the end of the ritual. With his words, Gaara fell to the ground like a withered leaf, devoid of life, prompting a sense of relief among the observers. Scorpion expressed his annoyance, while Deidara complained about the time taken. Kisame echoed the sentiment of frustration, and Haiden rubbed his shoulders, feeling stiff. At that moment, the Akatsuki leader commended everyone for their efforts. Meanwhile, Neji and his companions had arrived outside the Akatsuki cavern, which was blocked by a massive rock and protected by a barrier. Guy inquired if this was the location, to which Pakken confirmed that Gaara was just behind the rock. Guy noted the presence of a barrier, prompting Tintin to ask how they should proceed. Lee eagerly suggested they charge in. However, Guy, having tempered his impulsiveness, countered with a firm no, turning to look behind them. Suddenly, several figures approached from behind, causing Lee and Tintin to turn in response to the noise. Guy recognized the newcomers as Kakashi, who acknowledged their tardiness due to encountering some trouble along the way. Lee, excited upon seeing Naruto and Sakura, called out to them. Kakashi's team, along with Granny Chiyo, joined Neji's group. Chiyo, puzzled, questioned Kakashi about the troubles he mentioned, but Kakashi ignored her. Naruto appeared visibly angry, suppressing his rage as he greeted Neji's group. Neji noticed something was off with Naruto's demeanor. Sakura, upon seeing them, remarked that they had arrived first. Tintin, unfamiliar with Chiyo, promptly asked Sakura who she was. Sakura introduced Chiyo as a consultant from Sunagakure, while Chiyo playfully gestured a peace sign, greeting Neji's group. Guy then proposed to Kakashi that they should take action, to which Kakashi simply replied affirmatively. Naruto, fixated on the seal upon the massive rock, felt his eyes transform into the form of the Ninetales, clenching his fist with determination as he declared, Gaara, wait for me. Chapter 30. The 5 sealing barriers. After much deliberation, Kakashi addressed Neji. Neji, can you discern the situation within the barrier? Neji replied, I will give it a try. He promptly activated his Byakugan to inspect the interior. As he probed, he informed the others, it appears to be a rather expansive cavern, but I cannot see clearly enough to ascertain the details. I can vaguely make out a colossal statue within, with its arms outstretched, and several figures seem to be standing on its fingers. Naruto, anxious, inquired, Neji, what about Gaara? Hey, how is Gaara doing? He shook Neji in his urgency. Just a moment, I am searching, Neji responded, continuing his quest for Gaara's whereabouts. Suddenly, he spotted a figure lying motionless on the ground. Just as he was about to confirm the identity, Naruto impatiently shook him again, asking, Neji, what is the status? Neji, growing irritable, replied, wait, don't rush me. With Naruto's persistent shaking, Neji shifted his gaze to the statue's head, noticing its eyes slowly closing one by one. This is quite peculiar, Neji remarked. Naruto, still pressing for answers, urged, what is going on, Neji? After concluding his investigation, Neji said, let go of me. Finally, Naruto released him. Sakura asked, what is inside? Neji responded, it is beyond words to describe. Tintin, seemingly understanding, added, so that means. Before she could finish, Lee interjected. It means we must see it for ourselves. Kai, standing behind Lee, patted his shoulder and addressed the group. If that is the case, then the task becomes simpler. He then stepped back, took a running start, and delivered a powerful punch to the enormous boulder inscribed with the sealing symbols. The force of his strike sent tremors through the mountain, causing loose stones to tumble down. However, the boulder remained unmoved due to the barrier. Kai remarked, a barrier. I see. Inside the cavern, the commotion caused by Kai's blow captured the attention of the Akatsuki. Their leader observed, it seems things are getting lively outside. Kisame commented, looks like reinforcements have arrived. Deidara inquired, which reinforcements? Are they the same ones Kisame delayed? Zetsu replied, indeed, they have all arrived simultaneously. However, it's unfortunate they are slightly late. Sasori added, I've heard there is another Jinchuriki outside as well. Hihi, don't blame me, Itachi. Itachi regarded Sasori, but remained silent. Outside, Lee asked Kai, what should we do next, sensei? Kai, with a resigned expression, answered, first, we must dispel this barrier. Tintin questioned, how do we do that? Sakura chimed in, what kind of barrier is this? We must clarify that first. Kai nodded, yes, we need to identify the type of barrier. Right, Kakashi? Looking at the forbidden symbols on the boulder, Tsunade inquired, what do you think this barrier is, Kakashi? Kakashi responded, this is the 5 sealing barrier. Tsunade nodded in agreement, yes, I feel the same. Curious, Naruto asked, the 5 sealing barrier? Kakashi began to explain. This barrier is formed by placing forbidden symbols in 5 locations around it. Alongside this one, there are 4 other symbols that must be removed simultaneously to dispel the barrier. Sakura pressed, they must be removed at the same time? Indeed, Kakashi confirmed. If we cannot remove all 5 simultaneously, the barrier cannot be broken. This is just the first one. He indicated the symbol on the boulder. Kai responded, we still need to find the other 4. Naruto immediately inquired, where are the other 4 symbols? Kakashi then called out to Neji, who promptly understood and replied, understood. Neji activated his Byakugan to search for the locations of the other symbols. Before long, he identified their positions, which were a few hundred meters away in the northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest. Sakura remarked, that means they are quite distant. How will we signal each other? Kai removed his pack and stated, no need to worry about signaling. With this distance, radios should suffice. He produced several radios from his pack. Naruto, enlightened, exclaimed, radios. Kakashi, seeing the radios, nodded in approval. Ah, I see. With no objections from the group, Kai issued orders. Then, we will follow Neji's instructions while maintaining communication to locate the forbidden symbols. Meanwhile, inside the cavern, Hyuga declared, now we must take action. The outside is bustling, and we must complete our mission to capture the Jinchuriki. Zetsu agreed. Exactly. How do we handle the people outside? Kisame replied, don't rush. Whether they can enter here is still uncertain. However, Itachi, standing beside Kisame, countered, do not underestimate them. You should know better. Acknowledging Itachi's warning. Kisame chuckled, true, they do possess some brute strength. I can concede that. The Akatsuki leader then issued commands. Deidara, Sasori, you two take care of the intruders outside. Deidara, seemingly anticipating this, responded, I knew it would be this arrangement. The leader continued, however, the Jinchuriki must be captured alive. Sasori affirmed, I understand. Lastly, the leader ordered, everyone else, disperse. Hyuga, upon hearing the leader's command, turned to his companion and said, let us go. The two vanished in an instant. Kisame and Itachi prepared to depart when Sasori called out to Itachi, Itachi, what kind of person is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Ignoring him, the Akatsuki leader urged, tell him, Itachi. After a moment's thought, Itachi replied, the first one to roar loudly is him. Sasori, puzzled, remarked, what does that even mean? Deidara pressed, do you have any other more specific traits? Itachi chose not to answer further, departing silently. Frustrated by Itachi's dismissal, Deidara grumbled, this guy is unbelievable. With Itachi gone, Kisame bid farewell to Sasori and Deidara, saying, I must take my leave as well. Here's a piece of advice among the young ones accompanying the Nine-Tails. There is also a member of the Hyuga clan. Be cautious, his abilities are formidable. With that, Kisame departed, leaving only the leader, Sasori, and Deidara in the cavern. Deidara pondered, the Hyuga clan, huh? Chapter 31. The infiltration outside the cave, Neji and his companions prepared for departure. Guy addressed them, stating, we will dismantle the seals surrounding us. In terms of speed, our team is superior. Kakashi nodded in agreement, while Naruto encouraged Neji and the others, let us get moving. Guy then provided Neji and his team with their respective duties regarding the seals. The 4 members of Team Guy synchronized their radios with Kakashi and donned their headsets. Suddenly, Lee's voice blared through the radio. Can everyone hear me? The loudness of Lee's microphone startled the others, causing them to flinch from the unexpected volume. Tintin immediately complained, Lee, your mic is too loud. Realizing his mistake, Lee promptly apologized, though he failed to adjust the volume, subjecting them to another round of auditory assault. It felt as though their eardrums might burst. Guy quickly reminded Lee, the volume. Only then did Lee adjust the settings and apologize once more, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Once the radio settings were complete, Guy raised a hand in the center of the group. Seeing this, Lee quickly placed his hand atop Guy's. Guy then turned to Tintin, who, with a look of disdain, reluctantly joined in. Finally, he turned to Neji, who glared at him with evident annoyance. After a tense standoff of several minutes, Neji, unable to resist, begrudgingly placed his hand atop theirs. Guy smiled with satisfaction before calling out, let the youthful energy surge forth. Let us go. We shall never concede. He concluded with a final command, disperse. The group immediately scattered. Watching them, Naruto exclaimed with excitement, that cheer was fantastic. He then turned to Kakashi and suggested, hey, let us do one too. Sakura, overhearing him, shook her head in disapproval, never. Kakashi echoed her sentiment, exactly. Tsunade added, just give it up. Parker, having completed his task, bid farewell. I should be on my way now. I want to be a bother, but I can't be of much assistance either. Kakashi acknowledged Parker's efforts, saying, thanks for your hard work, and waved him off as he departed. Inside the cave, the leader of Akatsuki, noticing the others had left, turned to Sasori and Deidara, saying, I leave the next phase to you. They acknowledged with a nod. The leader then bid them farewell, I await your communication, and departed without waiting for a response. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted as the stone statues within the cave vanished in a puff of smoke. Sasori and Deidara leaped down from their positions, focusing on the cave entrance. Neji and his teammates made their way toward the forbidden seals, while Guy issued commands via radio, confirm the operation details. Team Guy, upon locating your seals, remain on standby until everyone is ready. On my signal, we will all remove them simultaneously, understood? Of course, Team Kakashi must do the same to break the 5 barriers. Kakashi added, at the moment the barriers are lifted, Sakura will shatter the rocks at the entrance. This will signal our incursion to retrieve Gaara. Sakura positioned herself before the rocks, ready to strike. After a while, the members of Team Guy found their respective seals. Guy inquired over the radio, Kakashi, how is it looking on your end? Kakashi replied, we're ready to go. The entry method is button hook entry. Everyone is prepared. Simultaneously, they peeled away the seals. And Kakashi relayed the attack order to Sakura. The sound of shattering rocks echoed through the radio as Guy asked Neji about the situation at the cave entrance. Neji conveyed the information he gathered with his Byakugan. Team Kakashi has successfully infiltrated as planned. Upon hearing this, Guy pondered, excellent, it seems progress is going smoothly. Just then, he heard a noise behind him. He immediately called out to Neji, Neji, can you see what is happening over here? Neji responded, yes, something has appeared on my end. Tintin inquired, what is that? Lee replied, it's likely a trap set by the enemy. Guy quickly deduced, I see. Ninja operations typically involve teams of 3. And 4-person units are the standard model. Neji added, however, to break the 5 barriers, we need at least 5 people. One team alone cannot achieve this. We must wait for the other team to arrive. Even if we manage to break the barriers, the preset traps will activate. In other words, tearing down the seals will trigger replicas of ourselves nearby, designed to prevent our entry into the interior. At that moment, a figure identical to Neji appeared before him. Lee remarked from the side, so, if we don't defeat our duplicates, we won't be able to support Naruto and the others, right? Guy affirmed, precisely, Lee. Neji continued, they've effectively disrupted our 4-person formation, leaving us isolated. Their planning is truly impressive. Tintin, unwilling to concede, declared, but we can't just admire them. Lee then asserted, let us settle this once and for all. The group commenced their battle. Neji utilized the body flicker technique to appear behind his duplicate, delivering a swift 8 trigrams palm strike. To his surprise, the duplicate countered with the same technique. Neji quickly dodged, and during their brief skirmish, he realized that the duplicate not only mirrored his appearance, but also replicated his strength and techniques. At that moment, Neji's radio crackled with Kakashi and Guy's conversation. Guy, can you hear us? The enemy has split their forces. We need support. Return immediately. Guy responded, that's a bit problematic. We've fallen into the enemy's trap. Kakashi, give us a little more time. Over and out. Upon hearing this, Neji contemplated the urgency of the situation. They could not afford to delay any longer and needed to end the battle swiftly. Chapter 32. The replicant Neji engaged in combat with his replicant. Employing the techniques of the free and easy wandering in the air palm, moving at a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye, the battlefield was left in utter disarray from their fierce exchange. Utilizing the free and easy wandering, they deftly evaded each other's attacks, retaliating in turn. The clash was evenly matched, creating a magnificent spectacle, yet yielding minimal results. Despite their exceptional agility, neither could inflict any substantial damage upon the other. Determined to alter his strategy, Neji sought alternative methods of attack to uncover his opponent's weaknesses. While deftly dodging the replicant strikes, he released his chakra orbs, unwittingly encircling the replicant and cutting off its escape route. Soft fist. Chakra orbs. Celestial stars. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Neji sent all the energy spheres hurtling towards the replicant. In response to Neji's assault, the replicant immediately employed the heavenly spin for defense. The onslaught of celestial stars collided with the heavenly spin, creating a series of explosions that enveloped the area in dust and debris. Through his Byakugan, Neji observed that the replicant remained unharmed amidst the chaos, prompting him to launch 2 additional chakra orbs at it. Suddenly, from within the swirling dust, a dragon formed of chakra surged forth. The chakra orb struck the dragon, shattering upon impact, while the dragon continued its charge towards Neji. Acting swiftly, Neji activated the free and easy wandering to evade the incoming threat. The replicant, cautious in its approach, refrained from pursuing further and dispelled the chakra dragon. Neji had initially intended to exploit the replicant's vulnerability during its use of the dragon technique, planning to outmaneuver it through rapid movement and strike from an unexpected angle. However, the replicant denied him that opportunity. Frustration mounted as Neji lamented, identical appearance, identical strength, even the same techniques. Truly a formidable foe. At that moment, Kakashi's voice crackled through the radio, inquiring about their situation. How are things on your end? Kai replied, apologies, Kakashi, but I need a bit more time here. He then turned to Neji, asking, how about you, Neji? Neji responded, I'm in the same predicament. There's no better way to stall for time than this. Tintin interjected, if the opponent possesses the exact same abilities, it won't be easy to bring this to a conclusion. Quite a spectacle, this imposter, added Lee in agreement. Intrigued, Kakashi pressed. Imposter? Kai answered, I'll explain later. I must first deal with this adversary. Kakashi, acknowledging Kai's words, urged, all right, expedite your efforts. My radio may lose contact with you soon. With that, the group refocused on their intense battle. As time passed, Neji began to exhibit signs of weariness. Faced with his replicant, he struggled to conceive a viable solution. His irritation mounting. Damn it, what should I do? Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the cave, prompting Kai to ask through the radio, Did everyone hear that sound? Breathing heavily, Neji replied, yes, quite clearly. It seems to have originated from the enemy's stronghold. Lee inquired, what could that sound possibly signify? Kai turned back to Neji, asking, can you see anything, Neji? Irritated, Neji retorted, don't rush me. I'm in the midst of a battle as well. Just as he spoke, the replicant launched an air palm towards him. Neji swiftly ascended into the air using the free and easy wandering, attempting to assess the situation within the cave while continuing. It's difficult to ascertain precisely. The enemy's stronghold is collapsing due to the intense impact. Kai pressed on, collapsing? What happened? Was it caused by Sakura and the others? Or by an attack from the enemy? Neji clarified, neither. Both sides are evenly matched in this confrontation. Tintin gasped, evenly matched? Indeed, Neji affirmed. Lee, excited, declared. As expected of Sakura, we cannot afford to lose here. The news of Sakura's battle reignited the group's fighting spirit, yet the situation remained dire. As the conflict progressed, their stamina began to wane, and they gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Neji continued to employ the free and easy wandering and air palm techniques against the replicant. But he soon noticed that the replicant's speed appeared to be increasing, making it difficult for him to keep pace. He abruptly halted, launching an air palm attack at the replicant, which mirrored his action and countered with its own air palm. To his astonishment, Neji's attack was deflected back towards him, prompting a swift retreat. In the midst of their struggle, silence enveloped the cave. Kai's voice broke the stillness, asking, Neji, can you hear me? What is the status at the enemy's stronghold? Neji replied, wait a moment. He gazed towards the cave and informed Kai, it seems the outcome has been determined. Tintin inquired, determined? Who emerged victorious? Lee echoed, what about Sakura? Neji answered, Sakura and her team have triumphed. She is unharmed, and both she and Granny Chiyo are on their feet. Kai, elated by the news, exclaimed, really? Did they defeat a member of Akatsuki? Indeed, as expected of Sakura, Lee added. The victorious tidings from Sakura's battle filled the group with excitement, yet Neji felt no joy at the moment. He addressed his comrades over the radio, however. Our situation has become quite precarious. Kai, puzzled, asked, what do you mean? Neji explained, there are actually 2 members of Akatsuki at their stronghold, although one has been defeated. The technique remains active. This implies that another individual is responsible for casting it, or that even if the caster is vanquished, the technique cannot be undone. Lee grasped the implication, saying, so, the imposter must be dealt with individually. Is that what you mean? Precisely, Neji confirmed. But now we face another issue. Compared to the imposter, we have grown weaker. Tintin remarked, the longer the battle drags on, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. That is indeed the case, Neji agreed. Suddenly, Lee burst into laughter over the radio, prompting Kai to ask, Lee, what's so amusing? Lee replied, isn't this situation quite simple? Neji, confused, inquired, what do you mean? Lee responded, I have thought of a way to defeat these foes. What? Chapter 33, Shattering Mountains. Upon hearing Xiaoli mention a method to conquer the duplicates, the group was taken aback. Kai immediately inquired, is that true? Neji followed suit, asking, what is the method? At that moment, Tian expressed her skepticism, questioning, are you certain it is a viable method? Xiaoli assured them, indeed, it is entirely feasible. We merely need to become stronger than we were before encountering them. As Xiaoli's words sank in, realization dawned upon them. He continued, the ability to tear off the forbidden character that the enemy duplicates possess is merely our own capacity. Therefore, if we cultivate a strength superior to that of our past selves, we can undoubtedly vanquish them. Kai responded, Lee, you are absolutely correct. You truly are my prized pupil. However, Tian appeared troubled, stating, but even if that makes sense, it's not so simple to grow stronger, is it? Xiaoli replied, Tian, have you forgotten? In our training, we often say that we must strive to surpass yesterday's self. By embedding this principle in our hearts, we endure the rigors of training. Through our efforts, we have ascended to the Chunin rank, while Neji has become a Jonin, continually evolving beyond who we were yesterday. But are we truly satisfied with our present selves? I intend to grow stronger than I was yesterday, stronger than I was half an hour ago, even stronger than I was a minute ago. Kai, inspired by Xiaoli's conviction, declared, I too refuse to remain stagnant. Tian echoed, I share your sentiment. I certainly do not wish to lag behind. Neji, with a hint of pride, remarked, I never expected to be lectured by the one who lags behind. I do not regard being a Jonin as the pinnacle. Yet, your words indeed offer a solution to our current predicament. Let us proceed with this approach. With that, Neji regained his composure and began to analyze all the abilities he currently possessed. Contemplating, he thought, I shall seize this opportunity to experiment with a new technique. After a moment of reflection, Neji dodged the attacks from the duplicates while gathering chakra with one hand, concentrating it into a singular point. After a brief build-up, he seized the moment to dash behind the duplicate using the technique of Xianyaoyu. The duplicate, upon noticing him, swiftly initiated a close-range attack with the gentle fist technique. However, Neji did not evade. Instead, he met the attack head-on, unleashing a shockwave of compressed chakra from his palm that instantly shattered the duplicate's assault, striking it squarely. Gentle fist art, 8 trigrams mountain-shattering strike. Though this technique had a short range, its destructive power was astonishing, surpassing even the air palm technique. The struck duplicate was sent hurtling like a marionette with severed strings, soaring several dozen meters before crashing into the mountainside, embedding itself into the rock and rendering it incapable of further combat. Neji, too, was jolted back several meters by the force, his hand throbbing painfully. Contemplating his tingling hand, he mused, "It seems this technique must be employed with caution." With that, Neji concluded the battle. He promptly inquired via radio about the status of the others, stating, "My battle has concluded. How goes it on your end? Do you require assistance?" Kai responded, "I will need a bit more time, but I should be fine. Do not concern yourself with us. Prioritize supporting Kakashi, as he has been out of contact since earlier." Neji replied, "Understood. I shall head there now and maintain communication." With that, Neji swiftly assessed the situation concerning Kakashi, spotting him and Naruto in pursuit of Deidara, who was soaring through the sky atop a massive bird. He set down his pack, consumed 2 soldier pills, made slight adjustments, and immediately raced toward them. As he advanced, he kept a vigilant eye on Kakashi and the others. Suddenly, he witnessed the space around Deidara distort, and one of his arms was yanked into the warped space, leaving Neji astonished. Is that Kakashi's technique, capable of displacing space? Before long, a similar occurrence transpired. As the space around Deidara twisted once more, Deidara promptly lowered his flight altitude, concealing himself within the forest, and the warped space returned to normal. Yet, the situation was not over. Due to the lowered altitude, Deidara fell within Naruto's attack range. Naruto suddenly burst forth from his flank, causing Deidara to recoil in shock. He immediately leaped off the giant bird, but Naruto's strike missed, only striking the bird, which promptly split in 2. Neji pondered, what a peculiar creature. Subsequently, Naruto utilized his shadow clone to catch the portion of the giant bird that held Gaara's body. Kakashi soon arrived at Naruto's side, where Naruto pried open the bird's mouth, finally revealing Gaara's motionless form, prompting Naruto to let out a mournful wail. Neji, observing Naruto's expression, speculated, could it be that the Kazekage? He dared not think further, focusing on his surroundings and spotting Deidara's figure. He attempted to contact Kakashi via radio, but received no response. Damn it. Is the signal too weak at this distance? Frustrated, he leaped into the air, employing Xianyu to traverse through the sky. At that moment, Kai's voice crackled through the radio. Neji, we have concluded our battle. What of Kakashi? Neji relayed the current situation and the approximate locations of Naruto and Kakashi to the others before continuing onward. He remained vigilant, observing Naruto, Kakashi, and the enemy's positions. He noticed Deidara, now without hands, hiding in a tree not far from Naruto and Kakashi. Meanwhile, Naruto, using the cover of his shadow clones, stealthily approached Deidara from behind. Upon realizing this, Deidara was filled with dread. Naruto delivered a powerful punch to his face, sending him tumbling from the tree. Following this, Naruto used his clones to bind Deidara's limbs, slamming him down to the ground. Then, Naruto leapt from the tree, delivering a crushing kick to Deidara's abdomen, unleashing his pinned-up fury with a barrage of punches. Then came a Rasengan strike that landed squarely on him, but in a twist of fate, Deidara's body transformed into a clay substitute. It turned out that after Naruto's first strike, Deidara had cleverly employed a substitution technique to swap places with his true self. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Naruto's rage reached a boiling point, and an ominous, crimson chakra began to emanate from him, reminiscent of his battle against Neji during the Chunin exams. Chapter 34. The rampaging Naruto chakra gradually enveloped Naruto's entire being, the crimson energy extending into a tail, transforming his appearance into something ferocious. Neji observed this transformation, while Deidara lurked in the nearby underbrush, secretly watching Naruto's changes. With a single punch, Naruto obliterated Deidara's clay substitute, showcasing immense destructive power that left a large crater in the ground, thick clouds of dust swirling around. He then leaped onto a rock, searching for Deidara's figure. Another tail sprouted from Naruto, and with another casual strike, he demolished a section of trees. Hey, guy, can you hear me? Suddenly, Kakashi's voice crackled through the radio. Neji had finally entered Kakashi's communication range, and responded, Kakashi-sensei, it's Neji. I'm on my way to your location. Kakashi replied, Ah, Neji, you've arrived. That's splendid. What about Guy and the others? Neji responded, they are still engaged in battle. I finished my fight and came here ahead of them. Kakashi continued, Are you still able to contact Guy and the others? Neji replied, I tried, but their signals have faded. Kakashi then said, All right, there has been a situation with Naruto. I am currently unable to act, and the enemy has vanished. Can you locate their position? Neji confirmed, I can see them. They are near your location and appear to have lost their combat capabilities. Kakashi instructed, then go directly to confront the enemy. Leave Naruto to me. I will handle it. Neji acknowledged, understood. With that, Neji utilized the mountain-splitting strike technique, channeling chakra into his legs and compressing it. After a brief moment of accumulation, he erupted forth with astonishing speed, akin to a comet streaking across the sky, swiftly arriving near Kakashi and the others. This velocity surpassed his usual leisurely pace. Neji contemplated, Indeed, it remains difficult to control. Compressing chakra requires time, and the flight path is challenging to manage. After finishing his thoughts, Neji silently descended near Deidara. He assessed Naruto's situation, who was currently engaged in indiscriminate destruction while Kakashi spoke to him. Naruto seemed to have lost his rationality, ignoring Kakashi's words and charging at him. Kakashi swiftly dodged. Seeing this, Neji contacted Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, I have arrived. Do you truly not need assistance with Naruto? Kakashi responded, no, it's unnecessary. I have a solution. Await my instructions before acting. Neji replied, understood, and continued to observe Naruto's situation. Kakashi discreetly retrieved the talisman from his pocket and stealthily approached Naruto, affixing it to his forehead while he was distracted. Instantly, the crimson chakra shroud surrounding Naruto dissipated, causing him to collapse against Kakashi. At this moment, Sakura and Chiyo, victorious over Sasori, also arrived at Kakashi's side. Kakashi's voice resonated through the radio. Neji, you may attack now. Do not allow him to escape, but remain vigilant. Neji acknowledged. Understood. He then stealthily maneuvered to Deidara's blind spot, inching closer behind him. Deidara, fixated on Naruto, failed to notice Neji's approach until he heard a sound and turned abruptly, realizing Neji was directly behind him. Upon seeing Neji's Byakugan eyes, Deidara quickly reacted, exclaiming, so you are the little brat from the Hyuga clan that Kisame spoke of. I see now, this is the Byakugan that rivals the Sharingan, still renowned in Konoha to this day, using those eyes to approach me from my blind spot. It's my first time witnessing their true form. While I am curious to test how they differ from Itachi's Sharingan, escaping is my utmost priority. Neji, having overheard Deidara's words, declared, you have nowhere left to run. Surrender. With that, Neji unleashed a palm strike toward Deidara. Sensing the attack, Deidara swiftly sidestepped and did not engage with Neji but chose to flee instead. However, in an instant, Neji had circled in front of him, delivering another strike. Deidara leaped away, attempting to widen the distance, pondering, body flicker technique? This is troublesome. After contemplating, Deidara scanned the vicinity as if searching for something, disregarding Neji before continuing his escape. Yet, Neji did not grant him the chance. He maneuvered around him repeatedly until Deidara halted at a location where the remnants of his clay had been destroyed by Naruto. He bit into a piece of clay, chewing it, and then spat it out, glaring at Neji. You little brat, try this. Clay manipulation technique. Deidara expelled a clay-made rope from his mouth, connecting with the clay on the ground, which gradually morphed into two grotesque puppets. Deidara commanded the puppets to charge at Neji. Neji, utilizing his Byakugan, detected the intense chakra emanating from the puppets and chose to ignore them, instead circling around to attack Deidara. At that moment, Deidara smirked wickedly, saying, watch your step. With that, Deidara leaped to the side and shouted, boom. A violent explosion erupted beneath Neji's feet. Chapter 35. Neji versus Deidara at a critical juncture. Neji swiftly employed the technique of Kaiten to neutralize the explosive shockwave. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the ground surrounding Deidara was densely covered with chakra-infused clay. As such, Neji refrained from recklessly advancing. Deidara, realizing his efforts had failed, let out a disappointed tsh, wondering if those eyes could perceive chakra. Subsequently, Deidara continued to manipulate his puppets to launch an attack against Neji. However, Neji skillfully maintained distance, utilizing the technique of sh10 to evade the puppets. He suspected that any contact with the clay constructs might result in an explosion. With this thought, Neji executed a Bagua Sky slash aimed at the clay puppet. Surprisingly, the puppet did not explode as he had anticipated. Instead, the two puppets were cleaved into 4 pieces. Neji pondered, is it not direct contact that triggers the explosion, but rather the manipulation of it? At that moment, the severed puppets underwent a transformation. Deidara, utilizing newly expelled clay, fashioned ropes that connected the severed parts, thereby increasing the puppet count from 2 to 4. Deidara skillfully commanded the 4 puppets to surge toward Neji once more. Neji surmised that these puppets might be controlled through the ropes attached to them. Thus, he resolved to sever their connections. He gathered chakra in both hands, shaping it into 2 elongated chakra blades. Employing the technique of sh10, Neji instantaneously appeared behind several puppets, severing the clay ropes that linked them. The clay momentarily ceased its movement, yet it was not long before the ropes reattached the puppets. Neji contemplated, it seems that unless the caster is defeated, these puppets will not cease their actions. As the clay puppets advanced towards him again, Neji continued to evade using sh10. He analyzed the situation, the long-range assaults, the puppets serving as shields, made it difficult to find a flaw. In close combat, the area around the enemy was laden with explosives. Any proximity could trigger a detonation. The aerial approach was similarly obstructed, with the puppets creating a pervasive hindrance. Through his encounters with members of the Akatsuki, Neji felt the immense strength of his adversaries. Even with their hands incapacitated, they remained formidable foes. A flicker of hesitation crossed Neji's mind. The air wall? He contemplated whether to employ this technique to break through the puppets' defenses and strike Deidara directly. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. No, should I miscalculate? They may split into even more, complicating matters further. Neji lamented. If only there were a way to silently penetrate the enemy's defenses. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, and he began to deliberate. If I could remain undetected while breaching the enemy's defenses, that technique might prove useful. With this revelation, Neji swiftly devised a strategy. He first utilized SH-10 to position himself before the puppets responsible for defense. Observing this, Deidara scoffed, remarking, "Though I know not what scheme you are concocting, I shall not allow you to succeed." With that, Deidara commanded the puppets to close in on Neji and swiftly detonated them. Neji reacted with alacrity, employing Kaiten for defense. Following this, he once again utilized SH-10 to approach Deidara, penetrating the encirclement of puppets. Although he was still a distance from Deidara, the situation was perilous. Deidara, with a cold smile, controlled the puppets, taunting, "Futile. No matter how swift you are, each step you take is governed by my explosive artistry. Do not think you can escape. Prepare to witness the final bloom." As the puppets charged toward Neji, he stood resolutely in place, unmoving. The puppets drew ever closer, poised to reach Neji. Sensing the moment was ripe, Deidara shouted, "Now!" At that instant, an extraordinary occurrence unfolded. The clay puppets did not explode, but instead collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Deidara, perplexed, scanned his surroundings for the cause, only to discover that the ropes connecting the puppets had been severed by a chakra blade emerging from the ground. His gaze shifted back to Neji, where he suddenly noticed the cracked earth beneath Neji's feet. It dawned on Deidara what had transpired, prompting him to act swiftly. He attempted to manipulate the clay ropes to reconnect the puppets, but Neji was already upon him, denying him the opportunity. Neji delivered a powerful kick, propelling Deidara away from the perilous clay explosives. Before Deidara could regain his footing, Neji launched another attack from behind, striking him in the waist and sending him soaring into the air. Neji then instantaneously appeared before him, unleashing a forceful palm strike that sent Deidara crashing to the ground. The sheer force of the impact left a crater in the earth, sending debris and dust flying in every direction. Chapter 36. Divine Might after Neji's assault. He landed on the ground, his Byakugan fixed intently on Deidara to prevent any further escape through substitution techniques. At that moment, Guy and the others, having followed the sounds of battle, finally arrived at Neji's location. Upon seeing Neji, Guy inquired, "Where are Kakashi and the others? How goes the battle?" Neji replied, "Kakashi-sensei and Naruto are nearby." Just as Neji finished speaking, Kakashi's voice rang out. He appeared with Naruto supporting him, while two shadow clones carried Gaara, and Sakura assisted Chiyo. Observing Kakashi's condition, Guy asked with concern, "Kakashi, are you all right?" Kakashi responded, "I'm fine, merely exhausted from chakra depletion. A brief rest will suffice." He then turned to Neji, asking, "What of the enemy?" Neji, gazing at the injured Deidara in the pit, stated, "He is right there. He should be unable to move now." Upon hearing Neji's words, the group followed his gaze. As the dust settled, they beheld the gravely wounded Deidara lying in the pit. Kakashi cautiously gestured to Neji, saying, "Neji." Understanding Kakashi's implication, Neji assured him, "Do not worry. This is the real body. My eyes have not left him." With Neji's reassurance, Kakashi felt relieved. Guy, seeing Deidara in such a disheveled state, exclaimed, "Neji, did you do this all by yourself?" Neji replied, "No. Kakashi-sensei had already incapacitated the enemy's two hands before I engaged him, which granted me the opportunity to win." Kakashi interjected, "No, I only broke his right hand. I cannot account for when his left hand was severed, and Neji completed the battle alone. We had no part in it." Guy, proud, responded, "Indeed, he is my disciple." Lee, reflecting, remarked, "I never imagined Neji could defeat a member of Akatsuki single-handedly." Tintin enthusiastically stated, "Neji, you truly are incredible." However, Neji remained vigilant, cautioning them, "Do not let your guard down. The enemy can still act." Awakened from their momentary distraction, the group heightened their alertness, watching Deidara. The injured Deidara struggled to rise. Surveying the group before speaking, it seems the tide has turned. He then addressed Kakashi, saying, "You, the copy ninja with ocular powers equal to Itachi S, Hitaki Kakashi." Next, he looked to Naruto, stating, "You, the Jinchuriki capable of skillfully employing shadow clones and possessing formidable chakra." Then, he turned to Neji, "You, with eyes that perceive chakra. Adept in both mid-range and close-quarters combat, high-level body flicker technique, and capable of altering chakra transformations, a young Hyuga." Finally, he remarked, "Your advance towards me was intentional, seeking to catch me off guard, allowing me to underestimate your intentions. You released chakra blades from beneath your feet, severing the clay connecting my puppets. That was quite clever. Kisame was right. You are indeed worthy of notice." Unfazed by Deidara's praise, Kakashi, Naruto, and Neji continued to fix their unwavering gaze upon him. Deidara, unfazed by the tension, maintained his composure, declaring, "It appears this is where it ends. Allow me to showcase my ultimate art." With that, he swallowed something, causing various parts of his body to swell. Neji, utilizing his Byakugan, perceived chakra concentrating within Deidara, reminiscent of the technique used in the Breaking Mountain method, compressing chakra into the palm before releasing it in a powerful shockwave. Unlike the former, this technique was internal rather than external, Recalling Daidar's penchant for explosive jutsu, Neji surmised that this technique would likely follow suit. Recognizing the impending danger, he urgently warned, "Everyone, we must flee." Neji took hold of Tenten, while Naruto supported Kakashi, and the shadow clones carried Gaara, with Sakura aiding Chiyo. Guy and Lee swiftly retreated as Daidar bellowed. Art is an explosion. With Daidar's proclamation, his body erupted in a powerful conflagration. Though Neji, Guy, and Lee moved swiftly, Kakashi, Chiyo, and Gaara lagged behind. Unable to keep pace with Naruto and Sakura, the impending shockwave threatened to engulf them. Neji anxiously thought, is it too late? At that moment, Kakashi glanced back at the explosive flames, witnessing a black hole of spatial distortion forming at the center of the fire. The black hole absorbed all the flames, leaving the others, except for Kakashi, Naruto, and Neji, in utter astonishment, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. As the flames were completely consumed by the black hole, Kakashi, panting, remarked, "I'm glad I made it in time." The group turned to see only the massive crater left by Daidar's explosion. Everyone stood in shock, unable to comprehend the recent scene. Suddenly, Kakashi's legs buckled, and Naruto quickly steadied him, asking, "Are you all right, Kakashi-sensei?" Guy, still in awe of the earlier events, regarded Kakashi with admiration. "Truly, you are my eternal rival." Sakura, puzzled, looked at her teacher and asked, "What exactly did you do?" Kakashi, catching his breath, replied, "I sent him and his explosion to another dimension." Sakura, confused, inquired, "Another dimension?" Neji contemplated. "So this is the power of the Sharingan. Experiencing it up close makes it even more impressive." Lee chimed in, "Though I do not understand the full context, does this mean the enemy has been dealt with?" Tenten, confused, retorted, "Ugh, don't ask me about this." At that moment, Kakashi addressed the group. "Now then, is everyone all right?" Just then, the two shadow clones carrying Gaara approached the group, calling out to Sakura, "Sakura." All eyes turned to the lifeless form of Gaara. Chapter 37. Granny Chiyo. Sakura employed her medical ninjutsu to treat Gaara. A lengthy period had passed, and a gentle breeze caressed the faces of the onlookers, who wore expressions of despondency. As Gaara lay unresponsive, Naruto could no longer contain his concern and inquired of Sakura, "Sakura?" Sakura slowly lifted her hands, which were focused on healing Gaara, and, with a troubled countenance, shook her head in regret. The sight of Gaara sprawled on the ground filled Naruto's face with sorrow, mirrored by the grave expressions of the others present. Granny Chiyo, who had watched Gaara grow up, felt a deep sadness wash over her, her mind lost in thought. Unable to suppress his grief, Naruto began to choke on his words, tears streaming down his face as he lamented, "Why Gaara? Why must it always be Gaara? Why has he died just like this?" He was the Kazekage. He had only just become Kazekage. As he spoke, he slowly approached Gaara's side. Granny Chiyo comforted him, "Calm down, Naruto." To this, Naruto, filled with frustration, shouted back, "It's infuriating." His eyes were brimming with tears. Chiyo, witnessing his distress, felt her heart ache deeply. Naruto continued, "If you Suna ninjas hadn't put that monster inside Gaara, this would never have happened. Have you ever considered how he felt about it?" As tears flowed, he expressed his pent-up resentment. "And what is this Jinchuriki nonsense? Don't pretend to be virtuous while using such terms." Chiyo lowered her head in silence at Naruto's reproach, who was now sobbing uncontrollably. He wiped his tears, speaking sorrowfully, "Sasuke, I can't save him. I can't do anything for Gaara. I have trained hard for 3 years, but I am no different from 3 years ago." At that moment, Granny Chiyo's expression shifted to one of unwavering determination. She shakily approached Gaara, settling beside him. Gazing at the lifeless Gaara, she seemed to arrive at a resolute decision. She placed her hands upon Gaara and began to transfer her life energy to him through the technique of reincarnation. Sakura was taken aback by the familiar jutsu, while Naruto observed Chiyo's actions with confusion. Sakura anxiously asked, "Granny Chiyo, what is that technique?" Chiyo looked at Sakura with a warm and loving gaze, softly assuring her not to grieve for her. Nevertheless, Sakura remained filled with worry. Granny Chiyo. Seeing their expressions, Naruto felt at a loss. The onlookers stood quietly, watching. Unable to restrain himself, Naruto asked Sakura, "What is she planning to do?" Neji, utilizing his Byakugan, pondered, "Medical ninjutsu? No, that's not it." Granny Chiyo was sweating profusely. During her earlier battle with Sasori, she had been poisoned and had yet to receive treatment. Sakura recalled Chiyo's words at that time. "I have things I must do beyond just curing the poison." In hindsight, this must have been her intent. Kakashi, standing beside Guy, inquired, "What is that?" Kakashi replied, "Indeed." When Naruto saw that Sakura had not answered his question, he turned to Chiyo and asked, "Granny, what are you doing?" Sakura extended a hand to stop Naruto, contemplating. Granny Chiyo is risking her life. She then turned to Naruto with determined eyes. Upon seeing Sakura's resolute expression, Naruto ceased his inquiries. At that moment, Chiyo's face turned pale. Sakura then informed Naruto, "Granny Chiyo is trying to bring Gaara back to life." The others present, except Kakashi and Guy, were struck with shock at Sakura's proclamation. Naruto, bewildered, asked, "Revive him? Is that even possible?" Sakura, despondent, explained, "This jutsu is unique to Granny Chiyo." Upon hearing this, Naruto's excitement grew. So that is how it is. Meanwhile, Neji seemed to sense something amiss as he observed Chiyo and the flow of chakra within Gaara, contemplating, such a convenient jutsu cannot possibly exist. The flow of chakra likely comes with significant risks. Kakashi, utilizing his Sharingan, also detected the underlying issue. At that moment, Chiyo's chakra continued to wane. Yet she persisted. Breathing heavily, she grumbled, "Damn, I don't have enough chakra." Naruto approached, sitting across from her, and offered, "Use my chakra, please, Granny." Chiyo reflected on Kakashi's words. Gaara, like Naruto, is a Jinchuriki. Naruto understands his feelings better than anyone in Sunagakure. The treatment of Jinchuriki is similar in every village. So Naruto cannot stand idly by. After this reflection, Chiyo gently instructed Naruto, "Stack your hands upon mine." Hearing her request, Naruto nodded and placed his hands atop hers. In an instant, a vast amount of chakra was drawn from Naruto, leaving him feeling extraordinarily drained, as though his very essence were being siphoned away. He gritted his teeth to endure the strain. Chiyo recalled Kakashi's words, Naruto's dream is to become Hokage. He felt immense regret when he learned of Gaara becoming Kazekage. Yet he was genuinely happy for him. Naruto possesses extraordinary strength. Even without verbal communication, he can swiftly forge friendships with anyone. With this thought, a smile of contentment graced Chiyo's face as she addressed Naruto. "I am truly glad to see a child like you emerge from the ninja world established by an old, dull woman like me. My past actions were filled with mistakes, but at last, I can do something right. The futures of Sunagakure and Konohagakure will undoubtedly differ from my era. As Kakashi had said, your extraordinary power will bring about tremendous change in the future. You will become the unparalleled Hokage." After saying this, Chiyo turned to Sakura. "And you, Sakura?" Upon hearing her name, Sakura immediately responded, "Yes, Granny." Chiyo advised, "From now on, you must save not this half-dead old woman, but the ones you deem truly important. You and I are quite alike. Women with a masculine spirit are rare. You will surpass your master and become an exceptional kunoichi." Tears of sorrow streamed down Sakura's face as she listened to Chiyo's final words. Then Chiyo turned to Naruto, saying, "Naruto, this is my request to you. You are the only one who can comprehend Gaara's suffering. He understands your pain as well. Please save him." Upon hearing Chiyo's plea, Naruto gazed intently at Gaara. Chapter 38. The Art of Rebirth. Gaara. Gaara. Who is it? Someone is calling me. Who? These hands. Gaara looked at his hands and continued, "What is this? My hands again. My hands. Who am I? I am." Gaara regained consciousness, opened his eyes, and discovered a hand resting on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Naruto standing beside him, gazing at him with relief, saying, "Gaara." Gaara looked at Naruto in disbelief, unsure of what had transpired. He questioned, "Naruto?" Then he glanced around, noticing that the ninjas of Sunagakure surrounded him, all watching him with concern in their eyes. Still bewildered, Gaara asked, "What is happening?" Naruto cheerfully replied, "Everyone came to save you." The medic, Chiyo, called out worriedly, "Lord Gaara, are you alright?" Faced with this scene, Gaara remained dazed, and upon hearing Chiyo's words, he could only nod in confusion. At that moment, the crowd from Sunagakure cheered. Wonderful. Having been taken by Akatsuki, Gaara's return brought forth a release of the pent-up emotions that had been building in the villagers, and they reveled in a sea of joy. "Wonderful. Truly wonderful." Naruto exclaimed to Gaara, "You certainly made us worry." Kankuro chimed in, "Exactly, always causing us concern, little brother." Watching the two's boisterous display, Temari scolded, "What are you two doing? So audacious. Gaara is the Kazekage. You should temper your tone." Hearing Temari's words, Kankuro and Naruto exchanged glances, speechless. Temari then pushed Naruto aside and stepped closer to Gaara, asking, "Gaara, how do you feel?" Upon hearing her question, Gaara attempted to rise, but his body remained stiff from prolonged immobility. He exerted great effort yet remained unable to stand. Seeing Gaara's struggle, Temari quickly intervened. "It's better not to move suddenly. Your stiffness has an adopos." Tea entirely subsided. At that moment, a ninja from Sunagakure, with tears of joy streaming down his face, exclaimed, "This is wonderful. I thought Lord Kazekage was truly going to die." He was promptly chastised by Chiyo, who retorted, "How could Lord Gaara die so easily? Fool. He is silent, cool, strong, handsome, and an elite." In agreement, a nearby Kankuro added, "Yes, and he even seems quite endearing. Yet, he is still the Kazekage." With that, he slapped the ninja who had just spoken, asserting, "I will resolve all of Lord Gaara's crises next time, without fail." Chiyo, hearing Kankuro's words, joined in the playful banter. The two of them bickering back and forth. "No, I will handle Lord Gaara's crises." "No, it's me. It's me, Lord Gaara. Step aside, you commoners." As they rushed towards Gaara, they shoved Naruto aside, sending him tumbling. Naruto, bemused, muttered, "By the way, I'm still a commoner." Kankuro approached Naruto, offering comfort. "Don't be so downcast. Girls are usually helpless against elite, cool types. It's only natural you're popular." Naruto replied, "Shikamaru seems to have said something similar." Kankuro regarded Naruto, recalling Gaara's earlier words. "Naruto understands the same pain I do, and he taught me that the path of life can indeed be altered. I aspire to become someone needed by everyone in the future." With that, Kankuro sincerely told Naruto, "Thank you, Naruto." In response to Kankuro's gratitude, Naruto shook his head and turned to the elderly Chiyo, saying, "The one you should thank is not me, but Grandma. She used powerful medical ninjutsu to save Gaara." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kankuro's expression turned somber. Naruto continued, "Grandma is now asleep due to exhaustion. She will recover once back in the village." "No, that's not right," Kankuro interrupted. Surprised, Naruto asked, "What do you mean?" Kankuro gravely replied, "The technique Grandma used was not merely medical ninjutsu. It was a reincarnation technique. Grandma has already passed away." At Kankuro's words, both Naruto and Gaara were struck with shock. Nearby, Tintin, upon hearing Kankuro's statement, questioned in disbelief, "Reincarnation technique?" Naruto, unable to believe his ears, urgently asked, What happened?" Kankuro explained, "It is a jutsu that allows the resurrection of the deceased at the cost of the user's life." "How could this be?" Tintin gasped. Nearby, Neji confirmed his suspicions. Lee turned to Guy and asked, "Is it true, Sensei?" Guy solemnly affirmed, "Indeed." Kankuro continued, "Sunagakure's puppet division once attempted to develop a technique to bestow life upon puppets, with Chiyo as the principal researcher. The technique was theoretically developed, but was sealed as a forbidden technique due to its immense risks before any human experimentation could be conducted." As Kankuro spoke, Naruto recalled Chiyo's last words to him, her parting message. She had said, "I am truly delighted that a child like you could emerge from this dull ninja world built by an old woman. My past actions were all misguided. But in the end, I have finally been able to do something right. The future of Sunagakure and Konoha will be entirely different from my era. Kakashi said that your incredible power will bring about great change in the future. You must become the unique Hokage of history." Sakura tightly embraced Chiyo, tears of sorrow streaming down her face for the elderly woman who had cared for her despite their brief acquaintance. Nearby, the elder eyes reminisced about his sister's playful act of feigning death, softly saying, "It feels like you could do that again, your expression so serene, as if you might burst into laughter at any moment." He then looked at Gaara, who was filled with guilt. Then Temari addressed Naruto, saying, "Naruto, you truly are an extraordinary person. You possess the power to change others. Grandma always said that the future of the village was inconsequential to her. She would not make such a sacrifice for Gaara." Kakashi added, "Grandma entrusted the future to Gaara and you. What a remarkable ending for a ninja's life." Naruto responded meaningfully, "Yes, just like the third Hokage. I can now fully understand Grandma's feelings." At that moment, disregarding Chiyo's warnings, Gaara forced himself to stand. Naruto supported him, and together they approached the elderly Chiyo. Gaara spoke to everyone, "Let us pray for Grandma Chiyo." Upon hearing Gaara's words, all present closed their eyes, offering prayers for the great ninja who had sacrificed herself. Chapter 39. Reunion. In a desolate clearing, the ground suddenly cracked open, and from the depths emerged a figure, Deidara, who had just self-destructed. Climbing out of the earth, Deidara grumbled, "Damn it. My signature self-explosion technique was devoured by that jutsu of Kakashi's." Reflecting on the events that transpired, he muttered to himself, "Well, thanks to that jutsu, I managed to escape." He recalled Kakashi's technique as he walked, saying, "All that's left are my elbow, my fallen right hand, and the ring. I must retrieve them." With that, Deidara departed from the site. In the ruins of the Akatsuki Gathering Cave, the remnants of Sasori's puppets lay scattered. Zetsu arrived, searching for traces of Sasori, and soon discovered him cradled by his parents. Pondering, he thought, "Is this Sasori's true form? I found him." At that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted from the side. A figure adorned with a spiral pattern and a single-eyed mask addressed Zetsu, saying, "I found it, Mr. Zetsu." He then picked up a jade ring attached to the arm of a Sasori puppet, murmuring, "With this, I too can become a member of the Akatsuki. A position has opened up." He tossed the ring into the air. Zetsu retorted, "Fool, is it really that simple to join?" At that moment, the black part of Zetsu's body began to speak. "There is nothing wrong with that. Let him in. Akatsuki is a good kid." The figure named Toby watched the ring fall, but in a careless moment, he failed to catch it, and it fell into a crevice. He hurriedly sought the ring's location. Zetsu urged, "Let's go." Toby, while searching for the ring, replied, "Just a moment, Mr. Zetsu. It must have fallen around here. Wait for me, Mr. Zetsu." As Zetsu walked away without turning back, Toby continued to plead, "Hold on, Mr. Zetsu." At dawn, Neji and the others returned to Sunagakure alongside the ninjas from the village. The cliffs of Sunagakure were crowded with people, and upon spotting Neji and his companions, they erupted in a thunderous welcome. Naruto and Kankuro dragged Gaara at the center, with Kankuro exclaiming, "What a magnificent welcoming ceremony." Naruto, awed, added, "This is truly impressive." Rock Lee remarked, "So many people." Neji commented, "Truly worthy of the Kazekage." At that moment, the citizens of Sunagakure rushed forward to greet their leader's return. Maki approached Gaara and said, "Welcome back, safe and sound." Gaara nodded in response, "Yes, thanks to everyone and Granny Chiyo." Maki, upon hearing Gaara's words, glanced gravely at Granny Chiyo and then turned to Naruto, saying, "Thank you, Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto, feeling bashful, lowered his head and replied, "No, I didn't really help much." Maki continued, Kazekage, the villagers are waiting for you. Please, go ahead. With that, the people of Sunagakure parted to create a path. Kankuro and Naruto chimed. Well then, let an Appos. Let's go. Suddenly, Gaara interjected, wait a moment. He turned to Granny Chiyo. Temari added. Yes. Following this, several sand shinobi, along with Grandpa Ebisuzawa and Sakura, stepped forward to the forefront of the welcoming party. Maki then addressed everyone. Let us pray for Granny Chiyo. Silence for a moment. At this, all present bowed their heads and closed their eyes. Grandpa Ebisuzawa spoke to his sister, we are home. The next day, in the Kazekage's office, Kankuro remarked to Neji and Naruto. Are we heading back so soon? You should rest for another couple of days. Temari also urged, exactly. At least stay one more day. It wouldn't hurt to rest a bit longer. Naruto responded. We would like that, but... Sakura explained, we need to report to our master. Oh no, I mean to Lord Hokage. Urgently. Temari exclaimed, I see. Kakashi added. Moreover, the Akatsuki has intruded into Sunagakure. We are concerned about Konoha as well. Maki stated, so you wish to return as soon as possible. Kakashi affirmed, indeed. Maki, noticing Kakashi's still recovering body, expressed concern, but with your current condition. Kakashi, sensing Maki's worry, quickly assured him, there's no need for concern. I have trustworthy companions. He then glanced at Guy, who replied, leave it to me. At that moment, Maki inquired, by the way, I have already sent the first letter. It did not mention the fate of the 2 Akatsuki members. Don't you need to send a report? Kakashi replied. We will report directly to Lord Hokage upon our return. There are still matters we are concerned about. With that, Gaara and his siblings, along with the Konoha ninjas, arrived at Granny Chiyo and Appo's grave. Grandpa Ebisuzawa stood before the gravestone. Sakura asked Gaara, is this? Gaara replied, yes, it is Granny Chiyo and Appo's grave. Grandpa Ebisuzawa remarked. Though you said there was no need for a grave, I believe it is better to have one. A place where everyone can gather is necessary. Kakashi then said, everyone, let us bid farewell to Granny Chiyo. With that, they closed their eyes, bowed their heads, and once more prayed, and said goodbye to her. Afterward, they opened their eyes again, and Kakashi said, let us go. As they prepared to leave, Grandpa Ebisuzawa glanced back at his sister with lingering affection. Naruto and Sakura remained at Granny Chiyo's grave, reluctant to depart. Ultimately, with the urging of their companions, Naruto finally moved to leave. Sakura gently touched the grave one last time, whispering, thank you, Granny Chiyo. Outside Sunagakure, Kankuro bid farewell to the Konoha group, saying, until we meet again. Naruto, feeling awkward, uttered a non-committal then shyly addressed Gaara. Usually, we shake hands when we part, right? But I'm not used to these things. So, I guess we'll just. Before Naruto could finish, Gaara had already extended his hand. Gaara manipulated the sand to gently lift Naruto's hand, which he noticed. Finally, Naruto, feeling bashful, extended his hand and shook Gaara's. Subsequently, Naruto and his companions set forth on their journey home. Chapter 40. Scorpion's intelligence deep within the jungle, Akatsuki's member, Deidara, discovered a severed hand. In astonishment, he exclaimed, oh dear, it seems Deidara has also met his demise. Surely, he perished in an explosion. Wouldn't you agree, Zetsu? As he spoke, Akatsuki picked up Deidara's hand. Get your filthy hands off me. Suddenly, Deidara's voice echoed from behind Akatsuki and Zetsu. They turned to see Deidara, disheveled yet alive, emerge from the shadows. Seeing Deidara intact, Akatsuki shouted, you're still alive. Zetsu inquired, what about the Jinchuriki? Deidara grumbled, my objectives have been achieved. Akatsuki teased, oh, Deidara, it seems you've only barely succeeded. Are you all right? You appear to be in quite a state. Irritated by Akatsuki's remarks, Deidara retorted, Akatsuki, even a Buddha can only endure so much. Test my patience once more, and your fate shall be sealed by my hand. Akatsuki scoffed. You probably just died in an explosion anyway. Zetsu added, that makes 3 times you've said that. In response, Deidara launched a deadly scissor kick, encircling Akatsuki's neck with his legs, roaring, you shall perish from asphyxiation. Desperate, Akatsuki called for Zetsu for rescue. But Zetsu paid no heed to their antics and turned to leave. Inside the Konoha hospital, Kakashi, having exhausted his chakra from repeated use of Kamui, remained hospitalized for recuperation. Neji and his companions visited him by the bedside. Tsunade examined Kakashi's condition and, finding no serious issues, departed the hospital with Shizen. At that moment, Sakura rushed out. Calling, Master. Tsunade inquired, what is it? Sakura replied, yes. Tsunade continued, have you spoken with Kakashi? Sakura responded, Kakashi-sensei has been in that state. I haven't informed him yet. Tsunade asked further, what about Naruto? Is he aware? Sakura paused before answering, I think I should speak with you first before deciding whether to tell him. As they walked, Tsunade urged, then please elaborate on the matter. Upon reaching the Hokage's office, Tsunade learned that after Sakura's confrontation with Scorpion, he had provided her with crucial information before his demise. Scorpion had stated, on the noon of the 10th day, you are to meet at the land of Grasshaven Bridge, where one of my insiders among Orochimaru's subordinates awaits. I have arranged a meeting there. Returning to the present, Tsunade leaned against the railing, reflecting, 10 days hence. At the Heaven Bridge. Sakura responded, it has been 4 days since we received the news, which means it will occur in 6 days. Tsunade questioned, do you find this information credible? Sakura assured, given the circumstances at the time, it should be trustworthy. Tsunade pressed on, if it is a trap, what will you do? Orochimaru could be a decoy, with Akatsuki members lying in ambush at the Heaven Bridge. Sakura paused, then declared with resolve, if it is a trap, then we must engage in battle. Tsunade acknowledged, even if a conflict is unavoidable, Kakashi's condition will persist for over a week, yet we have only 6 days. Moreover, with the loss of Sasuke, Kakashi's team is already diminished. Shizen interjected, Lady Tsunade, under these circumstances, perhaps we should send another team to assess the situation. As a secondary option, we could include Sakura, but Naruto must be excluded. Sakura, taken aback, heard Tsunade respond, Shizen, like you. Sakura is one of the few I can trust. This mission must be entrusted to Kakashi's team, which includes Sakura. Shizune, eager, protested. Then my team could handle it just as well. Tsunade replied slowly, it is not the same. Both Sakura and Naruto are fervently pursuing their former comrade, Sasuke. Their unwavering resolve to rescue him will steer the mission toward success. Thus, you are not comparable. Shizen, contemplative, lowered her head, then said, I understand, but regarding this mission. Naruto. Before she could finish, Tsunade called out, having overheard our conversation, what do you have to say? Sakura and Shizen turned in confusion, only to find Naruto standing above them, listening intently. Naruto excitedly responded, I will immediately seek out new members. Tsunade was pleased with Naruto's answer. Leaping to her side, Naruto declared, I and Appos, am off. Tsunade chuckled, honestly, that impulsive boy. He leaves before we even finish speaking. She turned to watch Naruto and Appos' departing figure. Noticing his exit, Shizen urged. Could you reconsider? Tsunade asked, reconsider what? Shizen replied, allowing Naruto to participate in this mission poses too great a risk. If something were to happen, Tsunade, irritated, responded, how many times must I say it? This mission will be assigned to Sakura and Naruto's team. I've already explained my reasoning. Shizune, fervent, insisted, I understand. But Kakashi cannot accompany them. The situation is markedly different from when we dispatched to the Land of Sand. Sakura, hearing Shizune's concerns, hesitated, that is true. In the last mission, the enemy clearly targeted Naruto. The only reason we could prevent that was Kakashi-sensei, who understands Naruto and Appos' temperament. Without him this time, it is only natural for you to feel uneasy. Perceiving Sakura's anxiety, Tsunade reassured, do not panic, Sakura. I have considered this carefully. You must also inform Naruto that the vacancies left by Kakashi and Sasuke will be filled by 2 others. Sakura replied, understood. Shizen, seeing this, fell silent. At that moment, a voice called from below, if that is the case, I request to join this mission. Chapter 41. The Leaf Village Advisor. The sudden voice left Shizune and Sakura perplexed regarding the identity of the newcomer. At that moment, the speaker leaped before Tsunade, respectfully greeting her, Lady Tsunade. Neji. Shizune and Sakura were taken aback to see Neji before them, much like Naruto had surprised them earlier. They had been completely oblivious to his presence. Sakura exclaimed with excitement, this is wonderful. With Neji's help, our chances of success in this mission will surely increase significantly. Shizen concurred, indeed, with Neji's Byakugan assisting us, this task will be accomplished with greater efficiency. I refuse, Tsunade interjected, dismissing Neji's request. What? Neji was momentarily taken aback. Shizen and Sakura were astonished by Tsunade's response. Shizen inquired curiously, why, Lady Tsunade? Sakura echoed her curiosity. Yes, master, why can't Neji join us? Tsunade ignored their questions and spoke to Neji instead, saying, you, I have other plans for you. Neji was taken aback again, asking, other plans? At that moment, a commotion erupted from another part of the village, suggesting that ninjas were engaged in combat. Neji turned his gaze to the commotion and saw Naruto, Shikamaru, Choji, and an unfamiliar leaf ninja in a fierce battle. Upon witnessing the techniques employed by the adversary, Neji gasped, what is this? He observed several lions materializing from the scroll in the enemy's possession, charging towards Naruto and the others. Have you noticed? Tsunade inquired. Neji nodded in affirmation. Yes. Tsunade continued. This is the mission I need you to undertake. According to intelligence from the Umbu, an unidentified ninja has been spotted in the village. Your task is to capture him. We will discuss further details later. Although Neji was somewhat reluctant, he ultimately accepted the mission. Tsunade instructed, you should head out now. She then addressed Shizen and Sakura. You two should proceed as well. With that, Neji made his way towards Naruto, while Shizune, seeing her efforts to persuade Tsunade were in vain, chose to acquiesce. After bidding farewell to Tsunade, she departed with Sakura. After some time, Shizune returned, addressing Tsunade, Lady Tsunade, it's time to return. Tsunade responded, I shall return shortly. At that moment, a voice called from behind Tsunade. She turned to see the Leaf's advisor, TK Koharu. Koharu said to Tsunade, I have a few words to share with you. May I have a moment of your time? Upon hearing Koharu's words, both Tsunade and Shizen's expressions grew grave. Inside the Hokage's reception room, Tsunade found herself in a confrontation with two senior advisors from the Leaf, Koharu and Mitokado Hamura. Leaning back on the sofa with her legs crossed, Tsunade inquired, "What do you wish to discuss?" The presence of the two elder advisors indicated that the matter was serious. Hamura began, "In fact, we learned the details from Shizune." Tsunade, upon realizing that Shizune had divulged information, was momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of anger as she shot a fierce glance at Shizune. Shizune felt similarly. Her intention was merely to prevent Tsunade from making a poor decision by informing the advisors, but she had inadvertently betrayed her trust, leaving her with a sense of guilt. Tsunade then asked, "What matter are you referring to?" Koharu replied, "It concerns Naruto Uzumaki." Hamura added, "From now on, do not assign him to any missions that may involve the Akatsuki. You understand the reasons, I trust." Tsunade replied, "Yes, Shizune has mentioned it to me multiple times." Hamura continued, "In addition, we will assign more capable ninjas to accompany Naruto, forming a new four-man cell for missions, thus enhancing surveillance and protection." Koharu supplemented, "Moreover, we must drastically reduce the number of missions assigned to him and restrict his activities. You have no objections, do you, Tsunade?" After hearing this, Tsunade sighed. "If Shizune has already discussed this with you, then my answer should be quite clear. No." The two advisors were not surprised by Tsunade's response. Koharu stated, "Tsunade, Naruto is not an ordinary child. He is the Jinchuriki. He should not be allowed to leave the village even a step and must be continuously monitored. This is already a significant concession." Tsunade responded, "I agree with the idea of a four-man team. However, we cannot impose such restrictions on Naruto. Even if he remains in the village, the Akatsuki will undoubtedly attempt to capture him. During the recent Sand Ninja incident, Gaara, as a Jinchuriki, was within the village. The supposed safest place, yet still fell victim to an ambush. The Akatsuki may very well employ similar tactics against Naruto. Ultimately, this could place the Leaf Village in jeopardy. If Naruto has missions, those individuals will be unable to swiftly ascertain his whereabouts. Furthermore, Naruto possesses the talent to become a pivotal ninja for the Leaf." Hamura scoffed, "Humph. You speak with such arrogance, Tsunade. Do you even consider yourself the Hokage?" At Hamura's words, Tsunade finally lost her composure. She retorted angrily, "Enough. I have already made concessions." Hamura was unyielding, stating, "Can you guarantee that Naruto will not be defeated by the Akatsuki? Can you assure us that the Akatsuki will not bring greater calamity to the Leaf by seizing the Nine Tails from him?" Tsunade did not back down in response to Hamura's challenge. She asserted firmly, "Naruto will never be defeated. I have unwavering faith in him." Upon hearing her conviction, Koharu interjected, "What if you misjudge the situation?" Tsunade resolutely replied, "Should my judgment falter and the Leaf Village, the land of fire, falls into crisis, as the fifth Hokage, I will protect it with my very life." Chapter 42. New members. The words spoken by Tsunade deeply resonated with Shizune. After listening to her, Menyen and the others ultimately agreed with Tsunade's decision, stating, "I understand. Since you feel that way, we shall defer to your judgment. However, as a condition of our agreement, any additional members to the quartet must be ninjas that we designate." Upon hearing Menyen's proposal, Tsunade, though somewhat reluctant, eventually acquiesced, responding, "Very well." Seeing that Tsunade had no objections, Sakura promptly called out, "Danzo, please come in." At that moment, Danzo entered the meeting room, greeting, "Good day, Princess Tsunade." Tsunade replied, "Since you are here, does this imply that the new member is indeed a root ninja?" Meanwhile, Neji had arrived near Naruto and his companions, who were still engaged in battle. Neji swiftly utilized the body flicker technique to reach Naruto's side. The opponent, taken aback by Neji's presence, coldly remarked, "A long-haired freak? This could be troublesome." Neji felt a sense of offense at this moniker, having heard it for the first time. Naruto, however, paid it no mind, as the opponent had already verbally attacked him moments earlier. At that moment, Shikamaru's shadow possession technique stealthily approached the adversary, who quickly detected it and leapt away. The opponent then declared, "Until we meet again, Naruto and Neji," before vanishing in a swirl of ink-like smoke. Naruto shouted, "Wait, don't run." Neji pondered, "Was that the body flicker technique?" Just then, Ino's voice reached them from behind, "Naruto, long time no see." Neji and Naruto turned to see Ino joining Shikamaru and Choji. Waving at them, Naruto waved back, but Neji, lost in thought, mused, "That technique must be accurate. I need to hurry back to report to Lady Tsunade." In the Hokage's meeting room, Tsunade inquired of Danzo and the others, "Are both additional members to be chosen by you?" Danzo approached the window and replied, "No, only one." Tsunade responded, "So, you did not anticipate that Captain Kakashi would be sidelined?" Upon hearing Tsunade's remark, Danzo and the others remained silent. Shizune interjected, "Kakashi's team requires another member for their next mission, as he is still recuperating, and time is of the essence. This task should be delegated by Lady Tsunade." Tsunade acknowledged Shizune's words, saying, "Even we did not foresee Kakashi's injury. We are still deliberating on what to do." Danzo then suggested, "Let us select the most capable member from the Hokage's elite Umbu to take the lead." Sakura responded, "All right, let us proceed with that." Menyen added, "You have no objections to this decision, do you, Tsunade?" Tsunade replied, The choice of candidate is mine to make. Is that acceptable? She then looked toward Danzo, who remained silent. Minion probed, what say you, Danzo? Yet, Danzo offered no response. Seeing this, Tsunade declared, then I shall decide for myself. With that, she and Shizune exited the office. As Tsunade stormed through the corridor, Shizune hurried after her, concerned, Lady Tsunade? Tsunade, visibly upset, muttered, damn it, I can't swallow this indignation. Shizune, feeling guilty, replied, I'm sorry, but I never intended to betray you, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade clarified, I am not referring to you. Rather, I speak of that man. Shizune, puzzled, asked, that man? Tsunade fell into contemplation. I have considered selecting someone from the Hokage's direct forces to replace Kakashi. I have a few candidates in mind. However, the fact that he brought it up is infuriating. I expected he would insist on forcing his subordinate upon us. Is it merely because monitoring Naruto requires only one person? Or is there another agenda at play? Noticing Tsunade's silence, Shizune ventured, Lady Tsunade. Suddenly recalling Shizune's earlier report, Tsunade reprimanded, of course. There is much I need to discuss with you. Shizune gasped in shock as Tsunade continued, nevertheless, the restructuring of Kakashi's team is of utmost importance. Focus on your duties. With that, she returned to her office, followed closely by Shizune. After some time, Tsunade was reviewing documents in her office when she remarked, you arrived quite early. A member of the Umbu had appeared behind her, having been summoned urgently. Tsunade continued, you are aware of the situation, I presume? The Umbu member, having utilized the body flicker technique to reach her desk, replied, I have a general understanding. Tsunade pressed on, I need you to fill in for Kakashi. The Umbu member responded, it would be an honor to take Kakashi-senpai's place to complete the mission. Tsunade clarified, this is not an Umbu mission. It is merely a standard assignment. Therefore, you may remove your mask and operate under a codename. For the duration of this time, you shall be known as Yamato. Yamato removed his mask, acknowledging, understood. Tsunade added, there is also another individual, a newcomer from the Root training program, who will be assigned to Kakashi's team. Yamato's expression turned serious upon hearing this. From Root? Tsunade nodded cautiously. But you must remain vigilant regarding that individual's actions. Yamato inquired, why do you say that? Tsunade replied, that newcomer was recommended by Danzo. Yamato paused, taken aback. Danzo-sama? Are you not being overly cautious? Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, let us hope so. Suddenly, there was a knock at the Hokage office door. Neji's voice called out, Lady Tsunade, I have something to report. Tsunade responded, come in. Neji entered. Noticing both Tsunade and Yamato in his Umbu attire, Neji addressed Tsunade, Lady Tsunade, I have discerned the identity of that individual. He is likely a member of Root. But he managed to escape. Tsunade replied, I am already aware. That individual is the new member Danzo has assigned to Kakashi and Appo's team. Neji exclaimed in surprise, what? Tsunade continued. For now, do not dwell on that. Neji, allow me to introduce you to the new captain of Kakashi's team, Yamato. Neji greeted Yamato, Captain Yamato, it is a pleasure. Yamato returned the greeting, hello, while pondering, so, this is Hyuga Neji? After the introductions, Tsunade turned to Neji. Neji, I have a special task for you. Neji asked, a special task? What is it? Tsunade explained, you are to assist Captain Yamato in completing the mission for Team Kakashi. Chapter 43, the assembly of the new Kakashi team. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, both Yamato and Neji were momentarily taken aback. Yamato, perplexed, inquired of Tsunade, wait, Lady Fifth. To my knowledge, aside from the already departed Sasuke and the incapacitated Kakashi-senpai, the Kakashi team currently comprises only Naruto and Sakura, along with myself and a new recruit from Root. Isn't that sufficient for our group? Tsunade replied, who decreed that a team must consist of 4 members. Furthermore, I have stated that this mission is particularly critical for Neji. With that, she turned to Neji and instructed, during this task, your role will be to observe from the shadows. Only reveal yourself in the event of an extraordinary emergency. Should any unusual situations arise, follow Yamato's guidance or use your own judgment to decide. First, you two should establish your communication methods. After hearing this, Yamato said to Neji, let us utilize radio communication. If any issues arise, I will contact you through the radio. We should confirm the frequency now. Neji responded, understood. Once the two had finished their discussion, Tsunade addressed Neji again. In addition to assisting Kakashi's team with their mission, you must also help Yamato supervise that new recruit from Root. I have always suspected that Danzo has ulterior motives. Neji nodded in acknowledgement, I understand. Tsunade continued, now, you both should prepare. I will handle communication with Kai on Neji's behalf. There is no need for you to worry. After absorbing Tsunade's directives, both replied, understood, before bidding her farewell and exiting her office. Once they confirmed the radio frequency, they arrived near the assembly point for Kakashi's team, which had already gathered. It seemed that a prior altercation between Naruto and the new member of Root had escalated into a verbal dispute, leading to both parties drawing their weapons and the atmosphere becoming tense. Fortunately, with Yamato and Sakura's mediation, tensions eased considerably. However, It was unclear what the new root member had said to Sakura, provoking her into a furious rage, intent on physically confronting him. Yamato had no choice but to step in once more to calm her down. Once Sakura regained her composure, the group exchanged pleasantries before parting ways. Neji? At that moment, Yamato's voice crackled through the radio. Neji replied, "Here." Yamato continued, "Is the radio signal functioning properly?" Neji confirmed, "So far, it appears to be normal." Yamato then stated, "Excellent. Come to my location. We need to discuss the mission further." Upon hearing this, Neji promptly approached Yamato. Yamato explained, "The details of Kakashi's team mission have already been relayed to Naruto and the others. You are to set an ambush at the Tenchi Bridge, infiltrate Orochimaru's organization, apprehend the Akatsuki informant, and return to the village. Are you clear on this?" Neji affirmed, "Yes." Yamato elaborated, "This presents a prime opportunity to gather intelligence on Orochimaru and Sasuke Uchiha. It is a valuable source for two crucial operations, the assassination of Orochimaru and the retrieval of Sasuke." Neji responded, "Understood." Yamato continued, "The primary focus of this special mission is the new recruit from Root, named Sai. We are responsible for monitoring him. Should you observe any peculiar behavior, contact me immediately via radio." Neji replied, "Got it." Yamato instructed, "Now, return to prepare. In 1 hour, Naruto and the others will gather at the main gate. After we depart, you will follow, maintaining a distance of 1 mile." Neji acknowledged, "Understood." With that, Neji first paid his respects to the Hyuga household and bid farewell to Hinata. He then returned home to quickly organize his belongings before heading to the vicinity of the Hidden Leaf Gate. Once Naruto and the others set off, he followed closely behind, vigilant of their movements. Not long after they began their journey, for reasons unknown, Naruto and Sai found themselves in another heated exchange. Yamato and Sakura intervened. And just as the situation seemed to de-escalate, Sakura suddenly struck Sai, knocking him to the ground. Instantly, the atmosphere became tense once more. It was then that Yamato took action. Would release, for pillar prison technique. Upon completing the hand signs, a colossal wooden cage materialized behind him. This is the secret technique only known to the first Hokage, the wood release ninjutsu. How could Yamato possess such a skill? Who exactly is he? Neji pondered, contemplating the implications of Yamato's abilities. After the shock of Yamato's ninjutsu subsided, the group regained their composure and continued their journey. They passed through a small town, where Naruto and his team sought refuge in a nearby inn. Neji occupied a room in the adjacent establishment. After enjoying a soak in the hot springs with Naruto's group, Yamato departed early, seizing the opportunity to relay the earlier incident to Neji via radio. Neji responded, "Sai's behavior is indeed rather peculiar." Yamato replied, "Yes. Continue to observe him closely." Neji affirmed, "Understood." Just then, a knock sounded at Neji's door. Upon opening it, he was momentarily taken aback to find the attendant presenting a lavish dinner spread. As Neji stood bewildered, Yamato's voice rang out, "I arranged dinner for you. Finish your meal and rest early." Neji marveled, "Captain Yamato, you are truly generous. To receive such treatment on a mission is unprecedented for me." He then expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your hospitality, Captain Yamato." After dinner, Naruto and his companions retired for the night at the inn, while Neji similarly rested next door. The following day, at dawn, Neji began his morning training. He observed Naruto and Appo's S group, noticing that Sai was absent from their inn. This immediately raised his suspicions, prompting him to search for Sai's whereabouts. Soon enough, he spotted Sai outside the inn. Neji contemplated, what could he be up to? Chapter 44. The War Council. Neji discovered that Sai was acting independently and promptly informed Yamato, thereafter observing Sai's every move. He watched as Sai approached the small river beside the inn, set down his backpack, and retrieved a sketchpad and pencil, subsequently beginning to draw by the water's edge. At that moment, Sakura awoke, dressed, and joined Sai. The two engaged in an obscure conversation. Neji then glanced over at Captain Yamato, noticing that Naruto had also risen and was conversing with him. After changing his clothes, Naruto made his way to stand behind Sai and Sakura. Shortly thereafter, an exchange between Sai and Naruto escalated into an argument. At that juncture, Captain Yamato contacted Neji, stating, "Neji, prepare yourself. We are about to depart." Neji responded, "Understood. I am ready to leave at any moment." Yamato continued, "I have observed some developments concerning Sai." Curious, Neji inquired, "What developments?" Yamato replied, "It pertains to Sai." Upon hearing this, Neji pressed, "What is it?" Yamato responded, "He seems to lack emotions, or rather, he does not comprehend how to express them." Neji pondered this, replying, "No emotions? What could be the reason?" Yamato explained, "This is likely related to his training en route. As for the specifics, I shall share them with you at a later time. I need to gather the others. You should follow behind us." Neji acknowledged, "I understand." After traveling for a considerable distance, Naruto and his companions unexpectedly altered their course, delving deeper into the jungle. Neji trailed behind, perplexed by the sudden change, and continued to follow. In the dead of night, they reached a clearing deep within the jungle and came to a halt. Neji too paused, observing the situation. He noticed Yamato forming hand seals. Would release, Technique of the Four Pillars. To Neji's astonishment, Yamato utilized wood release to construct a house in the clearing. Impressed, Neji thought, I never imagined wood release could be so effective. Subsequently, Naruto and the others entered the dwelling. And Neji's earpiece crackled with the voices of Yamato and Naruto. Everyone, gather around. Sakura, I have something to ask you, Yamato said. Sakura replied, what is it? Yamato continued, it concerns the Akatsuki Scorpion. Though I have long intended to inquire, I refrained from discussing such a dreary topic yesterday. Today, let us converse earnestly. You are the only one who has seen Scorpion in person. While we have obtained information from Sunagakure, I hope you can provide detailed insights regarding his character, behavior, and mannerisms. Upon hearing this, Naruto asked, what is going on? Yamato explained, I suspect a spy infiltrating Orochimaru's lair is aware that Scorpion will be at the Heavenly Bridge and may soon become aware of our presence. It is better to approach disguised as Scorpion. Sakura analyzed, if Scorpion does not appear, the other party may also choose not to show up. Yamato concurred with Sakura's assessment, that is a strong possibility. Naruto chimed in, if the other party does not show, it becomes meaningless. At the same time, Sai interjected with his viewpoint, since espionage is a high-risk endeavor, the other party will undoubtedly be very cautious. After hearing Sai's comment, Naruto questioned, so, Captain Yamato, will you impersonate Scorpion? Yamato affirmed, that seems to be the case. He then produced several photographs, adding, as Scorpion frequently dons this puppet, I, being adept in wood release, am best suited for this role. Sakura agreed, stating, that is indeed true. Yamato continued, moreover, we must consider the possibility of falling into an Akatsuki trap. I should be the one to approach first. After listening to Yamato's words, Sakura remarked, while I believe that in a dire situation, such statements are unlikely to be mere fabrications. Yamato responded, this is merely a precaution. You should wait for my signal. After Yamato and Sakura concluded their discussion, Sai remarked, that spy is undoubtedly a formidable individual. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere turned grave. Neji contemplated, to navigate between Scorpion and Orochimaru without detection is an impressive feat in itself. At that moment, Yamato resumed, now, let us delve into the specifics of this mission. Our objective is solely to capture the target without causing harm or killing him. Even in combat, this holds true. Should he perish, we would lose a vital source of intelligence. Thus, this task is more challenging than defeating an enemy. Given the complexity of this mission, I will take the lead, while you provide support from the rear. The operation is straightforward. First, I will capture the target. Second, if I fail to secure him and a skirmish ensues, you will all engage in the battle upon my signal. If we enter the second phase, we must maintain coordination among ourselves. Curious, Naruto asked, coordination among ourselves? Yamato elucidated, when one person is acting, their comrades must provide cover. Mutual support is paramount. Do you understand? Naruto feigned comprehension, responding, yes, I understand. Yamato then proceeded to determine the pairings. First, Sakura and I will form one team, while Naruto and Sai will be the other. At this juncture, the radio fell silent, only to be broken by Sai's voice addressing Naruto. Naruto, I look forward to working with you. After Sai's statement, Naruto turned to Yamato, saying, Captain Yamato. Yamato inquired, is there an issue, Naruto? Naruto complained, why must I team up with this guy? His words trailed off, as he abruptly ceased speaking. Yamato, concerned, asked, do you have any objections? In a subdued tone, Naruto replied, nothing at all. Seeing that Naruto had refrained from further complaints, Yamato responded, very well. At that moment, Sakura interjected, I say, Captain Yamato. Yamato replied, what is it, Sakura? Sakura suggested, I believe it would be better for me to team up with Naruto, as we have worked together before and are quite familiar with each other. Naruto affirmed, yes, Sakura, you are right. Yamato acknowledged Sakura's proposal, stating, Sakura, you are our sole medical ninja. I cannot allow you to be injured, which is why I paired you with me. Do you understand my reasoning? Sakura hesitated, ultimately nodding in agreement with Yamato's arrangement. Yamato continued, as Sai has mentioned, our adversary is likely a formidable opponent. If our partnership falters, it could be fatal. Despite any personal grievances, we must prioritize the mission. After listening to Yamato's words, Naruto and the others consented to the mission assignments. Yamato concluded, if there are no further issues, let us all rest early. Consequently, Naruto and his companions retired for the night. Once they were asleep, Yamato approached Neji's south resting place and utilized wood release to construct a small shelter for him. The two sat within the hut, discussing the mission. Yamato addressed Neji. You should be aware of the specific details of the task. Do you have any questions? Neji replied, your arrangements seem satisfactory at this time. For the time being, there are no issues. Dei continued, saying, if the mission progresses smoothly, you need not reveal yourself. However, should the mission encounter obstacles, you will follow my instructions. Ultimately, if I should face any unforeseen circumstances, you shall take my place, ensuring the task is completed and that they are brought back safely. After listening, Ningxi responded, understood. Once they finished speaking, he rose and approached the door, saying, the whereabouts of Orochimaru's lair remain unknown. But But it is now time for the Akatsuki spies to head towards the bridge of heaven and earth. Chapter 45. The spy of Akatsuki. With only one day remaining until the mission, Naruto and his companions engaged in a practical simulation of battle, while Neji observed nearby. The training concluded with Sai successfully capturing Yamato. Following the session, for reasons unknown, Naruto found himself embroiled in yet another dispute with Sai. This time, Naruto seemed to concede first, thereby averting an escalation of their conflict, and he chose to walk away alone. Subsequently, Sakura approached Sai for a conversation. Though the topic was unclear, her expression suggested a hint of concern. As their dialogue continued, Sai eventually departed on his own. The group tidied up briefly before returning to the house constructed by Yamato to rest and make final preparations for the mission scheduled for the following midday. Once Naruto and the others had fallen asleep, Yamato sought out Neji and disclosed the reasons behind Naruto and Sai's altercation, as well as the content of Sakura and Sai's subsequent conversation. What does it mean to have no emotions? Neji inquired, intrigued. Yamato responded, as I mentioned earlier, it may pertain to the training from Root. Neji nodded in understanding. Yamato then asked, have you heard of the Blood Mist Village? Neji replied, are you referring to the dark period of the mist? Yamato confirmed with a nod. Neji suddenly grasped the implication. Could Root's training be connected to the Blood Mist? Before he could finish, Yamato interjected, it is rumored to be a possibility, though there is no definitive evidence. Neji continued, however, based on Sai's demeanor thus far. There seems to be a likelihood. Yamato agreed, indeed. But let us set that matter aside for now. I require your assistance with something else. Neji inquired, what is it? Yamato explained, I need you to depart early tomorrow to scout the area around the Tenchi Bridge for any potential ambushes. If you notice anything unusual, contact me immediately. Neji responded, understood. Yamato cautioned him to prioritize safety, urging him to rest early since there were no issues today, and he himself prepared to leave. Neji replied, all right. On the day of the mission, Neji rose early, packed his belongings with care, and set off towards the Tenchi Bridge. He stopped approximately 1 mile from the bridge, employing his Byakugan to survey the vicinity. Confirming that no ambush was present, he used his radio to inform Yamato. Captain Yamato, this is Neji. Can you hear me? Yamato replied, I can hear you. Have you reached the Tenchi Bridge? Neji affirmed, yes. Yamato inquired further, what is the situation there? Neji responded, the contact hasn't arrived yet. I haven't spotted any enemy ambush, but if they are employing specialized camouflage techniques, I cannot be certain. Yamato reassured him. That is sufficient. I will have Sai conduct another reconnaissance shortly. Remain on standby, and we will communicate if any issues arise. Neji acknowledged, understood. After some time, Naruto and the others approached the vicinity of the Tenchi Bridge, where Sai utilized his ninjutsu to send a rat to scout the area. After confirming that there were no ambushes from Akatsuki, Yamato proceeded with the next phase. Using wood release, he transformed into the likeness of Scorpion. After a brief arrangement, the group began to advance towards the Tenchi Bridge. Upon reaching a vantage point within sight of the bridge, they halted to await further instructions, while Yamato advanced alone. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice crackled through the radio. Neji? Neji, alert, responded. Who are you? The voice of Yamato then came through, sounding slightly embarrassed. My apologies, Neji. I was imitating Scorpion's voice and momentarily forgot. Can you see the contact yet? Upon hearing Yamato's voice, Neji relaxed his guard, replying, yes, the other party is nearly there. No abnormalities detected so far. Yamato continued to inquire, can you discern any distinguishing features? Neji responded, I have attempted to, but the individual is wrapped quite securely, making it impossible to see their face. Yamato acknowledged, very well, maintain your vigilance. Neji confirmed, understood. After a while, Naruto and his group, along with Neji, took their positions for observation. At that moment, a figure clad in obscuring garments and a hood approached the center of the bridge and halted. Upon spotting the suspicious individual, Naruto and his companions heightened their alertness, fixating their gaze on the newcomer. Simultaneously, Yamato, disguised as Scorpion, reached the edge of the bridge and approached the individual. Neji activated his Byakugan once more and finally discerned the stranger's face, internally exclaiming, is it really him? The radio crackled as the individual spoke. It has been a long time, Lord Scorpion. 5 years, to be precise. As the figure turned towards Yamato, both Yamato and Naruto recognized the identity of the newcomer simultaneously. It was Kabuto Yakushi. Chapter 46. The appearance of Orochimaru. Upon discovering that Kabuto Yakushi was, in fact, the spy placed beside Orochimaru by Sasori, everyone was taken aback. For those who had endured the collapse of Konoha, and especially for Naruto, who had faced Kabuto in combat, his capabilities were well known. When Yamato realized that the newcomer was Kabuto, he was initially astonished, but quickly regained his composure. He mimicked Sasori's voice and coldly inquired, are we being followed? Kabuto turned to take a glance, then assured Yamato, who was disguised as Sasori, rest assured. Yamato continued, are you feeling all right? Kabuto replied, after Sasori's technique was undone. I still feel a strange sensation lingering as I recall who I am. I feel a bit lightheaded. Upon hearing this, Yamato stated, I have a few questions I wish to ask you. Kabuto, sensing urgency, responded, "There is no time. Please ask quickly. I am risking my life by being here without Orochimaru's knowledge." Yamato then bluntly demanded, "Tell me the location of the secret base and any information regarding Uchiha Sasuke." Kabuto hesitated slightly before saying, "There are several secret bases, and to avoid detection, they are moved to different locations weekly. There are also bases in countries outside of the Sound Village, set up by Orochimaru's spies. However, the methods of relocating these bases vary, making them difficult to track." Yamato pressed, "Where are they currently?" Kabuto replied, "They are currently hiding on a small island in the northern lake and will depart in 3 days. Uchiha Sasuke is also there." At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from the forest where Kabuto had entered, causing him to look alertly in that direction. A rabbit emerged from the underbrush, and upon recognizing it, Kabuto exhaled in relief, exclaiming, "Oh, it's just a rabbit." On the other side, Neji, witnessing Kabuto's reaction, also turned to look into the woods, only to be shocked to discover that others were hidden there. One of whom was particularly noteworthy as they approached Yamato and the others. Neji swiftly used a radio to contact Yamato, stating, "Captain Yamato, can you hear me? I sense an emergency. There are others present in the forest." Yamato was taken aback and immediately drew a kunai, preparing for a confrontation. Observing Yamato's actions, Kabuto, confused, heightened his vigilance just as a figure from the woods executed a body flicker technique and appeared behind him. The figure remarked, "This seems quite interesting. May I join your conversation?" Upon recognizing the newcomer, Yamato was astonished. "Orochimaru, have we been followed?" Orochimaru was poised to ensnare Kabuto with snakes, but Kabuto reacted swiftly, evading the binding and distancing himself in front of Yamato. Neji, seeing Orochimaru's emergence, found himself at a loss and could only watch silently, awaiting Yamato's command. Likewise, Naruto and the others remained inactive, having not received any signal from Yamato. Kabuto addressed Yamato, saying, "If you, Sasori, do not draw your kunai, I would not have noticed and would not have had time to escape." Yamato remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Orochimaru, motionless. At this moment, Orochimaru spoke to Yamato. "Your attire is quite nostalgic, Sasori." Yamato retorted, "Did you follow Kabuto here?" Orochimaru chuckled, "Why yes, I came to thank you. This child you delivered to me is truly a treasure. I wish to develop a new technique, but it requires over 100 human subjects. Thanks to this child's medical ninjutsu, I can reuse the experimental subjects multiple times, though their numbers are limited." Hearing Orochimaru's words, Neji scoffed at his morbid interests. Contemplating Naruto's side, haven't they made a move yet? This situation is perilous. Relying solely on Captain Yamato to confront Orochimaru seems daunting. Even if he and Kabuto could manage to confront Orochimaru together, Kabuto would swiftly discern his identity through combat. If we intervene, Kabuto would uncover our true identities, complicating our efforts to capture him. Whatever action we take seems fraught with difficulty. As Neji pondered, Kabuto gathered chakra in one hand, forming a blade. Just as Neji presumed Kabuto would join forces with Yamato against Orochimaru, Kabuto unexpectedly turned against Yamato, striking him with the blade. Yamato, taken by surprise, had his puppet destroyed and sustained a cut on his right arm, prompting him to escape from the wreckage. Neji and Naruto were left in shock at the unfolding events, bewildered by what had transpired. Neji contemplated, "Captain Yamato, could it be that he has been exposed? No, it seems like this was premeditated." At that moment, Orochimaru launched a second wave of attack against Yamato. With a flick of his hand, it transformed into several snakes that lunged at Yamato, utilizing wood release to evade. Yamato narrowly escaped Orochimaru's assault. Orochimaru, upon witnessing Yamato's wood release technique, remarked, "That is the substitution technique of wood release ninjutsu. Are you?" Meanwhile, Kabuto, seeing Yamato escape from the puppet, queried Orochimaru, "Lord Orochimaru, is he the true form of Sasori?" Orochimaru replied, "No, not at all. Kabuto, a Sasori's subordinate. You do not recognize his true appearance?" Kabuto responded, "He always hides within his puppet. He is a cunning individual." Faced with this situation, Yamato curiously asked, "What is going on?" Kabuto, "You should be a spy for Akatsuki. Were you not under Sasori's control?" Kabuto dismissively replied, "That technique was long ago undone by Lord Orochimaru." Realization dawned on Yamato as he said, "I did not expect you to feign being under Sasori's control and then turn against him. Have you fallen under Orochimaru's influence?" Kabuto shrugged dismissively, denying, "No, not at all. I merely share a common interest with Lord Orochimaru. Speaking of which, who are you?" I intended to deal with Sasori, but did not anticipate such developments. At that moment, Orochimaru addressed Kabuto, "Kabuto, I will explain the situation regarding this child later. By the way, summon those 3 little mice hiding behind." Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Neji pondered, "Have Naruto and the others been discovered?" Yamato suddenly whispered into the radio to Neji, "Neji, they have not yet discovered you. Maintain your position." Neji acknowledged, "Understood." Yamato then signaled with a hand gesture, prompting Naruto, Sai, and Sakura to immediately appear before him. Seeing Naruto, Kabuto taunted, "Oh, it's you again." Orochimaru chimed in, familiar faces all around. "The Nine-Tails brat is here as well. Let us have a little fun and see who has grown stronger, you or Sasuke." Chapter 47. The Fox's Cloak. As Naruto confronted Orochimaru's provocation, A surge of anger coursed through him, transforming his blue eyes into a fiery red. He bellowed at Orochimaru, demanding, "Return Sasuke." At that moment, a peculiar change enveloped Naruto's body, which did not go unnoticed by Neji and Yamato, who observed the resurgence of crimson chakra emanating from him. Kisame interjected, "There's no need to say return, Naruto-kun. That would be inaccurate." Sasuke voluntarily came to her side. "You truly possess a knack for muddled reasoning. And such petulance is uncharacteristic of a man." Infuriated by Kisame's words, Naruto's rage only intensified. Sakura, hearing his taunt, retorted vehemently, "Silence, you four-eyed fool. You have no comprehension of Naruto's feelings, yet you dare to speak so flippantly." Orochimaru, with a mocking tone, addressed Naruto and his companions. "If you wish to learn of Sasuke's whereabouts, then let your strength convey your inquiry. If you are capable of such a feat upon hearing Orochimaru's words." Naruto's fury reached its zenith. Without awaiting Yamato's command, he charged directly at Orochimaru. In an instant, Naruto stood before him, launching a powerful strike. The speed was so overwhelming that Orochimaru barely had time to react before being sent flying. The force of Naruto's attack was astonishing as Orochimaru soared like a severed kite, crashing through numerous trees before finally coming to a halt, creating a path through the forest. The onlookers were left in utter shock at Naruto's display of might. After sending Orochimaru hurtling away, Naruto fixed a fierce glare upon Kisame. At this moment, his body was enveloped in a shroud of red chakra, culminating in the manifestation of a tail sprouting from behind him. Sakura, witnessing Naruto's transformation, felt a tumult of shock and concern within her heart. Meanwhile, Sai observed Naruto's sudden shift in state with bewilderment. Even as he beheld Naruto's burgeoning power, Kisame remained unimpressed, still jesting. "Naruto, as a Jinchuriki, you have grown significantly. The power of the Nine Tails is becoming increasingly potent." Just then, Orochimaru reappeared before Naruto and his companions, prompting them to heighten their vigilance once more. Orochimaru's skin resembled that of a shedding snake. Though Naruto had inflicted damage upon him, the regenerative visage of his reincarnated body remained unscathed. Orochimaru slowly remarked, "You're becoming more and more akin to a Jinchuriki, Naruto." The group was astonished to witness Orochimaru's resilient form, untouched by Naruto's formidable assault. Orochimaru then turned his gaze toward Yamato, seemingly struck by a revelation, and said, "I see. So, you have been chosen to supervise him. It appears my experiments have borne some fruit." Neji, perplexed by Orochimaru's words, pondered the implications of experiments. Orochimaru continued to address Yamato. "Konoha ought to express its gratitude to me. Wouldn't you agree, my dear test subject?" Curious, Kisame inquired, "Test subject? Orochimaru-sama, who is this individual?" Orochimaru caressed the damaged skin on his face and began recounting, "This traces back to my time in Konoha. Among all the ninjas, only one could wield the wood-release technique and manipulate tailed beasts at will, the first Hokage. His abilities captivated me. I extracted his genes from the first Hokage's corpse and infused them into the cells of 60 children for experimentation. However, their rejection was severe, and they ultimately perished. When I deemed the experiment a failure, I departed from Konoha, leaving the facilities unattended, presuming they had all succumbed, only to discover that some survived." At this, Orochimaru's visage remarkably returned to its original state. Neji, having absorbed this revelation, finally understood the reason behind Yamato's unique mastery of the first Hokage's wood-release techniques. After hearing Orochimaru's account, Kisame remarked to Yamato, "I see. It seems you are on the brink of acquiring a specimen worthy of your lifelong endeavors." Orochimaru replied, "Before that, I must first engage with the Naruto before me. Let us ascertain just how much my dear Sasuke has grown." Naruto, incensed by Orochimaru's words, retorted fiercely, "You scoundrel. Sasuke is not your possession. Do not utter his name as if he belongs to you." As Naruto's words echoed, the number of tails behind him increased to 3, signifying not only a surge in his power but also an escalation in his aura, which became more formidable than ever. Even the railings of the bridge trembled under the weight of his presence, and nearby trees swayed violently. Neji, standing 100 meters away, could distinctly sense the overwhelming power radiating from Naruto, exclaiming inwardly, "What is happening? That chakra is chilling." Yamato observed Naruto's transformation and said, "That is the fox's cloak." "The fox's cloak?" Neji echoed, bewildered by Yamato's words. "Is that the power of the Nine Tails? At this distance, I can feel the terror of this chakra. Such an immense amount of chakra has surpassed controllable limits." Meanwhile, facing Naruto, Orochimaru's countenance was alight with excitement and anticipation as he remarked, "How intriguing." Naruto glared fiercely at Orochimaru, resembling a wild beast, and unleashed a deafening roar directed at him. Chapter 48, the fourth tale. As Naruto stood resolutely against Orochimaru, behind him, Kabuto stirred restlessly, suddenly summoning a blade of chakra that he hurled towards Naruto. Sensing the disturbance behind him, Naruto turned to see Kabuto charging at him. Swiftly, he pivoted and unleashed a wave of chakra that sent Kabuto flying. The violent force obliterated the bridge beneath them. Sakura, unfortunately caught in the aftermath, was struck by the airborne Kabuto and fell unconscious to the ground. Meanwhile, Sai and Yamato reacted with remarkable speed, leaping clear of Kabuto's trajectory. Kabuto was sent flying over 100 meters before crashing into a tree, finally coming to a halt. Struggling to sit up, Kabuto appeared disheveled, yet wore a defiant smirk. Neji, perceiving the urgency of the situation, chose not to await Yamato's command and hastened towards the collapsing bridge. As the structure crumbled, severing into two sections, Sakura lay motionless on the fractured part closest to Yamato. Frantically, Yamato called out her name, but received no response. Naruto leaped to the other side of the bridge, and upon landing, his powerful descent further damaged the bridge. Orochimaru, quick to react, jumped ashore, with Naruto following closely behind, utilizing chakra to transform his arm. Gripping a tree on the bank, and with a forceful pull, he vaulted onto solid ground. Seeing Naruto pursue him, Orochimaru lured him deeper into the forest. On the opposite side, the bridge began to collapse further, teetering on the brink of destruction, and despite Yamato's desperate calls, there was still no reply from Sakura. Acting decisively, Yamato employed would release to stabilize the crumbling bridge, yet the sheer weight of the structure rendered his technique unsustainable for long. Meanwhile, Sai sprang into action. Retrieving a scroll from his pack, unfurling it, and sketching an eagle upon its surface. He then began to weave hand seals. With a flash of ninja art, a magnificent eagle emerged from the scroll. At that moment, the bridge suffered another catastrophic collapse, and Yamato struggled to maintain his grip. Sakura fell from the bridge. And upon witnessing this, Yamato urgently called to Sai. Sai quickly saved Sakura. However, ignoring Yamato's plea, Sai leapt onto the eagle's back, deftly avoiding Sakura as she plunged toward the river, soaring away. In this critical moment, Neji appeared beside the unconscious Sakura, cradling her gently and utilizing the gentle step technique to ascend, bringing her safely to Yamato's side. Relieved to see Sakura unharmed, Yamato exhaled a sigh of relief and instructed Neji, Neji, I will tend to Sakura. You need to keep an eye on Sai. He has begun to move towards Naruto. Neji, glancing at Yamato's injured arm, inquired, Are you all right? To which Yamato replied, I am fine. Go quickly, and do not let him see you. Neji acknowledged, understood, and promptly set off, carefully observing Sai's position while advancing towards Naruto. At that moment, Naruto had engaged Orochimaru in combat, utilizing his chakra-enhanced fist to strike. With a single blow, Orochimaru's left arm was shattered. The forest reverberated with the sound of destruction as trees were uprooted. The ensuing shockwave reached Sai, forcing him to retreat from the sky. Dust and debris from the ground surged towards Neji, compelling him to shield his face with his arm. With his arm severed, Orochimaru withdrew from the fray, leaping onto a nearby tree. In his current state, he resembled a flickering candle in the wind. Suddenly, Orochimaru opened his mouth wide, reminiscent of a snake shedding its skin, and a new Orochimaru emerged from within. Fixated on Naruto, he awaited the dispersal of the smoke to reveal Naruto and Appo's form. Whatever Orochimaru uttered next ignited a deeper fury within Naruto. His body underwent another transformation, sprouting a fourth tail. His skin began to peel, and a crimson cloak of chakra enveloped him, coalescing into a dark sphere. A plume of black smoke ascended skyward. As the sphere burst, Naruto and Appo's form transformed entirely, radiating an aura of devastation, resembling a miniature nine-tailed fox. He raised his hand and struck the ground with tremendous force, instantly shattering the surrounding forest into fragments, creating a deep crater in the earth. Branches and splintered trees were swept away like waves, scattering in all directions. The eagle conjured by Sai was torn to shreds by the furious gusts, dissolving into inky remnants. Sai was forced to land on the opposite side of the forest. Witnessing this scene, Neji wasted no time, swiftly darting behind a large tree for cover. He contacted Yamato via radio. Captain Yamato, do you read me? Yamato responded, I can hear you. What was that commotion? Neji replied, Naruto has transformed. He has sprouted four tails and taken on a fox-like appearance. The recent upheaval was caused by his attack. Yamato acknowledged, understood. I will dispatch a clone to investigate. Neji continued, should I take any action? Yamato instructed, hold your position for now. I will assess Naruto's condition before making any decisions. What is Sai's status? Neji reported, he is currently inactive, observing from a distance. Yamato concluded, very well, maintain your observation and report back with any developments. Neji affirmed, understood. At this moment, Naruto stood tall, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed into the heavens, emanating a palpable aura of destruction as he prepared to clash with Orochimaru once more. Chapter 49. Naruto vs. Orochimaru. Orochimaru remained composed in the face of the four-tailed Naruto, slowly bending down and opening his mouth to unleash a multitude of serpents that surged towards Naruto. The dense swarm of snakes approached, their mouths agape, releasing sharp blades aimed directly at him. In his frenzied state, Naruto did not flinch from the overwhelming onslaught. Instead, he raised his hand and struck the ground with a powerful punch, creating a shockwave that obliterated the serpents in an instant. The earth was once again cratered by Naruto's forceful blow, dust swirling in all directions. The resulting gust of wind swept across the area, preventing anyone from drawing near. Naruto did not pause in his actions. He lifted both hands above his head and struck the ground once more. His fists plunged into the rock, causing the terrain to crack towards Orochimaru. As Neji observed Naruto's movements with his Byakugan, a thought flickered in his mind. This is Orochimaru, ever vigilant. Sensed Naruto's intent and swiftly leaped to the side, narrowly avoiding the moment when Naruto's chakra-infused arm burst forth from the earth. Naruto's arm grasped at nothing but air amidst the rising dust. This attack bore resemblance to Neji's technique. The mole, yet the destructive force, range, and distance of Naruto's strike were on an entirely different level. Neji marveled at the sheer power of Naruto's chakra, just as he was lost in admiration. Naruto's next move took him by surprise. From the empty space where Naruto had just missed, new arms sprouted, continuing their assault on Orochimaru. The latter evaded with agile movements, dodging Naruto's relentless strikes. Seizing an opportunity, Orochimaru halted his retreat and turned to face Naruto. One of his arms transformed into a massive python, which he hurled at Naruto's chakra arm. However, in an instant, the constricting serpent was reduced to ashes by the high-density chakra enveloping Naruto's limb. Observing this, Orochimaru chose not to linger. He expelled a new body from his mouth, his legs morphing into a serpentine tail as he swiftly escaped, his previous form disintegrating into nothingness due to Naruto's chakra. Utilizing his snake tail, Orochimaru darted around Naruto, striking at his face with a swift punch. Naruto staggered under the blow, losing his balance. Yet, much like his arm, his body too began to generate a new form. With claws extended, he swiped at Orochimaru's midsection, cleaving him in twain. The four-tailed Naruto, witnessing Orochimaru's dismemberment, felt a surge of satisfaction, a wicked grin spreading across his face. However, at that moment, countless snakes erupted from either end of Orochimaru's body, rejoining his halves and restoring him to his original state, his snake tail reverting back to legs. Nearby, Neji, Sai, and Yamato's clones marveled at the spectacle of the duel, entirely unable to intervene. Seeing Orochimaru restored, Naruto and Appo's smile faded as he released numerous spheres of blue and red high-density chakra, which floated in the air around him. He then raised his head, opening his mouth. As the tips of his four tails curled toward him, the chakra spheres began to coalesce, gradually forming a new sphere that transitioned from a dark purple to a pitch black. The sphere then compressed, shrinking in size. Neji, peering through his Byakugan, discerned the incredible density of chakra contained within the sphere. Contemplating the impending attack, he realized it would be extraordinary. Orochimaru, sensing the imminent threat, swiftly retreated to widen the distance between them. Naruto consumed the chakra sphere, causing his body to swell dramatically. He then turned to face Orochimaru, opening his massive jaws to unleash a devastating shockwave of condensed chakra, its power reverberating through the air as if it could shake the very heavens. In response, Orochimaru acted with remarkable speed, biting through the fingers of his hands and pressing them against the ground, summoning the threefold Rashomon just before the shockwave struck. The collision generated a cataclysmic explosion, dust billowing like waves, scattering across the area, while the surrounding forest was laid to waste by the blast shockwave. Neji shielded his face from the flying debris, marveling at the intensity of the battle, realizing that this was no ordinary clash where one could easily find an opening. As the smoke cleared, the threefold Rashomon had vanished, revealing Orochimaru lying in an eerie position, his body inverted with his head embedded in the rock. At that moment, Yamato communicated via radio to Neji, stating that the battle seemed to be over and Naruto had emerged victorious. Neji, however, replied with concern, "No, it is not over yet." No sooner had he spoken than Orochimaru's head suddenly erupted from the earth before Naruto, his neck extending for dozens of meters as he spat forth the Kusanagi sword. Its tip aimed directly at Naruto's abdomen, extending hundreds of meters long. This thrust lifted Naruto into the air before sending him crashing back to the ground, traversing the shattered terrain until he was pushed back to the far side of the heavenly bridge. Reacting swiftly to Orochimaru's imminent attack, Naruto grasped the sword's blade with both hands, halting its advance just before it could pierce him, his feet firmly planted against the solid rock. He stabilized himself amidst the violent impact, preventing further retreat. Meanwhile, on the heavenly bridge, Kabuto, who had been sent flying by Naruto, had recovered and returned to confront Yamato and the newly awakened Sakura. At that moment, they encountered Naruto, who had been driven back by Orochimaru. Sakura, seeing Naruto's state, was filled with surprise and concern. Naruto. Chapter 50. Naruto out of control on the T-on-D bridge, Naruto sat motionless on the ground. Upon witnessing Orochimaru's elongated neck launching an attack, Neji's heart sank. This was far from a human technique. He then glanced over at Sai, pondering his intentions, before informing Yamato of Sai's whereabouts. Yamato acknowledged, understood. Continue your surveillance. Meanwhile, Naruto remained still, his hands relinquishing the grip on the Kusanagi sword, allowing its blade to pierce his own body. Yet, despite Orochimaru and Appo's relentless efforts, he could not penetrate Naruto and Appo's form. After a brief moment, Naruto finally stirred, effortlessly swiping the several hundred-meter-long Kusanagi, directing it towards Yamato, Sakura, and Kabuto. Kabuto reacted swiftly, leaping into the air to evade the incoming blade. Yamato, equally quick, scooped up Sakura and jumped, both narrowly escaping the lethal strike. The formidable force exerted by Naruto rendered Orochimaru incapable of effectively controlling the sword's movements. His head and elongated neck swayed in the air. Realizing his attack had failed, Orochimaru retracted the Kusanagi back into his mouth. Previously, Naruto's assault had shattered his limbs. And now he lowered his head towards the ground, allowing a new body to emerge once more. However, unlike the prior instances, this time Orochimaru appeared exceedingly fragile, lying motionless on the ground. On the other side, Naruto resembled a wild beast, seated and emitting ferocious roars. Neji's radio crackled to life, relaying a conversation between Kabuto and Yamato. Kabuto remarked, "This scale of conflict resembles more a clash of monsters than a battle of ninjas. Look at Naruto. He is willing to transform into this state to save Sasuke, truly a pitiful child." Listening to Kabuto's words and observing Naruto's current condition, tears streamed uncontrollably from Sakura's eyes. Unable to restrain herself, she dashed towards Naruto. However, Naruto had lost all awareness, devolving into a creature driven solely by bloodlust. He could not recognize Sakura, and with a flick of his tail, he sent her crashing to the ground. As he prepared to strike again, Yamato acted swiftly, forming hand seals to bind Naruto's body with wood release, thereby sparing Sakura from a fatal blow. At that moment, Kabuto approached Sakura, seemingly harboring ulterior motives. Yamato, ever vigilant, promptly ensnared Kabuto with wood release. "I won't allow you to interfere," he stated. Kabuto replied, "You are being overly rash. I have no intention of prolonging our conflict. On the contrary." He paused, leaving his statement unfinished. Yamato, puzzled by Kabuto's words, inquired, "What exactly do you mean?" Kabuto then extended one hand towards Sakura, releasing chakra that enveloped her injured arm. Gradually, Sakura's arm began to heal. Kabuto addressed Yamato and Sakura, saying, "We share a common goal. The Akatsuki is a mutual obstacle. I suddenly realized that if we keep you around, perhaps you could assist us in eliminating one or two more Akatsuki members." He proposed thus, "As a condition for aiding you, help us deal with a couple more Akatsuki members." Yamato, silent in response to Kabuto's proposition, noticed Naruto beginning to break free from the wood release bindings. The restraints, unable to withstand Naruto and Appo's burgeoning power, began to fracture. Kabuto glanced at Sakura and then at Orochimaru's direction, stating, "She is recovering. From here, you must manage on your own." With that, Kabuto utilized body flicker technique to vanish. Just as Naruto was on the verge of liberating himself from the bindings, Yamato rushed to his side. He pressed his hand against Naruto's chest, drawing forth a portion of his chakra. Connecting this extracted chakra with the necklace around Naruto's neck, he then unleashed wood release techniques, extending several spiked wooden stakes around Naruto and forcefully pulling the chakra away from him. Naruto let out a tormented wail as his state gradually stabilized. The chakra cloak enveloping him began to dissipate, and his appearance and form slowly returned to normal. Meanwhile, Sai, who had been concealed in the forest, observed the motionless Orochimaru and finally decided to act. Emerging from the trees, he approached Orochimaru. The fatigued Orochimaru stood up, breathing heavily. At this juncture, Sai appeared before him, seemingly exchanging words with the snake sage. Neji, witnessing this interaction, immediately relayed the information to Yamato. "Captain Yamato, Sai is in contact with Orochimaru. Should I intervene?" Yamato responded, "I am aware of the situation. Hold your position for now and assess before taking any action. Kabuto has departed and is likely heading towards Orochimaru. Stay safe and report back if anything arises." Neji affirmed, "Understood." In that instant, Orochimaru suddenly launched an attack on Sai, expelling the Kusanagi sword, which flew towards Sai, piercing directly through his heart. Chapter 51. Sai's secret mission. After being attacked, Sai's body transformed into a puddle of ink, spilled on the ground. He had utilized an ink clone. Shortly thereafter, Orochimaru muttered something in an unknown direction. Before long, Sai emerged from the ground. Neji and Yamato's clones closely observed Sai and Orochimaru's every move. Meanwhile, on the Tengu Bridge, Naruto had regained his appearance, but not his consciousness. His skin was scorched and red from the Kyuubi's chakra, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Yamato released the wooden stake beside him. Sakura rushed over, adjusting Naruto's position to lay him flat on the ground, then employed medical ninjutsu to heal him. Gradually, the burn marks on Naruto's body began to fade with Sakura's ministrations. At this moment, Sakura inquired of Yamato, "Captain Yamato, the technique you used to restrain Naruto just now, could you teach it to me?" Yamato, after a moment of hesitation, replied, "That is impossible. The only person in Konoha capable of using that technique is me, as I am the one fused with the cells of the first Hokage. This technique forcibly suppresses the Kyuubi's chakra through power. Hence, those without such extraordinary strength cannot wield it. My abilities, as a result of being a test subject, pale in comparison to the original first Hokage." Disheartened by Yamato and Appo's words, Sakura lowered her head. Yamato continued, "The necklace around Naruto and Appo's neck was originally possessed by the first Hokage. It is a chakra crystal that reacts only to the chakra of the first Hokage. This necklace can control the Jinchuriki's chakra. It is said that the first Hokage was able to become Hokage due to its power." Upon hearing Yamato's explanation, Sakura choked back her emotions, saying, "It has always been like this. All I can do for Naruto are trivial matters. Yamato comforted her, saying, the significance of what you can do is not measured by its weight, but by the depth of your feelings for Naruto. Sakura, seeing you care for him. I realize that you actually. But before Yamato could finish, Naruto regained consciousness and called out to Sakura. Naruto. Seeing him awake, Sakura exclaimed joyfully. Naruto slowly sat up, bewildered. What? What happened to me? I was chasing that scoundrel Orochimaru, and then everything went blank. What did I do? Hey. Sakura, why are you crying? He noticed the glimmer of tears in her eyes. Sakura shook her head, replying, I'm not crying. Something just got in my eye. Just as she spoke, Naruto interjected. Ah, I get it. It must have been that sharp-tongued Sai. He must have said something hurtful. Like calling me a pig or a brute. Sakura, visibly displeased, retorted, Sai never called you a brute. After observing Sakura's expression, Naruto quickly defended himself. What? Is that not the case? Sakura continued. Don't just assign me nicknames, you fool. With that, she punched Naruto playfully. Turning to Yamato, she asked, speaking of which. Captain Yamato, where is Sai? Meanwhile, Sai was still engaged in conversation with Orochimaru. As he reached for something from his bag, an unexpected figure appeared behind him, pinning him to the ground, causing the contents of his bag to scatter. Neji recognized the attacker as Kabuto, who had come from the Tengu Bridge. Although unaware of Sai's mission, Neji knew that Sai had not betrayed the village. He remained an ally of Konoha. Faced with both Orochimaru and Kabuto, he began to contemplate whether to rescue Sai. At that moment, Orochimaru approached Sai, picking up a fallen envelope. After reviewing its contents, he instructed Kabuto to release Sai. The three then departed together. Back with Naruto, Sakura was still questioning Yamato about Sai's whereabouts when Neji contacted him via radio. Since Naruto had been repelled by Orochimaru, Neji had been monitoring the situation. Captain Yamato, is Naruto all right? Neji inquired. Yes, Naruto has returned to normal. What is the situation on your end? Yamato responded. Yes. After Sai interacted with Orochimaru, I don't know what he handed over, but then he left with Orochimaru and Kabuto. I'm currently tailing them, Neji reported. Understood. I will notify my clone to rendezvous with you. If the radio signal is lost, have my clone contact me, Yamato replied. Got it, Neji acknowledged. After concluding his conversation with Neji, Yamato turned to Naruto and Sakura, saying, Naruto, Sakura, Sai is left with Orochimaru. Sakura gasped in surprise, left together? Naruto was equally taken aback. Sakura pressed on. What exactly is going on? Yamato replied, follow me. They made their way to the location where Naruto had clashed with Orochimaru. Observing the altered terrain from the battle, Naruto curiously asked Yamato and Sakura, what happened here? Yamato replied, do you not remember? Naruto nodded, then questioned, by the way. Why did I pass out? Sakura explained, you were defeated by Orochimaru and lost consciousness. Is that true? How infuriating. Naruto lamented. At that moment, Neji contacted Yamato again. Captain Yamato, I have joined up with your clone. Good. Did you encounter anything unusual? Yamato asked. Nothing. I just wanted to inform you that there are remnants of Sai's belongings in the pit ahead. There might be some clues, Neji informed. Upon hearing Neji's words, Yamato began searching the area, following his guidance to locate Sai's discarded items. Sakura approached and picked up the scattered belongings, alongside several blank scrolls and a brush. She discovered a sketchbook. Holding it up, Sakura exclaimed, why are Sai's belongings strewn about here? And why is the sketchbook here? It must be something very important to Sai. Yet it was left behind, Yamato remarked. To leave something so significant here, it seems even the meticulous Sai was somewhat flustered in front of Orochimaru. Sakura replied, you say that as if you witnessed it firsthand. Yamato responded, speaking of which, I must tell you something important. Intrigued, Naruto and Sakura leaned in, with Naruto asking, what is it? Yamato replied, in fact, besides the four of us on this mission, there is one more person. Chapter 52. Yamato's speculation upon hearing Yamato's words. Naruto and Sakura were taken aback. Naruto, unable to contain his curiosity, immediately inquired, there is another person? Who is it? Yamato removed the radio, turned the volume to its maximum, and handed it to Naruto, saying, why don't you ask for yourself? Naruto took the radio and called out, hello, this is Naruto Uzumaki. Who are you? Neji's voice responded from the other end, Naruto, it's me. Neji. Naruto exclaimed in excitement upon recognizing Neji's voice. Sakura, equally astonished, turned to Yamato and asked, Captain Yamato, is that really Neji? Yamato nodded affirmatively. Sakura continued her inquiry, Captain Yamato. Why didn't you tell us that Neji was on this mission with us? Yamato explained, I apologize, but Neji and I were engaged in a covert operation, so we couldn't inform you beforehand. Just now, Neji and I were communicating via radio. After hearing this, Sakura pressed on, what exactly happened to Sai? Yamato replied, Sai spoke with Orochimaru here, and then he left with Orochimaru and Kabuto. Naruto and Sakura were shocked by this revelation, and Naruto quickly asked Neji, Neji, is that true? Neji responded, it seems that way. Naruto then asked, what did they discuss? Neji explained, the distance was too great. I couldn't hear what they were saying. At this moment, Sakura voiced her concern, is it possible that he was threatened and abducted? Neji countered, No, it doesn't seem like that. He approached Orochimaru voluntarily and handed something to him. It looked as if he was trying to curry favor with Orochimaru. Naruto, filled with agitation, exclaimed, "Wait a minute. Even if that guy is annoying, he wouldn't betray us." Suddenly, Sakura spoke with a meaningful tone. "No, there is a possibility." She paused and asked Yamato, "Captain Yamato, are you aware of a man named Danzo?" Naruto, hearing this name for the first time, curiously asked, "Danzo? Who is he?" Sakura replied, "Danzo was an opposition figure to the third Hokage and is also size superior. He is an old man who completely disregards the will of the third Hokage." Yamato then analyzed, Danzo might be using Sai to further some nefarious plot. It's highly possible that Sai received a mission from Danzo that is in stark contrast to our team's objectives. Realizing the implication, Naruto said, "So you're saying that guy is working with us just to make contact with Orochimaru?" Sakura affirmed that is quite likely. Yamato continued, "The next speculation is even more extreme, but it is a possibility." Before Yamato could finish, Neji interjected, "You mean Danzo might be planning to destroy Konoha, right?" Upon hearing Neji's words, Yamato fell silent, and Naruto and Sakura were left in shock. Naruto exclaimed, "Captain Yamato, is that true? What do you mean by destroying Konoha?" Yamato explained, "It means to annihilate the current Konoha." Sakura, puzzled, asked, "Destroy the current Konoha?" After a moment of thought, she realized, so it would be against Lady Tsunade. Yamato nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case. Naruto, confused by their conversation, asked, "What are you all talking about? What do you mean by destroying the current Konoha? I don't understand. Even if size superior was once opposed to the third Hokage, that's all in the past. How could anyone want to destroy Konoha and harm Lady Tsunade?" After Naruto finished speaking, Sakura reminded him, "Don't you remember, Naruto? Lady Tsunade is the direct disciple of the third Hokage." With Sakura's reminder, Naruto finally grasped the situation and turned to Yamato for confirmation. Yamato elaborated. The current structure of Konoha, centered around 5th Hokage Tsunade, clearly inherits the will of the 3rd Hokage. This is not what Danzo desires. However, changing this structure is no simple task, especially since most of the villagers support it. Neji then added, to change this structure, a significant upheaval in Konoha would be necessary. Sakura supplemented, yes, just like the Konoha invasion orchestrated by Orochimaru. After hearing their words, Naruto was once again struck with shock, exclaiming, the Konoha invasion. He recalled the devastation caused by Orochimaru's attack on Konoha. Yamato continued. If Danzo intends to remove Lady Tsunade from the Hokage position by collaborating with Orochimaru to orchestrate another Konoha invasion. Naruto interrupted, so, for that purpose, he wants to destroy Konoha? It can't just be for that reason. Sakura interjected after dismantling the current system. He aims to construct his ideal version of Konoha and then position himself as Hokage once again. Hearing this, Naruto trembled with anger. Unable to believe that someone would harm his cherished village for their own ambitions. Yamato continued. Danzo has only just begun to act because he has observed that 3 years have passed since the last invasion, and Orochimaru's forces are now sufficiently prepared. He likely believes that, since Orochimaru's previous attack failed, he will be more cautious, making it easier to negotiate with him now. Neji took over the conversation. He must have assured that he would provide support from within the village. Yamato confirmed, exactly. Naruto could hardly believe his ears, incredulous as he asked, no way. So Sai's covert mission is. Sakura, with a serious expression, responded, it's likely to make contact with Orochimaru, acting as a liaison between Orochimaru and Danzo. Considering his joining our team, the possibility of him encountering Orochimaru has increased. Deep in thought, Naruto slowly remarked, how could this happen? Yamato continued. Given the developments of this situation, we may need to eliminate Sai. Upon hearing Yamato's decision, Naruto, Sakura, and Neji were taken aback, and Sakura once again confirmed with Yamato. Eliminate? Yamato nodded in affirmation. With Yamato's confirmation, the expressions of the group grew gravely serious. Chapter 53, The Trap of Yakushi Kabuto. Should we eliminate Sai? Naruto found it difficult to accept this decision, grappling internally with the thought, to kill Sai so hastily, is it truly right to slay one of our own comrades? Yamato interjected, stating that Neji was currently tracking them, but the situation remained unpredictable. We should set off immediately. At that moment, Sakura attempted to voice her concerns. But Naruto preempted her, declaring, I understand, let us head out at once. No sooner had Naruto spoken than he felt a wave of dizziness and collapsed to the ground. Sakura rushed to his side, asking, Naruto, are you all right? Naruto's expression was pained, rendering him momentarily speechless. Sakura then turned to Yamato, suggesting, Captain Yamato, may we take a moment to rest? Yamato responded curtly, Sakura, we must move quickly. After hearing Yamato's words, Sakura continued, I understand that it's better to pursue them swiftly, but in Naruto's current condition Yamato, unmoved by Sakura's plea, coldly replied, then we shall leave Naruto behind and pursue them. Even in this state, he should possess the strength to return to the village alone. Unable to contain her frustration at Yamato's callousness, Sakura exclaimed, if it were Kakashi-sensei, he would never utter such hurtful words. At that moment, Naruto grasped Sakura's hand. Struggling to speak, Sakura, I'm fine. I can do this. With that, he slowly sat up. Yamato explained to Sakura, I understand your concerns. And I have partnered with Kakashi in the Umbu. I am well aware of his character. Indeed, I act as Kakashi's proxy, but I am not like him. I will not sugarcoat the truth or coddle you. You are no longer mere novice ninjas in need of protection. You are destined to surpass Kakashi one day. Bearing the weight of Konoha's fate. Compassion and indulgence are not the same. If we give up here, it will be the end. If we do not pursue now, we may not have another chance to capture Orochimaru. As an adversary, he will not grant you a second opportunity. Seeing that Sakura remained silent, Yamato continued, let us commence our actions. Naruto, what do you intend to do? Straining to stand, Naruto replied, of course, I will go as well. Observing Naruto's unsteady stance, Sakura anxiously urged, Naruto, please don't push yourself. But Naruto insisted, I'm fine. If we return to the village now, what was the purpose of my coming here? All that I have done would be rendered meaningless. With resolute eyes, Naruto looked at Yamato, who then stated, very well, but if you fall behind even slightly, you will be left behind without hesitation. Yamato then distributed the remaining radios to Sakura and said, let us set forth. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Neji and Yamato's clone continued to follow Orochimaru and his companions. Suddenly, they observed Orochimaru and his group come to an abrupt halt. Neji promptly signaled for Yamato's clone to stop as well, and they watched the movements of Orochimaru's party from a distance. They saw Kabuto extract a scroll from his pouch, summoning a human form from it. He then bound the figure's neck with rope and hung it from a tree, commencing a series of hand seals. The figure morphed into Sai's likeness. Following this, Kabuto set up traps around it using kunai affixed with explosive tags before the group departed. Yamato's clone inquired of Neji, what is happening? Why did Orochimaru and his group suddenly stop? Did they detect us? Neji replied, I'm uncertain whether they have discovered us. They have set a trap ahead. What remains unclear is whether they laid the trap out of caution or because they have already sensed our presence. They have resumed their advance. What should we do now? Yamato's clone analyzed. Let us assume they have not noticed us and simply prepared traps as a precaution. We can circumvent the traps and continue our pursuit. Neji took up Yamato's point, stating, however, if they realize we are tracking them and yet we do not trigger the traps, they may take further actions. Yamato's clone responded, precisely, so we must trigger the mechanisms. Only then might they lower their guard. Neji agreed. Then let us proceed accordingly. With that, the two continued onward to the side of the trap. They spotted the body of Sai, disguised by Kabuto's ninjutsu, hanging from the tree. Neji and Yamato's clone circumvented the corpse and fired kunai from a distance, severing the rope that held the body, instantly triggering the trap. Several kunai bearing explosive tags shot towards the body, and an explosion ensued, igniting a series of fiery blasts and thunderous roars throughout the forest. Once the dust settled, Yamato's clone asked Neji, Neji, what about Orochimaru and the others? Have they made any movements? Neji replied, wait a moment. He immediately activated his Byakugan to observe Orochimaru's movements, noting that they were swiftly traversing across a river. He then informed Yamato's clone, they are currently making no unusual movements, merely advancing normally. Yamato continued to inquire, what is the maximum effective range of your Byakugan? Neji replied, under ordinary circumstances, I can perceive within a kilometer. If I concentrate on a specific target, I can extend that to approximately 10 kilometers. 10 kilometers. Yamato's clone was astonished by Neji's revelation. He had initially believed that Neji could see 3 kilometers, which would suffice for tracking. The fact that Neji could see so far left him incredulous, and he silently commended Tsunade for assigning Neji to this task, as it proved immensely beneficial. He then addressed Neji. In that case, let us maintain a distance of 3 kilometers for now. You will be responsible for monitoring their movements. Neji replied, understood. Chapter 54. One's own power. As they journeyed, Sakura's left arm, previously injured by Naruto, flared up once more, causing her to tumble from a tree. Naruto attempted to catch her, but was unable to do so. Fortunately, Yamato was there to catch her just before she hit the ground, sparing her from further injury. Observing Sakura's wound, Naruto inquired, Sakura, how did you sustain that injury? Sakura replied, it was inflicted by Orochimaru earlier. It's just a little painful. I'm fine. Concerned. Naruto admonished her, don't push yourself too hard, Sakura. To which she nodded in agreement, all right, I understand. Seeing Sakura's condition, Yamato promptly ordered a break for the team. Sakura is our only medical ninja, and her well-being is crucial for the mission's success, he asserted. Sakura interjected, I'm all right. If we don't set off immediately. Weren't we just told by Captain Yamato that we are no longer mere genin, but ninjas bearing the fate of Konoha? Isn't compassion different from pampering? However, as she spoke, a sharp pain shot through her arm, causing her to collapse again. Yamato responded, indeed, I did say that. But there's also a saying, haste makes waste. There is a difference between being timely and being reckless. Thanks to Neji's abilities, our tracking has become significantly easier. Naruto chimed in, absolutely. Captain Yamato is right. Sakura, you are the only medical ninja in this team and renowned for your extraordinary strength. You are pivotal to our mission's success. Initially touched by Naruto's words, Sakura's mood shifted drastically upon hearing the term extraordinary strength. She pointed an accusatory finger at Naruto, exclaiming, "Didn't I tell you not to call me that?" Naruto quickly defended himself. "No, Sakura, I meant it as a compliment." All right, I apologize." At that moment, Yamato, deep in thought, addressed Naruto. "Naruto, with Sai absent, you will team up with me during battles. Now is the time to establish our collaboration." He beckoned Naruto aside. Naruto asked, "Captain Yamato, what should we do first?" Yamato replied, "There is something important I need to clarify with you." He stepped closer and quietly stated, "You were the one who injured Sakura, Naruto." The revelation struck Naruto like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "So the bridge and the cracked ground were also my doing?" Yamato confirmed, "Yes, it was all you. Sakura lied to protect you. I share the responsibility for her injury. I was assigned to Kakashi's team precisely to handle such situations. I possess the unique ability to suppress Jinchuriki. Therefore, you need not worry excessively, at least for now. While I am by your side, I can choose not to disclose certain matters. But why should I? Using that power may indeed be a shortcut to rescuing Sasuke. But relying on the Nine-Tails' strength is not your true power. If you continue to depend on it, you will only invite more suffering upon yourself and potentially harm your comrades, as demonstrated this time." Feeling a wave of guilt wash over him, Naruto absorbed Yamato's words. "You must have an inkling of this," Yamato continued, "but your failure to restrain that power stemmed from your impatience. From now on, I will completely suppress your Nine-Tails power. However, if you think this will weaken you, you are gravely mistaken. Even without that power, you are already formidable." Naruto remained silent, grappling with his thoughts. Noticing his continued silence, Yamato encouraged him, "Do not misunderstand. The source of your strength is not the Nine-Tails chakra, but rather your own chakra, which can endure the terrifying chakra of the Nine-Tails. If you wish to save Sasuke, do so with your own power. If you wish to see Sasuke, it should be with your own eyes, not those of the Nine-Tails. To protect Sakura, it must be with your strength, not that of the Nine-Tails." With these words, Naruto and Appo's confusion dissipated and his resolve solidified. Meanwhile, Neji and his team were concealed in the underbrush, monitoring Orochimaru's movements. They observed Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Sai resting by the riverbank. Orochimaru sat atop a rock while Kabuto and Sai engaged in simple cleansing with water. Kabuto then produced a scroll, and the two seemed to be in conversation. Yamato's clone turned to Neji and asked, "Have they detected our presence?" Neji responded, "They appear to be resting. From their expressions, they seem relatively relaxed, indicating they likely have not noticed our tracking. However, we cannot entirely rule out the possibility that they are feigning this to lower our guard and lead us into a trap." Yamato considered Neji's assessment and inquired further, "Based on your judgment, what do you think their situation is?" Neji replied, "I believe the likelihood of them being unaware is higher. If it were just Orochimaru and Kabuto, it would be easier to disguise their intentions. However, with Sai present, the uncertainty increases. They may not fully trust one another. And Orochimaru cannot guarantee that Sai won't slip up." Yamato's clone continued, "Is it possible that Orochimaru and Kabuto are aware of us, but Sai is not? And they are using this to their advantage?" Neji shook his head. "That seems unlikely, as Orochimaru would not be able to ascertain whether Sai knows we are tracking them. Thus, the notion of a trap does not hold water." Yamato nodded in agreement with Neji's analysis. He then posed, "Is it entirely impossible for the second scenario to occur?" Neji replied, "It's not entirely out of the question. The issue lies with Sai. While the first theory may apply to ordinary individuals, someone like Sai, trained in the Foundation, would have similar skills in tracking and counter-tracking, even if he is not as strong as Orochimaru. Therefore, they could potentially be putting on an act." After hearing Neji and Appo's conclusions, Yamato and Appo's clone appeared conflicted and asked, "If you were in this situation, how would you respond?" Neji answered, "I believe the best course of action is to maintain distance, observe closely, and wait for Naruto and the others to regroup." Yamato was pleased with Neji's suggestion, reflecting, "Is this the genius of the Hyuga clan? Able to pinpoint the critical issues and propose solutions, truly remarkable." He then instructed Neji, "Let us proceed as you suggested." Neji affirmed, "Understood." Chapter 55, Sai's sketchbook on Naruto's side. Sakura, having undergone a brief treatment, was momentarily free of serious ailments. He rummaged through his bag and opened the sketchbook he had previously misplaced. Meanwhile, Yamato and Naruto were discussing the details of their strategy. "Come here for a moment." Sakura suddenly called out to Yamato and Naruto. The two immediately approached her. "What's the matter, Sakura?" Naruto inquired. Sakura held up Sai's sketchbook and said, "Take a look at this." Naruto examined the sketchbook and remarked, "This is Sai's sketchbook." Yamato added, "This was just found. It must be Sai's precious sketchbook. What does it contain?" Understanding this might provide some insight into Sai as a person. Sakura agreed, "Yes, that's what I thought, which is why I opened it." "What kind of story does it depict?" Naruto asked. Sakura shook her head. "I can't quite comprehend the contents." "Curious." Naruto asked, "Why is that?" Yamato, equally intrigued, inquired, "What do you mean?" Sakura opened Sai's sketchbook and explained, "Because there are no dialogues or text at all. After looking at the contents, Naruto concurred with Sakura's observation. Sakura continued, "It seems to illustrate the story of two young boys, depicted on the first and last pages. Flipping through the pages, starting from the black-haired boy's side, each page portrays his battles against different opponents. Sakura noted, on the right side, it's always the same boy, while the character on the left changes with each page. At that moment, Naruto seemed to have noticed something and said to Sakura, "Wait, go back to the previous page." Sakura complied and flipped back a page. Indeed, Naruto remarked, "The boy and Appo's attire changes slightly on the next page." Upon hearing Naruto and Appo's words, Sakura flipped back once more and confirmed, "It really does." Naruto continued, "And look, the boy on each page holds the weapon of the character from the previous page." Yamato sighed. "It appears to depict the story of this boy defeating one enemy after another." Sakura examined the sketchbook and said, "It illustrates how the boy, after defeating his enemies, seizes their weapons and armor." After inspecting each page's content, she added, "Indeed, the next page follows this pattern and the one after as well." Speaking of which, suddenly, Sakura recalled something and flipped to the section featuring the white-haired boy. She observed, "Indeed, although the perspective has shifted, the same situation applies to the white-haired boy." Yamato speculated, "So it tells the story of two boys gradually growing stronger after defeating their enemies?" Naruto, having discovered something else in the content, remarked, "Wait, if they keep defeating enemies from both directions, how will it conclude?" Naruto's words sparked realization in both Yamato and Sakura. Sakura replied, "That is precisely the issue." She then turned to the middle of the book and said, "Take a look at this." Naruto, puzzled, asked, "What is this illustration about?" In the center, there was only a black-haired boy depicted without a face, while the section for the white-haired boy remained blank. "This is quite peculiar," Naruto commented. Sakura noted, "This sketchbook has only these two pages in the center that are unfinished." Looking at the faceless black-haired boy, Naruto remarked, "This image gives off a somewhat eerie feeling." Sakura continued, "Although Sai mentioned that this sketchbook is incomplete, why is the face not drawn?" At that moment, Naruto suddenly said, "Wait, doesn't this black-haired character resemble Sai?" With Naruto's observation, both Yamato and Sakura began to share the same sentiment. Yamato questioned, "Is he drawing himself?" Sakura turned to the section featuring the white-haired boy and asked curiously, "If the black-haired boy is Sai, then who is this white-haired boy?" She then recalled that Sai had mentioned that this sketchbook actually belonged to his brother. Contemplating this, Sakura said, "Could it be that this white-haired boy is Sai's brother?" Upon hearing Sakura's words, Naruto and Yamato were momentarily taken aback. Sakura then remembered another detail. Sai had previously told her that his brother had passed away. Sakura said so. The two pages in the middle depict Sai and his brother. The group gazed at Sai's sketchbook, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Neji continued to observe Orochimaru and his group with his Byakugan. He noticed that Orochimaru and his companions had halted before a rocky cliff, and soon, Orochimaru began forming hand seals. In a moment, the rock face before them split open, revealing a passageway. Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Sai then entered. Observing this, Neji immediately informed Yamato's clone, "Orochimaru has stopped." Yamato's clone promptly inquired, "What is going on? Have they discovered us?" Neji shook his head. "No, they haven't noticed us. Our assessment appears to be correct. They have returned to Orochimaru's stronghold." Upon receiving this news, Yamato's clone was elated and said to Neji, "Well done." He then prepared to notify his original self. On Naruto's side, the group continued to ponder the contents of the book. As Naruto gazed at the faceless black-haired boy, a radical thought crossed his mind, and he said to Sakura, "Could it be that Sai's brother?" Upon hearing this, both Yamato and Sakura seemed to have an epiphany. At that moment, they received a message from Neji. Yamato's clone reported to Yamato, "We have located Orochimaru's lair." Naruto, upon hearing this news, was particularly exhilarated and exclaimed, "Then let us set forth." Chapter 56. Infiltration. After concluding communication with Yamato and the others, Neji continued to employ his Byakugan to survey the interior of Orochimaru's stronghold. He observed that Orochimaru and his associates had entered the main hall of the hideout, where someone awaited their arrival. Upon recognizing this individual's identity, Neji was taken aback. He turned to Yamato's clone and said, "I have discovered Sasuke." Yamato's clone, equally astonished by Neji's revelation, had not anticipated the mission to proceed so smoothly. After a while, Naruto and his companions arrived near Orochimaru's lair. Yamato inquired of Neji, "Is this the location?" Neji replied, "The entrance lies just beneath the rock wall ahead." He then turned to Naruto and Sakura, stating, "Sasuke is also down there." Upon hearing Neji's words, Naruto and Sakura excitedly asked, "Neji, is it true? Is Sasuke really down there?" Neji nodded affirmatively, responding, "Yes." Sakura addressed Naruto, "Naruto, we must rescue Sasuke this time." Naruto resolutely replied, "Absolutely. Let us go." With that, he prepared to head towards the entrance of Orochimaru and Appo's stronghold. However, Yamato intervened, saying, "Wait." He then retracted his would-release clone, which transformed into a seed. Handing the seed to Naruto, he instructed, "Before we proceed, swallow this, Naruto." Naruto gazed at the seed in Yamato's hand, puzzled. Sensing his confusion, Yamato reassured him, "It's all right. There's no need to worry." He then distributed one seed each to Neji and Sakura, explaining, "Even if we become separated, I will be able to ascertain your whereabouts instantly using this." Naruto was astonished, exclaiming, "Really? Such a thing is possible?" Yamato elaborated, "This seed serves as a tracking device, resonating solely with my chakra." Neji observed the seed, remarking, "This is indeed quite convenient." Yamato continued, "Let us not dwell on this. Quickly swallow it." Following his lead, the group consumed the seeds together. After they had swallowed the seeds, Yamato declared, "All right, let us prepare to depart." In unison, the three responded, "Understood." Yamato then initiated the operational plan, asking Neji, "How many individuals are currently within Orochimaru's stronghold?" Neji replied, "Assuming the enemy lacks any special camouflage ninjutsu, my reconnaissance suggests there are only 4 individuals: Orochimaru, Kabuto, Sasuke, and Sai." Yamato nodded at Neji's assessment, stating, "While their numbers are not overwhelming, we must not underestimate them. Our adversary is Orochimaru. Moreover, if Sai has indeed allied with them, their numbers surpass ours. We will infiltrate in the following order: myself, Sakura, Naruto, and Neji." "Neji, your task is to utilize your Byakugan to monitor the situation and report back to us promptly." Neji acknowledged, "Understood." He then inquired, "What method shall we employ for infiltration?" Yamato responded, "We shall approach from underground using earth release." "Neji, can you pinpoint the exact locations of Sasuke and Sai?" Neji affirmed, "Yes. But attempting to use earth release directly from above may be unfeasible. There is a thick rock wall above their location. Any misstep could alert Orochimaru and his associates." After contemplating Neji's words, Yamato suggested, "Then we shall first excavate a hole from a nearby area where the rock wall is thinner. Once we reach a sufficient depth, we will create a horizontal opening at a specific point on the wall and proceed cautiously." Upon hearing Yamato's infiltration plan, the others responded, "Understood." Yamato then began forming hand seals, placing his hand on the ground, which promptly revealed a makeshift entrance. The group then leapt into the hole in the prescribed order. Utilizing the tunnel Yamato had created, they swiftly arrived at the location Neji had indicated, where the rock wall loomed. Yamato remarked, "Indeed, their lair is encased in rock." Naruto, upon seeing the rock wall, declared, "With my Rasengan, I could obliterate this wall instantly." Neji quickly intervened, "Wait. Using such a powerful technique will alert the enemy immediately." Yamato addressed Naruto, "Infiltration requires silence and stealth." Naruto queried, "Then what should we do?" Yamato called out to Neji, "Neji." Understanding Yamato's intent, Neji immediately activated his Byakugan and pointed to a specific location, saying, "There." Yamato proceeded to follow Neji's guidance, transforming his finger into a root that gradually burrowed into the rock. With a decisive push at a crack in the wall, he created an opening just large enough for a person to pass through. Yamato then instructed, "Next, we must limit our chakra usage. Otherwise, we will be detected by Orochimaru. Now, let us move." The group then infiltrated the interior of Orochimaru's stronghold. Neji remarked, "In any case, we have successfully infiltrated." Yamato stated, "Our first priority is to locate Sai. Neji, lead the way and remain vigilant for any movements from other enemies." Neji replied, "Understood, this way," with Neji's Byakugan guiding them. The group quickly located Sai's room. Yamato utilized would release, transforming his finger into a key, and gently unlocked Sai's door. Chapter 57, Bonds. When Yamato opened the door, Sai was taken aback to see them enter, though his expression quickly settled into calmness. Sai remarked to Yamato, "Truly, you are members of the direct subordinates of the Hokage Zanbu." He then turned to Neji, "And you, Hyuga Neji, I did not expect to find you here. Your concealment was quite profound. To arrive here undetected by Orochimaru's forces, you must have utilized the power of the Byakugan." Neji, however, remained silent in response to Sai's words. Yamato inquired, "What is going on here? Please explain in detail." At that moment, Naruto charged forward, grabbing Sai by the collar, demanding, "Why have you betrayed us?" Sai, maintaining his composure, replied, "It would be best not to cause too much noise here. It could lead to complications." In reaction to Sai's statement, Naruto became even more agitated, exclaiming, "You scoundrel." At this juncture, Sakura called out to Naruto, prompting him to release Sai. Sakura approached Sai, retrieving his sketchbook from her bag and offering it to him, saying, "Here, this belongs to you." Sai accepted the sketchbook and, with a hint of joy, said, "Thank you." Sakura then confronted Sai, "What you are doing is at Danzo's behest, isn't it? Danzo intends to ally with Orochimaru, plotting something sinister. And you have been chosen as the intermediary. Speak, what are your true intentions?" Sai did not respond to Sakura's inquiry. Yamato pressed further, "You plan to collaborate with Orochimaru to orchestrate the destruction of Konoha, am I correct?" Upon hearing Yamato's words, Sai smiled and replied, "No, that is not the case. Your smile is instantly recognizable as false, and your words are easily discernible as lies." Before Sai could finish his sentence, Naruto interrupted him. Sai responded, "Since you have found me, my mission is deemed a failure. I cannot handle you all alone. Furthermore, if you all comprehend the situation so thoroughly, there is no point in concealing the truth. As you have surmised, we intend to obliterate the current Konoha. Naruto, filled with disbelief, exclaimed, "What are you saying?" Sai continued, "The true task bestowed upon me was to curry favor with Orochimaru, creating an opportunity for collaboration." Naruto, processing Sai's confession, retorted, "Do you even comprehend the gravity of your words? It is not merely that." Yet before Naruto could elaborate, Sai interjected, "Additionally, I have been tasked with covertly relaying information about Orochimaru back to Danzo. In other words, I bear the mantle of a spy." Upon hearing this, Yamato urged, "Continue speaking. Disclose all that you have kept hidden." Neji interjected, "So you intend to propose an alliance with Orochimaru while secretly transmitting his intelligence back?" Sai nodded in acknowledgement of Neji's words. Sakura exclaimed, "Such a perilous mission." Sai elaborated, "After Konoha's destruction, Orochimaru will surely revoke the alliance, ensuring our side retains an advantage." Sakura, contemplating Sai's words, nodded, "I see. Danzo aims to claim Konoha as his own. Are you truly willing to risk everything for this mission?" Sai answered, "The intelligence I meticulously inscribe will transform into small creatures, enabling me to discreetly transport it outside. It is this very ability that led to my selection for this mission." Sakura, with fervor, questioned Sai, "If chaos befalls Konoha, many lives will be lost. Do you understand the implications of what you are about to undertake?" Sai, indifferent, replied, "It is beyond my control. It is an order." The group was left in disbelief at Sai's response. Sakura reiterated, "Sai, you." He added, "Moreover, the name Sai was adopted solely for this mission. In truth, I am a mere extension of Danzo's will. I do not truly exist. Thus, whatever you say to me holds no significance." Sai interrupted Sakura, who disagreed, saying, "If that is the case, why do you cherish this sketchbook so?" At her words, Sai's expression shifted subtly. He picked up the sketchbook, gazing at the image of his brother, his demeanor transitioning from coldness to warmth. Sakura continued, "The children depicted on the first page are you and your brother, correct? If you claim you do not exist, then why do you hold this sketchbook so dear? It is the only thing that validates your existence, is it not? You have not cast aside your emotions as you profess. Even as a ninja, one cannot completely abandon their feelings. As proof, when I handed you the sketchbook, you expressed gratitude and accepted it. You find solace in its return, a testament to your existence." Sai, reflecting on Sakura's words, countered, "Why does possessing this sketchbook validate my existence?" Sakura responded, "Your reluctance to part with it stems from your inability to relinquish your identity as a brother. You know why? Because the bond between you and your brother holds immense significance." Sai, moved by Sakura's words, displayed a sincere expression for the first time, perplexedly asking, "Bonds?" At that moment, Yamato interjected, "I apologize. We have viewed the contents of that sketchbook. Only the 2 pages in the middle remain unfinished." Sai, "I am aware that you are from the Foundation and that you have undergone Danzo's specialized training aimed at eradicating emotions." "Specialized training?" Naruto queried, confused. Yamato nodded, explaining, "It is akin to the abhorrent practices once conducted in the Blood Mist Village and the Hidden Mist Village." "The Blood Mist Village, the Hidden Mist Village?" Sakura inquired, intrigued. Naruto reminisced, stating that was Zabuza's homeland. Yamato continued, "According to the narrative depicted in the sketchbook, you continually vanquish foes and seize their armor. The 2 pages in the middle will depict your confrontation with your brother." "You mean you fought your brother?" Sai interrupted, "No, this was originally intended as a gift for him. However, just as I was nearing completion, he fell ill and passed away." As Sai spoke, a forced smile returned to his face, though it now seemed more like a mask to conceal his sorrow, eliciting sympathy. Sai continued, "Within the Foundation, many children have lost their families due to war. Among them, my brother was the one closest to me. Although we shared no blood ties, he often praised my drawings. I had always intended to show him the final 2 pages, but ever since his death, I have been at a loss for what to illustrate." At this point, Neji suddenly interjected, "Let us set this aside for now. Kabuto is approaching us." Upon hearing Neji's words, Yamato swiftly ensnared Sai with would release just before Kabuto arrived, and the group hastily departed from Orochimaru's lair. Chapter 58. Neji versus Kabuto. Outside Orochimaru's stronghold, Neji and his companions had placed Sai under house arrest. Yamato turned to Sai and said, "You must remain here under the watch of my shadow clone." Naruto, brimming with determination, addressed the group, "Now, let us resume our mission to rescue Sasuke." However, upon hearing Naruto's fervent words, Sai scoffed, "You might as well give up." Curiosity piqued among the group regarding Sai's sudden cynicism. He continued, "I have seen Sasuke. He is almost always with Orochimaru. In other words, you will have to confront Orochimaru again. If you delve too deep, you will ultimately be torn apart and become subjects of their experiments. Moreover, Sasuke has stated that you mean nothing to him. Sakura, you regard Sasuke as a brother, yet he holds you in disdain. For such a person, why would you risk battling Orochimaru and stake your life to bring him back? Why? No one is ordering you to do this." In response to Sai's words, Naruto smiled and replied, "In the past, I despised Sasuke. Like me, he was without family, yet he was an elite while I was always the underdog. Nevertheless, the time we spent together was truly joyful. He is the one who acknowledges me most in this world. Sasuke is my friend. The bond we forged is precious and hard-earned. Bonds? Upon hearing the term once more, Sai felt a stir within him and curiously remarked, even so. To battle Orochimaru seems utterly reckless. Naruto countered, it matters not who the opponent is. If my arm is severed, I will use my foot to strike. If my leg is broken, I will bite with my teeth. If my neck is snapped, I will glare him to death. If I lose my sight, I will curse him to death. Even if I am dismembered, I will reclaim Sasuke from Orochimaru. Sai fell into contemplation upon hearing Naruto's resolve. Meanwhile, Neji was deeply moved by Naruto's words. Naruto always inspired a desire to fight alongside him. At that moment, Neji noticed Kabuto pursuing them from behind and immediately alerted his companions. Kabuto launched an assault, throwing dozens of shurikens at them. Neji swiftly responded to Kabuto's attack. Gentle step, squirrel. A tail of chakra manifested behind Neji, sweeping away the shurikens. Kabuto approached the group, addressing them. I thought I had completely shaken off my pursuers. So it is you, Hyuga Neji. Your eyes are quite suitable for Orochimaru's experiments. Neji chose not to engage with Kabuto's provocation. Both Naruto and Sakura glared at Kabuto with disdain. What a troublesome fellow, Sakura remarked. Kabuto appeared composed and at ease in front of them. He turned to Sai, who was bound by wood release, saying, Sai, you seem to have been captured. Naruto interrupted, declaring, do not obstruct us. If you insist on causing trouble, I will show no mercy. With that, Naruto's shadow clone maneuvered behind Kabuto, launching a Rasengan at him. Kabuto, seemingly aware of the impending attack, merely sidestepped, evading Naruto's determined strike. Taking advantage of the missed opportunity, Kabuto retaliated with a kick, dispersing Naruto's clone into a puff of smoke. He taunted, futile. Frustrated by the lack of success, Naruto attempted to press the attack once more, but Neji intervened, telling him, leave this to me. Without delay, Neji appeared before Kabuto, employing gentle fists to strike at him. The previously amused Kabuto's expression turned grave. How swift. Neji's sudden assault shocked Kabuto, who had not anticipated Neji's remarkable speed. In a moment of crisis, Kabuto narrowly dodged by leaning away and immediately condensed chakra into a surgical knife, aiming to stab Neji. Neji countered by deflecting Kabuto's wrist and followed up with another gentle fist strike. Kabuto was hit and transformed into a block of stone. Aware that close combat with Neji would yield no advantage, he quickly utilized the body replacement technique to distance himself. Before he could catch his breath, Neji's relentless assault continued. 8 trigrams empty palm. Neji unleashed a series of 8 trigrams empty palm strikes toward Kabuto. Kabuto found himself with no opportunity to retaliate, forced to evade while retreating. Yamato shouted from behind Neji, Neji, do not let him escape. If he alerts Orochimaru, we will be in serious trouble. Neji responded, understood. He swiftly employed the shifting technique, positioning himself before Kabuto to block his retreat and launched another attack. Gentle step, dragon play. A dragon of chakra roared forth, charging directly at Kabuto. Kabuto leaped into the air to evade the dragon's assault. Useless, he declared with arrogance. However, just as Kabuto reveled in his perceived victory, Neji gestured, redirecting the dragon toward him. What? Kabuto gasped, caught off guard by Neji's unexpected control of the chakra dragon. In midair, unable to maneuver effectively, he hastily raised his arm in a desperate attempt to block the incoming attack. His defense faltered, and the chakra dragon clamped down on him, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth upon impact. Impressive, Naruto exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement at Neji's dazzling display. Sakura, witnessing Neji's prowess, was equally impressed. Reflecting on their previous encounter with Akatsuki, where Neji single-handedly defeated one of its members, she truly appreciated the extraordinary strength he possessed. Just as Naruto and Sakura believed the battle had reached a conclusion and felt a momentary sense of relief, Neji's keen insight kicked in once more. He urgently called out to his comrades, behind us. His warning jolted them from their moment of triumph. In an instant, they realized Kabuto had reached Sai's side. Yamato reacted swiftly, using wood release in an attempt to capture the two. However, Kabuto was equally quick, seizing Sai and leaping away, evading the wood release attack. Kabuto pulled Sai aside and remarked, it appears you have not betrayed us. I will tentatively trust you. He then employed his chakra surgical knife to sever the bindings constraining Sai. Turning to Neji and the others, he sneered, you people are truly pitiable. Especially you, Naruto. Even if you defeat me, it will be of no consequence. People can change. Sasuke is no longer the Sasuke he once was. Just as Kabuto finished speaking, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Sai who had just been rescued suddenly launched an attack against him, seizing one of his arms, pinning him down, and forcing him to the ground. Chapter 59. Sai's intentions. An unexpected turn of events left several individuals momentarily stunned, as none could fathom the true intentions behind Sai's actions. Do turned his incredulous gaze towards Sai and queried, what are you up to? Your role should be to serve as the liaison between Danzo and Lord Orochimaru. Sai, casting a glance at Naruto, replied to Do, people are capable of change, and so am I. Yet, there exist certain bonds that remain unaltered. I wish to witness the essence of these so-called connections firsthand. Naruto, perplexed, looked at Sai and asked, Sai, what do you mean by that? At that moment, Yamato approached Sai and urged, Hold on to him firmly and do not let go. Subsequently employing would release to bind Do. Naruto inquired again, Sai, what were you just thinking? Sai responded, why are you so fixated on the bond you share with Sasuke? What is this bond truly about? I seek to comprehend. It appears that, in your eyes, I too cannot relinquish the bond with my brother, which is indeed something precious to me. By observing your connection with Sasuke, I believe I might gain some understanding. Upon hearing Sai's words, Naruto exhibited a look of acknowledgement toward him for the first time. Suddenly, Do let out a laugh, prompting Neji to coldly ask, what are you laughing at? Do replied, you do not truly understand Sasuke. Yamato, ignoring Do's remark, countered, what is Sasuke doing now? Do answered, he should just have completed his training and is likely resting in his room. Sai affirmed, it is indeed true that Sasuke is training with Orochimaru. Upon hearing Sai's words, Naruto believed that Do was not lying and declared, all right, then let's set off at once. Sai added, however, we have no way of knowing in which room he is resting. Do chimed in, there are many rooms scattered about. I too am unaware of which one he occupies. Naruto responded, in that case, we must search each one thoroughly. Hearing Naruto's words, Do scoffed, indeed, if we follow the clues gradually, we might locate him. However, we must be cautious, for we could inadvertently alert the serpent and bring trouble upon ourselves, as Orochimaru's quarters are also among them. Yamato remarked, thank you for your candor. Do replied, no need for thanks. Yamato continued, do you believe we will fail? Do confidently responded, indeed. Naruto, infuriated by Do's expression, stepped forward to confront him, only to be restrained by Yamato, who said, how can we know unless we try? Yamato then called upon Neji, Neji, it's your turn. Do looked at Neji and suddenly realized something, his expression growing serious. The others quickly grasped the implication, and Naruto exclaimed, right. With Neji here, we can locate Sasuke in no time. Neji remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Yamato then summoned a wood-release clone to watch over Do and instructed the group. Let us proceed. Do glared at them with defiance, emitting a dismissive sound. The group soon returned to Orochimaru's stronghold, where Neji Spyakugan swiftly detected the location of Sasuke and Orochimaru. Consequently, the five of them divided into two teams, Neji, Naruto, and Sai were tasked with finding Sasuke, while Yamato and Sakura would provide cover. Once their roles were assigned, they advanced towards Sasuke's location. Naruto raced ahead, reminiscing about his moments with Sasuke. In his distraction, he stumbled and fell. Sai rushed to aid him, asking, Naruto, are you alright? You should take a moment to rest. Naruto retorted, enough. Sasuke is just ahead. I cannot rest now. We are about to reunite. Before he could finish, Naruto weakly collapsed, losing consciousness. Sakura rushed to check on him, and discovered that he had merely succumbed to the aftereffects of utilizing the Nine-Tails chakra, compounded by exhaustion. Yamato then suggested they take a brief respite, with Sakura and Sai tending to Naruto while he and Neji kept watch. After a while, Naruto regained consciousness, and Sai observed him waking up. Honestly, you and my brother are quite alike, talkative and reckless, Sai remarked. Yet, like him, you throw yourself into everything with great fervor. For some reason, seeing you reminds me of him. As he spoke, Sai retrieved a sketchbook from his pack. He flipped open to an unfinished page and began to draw. Muttering to himself, I remember now, I remember. Before long, he completed the drawing and set down his pen. Naruto leaned over to see what Sai had created. Discovering an illustration of Sai and his brother holding hands, their expressions joyful. For the first time, Sai displayed a genuine smile. I wish to show this to my brother. Sai said, a depiction of our dreams. Witnessing Sai's emotions, Naruto smiled in appreciation. Meanwhile, Sakura, curious about their conversation, moved closer to take a look. At that moment, Neji, who had been intently observing the situation involving Sasuke and Orochimaru, suddenly sensed something amiss. Orochimaru's chakra had abruptly vanished, and he had seemingly disappeared. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Neji warned the others, be cautious. Upon hearing his warning, the group heightened their vigilance. At that moment, Orochimaru had employed a concealment technique, blending seamlessly with the surrounding rock walls, stealthily approaching the group. Utilizing his extraordinary perceptive abilities, Neji detected a subtle disturbance in the rock, a nearly imperceptible discord. Without hesitation, he swiftly launched an attack at the seemingly motionless wall with the 8 trigrams air palm. Following the assault, the corridor trembled violently, dust swirling and enveloping the area. Orochimaru emerged from the haze like a specter, surveying the group, his gaze ultimately locking onto Sai, his tone laced with intrigue and scrutiny. What is the meaning of this? Sai, which side do you truly stand on? With Orochimaru's sudden appearance, the group immediately braced themselves for confrontation. Chapter 60. The Assault of Orochimaru. Orochimaru, facing Neji and his companions, advanced with menacing intent, suddenly raising his hand to launch an attack. The Shadow Snake hand unleashed several enormous pythons upon them. Yamato reacted swiftly, employing wood release to erect a barrier in an attempt to block the serpentine onslaught. However, the wooden wall was soon overwhelmed and shattered. Neji dashed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of his comrades, his hands coalescing chakra into blade-like forms, striking at the massive snakes with precision. Using the gentle step, Manus, he dispatched the serpents one by one. Without pausing, Neji counterattacked Orochimaru with the gentle step, dragon play, commanding a chakra dragon to surge towards him. In response to Neji's onslaught, Orochimaru again resorted to the shadow snake hand, targeting the chakra dragon. At the moment of collision, the python was engulfed by Neji's dragon and propelled towards Orochimaru, who swiftly evaded by rolling away. Realizing the limitations of his attack range, Neji quickly adapted, transforming the chakra dragon into the tail of a scorpion, its sharp stinger aimed directly at Orochimaru. Utilizing the gentle step, poison scorpion, Neji struck, but Orochimaru deftly sidestepped, the stinger narrowly grazing his cheek. Before Orochimaru could catch his breath, Neji lashed out with the scorpion tail chakra like a whip, sending it hurtling towards him. Orochimaru lowered his center of gravity, allowing the scorpion tail to sweep over his head, crashing into the rock wall with a resounding impact, embedding itself deeply within. The force of the blow sent shockwaves through the vicinity, scattering debris. Neji, recognizing the constraints of his chakra form, reluctantly reverted to his original stance, contemplating the confined space that hindered their full potential. Despite their numerical advantage, facing a cunning and powerful opponent like Orochimaru in such a cramped environment would yield little benefit. Orochimaru, with a playful smile, regarded Neji. Just as he relished his moment of triumph, a gash appeared on his face, blood trickling down. Surprised by the wound, he quickly recovered, mockingly addressing Neji. An attack with the characteristics of the gentle fist? You've made progress, Hyuga brat. Your advancement is more pronounced than that of a Kyuubi's child. I wonder who is stronger, you or Sasuke. I've heard your branch family has lifted the caged bird seal. Are you perhaps considering joining my side? With that, he wiped the blood from his face with his elongated tongue. Neji remained silent, refusing to engage with Orochimaru's taunts. Naruto, upon hearing Sasuke's name once more from Orochimaru's lips, could no longer contain himself and shouted, I've told you. Don't speak of Sasuke as if he belongs to you. Yamato quickly interjected, Naruto, calm down. Have you forgotten what I told you? You have more pressing matters at hand. At Yamato's words, Naruto gradually regained his composure and turned to Neji. Neji. Understanding Naruto's intent, Neji responded, follow this path straight ahead. He is in the innermost room. Yamato chimed in, Naruto, we'll handle things here. You go ahead. Sai, accompany Naruto. Both Naruto and Sai nodded, with Naruto affirming, leave this to you. They then dashed deeper into the passage. Seeing Naruto and Sai attempt to flee, Orochimaru lunged towards them, exclaiming, do you think I'll let you leave? He unleashed the shadow snake hand once more, directing it at the two. Neji interposed himself again, employing the mantis technique to thwart Orochimaru's advance. After several exchanges, he severed the heads of the snakes. Orochimaru, with a sardonic grin, remarked, it seems I must deal with you pesky rodents first. He began performing hand seals and spat forth thousands of snakes. The serpent's array surged forth, a mass of serpents with razor-sharp fangs rushing towards Neji and his companions. Yamato, once again utilizing wood release, erected multiple walls in a bid to halt the advancing horde. However, cracks soon appeared in the wooden barriers. Yamato, realizing their impending collapse, urgently instructed, Neji, Sakura, run. As soon as he spoke, the wooden walls were shattered, and the snakes poured forth like a torrent. The three immediately sprinted towards Naruto's location. But the snakes were alarmingly swift, quickly closing in on them. They were on the verge of being engulfed. In a moment of desperation, Neji, bearing his two companions, activated the gentle step, evading the lethal strike of the serpents just before impact. Upon regaining his footing, he turned to face the oncoming snakes and declared to Yamato and Sakura, we must stop them here. Sakura, puzzled, asked, do you have a plan? With unwavering determination, Neji replied, let's try something. In that instant, an image of Guy employing the morning peacock flashed through Neji's mind. He entered a combat stance, his chakra swirling around him, forming an enormous 8-trigram array, grander than ever before. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Facing the snake horde, Neji's hands moved like a tempest, unleashing a barrage of air blasts that sliced through the serpents. With the enhanced perception of his Byakugan, he could discern every subtle movement within the swarm. Each strike meticulously calculated to maximize efficiency, ensuring no energy was wasted while delivering precise hits. Hundreds of snakes fell victim to his relentless assault. Neji's technique was both powerful and exquisitely refined, leaving Yamato and Sakura in awe of his prowess, their eyes filled with admiration and respect. That is incredible! Sakura exclaimed. Yamato, equally impressed, praised, I never imagined you could achieve such a feat after unleashing 60 air blasts. Neji stood amidst the corpses of countless snakes, panting heavily. Feeling lightheaded, he collapsed to the ground. Sakura rushed to check on Neji, while Yamato anxiously inquired, what is wrong with Neji? Is he alright? Sakura assessed him and reassured, don't worry, Captain Yamato. Neji is merely exhausted from overexerting his chakra. He just needs some time to rest and recover. Nodding in understanding, Yamato urged, Neji, don't move, just rest. Upon hearing Yamato's words, Neji closed his eyes, nodding weakly in response. At that moment, Yamato suddenly recalled that the battle was not yet over. He scanned the vicinity but found no trace of Orochimaru, heightening his vigilance. This is bad. Sakura, Orochimaru is missing. Sakura, now aware of the situation, positioned herself protectively beside Neji, prepared for any threat. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had stealthily maneuvered around to their rear, not far from the corner. His gaze fixed intently on the fatigued Neji. Inwardly calculating, he mused, those seamless techniques would be disastrous if struck head-on. The Hyuga clan's abilities after lifting the cage bird seal are truly tantalizing. After considerable contemplation, Orochimaru ultimately refrained from attacking, deciding instead, for now, I'll let him be. I must first deal with the immediate complications. With that, he strode towards Naruto's direction. Chapter 61, The Assault of Orochimaru, Part 2. After searching the surroundings, Yamato and the others found no trace of Orochimaru. Sakura speculated, could it be that Orochimaru has already departed? Yamato analyzed the current situation, stating, it is quite possible. With Neji unable to fight, only you and I can act. This should be the optimal moment for an attack. If he intended to strike, he would have acted by now. Sakura nodded in agreement with Yamato's assessment. Yamato continued. He must have used the cover of his earlier attack to slip away while we were distracted. However, we must remain vigilant. Let us search the area for any other clues. After saying this, the two resumed their search. Suddenly, Sakura pointed in a direction, exclaiming, there seems to be something over there. They then assisted Neji towards that direction. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had caught up with Naruto and Sai. The two immediately halted, turning to confront Orochimaru. Using the Shadow Serpent technique, Orochimaru unleashed another assault on the duo, sending two massive serpents charging towards them. Seeing the ferocious attack, Naruto and Sai quickly rolled back, creating distance from the serpents. Once they had stabilized, Naruto declared to Sai, I'll hold him off here. You go find Sasuke. Sai hesitated at Naruto's words. Noticing Sai's inaction, Naruto urged him, hurry. Ultimately, Sai acquiesced, responding, understood. I will find Sasuke and rescue him. With that, he dashed off in Sasuke's direction, leaving Naruto to confront Orochimaru alone. Observing Sai's departure, Orochimaru taunted Naruto. You aim to bring Sasuke back, do you? Your obsession, while commendable, can it truly succeed? After hearing Orochimaru's words, Naruto retorted defiantly, even if you are one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, alongside the lecherous sage and Tsunade, it doesn't team matter. I will defeat you and bring Sasuke back. With that, Naruto began to form hand seals. Back with Neji, the trio discovered what Sakura had pointed out. Sakura observed, this appears to be Sai's bag. He may have dropped it in haste. She then slung the bag onto her back. At that moment, Yamato seemed to sense something, telling Sakura, I can feel Naruto using chakra. It appears Orochimaru has caught up with them. We must move quickly. Neji, are you feeling better? Neji replied, I just took an energy pill and rested. I feel much improved now. After Neji's reassurance, Yamato turned to Sakura, asking, Sakura, is Neji really alright? After a brief examination, Sakura confirmed, he should be fine. With Sakura's definitive reply, Yamato felt relieved, knowing Neji was their primary fighting force. He then instructed the two, let us hurry after them. Naruto and the others must have already engaged. With that, the three raced forward. Shadow clone technique, the battle between Naruto and Orochimaru commenced, with Naruto planning to employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers using shadow clones. Dozens of Naruto clones appeared in the corridor, charging directly at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, seeing the onslaught, merely smiled disdainfully, calmly raising a hand. He once again invoked the Shadow Serpent technique against Naruto's clones. In an instant, the front line of clones was obliterated. After a cloud of white smoke dissipated, Naruto's remaining clones unleashed a Rasengan, successfully vanquishing Orochimaru's serpents, while Naruto himself lunged forward with a kunai aimed at Orochimaru. In response, Orochimaru unleashed another barrage of serpents from his other hand, not only destroying the remaining clones but ensnaring Naruto's form, lifting him off the ground and throwing him heavily to the ground. Orochimaru looked down at the fallen Naruto, mocking, where has that earlier momentum gone? Your power. The power of the Nine Tails, can it truly be this feeble? Naruto remained silent, panting heavily. Noticing Naruto's lack of response, Orochimaru prepared to launch another attack. At this critical moment, Neji and the others arrived, with Sakura shouting as she charged at Orochimaru, die. She swung a punch at him. Orochimaru, reacting swiftly, leaped over her strike and positioned himself behind her to retaliate. Just then, the ground beneath Orochimaru cracked open, and several large wooden spikes shot up towards him. Instinctively, Orochimaru rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the lethal assault. Having missed his strike, Yamato called out to Neji, Neji, now's your chance. Before Orochimaru could regain his footing, Neji had already reached his side, preparing a gentle fist strike aimed at his vital points. The synergy of their efforts caused Naruto to exclaim, amazing. Sakura, seeing Neji's decisive blow, cheered, go for it. Caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, Orochimaru's body contorted beyond human limits, astonishingly evading Neji's attack. Neji, witnessing Orochimaru's inhuman maneuverability, thought to himself, how infuriating. Is this even human? Ultimately, Orochimaru landed safely, ready to retaliate. He unleashed the Shadow Serpent technique again, directing the serpents at Neji and the others, intending to force them back. Seeing this, Neji and the others swiftly evaded the attack. During their retreat, Sakura accidentally dropped the contents of Sai's bag, which scattered across the ground. Aware of the group's coordinated assault, Orochimaru expressed a hint of caution, then addressed Naruto. Naruto, I shall let you off this time. Do try to eliminate more members of Akatsuki. Speaking of which, I still have matters to discuss with Sai. Excuse me. With that, he utilized the body flicker technique and vanished. Once Orochimaru had departed, the group exhaled in relief. Naruto, watching Orochimaru's retreating figure, muttered angrily, how infuriating. Chapter 62. The assassination list. After Orochimaru's departure, Yamato glanced around but did not see Sai, prompting him to inquire of Naruto. Where is Sai? Naruto replied. Sai has gone to find Sasuke. We must reach him before Orochimaru takes action. Yamato and the others nodded in agreement. Sakura noticed a sketchbook lying on the ground and approached to pick it up. Recalling Sai's previous conversation with Naruto, she remembered that the final contents of the sketchbook had been completed. Driven by curiosity, she opened the book to its center pages, where she saw an illustration of Sai and his brother joyfully holding hands. Intrigued, Sakura asked Naruto, what is this? Naruto nodded affirmatively, responding, he has remembered. This is what he wishes to show his brother, a depiction of their shared dreams. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sakura gazed at the two brothers in the drawing and remarked, they are both smiling. Naruto replied, yes, it was the first time he genuinely smiled while creating this piece. As Naruto and Sakura continued their conversation, Yamato's attention was drawn to another booklet on the ground. He picked it up and began to examine its contents, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. This is... Noticing the delay in their departure, Neji expressed his impatience, saying, we have not yet completed our mission. Let us move swiftly. Wait, Yamato halted them. And upon hearing his words, Sakura curiously asked, what is it, Captain Yamato? Yamato replied, this was found on the ground. It is a list maintained by the Umbu, documenting their assassination targets. Upon hearing Yamato's statement, the group gathered closer to examine the list. Naruto inquired, an assassination list? What does this signify? As Yamato flipped through its pages, he responded, this likely indicates that the target has been eliminated. Sakura asked, perplexed, why would Sai possess such a thing? Neji interjected dismissively. You all are the ones with the problem, carelessly rifling through someone else's belongings. It is far more important to locate Sai now. He is being targeted by Orochimaru and is in imminent danger. At that moment, something on one of the pages caught Yamato's eye, and he handed the booklet to the others, urging, look at this. The group gasped in surprise at the content Yamato displayed, which contained information about Sasuke. Sakura, puzzled, asked, what is this? Naruto, equally astonished, queried, why is there a photograph of Sasuke in Sai's assassination list? While they were all bewildered, Sai had already found the room where Sasuke was resting. He opened the door to find Sasuke lying on the bed, unresponsive to his arrival. Quietly, Sai took out a brush and a blank scroll, laying the scroll on the ground and beginning to draw. Meanwhile, back with Neji and the others, they were still contemplating the implications of the contents of Sai's assassination list. Yamato, while examining the list, pondered aloud, there are still targets that have not been marked with an X. Could it be? I see now. Naruto, still confused, asked, what is going on? Yamato replied, Sai's mission is likely not to serve as a contact for Orochimaru and Danzo. His true covert mission is to assassinate Sasuke. Upon hearing Yamato's deduction, Naruto and Sakura were taken aback. Naruto vehemently denied, that is impossible. Just moments ago, he said he was going to save Sasuke. Moreover, he genuinely smiled. Unlike his previous feigned smiles, he has changed. Sakura, however, voiced her dissent, stating, what if all of that was merely an act to deceive you? Naruto fell into contemplation at Sakura's words. Yamato interjected, if he is indeed the holder of this assassination list, he could very well carry out such an act. Look here. Yamato flipped to the page containing Sasuke's information, pointing to another ninja marked with his next to Sasuke, stating, the man beside Sasuke is a Jonin from the Mist, known for his hostility towards Konoha. Sakura, following Yamato's line of reasoning, proposed, are you suggesting that Sai has assassinated him? Yamato nodded, asserting, he is likely not an adversary to be taken lightly. To eliminate such a figure would require employing all manner of tactics. Deception and subterfuge would be second nature to Sai. Sakura recalled Sai's words, smiles are merely a means to an end. Yamato continued, the individuals documented in this assassination list reveal a clear pattern. Sai is responsible for eliminating dangerous figures opposing Konoha, and Sasuke is among them. It appears Danzo's goal is to eradicate Orochimaru's new vessel, Sasuke. For this reason, Sai sought to get close to Orochimaru. He is not betraying Konoha, rather. He intends to eliminate Sasuke for Konoha's sake, a quintessential act of a martial faction. Despite Yamato and Sakura's analysis, Naruto remained convinced it was a misunderstanding, insisting that genuine smiles cannot be feigned. At this moment, Neji, who had been silent, finally spoke, cautioning, hold on, Captain Yamato. What you have just stated is merely your personal analysis. Regardless of what you or Sakura say, ultimately, Neither of you possesses concrete evidence proving that Sai intends to assassinate Sasuke, does he? Yamato acknowledged Neji's point. You make a valid argument. Just then, Naruto interjected. Continuing to discuss this endlessly is futile. Regardless of what order Sai has received or what Danzo is scheming, it is irrelevant. We must quickly regroup with Sai. Finding Sasuke is of utmost importance. Yamato agreed. Naruto is correct. Our immediate priority is to locate Sai. He then turned to Neji, asking, Neji, how's your condition? Can you use your Byakugan? Neji shook his head, replying, not yet. Yamato continued, very well. Sai should be nearing Sasuke. Let us hurry. With that, they gathered Sai's belongings and swiftly made their way towards Sasuke's room. Chapter 63. Uchiha Sasuke. Outside Sasuke's room, Sai had already sketched several serpents on a scroll. He then began to weave hand signs, preparing to take action against Sasuke. With a swift surge of chakra, the serpents drawn on the scroll slithered forth, inching their way towards Sasuke. Lying on his bed, Sasuke sensed a subtle disturbance behind him and, ever vigilant, inquired, who goes there? Realizing his actions had been detected, Sai responded, have you noticed me? Nonetheless, I have made the first move. Sasuke, intrigued, pressed further, what is your purpose? Sai replied, Danzo's intention is to eliminate you. My aim, however, is to bring you back to Konoha. Initially, I sought to end your life, but now I wish to safeguard the bond you share with Naruto. Sasuke's demeanor turned icy as he retorted, a bond? You disturb my slumber for such triviality? No sooner had he spoken, Sai felt the aura of death emanating from Sasuke. Without hesitation, Sai commanded the serpents to bind Sasuke's form. Yet, even ensnared, Sasuke refused to succumb. He unleashed a technique, forcibly breaking free from Sai's grasp. The resultant explosion shattered the rocky ceiling above them, sending debris cascading around as dust enveloped the area. In an instant, their surroundings morphed into a desolate wasteland, laid bare beneath the sun's gaze. Emerging from the ruins, Sai remarked to Sasuke, who stood on the ground below, impressive. You managed to break free from my technique. The thunderous blast drew the attention of everyone within the base, prompting Neji and the others to hasten toward the source of the commotion. They finally spotted Sai near the exit of the corridor. Disregarding Yamato's warnings, Sakura rushed towards Sai, gripping his collar and demanding, what is your true intention? How many times will you betray us? Before Sakura could finish, a voice from above the rubble stunned her into silence, causing her to slowly release Sai's collar. Turning toward the sound, she finally beheld the person she had longed for. Upon hearing the voice, Naruto's heart surged, and he too sprinted toward the exit. As he emerged, sunlight pierced his eyes, prompting him to shield them with his hand. Through the gaps between his fingers, he discerned Sasuke's figure perched upon the rocky ledge, clad in white and wielding the Kusanagi sword, lazily observing the scene below. After 3 years apart, Naruto's excitement erupted as he called out, Sasuke. Sasuke lazily responded, Naruto? You're here too? At a loss for words, Naruto faltered. Inside the corridor, Neji and Yamato swiftly devised a strategy. Yamato stated, Neji, I will proceed to assess the situation first. You observe. Should you detect Orochimaru's presence, inform us immediately. Ideally, Sasuke will willingly leave with us. Worst case scenario, we may have to use force to bring him back. I need to gauge his strength. Neji acknowledged, understood. With that, Yamato advanced toward the corridor's exit. Seeing Naruto remain silent, Sasuke pressed on. If both you and Sakura are here, has Kakashi come as well? Just then, Yamato emerged from the base, addressing Sasuke, regrettably. Kakashi has not arrived. I am the acting team leader. It is my duty to escort you back to Konoha. Sasuke ignored Yamato's words, scanning the group below before commenting. Kakashi's team, is it? Sensing a shift, Sai instinctively drew his short sword in readiness. Sakura, witnessing Sai's action, felt a surge of suspicion and shouted, Sai, do you truly intend to kill Sasuke? Hearing her words, Naruto, Yamato, and Neji within the corridor turned their gazes towards Sai. Sasuke regarded Sai and addressed Naruto and Sakura. Is that fellow my substitute? It seems another Na'vi individual has entered our ranks, claiming to protect the bond between me and Naruto. Sakura, astonished by Sasuke's statement, turned to Sai. Sai, was your mission not to assassinate Sasuke? Sai responded, my previous covert mission indeed involved assassinating Sasuke. However, that order no longer holds weight. I wish to act upon my own convictions. It was Naruto who reminded me of my past feelings, which I now realize are profoundly valuable. Turning his gaze back to Sasuke, Sai continued, though I do not know you well, I can see that Naruto and Sakura have pursued you here at great peril for a reason. They are desperate to preserve the bond with you. While I may not fully comprehend it, Sasuke, I believe you can. Sasuke, coldly acknowledging Sai's words, replied, indeed, I understand. That is precisely why I must sever it. I harbor other ties, and that bond is one of hatred for my brother. Naruto and Sakura, taken aback by Sasuke's ruthless declaration, exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom his unwavering resolve. Chapter 64. Thousand birds flow. After listening to Sasuke's words, Naruto fell into deep contemplation, recalling their final confrontation. With a surge of anger, he questioned Sasuke, why didn't you kill me back then? Did you think that would sever our ties? Sasuke responded coldly, the reason is quite simple. It is not that I am incapable of severing the bond between us. Rather, I refuse to gain power through the means Itachi taught me. Naruto, taken aback, inquired. What do you mean? Sasuke replied, I have no obligation to explain myself to you. However, I must tell you that my decision to spare your life was merely a fleeting whim. No sooner had he spoken than Sasuke vanished from the rocky wall, appearing instantaneously before Naruto, wrapping his arm around his shoulder. Yamato, witnessing Sasuke's instantaneous technique, was astonished, exclaiming, incredible speed. Meanwhile, Sakura remained oblivious to how Sasuke had crossed the distance. Sasuke continued, speaking of your dreams, do you not aspire to become Hokage? Instead of relentlessly pursuing me, shouldn't you devote more time to training? Right, Naruto? Naruto, silent in response, prompted Sasuke to add, thus, this momentary whim of mine might very well cost you your life. With that, Sasuke drew the Kusanagi sword from his waist. At that moment, Neji stood at the entrance, keenly observing Sasuke's every move, ever ready to act. Finally responding to Sasuke's words, Naruto declared, how can someone who cannot even save a comrade hope to become Hokage? Isn't that right, Sasuke? Sasuke paused momentarily, taken aback by Naruto's statement, but quickly regained his composure. This subtle shift did not escape Neji's keen observation. Sasuke chose not to linger on words, raising his blade to strike at Naruto from behind. In a swift reaction, Sai rushed to Naruto's side, seizing Sasuke's hand that gripped the sword. Naruto, facing Sasuke, matched Sai's urgency, grasping Sasuke's other arm. Observing their coordinated defense, Sasuke commended, such a defensive strategy is quite astute. Before Sasuke could react, Naruto and Sai moved in unison, attempting to restrain him. Yamato, witnessing the unfolding scene, joined their efforts, forming hand seals and unleashing would release toward Sasuke. However, Sasuke, no longer holding back, unleashed a formidable current of electricity, repelling Naruto, Sai, and Yamato with great force. Simultaneously, Naruto's necklace was jolted off, clattering to the ground. Sasuke became enveloped in crackling electricity, producing a cacophony akin to 1,000 birds in chorus. Sakura, witnessing Sasuke's technique, gasped in astonishment, he is releasing the 1,000 birds. Seeing Naruto and Sai incapacitated, she resolved to act, thinking, I must intervene, otherwise, Sasuke will escape once again. She gathered her chakra and charged at Sasuke, determined to use her strength to stop him. As Sasuke noticed Sakura rushing towards him, he too lunged forward, aiming to stab her. Yamato, recognizing the imminent threat, dashed ahead to assist, throwing a kunai at Sasuke before Sakura reached him. Yet, Sasuke's Kusanagi sword, imbued with lightning chakra, proved too powerful. Yamato's kunai shattered upon impact. The Kusanagi pierced Yamato's chest, causing him to collapse, blood gushing forth as he leaned against a rock. Sakura, alarmed, cried out, Yamato captain. Sasuke gazed down at the fallen Yamato, remarking, your defensive approach was a failure. My Kusanagi possesses unique properties. It cannot be defended against. Breathing heavily on the ground, Yamato lamented internally, cursed be this paralysis. Is it due to the lightning coursing through the blade? This technique not only sharpens the blade to an extreme degree, but also incapacitates the opponent, hindering their movements. As Neji prepared to act, Naruto rose once more from the ground. Sensing the Nine-Tails power stirring within Naruto, Neji feared another outburst. He resolved to utilize his Byakugan to enter Naruto's mental realm. Focusing chakra, he locked his gaze onto Naruto's eyes, soon finding himself in a dim corridor with water pooling at his feet. Neji mused, it appears I have succeeded. This must be Naruto's mental world. As he proceeded cautiously, he spotted Naruto standing before a cage housing a massive fox with 9 tails. Neji surmised, so this is the 9 tails. At that moment, he overheard a conversation between Naruto and the 9 tails. The fox tempted Naruto, saying, this is a splendid opportunity. Show him the strength we possess, Naruto. What are you hesitating for? You need my power, don't you? Who do you wish to kill? With that, a portion of the 9 tails chakra extended beyond the cage, menacingly fixating on Naruto. Naruto, undeterred, warned, do not emerge again. The 9 tails, puzzled, replied, what are you afraid of? Naruto retorted, silence. I no longer require your power. The 9 tails erupted in laughter, taunting, ha. Who was it that cried for my strength at every turn? You know full well that you cannot achieve anything on your own. Unseal me completely, and I will bestow all my power upon you. Neji, sensing Naruto's resolve wavering, prepared to intervene, but Naruto firmly declared, you will vanish. Just then, others entered Naruto's mental space, approaching them. Chapter 64. The 9 tails Naruto and the 9 tails gazed in astonishment at the figure before them. It was Sasuke. Upon seeing Sasuke, Neji quickly retreated to the sidelines, marveling inwardly. How did he manage to come here? The 9 tails, upon noticing Sasuke's Sharingan, suddenly understood. Ah, I see. So he is from the Uchiha clan, and has grown to this extent. Curiosity sparked within Naruto as he asked Sasuke, how did you get here? Sasuke replied, what I see now is your unknown power, isn't it? I never imagined you would harbor such a thing within you. The 9 tails, overhearing this, remarked, to be able to perceive me within Naruto, your sinister Sharingan embodies the strength of a cursed clan. Sasuke retorted, it seems you are not unfamiliar with the Sharingan. He continued, so you were the 9 tails, then? The 9 tails responded, your ocular prowess and your chakra, more ominous than mine, are reminiscent of the former Uchiha Madara. Intrigued, Naruto interjected, Uchiha Madara? I was just about to ask the Ninetales something. In a swift motion, Sasuke grasped the Ninetales' nose and exerted pressure, causing the creature to dissolve into a flurry of chakra bubbles. I have no interest in that sort of person, Sasuke declared vehemently. The Ninetales, taken aback, replied, I never expected you to be able to suppress my power. Perhaps this is our final encounter. I must tell you, do not kill Naruto, or you shall live to regret it. With that, all the bubbles vanished into thin air. As Sasuke ceased his communication with the Ninetales, he returned to reality from Naruto's mental space. Following his departure, Naruto and Neji swiftly emerged back into the real world. At that moment, the imprisoned Ninetales opened its deep crimson eyes and murmured to itself, infused with a blend of surprise and concealed delight, I never anticipated that besides the Uchiha brat, others would venture here. Hehehe, what unprecedented commotion. This long-standing solitude has finally stirred a ripple. Back in reality, Yamato astutely sensed Sasuke's focus on Naruto and seized the opportunity to act. With swift hand signs, he launched an attack on Sasuke. From his own wound, an astonishingly robust wooden branch sprouted forth, dislodging the knife lodged in Yamato's chest, while simultaneously sending Sasuke and his weapon sprawling. Wood release, wooden pillar wall. Yamato then displayed his exceptional mastery of wood release, as several curved wooden stakes abruptly rose from the ground, skillfully arranged into a seamless semicircular cage that trapped Sasuke in an instant. However, within the confines of the cage, Sasuke effortlessly employed the Kusanagi sword to carve an opening at the top, leaping out and returning to the rocky ledge, his gaze icy as he surveyed the battlefield below, where Naruto and his companions stood. Naruto, glaring at Sasuke from the rock face, angrily exclaimed, Why? Why are you so stubborn? Your body will soon be seized by Orochimaru. Despite Naruto's plea, Sasuke remained unmoved, coldly responding, Let it be as it may. You still act like a child, Naruto. For me, revenge is everything. As long as I can achieve it, I care not what becomes of me or this world. To be clear, neither I nor Orochimaru can defeat Itachi. But by offering my body to Orochimaru, I can gain the power needed. My life is his to use as he pleases. The resolute declaration from Sasuke left everyone momentarily stunned, stirring tumultuous waves within their hearts. They had not anticipated the depth of Sasuke's thirst for vengeance, which had reached a profoundly shocking level. At this critical juncture, Captain Yamato discreetly inquired through radio communication, Neji, how is your body recovering? Neji replied, I am fully restored. Yamato continued, That's good to hear. It seems Sasuke is unlikely to comply with us peacefully, so we must resort to force. Naruto, Sai, and I are still under Sasuke's jutsu and cannot move freely. It will be up to you, and Sakura. Neji responded, Understood. When shall I make my move? Yamato replied, I will signal you. Neji acknowledged, Got it. After Yamato spoke, he slowly rose, his body still numb, and addressed those present. Let us conclude our discussion here. Naruto, Sakura, I regret having to resort to drastic measures before you, but I must act decisively now. Chapter 65. Neji versus Sasuke. Upon hearing Daio's remarks, Sakura anxiously inquired, Captain Daio, what do you mean by taking it seriously? Daio replied, We can no longer turn a blind eye to someone like him, who has fled the village akin to Orochimaru. Regardless of the means, we must bring him back to Konoha. Sasuke, upon hearing Daio's words, scoffed, Konoha? I have nothing more to say to you lot. Let us get to it. With that, Daio formed hand seals, and wooden tendrils erupted from the ground beneath Sasuke, attempting to ensnare him. Sasuke leaped backward, evading the grasp of the wood release. Daio promptly descended to the ground, launching another assault on Sasuke. A series of wooden stakes surged from the earth, targeting Sasuke. Utilizing his exceptional agility, he deftly avoided each one. At that moment, Sakura, supporting Naruto and Sai, arrived on the ground. Daio instructed Sakura, you take the offensive while I cover you from behind. However, Sakura hesitated, unable to muster the resolve to strike Sasuke. She implored Daio, Captain Daio, is there truly no other way? Observing Sakura's indecisiveness, Daio retorted, if you continue to waver, he may escape again, never to return. Encouraged by Daio's words, Sakura finally summoned her courage, releasing Naruto and Sai as she charged forward. Daio immediately addressed the two. Once you have regained your strength, assist us. We must conclude this swiftly. Orochimaru has yet to reveal his intentions, and Kabuto has already freed himself. Naruto and Sai nodded in agreement. Sakura, propelled by an unstoppable torrent of fury, surged towards Sasuke. His Sharingan narrowed. Sensing imminent danger, he intended to retreat swiftly. Yet, Daio unleashed a wood-release secret technique, erecting a towering wooden barrier that sealed off Sasuke's escape route. In this sudden predicament, Sakura's assault bore down upon him like the first light of dawn. In a split second, Sasuke reacted with remarkable speed, evading her strike with a series of elegant flips, reaching the apex of the barrier. Nevertheless, Sakura's punch, infused with tremendous force, missed him but left a colossal hole in the wooden wall, reminiscent of a meteorite's impact. The barrier crumbled with a deafening roar, splintering into fragments. Sasuke seized the opportunity presented by the collapsing debris, akin to a leaf swirling in a tempest, falling alongside the scattered pieces. Deo quickly executed another wood release technique. Summoning a sturdy wooden pillar from the ground, he shouted to Sakura, "Jump on." Without hesitation, Sakura leaped atop the pillar, which surged towards Sasuke as he plummeted. She propelled herself forward, fists clenched, channeling undeniable power towards Sasuke. Confronted with Sakura's formidable onslaught, Sasuke remained unflappable. Through the depths of his Sharingan, time seemed to elongate, rendering the world around him sluggish and clear. Just as Sakura's fist, imbued with the momentum of dawn, was about to breach the air, Sasuke gracefully leaped, evading the seemingly unstoppable blow. As the clash between Sasuke and Sakura reached a fever pitch, a figure silently emerged in Sasuke's blind spot. Deo astutely seized the moment, his voice slicing through the tense atmosphere. "Neji, now." Unbeknownst to Sasuke, Deo and Neji had orchestrated a plan, using Sakura's assault as a diversion to expose Sasuke's vulnerabilities for Neji to deliver a decisive blow. However, Sasuke seemed to have anticipated Neji's covert maneuver. At the instant Neji aimed for a critical strike, Sasuke's Kusanagi sword surged forth, crackling with the sound of thunder, aimed directly at Neji. This attack appeared inescapable. Yet, as Sasuke believed victory was assured, Neji utilized his Byakugan's exceptional dynamic vision to detect the subtlest shift in the air, the tension in Sasuke's muscles signaling his intent. Consequently, he swiftly evaded at the last possible moment, leaving Sasuke to slice through nothing but Neji's afterimage. Faced with this unexpected turn, a flicker of surprise crossed Sasuke's face before he regained his characteristic composure. Light as a falling autumn leaf, he touched down silently, his gaze piercing as he locked onto Neji, who felt the weight of their unspoken confrontation. Sensing the palpable tension, Neji dispelled his technique and gracefully descended to the ground. Both warriors now poised on equal footing. Sasuke broke the silence first, tauntingly addressing Neji, "Aren't you the defeated Hyuga Neji, subservient to Naruto?" Unperturbed, Neji countered, "And you? Aren't you just another of Lie's defeated foes?" Their brief exchange crackled with animosity, the air thick with the scent of conflict. Nearby, Deo listened to their banter, exasperated by their personalities, muttering, "These two truly have a penchant for hostility." Naruto nodded in agreement, sharing Deo's sentiments. Returning to Neji, he asked Sasuke, puzzled, "How did you notice me just now?" "I deliberately approached your blind spot." Sasuke dismissively replied, "You were in that position all along, weren't you? I sensed your presence from the moment you entered. To guard against your ambush, I kept vigilant of the fluctuations in the air around us. No matter how discreet your movements, I can detect your presence through the disturbances you create." Neji, upon hearing Sasuke's candid admission, confirmed his suspicions, nodding, "Indeed. Such stealth proves futile against an opponent with keen perception." After Neji spoke, Sasuke, curious, queried, "Now that you've asked your questions, may I inquire?" Neji nodded. "What do you wish to know?" Sasuke, puzzled, inquired, "How did you perceive my attack? That strike should have been unavoidable." Neji, equally dismissive, replied, "Like you. I anticipated your movements through the subtle shifts in your muscles, responding preemptively." Contemplating Neji's words, Sasuke fell silent, pondering. Seeing Sasuke in thought, Neji arrogantly asserted, "Now that we've exchanged pleasantries, if you wish to avoid injury, you should comply and return to Konoha with me." To this, Sasuke coldly retorted, "If you have the capability, then come and try." Chapter 66, Neji vs. Sasuke, Part 2. The dialogue between Neji and Sasuke was sharp and pointed, as if the air around them had solidified, filled with a palpable tension that hinted at an impending clash. At that moment, Sakura leapt to Neji's side, intending to join forces against Sasuke. However, Neji spoke up, urging her, "Sakura, please check on Captain Yamato and the others. Leave this to me." Sakura, with a hint of caution, inquired, "Are you sure you can handle it alone?" Neji nodded solemnly, assuring her, "It's fine, go." Seeing the seriousness etched on Neji's face, Sakura refrained from further protest and swiftly moved to investigate the condition of Yamato and Naruto. Observing that Neji had settled matters with Sakura, Sasuke impatiently addressed him. "Can we begin?" Neji replied with unwavering confidence, "Come, let me show you who truly embodies the strongest clan of Konoha." With that, Neji positioned himself at the center of the 8 trigrams formation, channeling chakra into his palm to unleash a powerful 8 trigrams air palm towards Sasuke. Sasuke, with his Sharingan glowing ominously, evaded Neji's attack with a swift sidestep, immediately forming hand seals as he landed. Chakra gathered within him, bubbling like molten lava at his throat, before he unleashed a barrage of fireballs aimed at Neji, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Unfazed by the oncoming fireballs, Neji raised his hand once more to execute another 8 trigrams air palm, dispersing the flames as they approached. In the fleeting moment of the fire's dissipation, Sasuke utilized the body flicker technique to appear suddenly before Neji, striking with the ferocity of a phantom, aiming directly for Neji's vital points. Neji remained calm as a still lake, simply stating, "Too slow." As his words fell, he activated the gentle step, instantly shifting to Sasuke's rear just as Sasuke's strike sliced through empty air. Neji's palm, imbued with the power of the gentle fist, was poised to strike Sasuke from behind. At a critical juncture, Neji's Byakugan detected a barely perceptible flicker of electricity behind Sasuke. In an instant, he withdrew with remarkable agility, creating a safe distance between them. Sasuke, responding to the tension of their standoff, transformed into an embodiment of lightning, the brilliance of Chidori intertwining with thunderous roars as currents surged violently from his body, radiating outward. With keen intuition and precise battlefield awareness, Neji evaded this thunderous onslaught with astonishing speed and agility. Internally, he pondered the danger posed by Sasuke's sword in that last jutsu. It was evident that close combat would not yield favorable results. Sasuke, too, contemplated his strategy, recognizing that Neji's speed and insight surpassed his own, and resolved to find a way to restrict Neji's mobility. As their fierce confrontation continued, both Neji and Sasuke matched each other blow for blow, neither yielding an inch. Not far off, Naruto and Sakura, having received Sakura's healing, gradually regained their composure. They watched the clash intently, their hearts stirred by the spectacle. Captain Yamato marveled at the rapid exchanges of attack and defense, likening them to a tempest that left one breathless. Meanwhile, on a concealed hillside, Orochimaru and Kabuto observed silently, adopting the stance of mere spectators. Orochimaru's gaze, cold as a serpent, fixated on Neji as he revealed to Kabuto. If the branch family members of the Hyuga clan were not bound by the cursed seal, this boy from the main family would make for an ideal vessel. Kabuto, with a playful smirk, retorted, Lord Orochimaru, your desires seem insatiable. After all, you already possess Sasuke, do you not? To Kabuto's candid remark. Orochimaru's face betrayed a greedy smile as he replied, Indeed, Sasuke is my masterpiece, yet who would ever complain about having more of something beautiful? His words hinted at an insatiable thirst for power. Then, with an almost mocking gaze, he observed the fierce clash between Neji and Sasuke. As if admiring the pieces on his chessboard, on the battlefield, the fierce struggle between Neji and Sasuke continued unabated, their confrontation resembling two unquenchable whirlwinds, intertwining the clash of strength and will. After a series of thwarted attacks, Neji strategically adjusted his combat approach. Initially, he aimed to seal Sasuke's movements with gentle fist strikes, seeking a decisive advantage in close quarters. However, Sasuke's display of Chidori flowed like unstoppable lightning, not only providing formidable defense, but also counterattacks that made it difficult for Neji to close the distance, each attempt brushing perilously close to electric discharge. Faced with this dilemma, Neji quickly revised his tactics, opting for non-contact methods of attack, such as the air palm, seeking to disrupt and restrain Sasuke. He hoped that in Sasuke's full defense, a minuscule opening would present itself, granting him the chance for a fatal blow. Conversely, Sasuke utilized his Sharingan's dynamic vision in conjunction with rapid chakra movement to expertly evade Neji's strikes, deftly countering with fire release techniques as he dodged. Once again, after evading Neji's attack, Sasuke unleashed a scorching fireball with astonishing speed, declaring, Fire release, great fireball technique. Neji, seeing this, executed another 8 trigrams air palm, directly confronting the fireball's assault, dispersing the flames once more. Yet, Sasuke's offensive did not relent. Following the first wave of fire, smaller, more agile fireballs surged forth, concealed by the larger fireball's cover, creating a relentless barrage. Neji raised his hand again for another 8 trigrams air palm, dispersing the flames yet again. However, Sasuke's final wave of flames bore layers of cunning. Hidden within the fireball were shuriken that erupted forth as Neji successfully defended against the flames. Just as Neji prepared to unleash another 8 trigrams air palm to fend off the sudden barrage of shuriken, his Byakugan detected a subtle detail. Each shuriken was tethered with nearly invisible threads. Realizing the imminent threat, Neji halted his offensive. Observing Neji's pause, Sasuke discerned that his shuriken manipulation technique may have been perceived, and, seizing the moment, he swiftly acted. Through the nearly imperceptible threads attached to his wrist, he adjusted the trajectory of the shuriken, redirecting them towards Neji from all angles, blocking any potential escape routes. Chapter 67, Sasuke's departure. Upon witnessing Sasuke's aggressive advance, Yamato felt a sense of foreboding, deeply concerned for Neji's safety. He called out loudly, Neji, be careful. Meanwhile, Naruto, standing beside Yamato, remained remarkably composed. In a soothing tone, he reassured Yamato, Captain Yamato, rest assured. Neji possesses an incredibly powerful defensive jutsu. Such an attack poses no threat to him. Hearing Naruto's words, Yamato suddenly understood, exclaiming, the heavenly spin, right? Back on the battlefield, Neji faced a barrage of shurikens coming from all directions without a trace of panic. He assumed a stance, channeling chakra through his body. Utilizing the gentle fist technique, the 8 trigrams, heavenly spin, he became the epicenter of a swirling vortex of chakra, deflecting the shurikens and severing the fine wires attached to them. Seeing his assault thwarted, Sasuke swiftly gathered chakra in one hand, and with the explosive sound of Chidori, transformed it into a lightning blade, surging toward Neji with incredible speed. The sharpness and velocity of Chidori seemed capable of tearing through anything, generating intense friction against the defensive field of the heavenly spin, causing sparks to fly. However, the centrifugal force generated by Neji's rapid rotation significantly diminished Chidori's penetrating impact, greatly reducing its potency. Realizing that persisting in his attack could lead him to be ensnared by the spinning force of the heavenly spin, Sasuke abruptly halted his offensive. opting to distance himself from Neji. He leapt atop a rocky summit, observing Neji below. Noticing Sasuke's withdrawal, Neji dispelled the Heavenly Spin-S defense and locked eyes with Sasuke, who stood atop the rocky peak. At that moment, the sky seemed to resonate with the tension of their confrontation. Dark clouds gathered like war drums, heralding an impending storm. Sasuke gazed at Neji and remarked, "You release chakra throughout your body to create an absolute defense through high-speed rotation. What a unique technique. Is this the gentle fist style?" Neji responded coolly, "Indeed. So, will you obediently return with me now?" Sasuke, matching Neji's indifferent tone, replied, "I acknowledge your strength. You are indeed a worthy opponent." He then surveyed the area where Naruto and Yamato stood. At that moment, Naruto and Yamato, having fully recovered, approached Neji, and together they regarded Sasuke atop the rocky outcrop. Naruto shouted at Sasuke, "Stop clinging to your delusions and return to Konoha with us." To Naruto's plea, Sasuke replied, "Konoha? There is nothing left to discuss with you." He then turned to gaze at the tumultuous clouds, crackling with lightning, accompanied by a series of thunderous roars, before shifting his attention back to Neji and the others. He drove the Kusanagi sword into the rock and addressed Neji, "Your recent technique-S defense is indeed formidable, but it is time for some clarity." With that, Sasuke swiftly began forming hand seals, concentrating chakra in his abdomen before channeling it to his throat. After a brief moment of silence, he unleashed a colossal dragon of flame, composed of pure chakra, that roared and soared through the sky with unmatched might, heading straight for Neji and his companions. In the wake of a brief stillness, Sasuke unleashed a fearsome dragon of flame, hurtling toward Neji and his group with an overwhelming ferocity. Neji, seeing the approaching inferno, felt compelled to act without delay. Just as he prepared to defend, the fire dragon dramatically veered skyward, piercing through the clouds. This sudden deviation left Naruto and the others bewildered, speculating whether Sasuke's technique had gone awry. However, at that moment, the sky erupted with thunder, and the clouds crackled with even more intense lightning. Utilizing his Byakugan, Neji detected faint electrical fluctuations emanating from Sasuke, correlating with the tempest above. He realized that Sasuke's true intent was not a miscalculation but rather a deeper and more perilous scheme. Alerted, he shouted to Yamato and the others, "Danger! Run!" Neji's sudden warning prompted Naruto, Yamato, and the others to act swiftly, trusting Neji's instincts despite their confusion, and they hastily retreated from the impending threat. Meanwhile, atop the rocky summit, Sasuke, charged with lightning, prepared to unleash his devastating attack when an unexpected figure appeared beside him, commanding, "Stop." Turning to see Orochimaru, who gripped Sasuke's hand with undeniable calmness and a serious expression, he warned, "Do not use that technique, Sasuke." In response to Orochimaru's intervention, Sasuke's expression soured. "Let go." At that moment, Kabuto joined them, saying, "Hey, watch your tone with Lord Orochimaru." He then called out to Neji and the others, "Hey, don't run off. Everything is fine now." Hearing Kabuto's words, Neji and the others hesitated, turning back to face Sasuke and the others. Seeing Kabuto's actions, Sasuke retorted, "I have no reason to stop." Kabuto, undeterred, patiently countered, "You are aware of the current movements of the Akatsuki, right? I want these Leaf villagers to assist in dealing with the Akatsuki members. Even taking down one would be beneficial. If you are disrupted by other Akatsuki members, your revenge plan will not proceed smoothly, will it?" Sasuke coldly replied, "What a pathetic reason." Kabuto persisted, "This is to enhance the success rate of your revenge, even if it's just by 1%. Wouldn't you agree?" After hearing Kabuto's argument, Sasuke acquiesced to his suggestion, halting his attack. Orochimaru instructed both him and Kabuto, "Let us go." Sasuke then withdrew the Kusanagi sword from the rock and sheathed it. The three of them ignited in flames, transforming into a blaze that gradually faded. Witnessing Orochimaru and the others preparing to flee, Neji and the others hastened back, with Neji leading the charge. He activated the shifting wind technique, appearing before the trio and channeling chakra to unleash a powerful air blast, attempting to impede their escape. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams air wall. However, by the time Neji's attack was unleashed, the flames had dissipated completely, and Sasuke along with Orochimaru had vanished, leaving Neji's efforts thwarted yet again. Thus, Neji and Naruto watched as Sasuke departed from their sight once more, filled with regret. Chapter 68. We must grow strong together. As Naruto watched Sasuke depart, he bowed his head in discontent and lamented, I still couldn't stop him. I truly am so weak." With that, tears of sorrow streamed down Naruto's face. Sakura, noticing his distress, said gently, Even if you cry, it won't bring Sasuke back. You still have me, and I want to grow stronger alongside you." With those words, Sakura too began to weep. At that moment, Sai reminded Naruto, "It's been nearly half a year since Orochimaru turned away. 3 individuals are certainly stronger than 2. Moreover, I possess considerable strength as well." Neji, having listened to their conversation, approached Naruto and comforted him, saying, "Do not be disheartened. If you need assistance, I will always be there for you." With gratitude shimmering in his eyes, Naruto replied, "Thank you." Captain Yamato, witnessing the growth and transformation of these young ninjas, smiled with satisfaction. He then addressed the group. Well, our mission has failed. Let us return to the village. Neji and his companions responded in unison. Understood. A few days later, Neji and his companions returned to Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Yamato and Tsunade reported the specifics of their mission. After listening to Yamato's account, Tsunade observed the glum expressions of the group and sighed. I see. Well, since you have all put in great effort, and the mission still ended in failure, there is nothing more to be done. Let us move on. At that, Naruto, with a resolute expression, declared, Lady Tsunade, we will never give up. The others shared Naruto's unwavering determination. Tsunade, seeing their resolve, smiled warmly and said, Then I shall assign you a new task immediately. Curious, Naruto inquired, Lady Tsunade, what is the task? Tsunade instructed them. You must each summarize the lessons learned from this failure and strive to grow. There are still 6 months remaining during this time. You are to train diligently and remain on standby at home until I contact you. In unison, Naruto and the others replied, Understood. Tsunade was pleased with their attitude and then turned to Neji, saying, Neji, Yamato has given you high praise for your performance during this mission. If you desire any form of reward, do not hesitate to ask. After pondering briefly, Neji responded, For now, I do not require any rewards. I simply wish to return home and rest. The continuous missions have been quite exhausting. Agreeing to Neji's request, Tsunade said, Then you may stay in the village with Naruto and the others for the time being. I will make alternative arrangements regarding the number and Guy's team. Should you think of any rewards, feel free to bring them to my attention. I will do my utmost to accommodate you. Having heard Tsunade's promise, Neji readily replied, Very well. The group then left the Hokage's office and exited the Hokage building. Once outside, Naruto excitedly exclaimed to Sakura, Sakura, now that the mission is over, let us go on a date. Hearing this, Sakura retorted, Have you already forgotten Lady Tsunade's recent words? Naruto, curious, asked, What did she say? Sakura replied disapprovingly. Lady Tsunade ordered us to stay at home on standby until the next mission is decided. Reluctantly, Naruto responded, Just for a little while, no one will know. However, Sakura, still unwilling, said, If you want to go on a date, you can go by yourself. Do not drag me along. Naruto, feeling helpless, remarked, How can one go on a date alone? Thus, Naruto and Sakura engaged in light banter, while Neji and Sai followed closely behind. Neji turned to Naruto and said, Naruto, let us first return home. I need to pay my respects to my uncle. Sakura, you should also check in at home. Besides, you have yet to inform Kakashi about the mission, right? Nodding in agreement, Naruto asked Sai, Sai, you don't have anything pressing, do you? If possible, why not join us to see Kakashi-sensei? Sai hesitated for a moment before asking, Can I really go? Naruto enthusiastically affirmed, Of course. Sakura chimed in, Yes. You're already one of us. Delighted by their words, Sai gladly accepted their invitation. Meanwhile, back in the Hokage's office, Tsunade inquired about Sai from Yamato. Yamato detailed the special mission assigned to Sai by Danzo, primarily focusing on gathering intelligence and eliminating individuals posing a threat to Konoha. This included the current mission alongside Kakashi's team, aimed at eliminating significant threats such as Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Sasuke. After hearing Yamato and Appo's account, Tsunade expressed with pride, I had thought he was an unteachable individual. While his methods remained steadfastly extreme, his intent to protect Konoha mirrors our own. In response, Yamato raised a question. Are you referring to Lord Danzo? Sensing a shift in Yamato's tone, Tsunade curiously replied, Yes, is there a problem? Yamato then produced a document folder and placed it on Tsunade's desk, saying, Please review this before concluding your thoughts. Taking the folder, Tsunade asked, What is this? Yamato replied, It is a gift to Orochimaru from Danzo, intended to gain his trust. Upon opening the folder and reviewing its contents, Tsunade exclaimed in disbelief, This is a list of the members of the Umbu. How infuriating. How did that scoundrel Danzo obtain such confidential information? Beside her, Shizun cautioned, Lady Tsunade. Before Shizun could finish, Tsunade shouted, Shizun, immediately arrange for enhanced security for the confidential documents and change the codes and methods of interpretation. Go now. Startled, Shizun rushed out without delay. Yamato, observing Shizun's flustered exit, could only smile wryly. Tsunade, still fuming, declared, That wretched old fox. When will he ever learn? While Orochimaru and Akatsuki are wreaking havoc outside, he is still scheming for power within Konoha. We must now carefully consider Sai's recent report. At that moment, Yamato interjected. I believe we can continue to keep Sai in the team. Thus far, he has proven to be trustworthy. I will also keep a close watch on him. Cautiously, Tsunade asked, Are you certain? Yamato nodded affirmatively, and ultimately, Tsunade acquiesced to his suggestion. Chapter 69, Naruto's training method. The following day, Neji, Naruto, and their companions visited the hospital to see Kakashi, who was still recovering. They intended to discuss the mission and the situation regarding Sasuke. However, they soon discovered that Yamato had already informed Kakashi about the events that transpired. Kakashi addressed them, stating, Yamato has already conveyed everything to me, including matters concerning Sasuke. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto exclaimed, Kakashi, our teacher is running out of time. If this continues, Orochimaru will soon take over his body. but with my current strength, I cannot bring Sasuke back. He has become far too powerful. Among us, only Neji stands a chance against him. Kakashi, while observing the serene surroundings, responded, in that case, you all must grow stronger. Sakura, filled with concern, added, however, in my opinion, Sasuke's rate of growth is truly extraordinary. I consulted Lady Tsunade, and it seems he may have employed forbidden techniques or drugs during his training. With Kabuto involved, his ideas for human experimentation are beyond what ordinary minds can fathom. Acknowledging Sakura's worries, Kakashi replied, even so, we must accelerate our growth. Sakura continued, that may be so, but how do we achieve that? Kakashi retorted, did you think I was merely lying here doing nothing? I have been contemplating this matter and have come up with a solution. The group paused for a moment, intrigued by Kakashi's words. He continued, however, this method will only be effective for Naruto. Or rather, only you, Naruto, can accomplish it. In this training, you may, in some sense, surpass me. Kakashi's statement piqued everyone's interest. Neji pondered, surpassing Kakashi? Is that even possible? Naruto, confused, asked, will I truly surpass my teacher, Kakashi? Yes, Kakashi affirmed. I will accompany you throughout this training. It will be unlike any you have experienced before. Curious, Naruto inquired, what exactly must I do? Kakashi explained, you must create your own strongest ninjutsu, which means learning a technique that transcends the Rasengan. However, to attain such power, you must dedicate immense time and effort. It is not like in novels, where one can become strong in a matter of days, nor can you rely on existing techniques like the Rasengan. It requires careful instruction and practice. Naruto, anxious, interjected, immense time? But didn't you just say we are running out of time? Sasuke is out of time. Before Naruto could finish, Kakashi interrupted. That is why I have devised a method that can yield results in a short period. Intrigued, Naruto asked, what exactly is this method? At that moment, Asuma's team abruptly entered the room. Asuma greeted Kakashi. How is your health, Kakashi? Ino complained. Asuma, at least you could have knocked. The group entered, and Shikamaru noticed Naruto and Sakura, exclaiming, oh, it's Naruto and Sakura. Neji, you're here too. Shikamaru then noticed Sai and asked, when did you join us? Upon hearing Shikamaru's remark, Choji recalled Sai as someone they had previously encountered. Meanwhile, Ino blushed at Sai's handsome appearance. Kakashi introduced Sai to Asuma and Shikamaru, who replied, my name is Sai. Please feel free to call me by my name. Ino leaned closer to Sakura, whispering, hey, he is quite handsome. He resembles Sasuke a bit. Sakura immediately warned, that's just on the surface. Their personalities are completely different. He won't care about others' opinions. Shikamaru approached Naruto, saying, I heard about Sasuke from Lady Tsunade. If there is anything I can assist with in the future, I am willing to help. The troublesome Chunin exams are over, and you missed your chance to become a Chunin. Naruto, upon hearing this, felt disheartened and merely responded with a silent However, now is not the time to dwell on that, Shikamaru added. Naruto did not respond, but lowered his head in sorrow. On the other side, Asuma sat beside Kakashi's bed, and Kakashi asked curiously, what brings you here? You come in with a whole entourage. This is a hospital, not a lounge. In response, Asuma told Shikamaru, by the way, you all should head to the barbecue place. If possible, Kakashi's team can join us as well, and Neji too. Upon hearing barbecue, Choji excitedly exclaimed, yay, barbecue. Ino chimed in, I agree, secretly hoping to sit next to Sai. Asuma continued, Kakashi and I have some matters to discuss. The barbecue is on me. Just then, Naruto, feeling anxious, asked Kakashi, wait a minute. What about the continuation of the training you mentioned earlier? What should I do? Kakashi pondered for a moment before answering, you're right, let us discuss it later. Naruto, feeling unsatisfied, protested, what? Later? I will be super anxious about this. Kakashi replied, regardless. We cannot begin training while I am hospitalized. Do not rush. Hearing this, Naruto's gloom deepened. He then turned to Asuma, asking Asuma-sensei, during Kakashi-sensei's recovery, can I train with you? Asuma shook his head gently and replied, I'm sorry, Naruto, but we have tasks to attend to. You can come find me whenever you're free. After Asuma's response, Naruto shifted his focus to Neji, asking, what about you, Neji? Can I train with you and Gai-sensei? Neji replied, Gai and the others would likely be very willing, but I fear I may not be of much help. Curious, Naruto inquired, why not? Kakashi interjected, Naruto. Neji's training focuses on a unique style of taijutsu. You remember that, right? However, if possible, Neji, I hope you can assist Naruto when the time comes. Neji nodded in agreement. Once Kakashi finished speaking, Shikamaru suggested, then let us go get barbecue. With that, the group prepared to head to the barbecue restaurant. At that moment, Kakashi called out to Neji, Neji, please wait a moment. I have something to ask you. Neji looked at Kakashi with a puzzled expression. Chapter 70, The Perilous Ninja World. After leaving the hospital, only Kakashi, Neji, and a third individual remained in Kakashi's room. Neji inquired, perplexed, Kakashi-sensei, did you summon me for something? Kakashi replied, I heard from Yamato that you performed exceptionally well on your recent mission. Neji shook his head, responding, against an opponent of Orochimaru's caliber, I found myself utterly powerless. As he recalled Naruto's battle in his Nine Tails form against Orochimaru, Neji felt a deep sense of inadequacy. Kakashi, upon hearing Neji's words, remarked, "You are far too modest. Against an adversary like Orochimaru, no one can claim absolute certainty of victory. Moreover, you held your ground against both Kabuto and the current Sasuke quite admirably. Wouldn't you agree?" Neji did not contest this point. Kakashi continued, "What is your assessment of Orochimaru and his associates?" After a moment of contemplation, Neji articulated, "Orochimaru's combat style is truly unorthodox, almost transcending the limits of human capability. However, I do not believe he is invincible, at least not at present. After his clash with Naruto, he appeared significantly weakened in both chakra and physique. I suspect his current form has reached its limits. Consequently, in subsequent encounters, he seemed disinterested in prolonged engagements, opting merely to disrupt our efforts." Kakashi and Asuma found Neji's insights quite astute. Asuma remarked, "If what Neji says holds true, now would be an opportune moment to confront Orochimaru." Kakashi nodded in agreement. Then queried Neji, "And what of Kabuto?" Neji replied, "My encounters with him have been minimal, primarily during the last Chunin exams and admission briefings. His cunning and treachery rival that of Orochimaru, and in terms of strength, he is at least a jonin. He possesses a profound mastery of medical ninjutsu, making him potentially more perilous than Orochimaru. This is the extent of my knowledge regarding him." Asuma scratched his head and commented to Kakashi, "It seems he is indeed a formidable character." Neji concluded, "As for Sasuke, I believe Captain Yamato has already informed you. Although he did not fight me with full resolve, I still feel there is a discernible gap in strength between us. However, I am confident in my chances against him." Asuma, reflecting on Neji's growth, thought to himself, "Neji has truly matured." After listening to Neji's assessment, Kakashi expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Neji. I truly appreciate your insights." At that moment, Asuma approached the window and remarked to Kakashi, "It appears chaos is brewing abroad. Aside from Orochimaru, the Akatsuki are wreaking havoc." Kakashi affirmed, "Indeed." Asuma continued, "Orochimaru may be manageable, but the Akatsuki's objectives concerning the tailed beasts make it evident they will target this village, or rather, Naruto." Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Shikamaru entered. He addressed Asuma, "No need to dismiss me. I too am concerned about the Akatsuki's movements. Is Naruto safe? If the Akatsuki were to attack, even Gaara was nearly killed." Kakashi candidly responded, "You're right. It seems unlikely that he would be unscathed." Surprised by Kakashi's bluntness, the trio paused momentarily before he continued, "For now, we must expedite enhancing his strength. The others had no better alternatives." Asuma inquired curiously, "What exactly do you propose to elevate Naruto's abilities in such a short time frame?" With a knowing smile, Kakashi replied, "In due time, you shall see." Suddenly, Neji called out to Kakashi, "Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi turned, intrigued. "Yes?" Neji asked, "Could you also guide me on enhancing my strength? You know how difficult it is to obtain effective advice from Gai-sensei. I have nearly mastered the techniques of the Hyuga clan." Shikamaru internally scoffed, "You're already so strong. Do you really need further improvement?" Kakashi responded to Neji, "In terms of ability, you are already quite competent. Your gentle fist technique is formidable. As for ninjutsu, I have reviewed your records from the academy, and you have completely mastered the foundational techniques of water, fire, and earth. Combined with your gentle fist, you are more than sufficient. Thus, further enhancement in ninjutsu may not hold much significance for you. It seems your path for improvement lies solely in jinjutsu. I can assist you with that during Naruto's training." Neji pondered Kakashi's words, contemplating the notion of jinjutsu. Kakashi continued, "Regarding taijutsu, as I mentioned, you are strong. But this pertains solely to your gentle fist. In terms of the strong fist, there remains considerable room for growth, and I can provide guidance there as well. However, for training methods, you should consult Guy, as he is the expert in that field." Neji nodded in acknowledgement of Kakashi's counsel. At that moment, Asuma turned to Shikamaru and proposed, "What do you think, Shikamaru? Should we take advantage of our current lull in missions to train together?" Shikamaru, looking disdainful, replied, "Training sounds like a hassle. I'd rather not." Asuma could only smile wryly at Shikamaru's reluctance. Shortly thereafter, Neji, Asuma, and Shikamaru bid farewell to Kakashi and departed for a barbecue restaurant. Chapter 71. Transformation of Nature. A few days later, after a prolonged period of rest, Kakashi finally recovered completely. Tsunade, accompanied by Sakura, came to visit him. After examining Kakashi's physical condition, Tsunade remarked, "Well, you are entirely healed. There are no issues at all. You should be able to discharge today." Kakashi tentatively inquired, "You don't secretly want me to hurry and pack up that large suitcase, do you?" He glanced at Naruto, who was lying in the adjacent bed, sound asleep. For some time, Naruto had been pestering Kakashi about training, ultimately deciding to move into the hospital room. Sleeping in the bed beside Kakashi, Tsunade nodded, acknowledging that is indeed part of the reason. Sakura chimed in that Guy Naruto refuses to leave the hospital, wanting to start training at any moment. Kakashi continued, "If possible, I would prefer to laze around at home for a couple of days." "Oh no. I wish to recuperate a bit longer. There's no book to read here, so I might as well begin training." Besides, apart from Naruto, that guy also comes to bother me daily. Kakashi thought of Guy. During Kakashi's recovery, aside from Tsunade, other class members frequently visited him, particularly Guy, who came almost every day, urging him to leave the hospital so they could have a match. Unable to withstand the persistent intrusions from Naruto and Guy, coupled with having finished his novel, Kakashi decided to expedite his discharge. Hearing Kakashi's words, Tsunade expressed her satisfaction. That's the best course of action. Meanwhile, Neji was meditating at home, engaged in chakra enhancement training. After several encounters with formidable foes, he found himself lacking the chakra needed for prolonged combat. Thus, he aimed to increase both his chakra capacity and his overall strength. At that moment, a knock resonated at his front door. Upon hearing it, he rose and walked over to open the door. Upon opening it, Neji was greeted by Kakashi and Naruto standing outside. They greeted him. "Hey, Neji, we're here." Surprised by their sudden visit, Neji quickly invited them inside. "Kakashi-sensei, Naruto, what brings you here? Please, come in and sit." Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. I just got discharged today, and this kid insisted I take him to train. Since I promised to help you train as well, I came to see if you would like to join us." Neji nodded enthusiastically. "Just wait for me at the door. I'll get ready and we can leave right away." A moment later, the three arrived at a clearing in the outskirts. Kakashi addressed them. "Let us commence our training." Naruto, upon hearing this, responded earnestly, "All right." However, Naruto suddenly broke into a silly grin for reasons unknown. Kakashi, noticing this, inquired curiously, "What's with the smile?" Scratching his head, Naruto replied, "Well, it just feels like it's been a while since I've trained with Kakashi-sensei. I don't know why, but it makes me really happy." Kakashi responded, "I see. Well, you should cherish this moment as time waits for no one. I mentioned in the hospital that the goal of this training is to develop your own ultimate jutsu and art surpassing the Rasengan. To achieve this, mastering both nature transformation and form transformation techniques is essential." Curious, Naruto asked, "Nature transformation and form transformation?" Seeing Naruto's confusion, Kakashi continued, All right. I may have overwhelmed you with too much at once. My apologies. Let us start with form transformation." Excitedly, Naruto replied, "Sure." Kakashi then turned to Neji. "Neji, could you assist us?" Neji nodded and focused, channeling chakra to one arm, gradually transforming it into a lion's shape. Naruto watched in awe. Puzzled by how Neji achieved this lion-shaped chakra, Kakashi explained to Naruto, "By controlling the flow of chakra, either extending or compressing it, you can alter its form. This is what form transformation entails." Turning to Neji, he added, "That's enough, Neji. Thank you for your effort." Neji released the chakra form as Kakashi continued, "Now, create a Rasengan." Naruto replied confidently, "Got it." He formed hand seals and summoned shadow clones, quickly gathering chakra into his palm to form a Rasengan. Seeing the Rasengan materialize, Kakashi instructed, "All right, that's enough." Just as Naruto was about to voice his confusion, Kakashi elaborated, "For you, the mastery of chakra form transformation is evident. This Rasengan is proof. The rapid, chaotic spinning and compression of chakra embodies form transformation. The Rasengan is merely the pinnacle of this technique." Excited, Naruto exclaimed, "So, does that mean I've passed form transformation?" Kakashi affirmed, "Yes, precisely." Delighted, Naruto dispelled the Rasengan. Kakashi then explained, "Now, we move on to chakra nature transformation. For instance, the Chidori technique combines both form and nature transformation. Observe closely as I concentrate chakra into my right hand." He gathered chakra in his right hand, which soon crackled with electricity. Kakashi continued, "Changing this chakra into electrical energy is nature transformation. By releasing this energy and altering its form, you can determine the power and range of your attack. To learn a jutsu that surpasses the Rasengan, you must combine both form and nature transformations, making this imperative." Naruto, filled with enthusiasm, declared, "So if I integrate nature transformation into the Rasengan, I could create a new jutsu right away, correct?" Kakashi replied, Now, don't simplify it so much. First, you haven't even learned nature transformation yet. Moreover, you don't even know what your own chakra nature is, do you?" In response, Naruto asked, "Huh? What do you mean by chakra nature?" Chapter 72, Transformation of Nature, Part 2. Kakashi observed Naruto's carefree demeanor and continued, "Well, I intended to explain this to you from the beginning." He then proceeded to elucidate the 5 elemental chakra natures along with their characteristics and some fundamental knowledge. Intrigued, Naruto inquired, "So, does that mean Sasuke possesses both fire and lightning attributes?" Kakashi affirmed, "Indeed, and as for you, you currently have no attributes at all. And even your preferred nature transformation type remains unknown." Afterward, Kakashi retrieved several sheets of paper from his pocket. Naruto, curious about the papers, asked, "What are these?" Kakashi elaborated, "These are used for testing elemental attributes." He then channeled his chakra into the paper, causing it to crumple immediately. Kakashi continued, "If it is lightning, the paper will crumple. Wind will cut through it. Fire will ignite it. Water will dampen it. Earth will crumble. This paper is highly sensitive to chakra and is crafted from a special tree that absorbs chakra. By infusing your chakra into this paper, you will discover your elemental nature. Kakashi handed the paper to Naruto, who infused it with his chakra, resulting in the paper tearing in half. Kakashi remarked, "Your chakra nature is wind. It can tear and sever anything, making it a potent combat chakra." Upon hearing this, Naruto exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, I'm really impressive, aren't I?" Kakashi quickly responded, "Not quite. This is merely the beginning. Now, we can finally commence training in wind nature transformation. However, mastering this technique requires considerable time. Fortunately, I have devised a method to significantly shorten this time." Naruto, thrilled by Kakashi's words, exclaimed in admiration, "Kakashi-sensei, you're amazing." Just then, Yamato appeared before the trio. Naruto curiously asked, "Captain Yamato, what brings you here?" Yamato replied, "I am here to assist you with your training, as requested by Kakashi-sensei." Naruto then inquired, Captain Yamato, what type of nature transformation do you possess?" Yamato responded, "I have both earth and water nature transformations." Naruto, astonished, exclaimed, "Oh, so Captain Yamato has two as well." Kakashi explained, "At the J-Nin level, everyone possesses two or more attributes. Besides lightning, I can utilize others as well." Curious, Naruto asked, "Then, Captain Yamato, with wood release, wouldn't that mean you have three?" Kakashi shook his head, saying, "No, that is not the case. He can only use earth and water. The wood nature is not an inherent attribute." Puzzled, Naruto questioned, "How is that possible?" Kakashi replied, "By using both natures simultaneously. When earth and water transformations are employed together, they produce the new wood nature or other attributes." Neji interjected, "When one possesses two nature transformations, using them separately is not difficult, but synchronizing them is a different matter." Kakashi added, "The ability to simultaneously utilize two nature transformations to create a new one is known as a Kekkai Genkai. You must have heard of this term." Naruto nodded in understanding. Kakashi continued, "The boy known as Haku, with whom you fought previously, possesses the ice release Kekkai Genkai, which combines wind and water. When used together, they produce ice, an exclusive technique of those with Kekkai Genkai." In astonishment, Naruto exclaimed, "Haku too?" Kakashi continued, "Because it is a Kekkai Genkai, my Sharingan cannot replicate it." Naruto then queried, "What about Neji's Gentle Fist, Shikamaru's Shadow Imitation Technique, Choji's Expansion Jutsu, as well as Medical Ninjutsu and Genjutsu?" Kakashi pondered before responding, explaining that would take considerable time. "If I were to tell you everything at once, it might confuse you." Neji chimed in, "That refers to Yin and Yang, right?" Naruto, perplexed, asked, "Yin and Yang, what are those?" Kakashi praised Neji, "Neji, I didn't expect you to understand this. However, let us refrain from discussing it with Naruto for now. It may be too complex for him to grasp. We can revisit this topic another time." Neji nodded in agreement. At that moment, Naruto turned to Neji and inquired, "Hey, Neji, what is your chakra nature transformation?" Neji hesitated slightly, prompting Kakashi to encourage him. "Neji, this boy's interest is entirely focused on this subject. Please indulge him." With that, Neji began forming hand seals, and in an instant, a rock wall erupted from the ground. Earth style, earth flow rampart. Neji then performed another technique, causing a torrent of water to cascade down from the rocks. Water style, waterfall technique. Finally, Neji concentrated chakra in his abdomen and expelled a powerful flame. Fire style, great fireball technique. Naruto, witnessing Neji and Appo's display, exclaimed in surprise, "That is Sasuke's technique." Kakashi remarked, "Neji possesses earth, water, and fire chakra natures." Naruto then asked, "If Neji can manipulate three chakra natures, why have I never seen him use them?" Kakashi addressed Naruto's question. "It's not that he doesn't use them. Rather, there has been no necessity." He then produced another sheet of chakra paper and handed it to Naruto, instructing, "Naruto, infuse your chakra into this paper once more. Neji, come here." While Naruto channels his chakra, infuse your gentle fist chakra into the paper as well. Following Kakashi's instructions, Naruto and Neji took the paper and began their process. Naruto infused his chakra into the paper, while Neji infused his gentle fist chakra. However, no changes occurred on the paper. Observing this, Naruto curiously asked, "What is going on? Is there something wrong with the paper? Why is it unresponsive?" Kakashi explained, "This is the strength of the gentle fist. It's not that the paper is faulty, but rather that Neji's gentle fist chakra has obstructed your chakra, preventing any reaction. The gentle fist chakra can disrupt the flow of chakra, making it inherently superior to other nature transformation techniques. Thus, Neji rarely needs to employ other ninjutsu unless in special circumstances." Upon hearing Kakashi's explanation, Naruto responded with a faint understanding, "Oh, I see." Kakashi then continued, "Now, let us proceed with our discussion. Where were we?" Chapter 73, Kakashi's training. Naruto pondered for a moment before speaking. "Speaking of which, that method of cutting corners to reduce training time." Kakashi sighed and replied, "It's about shortening the time." Naruto immediately responded, yes, that is it." "So how do we go about it?" Kakashi explained, "The method is the shadow clone technique." Neji, hearing Kakashi's words, realized, shadow clones? That indeed suits Naruto well. However, Naruto, still puzzled, asked, huh? What does that mean? Kakashi clarified, it's essentially the shadow clone jutsu. This is how you can reduce training time. Despite Kakashi's explanation, Naruto remained confused. Kakashi then elaborated on the principles and effects of the shadow clone, explaining that the experiences gathered by the clones would be transferred back to the original upon their dissolution. Subsequently, Kakashi guided Naruto through an experiment, instructing him to use the shadow clone technique alongside him. Both their clones ventured into the woods. After a while, when Kakashi and Naruto dispelled their clones, Naruto was astonished to find that all the experiences of the clones had been relayed to him. Kakashi inquired, what did the clones do in the woods? Naruto joyfully replied, we had Ichiraku ramen. Kakashi-sensei treated us because my clone won a game of rock, paper, scissors against yours. Kakashi, hearing this, complained, you made a wager without permission. How reckless. He then added, so now you understand, the experiences from the clones accumulate to the original. Realizing this, Naruto exclaimed, I see. Until now, I've been using shadow clones without fully understanding their potential. Kakashi further explained, this jutsu is primarily used for exploring dangerous areas or infiltrating enemy bases to gather intelligence. Naruto, still curious, asked, but how does this relate to reducing training time? Kakashi continued, let me clarify. If you use shadow clones to train, the experience gained is effectively doubled. In other words, if 2 people train together, the time taken will be halved. With 3, it will be a third. And with 1,000, just a fraction. Naruto finally grasped the concept. So that is how it works. Kakashi elaborated, for instance, if one person requires 2 days to complete their training, 2 can finish it in a day. If one needs 20 years, 1,000 can achieve it in about a week. Excited, Naruto exclaimed, that's incredible. I never knew such a method existed. Seeing Naruto had understood, Kakashi sighed in relief and said, yes, it seems you finally get it. Thus, mastering the transformation of chakra's nature requires consistent use of shadow clones. Naruto replied, all right, I'm on it. Now I understand why Kakashi-sensei is so formidable. You've been training like this all along. Kakashi responded, no, I've never used this method for my training. Surprised, Naruto asked, why not? Don't you also know the shadow clone technique? Kakashi explained, indeed, but unlike you, I don't possess such an abundance of chakra. The duration of my clones is quite short. This technique, which evenly distributes chakra, isn't suitable for someone with my limited reserves. Understanding dawned on Naruto. So, I have more chakra than you, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi affirmed, your chakra is approximately 4 times mine. In disbelief, Naruto exclaimed, really? I'm quite impressive then. Kakashi added, if we disregard the need to suppress the Nine Tails chakra, it would be about 100 times. Naruto gasped. The chakra of the Nine Tails? Neji interjected, indeed, this training method is unique to you. A normal person wouldn't possess such abundant chakra. At this moment, Yamato addressed Naruto. Currently, since a large amount of chakra is required, it's possible to awaken the Nine Tails chakra, which is why I was summoned, to manage it. Grateful, Naruto said, thank you, Captain Yamato. Kakashi then instructed Naruto, now, let us begin training to strengthen the transformation of chakra's nature. He handed Naruto a leaf and said, hold the leaf between your palms and use your chakra to split it in half. Naruto inquired, how many clones should I create? Kakashi surveyed the surroundings and pointed to a nearby tree, perhaps as many as the number of leaves on that tree. Excitedly, Naruto responded, great. Let us get started. With that, Naruto summoned thousands of clones, each holding a leaf, commencing the training for chakra transformation. Yamato stood beside Naruto's original form, ready to manage the potential rampage of the Nine Tails chakra. Observing Naruto's training finally on the right track, Kakashi approached Neji and said, my apologies, Neji. Naruto's situation is under control now. I've kept you waiting for quite some time. Let us discuss your training. Neji nodded in acknowledgement. Follow me to the other side. Naruto's training is a bit noisy. Chapter 74. Illusion Training. Kakashi led Neji to a secluded area, away from Naruto's training. Kakashi addressed Neji, saying, as I mentioned before, your gentle fist technique is already quite formidable. Coupled with your mastery of water, fire, and earth elemental jutsu, you are well equipped for any situation, am I correct? Neji nodded in agreement, responding, yes. Kakashi continued, during our previous conversation in the hospital, I suggested that we focus on training in illusion techniques alongside your physical prowess. Let us begin with illusions. I would like to assess your understanding of this art. Neji pondered for a moment before replying. Illusions typically manipulate the target's visual, auditory, olfactory, or tactile senses to induce hallucinations, thereby disrupting their mental state or leading them astray. Kakashi nodded thoughtfully and inquired, well said. Is there anything else? Neji elaborated. Ordinary illusions are relatively easy to detect and defend against. Through training, one can close their eyes, hold their breath, or employ sensory techniques to mitigate the risk of being affected by illusions. In addition to physical defenses, one can interrupt the effects of an illusion through swift chakra control or assistance from teammates, such as using one's own illusions to counteract or inducing intense pain to escape the illusion's grasp. Impressed, Kakashi praised, excellent summary. Communicating with you is far simpler than with that rascal Naruto. Have you practiced illusions before? Neji shook his head, stating, I have always trained alone since childhood and have had little exposure to illusion techniques. My awareness of illusions began in school. After graduating, aside from the skills I developed on my own, most of my knowledge was guided by Teacher Guy or my uncle, who also seldom utilize illusions. Kakashi remarked. Lord Izashi and Guy, correct? They indeed have little use for illusions. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi said, let me teach you some basic techniques. As you mentioned, illusions generally disrupt the target's visual perception, and I recommend focusing on that aspect due to your Byakugan. Neji, puzzled, asked Byakugan. Kakashi confirmed, yes, the Byakugan. Are you familiar with Itachi Uchiha? Neji nodded, responding, yes, I am. Kakashi continued, Itachi and Appo's illusions are activated through his Sharingan. With mere eye contact, he channels his chakra directly into the target's brain, inducing a state of illusion. Neji contemplated, using the eyes as a medium is an excellent approach. Kakashi added, in addition to ordinary illusions, Itachi possesses one of the most powerful genjutsu known as Tsukuyomi. Within the realm of Tsukuyomi, time flows differently. What feels like an eternity in the illusion is merely a fleeting moment in reality, making it nearly impossible to break free once ensnared. Thus, the best strategy in combat against him is to avoid direct eye contact. Neji acknowledged, I understand. Teacher Guy has also mentioned strategies for dealing with opponents who wield ocular techniques. Kakashi continued, indeed, Tsukuyomi is not relevant to our training. I merely wish to provide a warning in case you encounter him in the future. Your Byakugan offers exceptional advantages for defending against and dispelling illusions. So you should manage that quite well. Neji nodded in agreement. Kakashi then stated, we will later assess the extent of your abilities in defending against and dispelling illusions. For now, let us start with the basics of casting illusions. As previously mentioned, we cannot learn Tsukuyomi, so we will focus on simpler techniques using your eyes. With that, Kakashi removed his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan beneath. He said to Neji, I will demonstrate first, so you can experience it. Neji nodded in understanding. Suddenly, the environment around them shifted. It began to rain in the countryside where they stood, and Neji could feel the raindrops on his skin. Kakashi explained. The essence of an illusion lies in chakra interfering with the target's nervous system. You must precisely control your chakra's flow to the target. When you channel chakra through the visual nerves into the target's brain, you must also construct the desired illusion in your mind, encompassing the sights, sounds, smells, sensations, and even taste you wish to convey. After demonstrating, Kakashi dispelled the illusion, and the rain vanished, replaced by clear skies. Yet Neji still felt the lingering sensation of having been drenched. Kakashi continued, ordinary illusions have limited range and influence, unlike Itachi's Tsukuyomi, which creates an entirely independent mental realm. They may only affect a single target or a small area. Additionally, the effectiveness of ordinary illusions is contingent upon the caster's chakra volume, control, and distance. Neji nodded in comprehension, prompting Kakashi to ask, so, do you have any questions regarding the methods of using illusions? Neji shook his head, replying, not at the moment. But practical experience is essential to truly grasp it. Kakashi affirmed, then give it a try. First, use your Byakugan to channel chakra through my visual nerves into my brain, disrupting my chakra flow. Next, construct the elements you wish for me to see, hear, smell, taste, and feel. Following Kakashi's guidance, Neji methodically proceeded. After a while, Kakashi observed that the rain had reappeared in his surroundings. Satisfied, he praised Neji, well done. I did not expect you to succeed on your first attempt. I thought you would need several tries before achieving this. At this moment, Da, who had been listening, approached Kakashi and Neji, saying, Senpai, I heard you also learned quickly back in the day. It seems Neji is not too far behind you. Kakashi replied to Da, indeed. Neji is exceptionally talented. He even surpasses Sasuke in this regard. Sasuke took quite a long time just to learn how to climb trees using chakra. Kakashi then turned back to Neji, saying, with this, you have essentially grasped the fundamentals of illusions. Now you merely need to practice for proficiency. Firstly, you must maintain the illusion on me without dispelling it while ensuring its stability for as long as possible. Neji nodded in understanding, responding, understood. Chapter 75. Wind Nature Chakra. After a period of illusion training with Neji and Kakashi, Kakashi remarked to Neji, well, Neji, your ability to control illusions has become quite stable. You may take a moment to rest and replenish your chakra. We shall resume the second phase of training once you are ready. Neji nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently dispelling the illusion he had cast on Kakashi, and settled beneath a nearby tree to recuperate. Observing Neji, Kakashi pondered, this young man is indeed impressive. He has progressed to this stage in such a short time. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi made his way toward Yamato. As Kakashi approached Yamato, he observed Naruto's shadow clones at work and addressed Yamato, who was currently employing the Hokage-style ear-listening technique. Have you made any progress? Kakashi inquired. This is faster than expected. How well can you control the chakra of the Ninetales? Yamato replied, at this stage, there are no issues. By the way, I prefer to be called Yamato now, not Tianzong. Kakashi acknowledged, understood. Yamato then asked, how is Neji's training progressing? Kakashi responded, Neji has achieved a stable control over illusions and has encountered minimal difficulties. Yamato remarked, that is indeed smooth sailing. He should complete his training before Naruto. Kakashi agreed, that seems likely. At that moment, Naruto hurried to Kakashi's side, exclaiming, Sensei. I have a question. Kakashi, intrigued, replied, what is it? Naruto asked, in Konoha, who else possesses wind nature transformation? Kakashi continued, are you seeking to learn their techniques? Naruto nodded eagerly. Kakashi responded, if you are looking for someone, there is indeed someone who is currently engaged in a game of shogi. Naruto, curious, inquired, who are you referring to? Kakashi answered, I am speaking of Asuma. He is likely playing shogi with Shikamaru at this moment. Excitedly, Naruto exclaimed, oh. Asuma-sensei is at Shikamaru's house, right? Great. With that, Naruto formed a hand seal and created a shadow clone. The clone declared, I will go find Asuma-sensei right now. Naruto replied, all right. The clone then dashed toward Shikamaru's residence. After a while, Naruto's shadow clone returned, dispelling itself. And the techniques acquired from Asuma flowed into Naruto's mind and those of his other clones. From Asuma, Naruto learned that wind nature transformation involves segmenting chakra and creating a friction-like sensation, refining the chakra to become sharper. To summarize, it is akin to honing the chakra to a finer point. When applied to a blade, the weapon becomes significantly sharper than a standard one. In close and medium-range combat, wind nature transformation boasts the most formidable offensive capability. Armed with this knowledge, Naruto began to refine his mastery of wind nature transformation. At this juncture, Kakashi addressed Naruto, all right. That should suffice for now. It is time to start accumulating experience. Reflect on your training in your mind and then dispel your shadow clones. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto and Appos, as shadow clones began to dissolve one by one, vanishing in puffs of white smoke, leaving only Naruto himself. Yamato, observing the dissolution of Naruto and Appos, as clones, also concluded the Hokage-style ear-listening technique, and the characters in his palm gradually faded away. He sighed in relief. Naruto gazed at the severed leaf in his hand, excitedly proclaiming, I can do this. I'm almost there. Just then, he suddenly swayed, on the verge of collapsing. Kakashi quickly rushed to his side, preventing him from falling. Kakashi said to Naruto, the fatigue of both mind and body, accumulated alongside your experience, can weigh heavily. Naruto, mustering his strength, replied, I understood this minor detail from the beginning. I am just a little short of success. Kakashi, concerned, gently advised, perhaps you should rest for a moment, Naruto. Slowly straightening his body, Naruto insisted, there is no time for that. I am fine, Kakashi-sensei. With that, he again performed the multiple shadow clone technique. Seeing that his persuasion was in vain, Kakashi refrained from further objection and stepped aside. Yamato, who had just taken a brief respite, noticed Naruto's renewed use of the multiple shadow clone technique and called out, hey wait, I am not ready yet. He then reactivated the Hokage-style ear-listening technique, causing the characters in his palm to reappear. Kakashi approached Yamato and said, although this kid is fatigued, his energy reserves should still suffice. Keep an eye on him. I will check on Neji. With that, Kakashi made his way back to Neji. Arriving at Neji's side, Kakashi asked, Neji, how is your rest? Are you ready to continue? Neji responded, yes, I can start anytime. Kakashi continued, the next phase of training involves you casting illusions while moving as I change directions. The key is to maintain the illusion's continuity during movement. Do you have any questions regarding this? Neji inquired. So, the upcoming training focuses on the ability to cast illusions even during movement and attacks, correct? Kakashi affirmed, you are correct in part. The ability to cast illusions during movement is just one aspect. The other part involves maintaining the illusion on the enemy. Confused, Neji asked, what do you mean? Kakashi clarified. After you first employ a strong mental illusion against an opponent, they will become wary of your illusions. Thus, you must utilize subtle illusions that are difficult for them to detect, deceiving them into being unaware of their entrapment. Neji remarked, so, you mean deceptive illusions, right? Kakashi affirmed. Precisely. Neji then stated, understood, let us commence. With a nod from Kakashi, Neji initiated the illusion once more. Chapter 76. The new illusion. Kakashi engaged in training with Neji, continuously altering the orientation of his body and face. Neji, in turn, persistently moved, transmitting chakra to Kakashi's visual nerves. Initially, Neji struggled, needing to simultaneously grasp Kakashi's direction while maneuvering and employing illusions upon him. Balancing both tasks proved challenging. However, he soon conceived a solution. He activated his Byakugan, which, enhanced by its dynamic vision, allowed him to accurately anticipate Kakashi's orientation while swiftly moving to face him, thereby consistently using illusions. After a period of training, Neji became proficient in employing illusions while on the move. Observing Neji's progress, Kakashi instructed him to dispel the illusion and commended him, saying, well done, Neji. Your illusionary camouflage was exemplary. You have now mastered ordinary mental and inducement illusions with ease. Whether in motion or combat, you can adeptly apply illusions against your adversaries. Upon receiving Kakashi's praise, Neji replied, I owe this to your guidance, Kakashi-sensei. Without your instruction, I would not have mastered illusions so swiftly. Kakashi immediately countered, you are being overly modest. Your rapid acquisition of illusions is due to your exceptional learning ability. Typically, it takes an ordinary person at least a week to learn illusions. Yet you accomplished it in just one day. That is an extraordinary talent. Grateful for Kakashi's compliment, Neji responded, thank you, Kakashi-sensei. What shall we focus on next? Kakashi stated, I initially planned to teach you more about ordinary illusions before discussing physical training. However, your speed of learning has surpassed my expectations. Therefore, I encourage you to explore and develop your own unique illusions. Inquisitive, Neji asked, how do I go about developing my own illusions? Kakashi replied succinctly, simply think. Puzzled, Neji inquired, what does think mean? Kakashi elucidated, envision the type of illusion you wish to impose upon your enemies. Imagine the illusion that best suits your abilities. Understanding Kakashi's intent, Neji nodded and sat down to enter a meditative state once more. Simultaneously, Naruto experienced a breakthrough of his own. He successfully utilized Wind Nature Chakra to slice through a leaf. All his shadow clones cheered exuberantly. I did it. I and Amp, Appos, am truly amazing. I and Amp, Appos, VE instantly learned a new jutsu. Hearing Naruto and Amp, Appos, exclamation, Kakashi approached him and remarked, not quite. It is precisely because you adopted this training method that you progress so rapidly. It is due to my brilliant idea. Nearby, Yamato, appearing weary, chimed in. And my contribution was significant as well, right, Kakashi-sensei? After Yamato spoke, Naruto dispelled all his clones to consolidate his experience. Subsequently, Naruto turned to Kakashi and Yamato, saying, rather than discussing this, let's move on to the next training exercise. Just as he finished speaking, Naruto collapsed from exhaustion. Kakashi swiftly caught him, and this time, Naruto succumbed to sleep, leaning against Kakashi and Appos' back. Kakashi addressed the slumbering Naruto. To be honest, it is precisely because of you that this was possible. As Kakashi spoke, Sakura and Sai emerged from the woods, calling Naruto's name as they approached. Noticing them, Kakashi said to Yamato, you should take a moment to rest with Naruto. Yamato acknowledged. Understood, and promptly dispelled the technique he had been using. Sakura then asked Kakashi, is Naruto alright? Kakashi replied, he is merely fatigued. A brief rest will suffice. This guy truly gives it his all. Sakura continued, what about Neji? He seems quite exhausted as well. Kakashi reassured her, Neji is faring better than Naruto. He simply requires a short respite. He is currently in a meditative state and will awaken shortly. Relieved, Sakura said, that's good to hear. Kakashi then inquired of Sakura and Sai, what brings you both here? Sai replied, I heard you were training here, so I wanted to check in. Following Sai's response, Sakura added, like Sai, I wanted to see how your training was progressing. Kakashi replied, Neji's training has gone smoothly. He has already mastered illusions. Sakura expressed her astonishment, saying, so quickly? It has hardly been a day. Kakashi nodded and affirmed, indeed, Neji is quite remarkable. As for Naruto, his progress is also commendable. He has begun to grasp chakra nature transformation. Elated, Sakura exclaimed, that's wonderful. Sai, ungraciously interjecting, remarked, if it only takes a day to learn this much, doesn't that mean it will take a long time to learn new techniques? Sakura shot him a disapproving glare. Realizing his faux pas, Sai sheepishly scratched his head. Kakashi then addressed Sakura and Sai, if you have no further matters, you may return. Yamato and I will keep an eye on Neji and Naruto. And if any issues arise, we will inform Lady Tsunade. Sakura replied, very well, Kakashi-sensei. We shall take our leave now. When Naruto and Neji awaken, we will inform them of our visit and wish them a swift completion of their training. Kakashi responded, all right, I understand. I will relay your message. Thus, Sakura and Sai departed from the training grounds. Kakashi observed Neji in meditation and the unconscious Naruto, turning to Yamato and saying, they truly are diligent. Yamato replied, indeed. Chapter 77. Shadow Clone. The following morning, Neji awoke from his meditation and approached Kakashi and Naruto. Upon sensing movement nearby, Kakashi opened his eyes and beheld Neji standing beside him. He then addressed Neji, have you come to a conclusion? Neji nodded slightly and replied, I suppose so. How is Naruto faring? Hearing Neji's inquiry, Kakashi sat up, stretched, and said, he was quite exhausted yesterday and fell asleep. It's likely he won't awaken for a while. Since we have some time, let us practice in the meantime. Neji agreed and they moved to a different area. Kakashi then proposed, let us engage in a practical exercise. Very well, Neji responded, promptly dashing towards Kakashi. In a mere instant, Neji's figure zipped past Kakashi, appearing right before him. Activating his Byakugan, Neji's form flickered, and suddenly 2 additional images of him emerged in Kakashi's line of sight. He murmured to himself, is this how it begins? Shadow clones, a clever strategic choice. Unlike physical shadow clones, these illusions are immune to corporeal attacks. Their existence not only drains the opponent's energy and tempts them into erroneous strikes but also serves the dual purpose of confusion and defense. As Kakashi contemplated this, Neji and his illusions advanced with the gentle fist technique, poised to launch an assault. Observing this, Kakashi swiftly employed the body replacement technique, swapping places with a nearby wooden post to evade the attack. Neji's strike collided with the post, sending splinters flying. Immediately, Kakashi distanced himself from Neji, disrupting his chakra flow to dispel the illusion imposed by Neji. The two remaining Neji illusions vanished as the Genjutsu was lifted. Without pausing for breath, Neji swiftly acted, utilizing his exceptional body flicker technique and dynamic vision from the Byakugan to reappear before Kakashi in an instant. Their eyes briefly met before Neji unleashed another illusion. In a flash, Kakashi found himself confronted by three indistinguishable figures of Neji once more. Reflecting on the situation, Kakashi thought, Neji is attempting a continuous illusion induction, aiming to ensnare me in a cycle of dispelling illusions, thereby limiting my actions to defense and rendering effective counterattacks nearly impossible. Yet, if I do not dispel the Genjutsu, I will struggle to pinpoint the true point of attack. In the midst of Kakashi's contemplation, Neji launched his assault again. Rather than retreating, Kakashi opted for a proactive defense. Inhaling deeply, he gathered chakra into his abdomen, channeling it into a formidable force, and then unleashed the classic and powerful ninjutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted forth, hurtling towards Neji and his illusions. Yet, even as he acted, Kakashi's mind raced with the thought, if the Genjutsu is insurmountable, I shall overpower it with sheer force, shattering both illusion and reality. Neji, how will you respond to such an onslaught? However, Neji was well prepared, utilizing the Byakugan's keen insight. He had anticipated Kakashi's attack by detecting the flow of chakra within him before the fireball could reach him. Just as it approached, Neji executed the body flicker technique and vanished. Kakashi sighed in resignation. It seems I overestimated my attack. It is ineffective against someone with Byakugan's perceptive abilities and his remarkable body flicker technique. I must take this more seriously. With that, he solemnly removed his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. Kakashi activated his Sharingan, meticulously observing the battlefield. With its dynamic vision, he quickly discerned Neji and his illusions rushing towards him. Analyzing the intricate flow of chakra between them, an involuntary admiration surfaced within him. Neji, your illusionary setup is astoundingly intricate. Even the chakra of the illusions is so convincingly adjusted. Truly, it is difficult to distinguish between the real and the false. Without delay, Kakashi unleashed the great fireball technique again, directing it along a predicted trajectory to hinder Neji's advance. Neji, indeed, was compelled to evade the renewed assault of fire. In that moment, Neji keenly sensed Kakashi activating his Sharingan and mused, it appears Kakashi is taking this seriously now. His expression sharpened with focus. Adjusting his strategy, Neji orchestrated his illusions to form a dynamic triangular formation, skillfully encircling Kakashi. Faced with Neji's tactical shift, Kakashi braced himself. Contemplating. No longer confined to a singular direction of attack, he is opting for a triangular offensive. This not only disperses my defensive focus but also complicates my judgment of his true form. This is indeed a perplexing challenge. Neji and his illusions executed the instantaneous body technique, creating a whirlwind of afterimages around Kakashi at breakneck speed. In this moment, Kakashi's Sharingan reached its zenith, striving to capture Neji's true trajectory amidst the chaos of rapid movements and subtle changes. At that instant, Neji's form became an elusive specter, silently traversing the battlefield. He deftly concentrated chakra at his fingertips, his movements so swift that they appeared nearly imperceptible. Alongside his illusions, three indistinguishable figures surged forth to ambush Kakashi. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams air bullets, 3 nearly undetectable air projectiles, calculated through the Byakugan's comprehensive observation and Kakashi's movement trajectory, were launched from 3 distinct directions towards Kakashi. Faced with Neji's fierce onslaught, Kakashi, relying on his Sharingan's dynamic vision, tracked the trajectory of the air bullets. With agile footwork, he skillfully evaded Neji's initial wave of attacks. However, Neji did not grant him a moment's respite. As Kakashi narrowly dodged the first assault, the second wave followed closely, compelling him to evade once more with remarkable speed and keen judgment. The battle unfolded as a relentless tide of Neji's assaults against Kakashi's agile dodges. Under the continuous barrage from Neji, Kakashi found little opportunity to breathe. Each release of air bullets resembled a torrential storm, relentlessly challenging Kakashi to maintain his heightened awareness and responsiveness, with each evasion pushing him to his limits.